Hello, everybody, and welcome to the World's Pre-Show here in Anaheim, California. It's time to get our Championship Sunday started. I am Wonder Chef, joined at the moment by Kellosaurus and, of course, Danily. How are you two doing today, Kello?
I am doing fantastic. I am so excited, and I cannot wait for everyone to see how amazing that arena is going to be.
Oh, yeah, and Danily?
Best morning ever. I think that's the best way to describe today, especially for our Pokémon UNITE fans, because we're crowning a champion today.
Oh, yes, we are. I'm so excited. In fact, we get a chance to see what our schedule will look like for today. There is a ton of action. This is an awesome little screen as we've got Championship Sunday. We are currently not in the arena, but we're going to be moving over to the arena pretty soon. Unite's going to be starting with Peru versus Zeta Division. Lots of names to read. Next up after that, we will be going to Pokémon GO. Then we're going to be going to TCGs, where we're going to be having Junior, Seniors, and Masters, and same thing for VG to close out the day. But there's going to be a good amount of prizing this weekend as these players and teams have fought very long time to make it here. Kello, why don't you read us out some of the prizing that we have for Pokémon UNITE?
Well, we can see that first placement there has that total allocation of $100,000 from a total of a $500,000 prize pool. Second place today will end up getting a total of $70,000 to share around. So those individual allocations, obviously we've already had our 5th to our 9th places locked in. We'll have our 3rd and 4th placement also playing out today as well, but we'll be focusing on these top 2 placements and who's going to get what.
That's a pretty big difference there and well earned by these players. But we can start talking about them, actually, these 2 teams that we've got. We're going to start off with Peru, our team from Latin America, and a team that I think a lot of, I would say, predictions did not quite have making it all the way to these grand finals. LATAM South, as you can see right there, Carlo, Draken, Kea, Tempo, and Zynas. And I know that you all have been able to cast quite a bit of this, and actually we're joined by Soph, who has quite a bit, we've been able to see a lot of them this weekend. Have you been enjoying watching the Peru games?
Oh, I just love what they bring to the table, and it's so fun to be able to see Latin America South performing as they have been. And of course, all the interviews that we have had with Nemo, that has been so fun because it feels like it's a player that is just so confident and just ready to trust their teammates. And I feel like it's all very mutual between all the players, and Chef, that really just makes a difference.
Yeah, they have been such a big upset team. Obviously, we've known for a long time that they've been very strong, but we didn't realize just exactly how strong they were going to be this weekend. So very impressive to see them. And of course, they have not had a world champion yet from any of the Latin America sub-regions. It'll be very fun to see what they can actually do. Look at that. That was them winning yesterday. But our next team up, Zeta Division from Japan. Tomato, Rom, Tomi, Vitopo, and Wajiro. And I didn't mean to skip you earlier, Danily. I just wanted to give Soph a chance because she wasn't here after the opening. But Danily, let us know what you think about Zeta Division.
No, Zeta Division, I think a lot of people coming into the tournament had high expectations for this team. They are a very experienced roster. They're obviously from Japan, which in Unite, if you get to play within the Japanese region, you probably get the most competitive, the most experience within the game. The games are incredibly competitive within that region. And for Zeta Division to be one of the top teams in that region, if you're the best in the best region, that's already a massive statement, especially when you're heading to the world stage. So obviously the goal here for Zeta, they want to be the champions themselves, but are their opponents going to give them the opportunity to be champions? Because I kind of want to mention that there's a very interesting dynamic coming into the grand finals, right? So Zeta, they lost to Aegis Flames. But Aegis Flames lost to Peru. So I'm kind of wondering, like, is there going to be a bit of a dynamic here? And maybe Peru, have they learned a big lesson playing up against Aegis Flames? And can they use that experience going up against Zeta Division?
Yeah, that's a great question. We had a really interesting tournament so far where great little note from Chris Heroes I saw on Twitter this morning where every member of the top 4 of our tournament all lost one match in pool. So none of them came out first in their pool, which is really wild to see, but it kind of goes to show you give somebody a second chance. Some of these teams we know, like Luminosity Gaming, who of course we were looking at to potentially be world champs again. They were not able to repeat, making the third, fourth place. We'll see what they actually get later today, but they're a team that is very, very good at playing from that loser's bracket. So a lot of times we will see these top 4 teams doing well in that situation, and currently we are here again today. So we're very excited to see where we're gonna go with that. But I mean, Zeta, of course, from Japan, and we don't get a chance to see them quite yet. I cannot wait, honestly. I know we've all seen the stadium, right? And we've also all seen what Japanese fans are like, and they are some of the best, right? So I cannot wait to see them cheering from the stadium. Keller, did you get a chance to see the line outside when we were walking by?
I did see a bit of a line early this morning. It was already brewing at 7 a.m. So some people cannot wait until they get into the arena and want to get some good seating. But I feel like wherever you are in the arena, it's going to be great seating regardless. But
yes,
as I said, I cannot wait for everybody to see it. It's going to be so exciting to see Peru going up against Zeta Division. And one thing I love from the Japan crowd as well is their cute little signs. So I'm wondering what cute little signs they'll end up bringing to the arena today.
Yes, I was saying that the Japanese fans have the best sign game. I think we were talking to Shinohara on the sidewalk randomly yesterday, and we were saying that one of those Japanese casters, there's also going to be a Japanese broadcast, so huge shout outs to our friends, our Japanese casters over there who are going to be bringing some action. But speaking of the casters, Danielle, did you get a chance to see, no spoilers by the way, no spoilers is very important, did you get a chance to see the outfits of our particular Unite casters for today?
I explicitly tried to not look at them when I headed into the green room. I said, okay, it's gonna be great. I want to have the same experience as all of our viewers at home. So I was like, when we're going through the makeup room, I was like, okay, let's just sit down, don't look at them. So obviously the outfits, I trust these two to put on an absolute masterclass. But I don't want to talk about just the outfits. You guys at home, when we do get into the arena, the production team has put on some magic on the stage just for Pokemon Unite. And I looked at it, we all saw it yesterday. We just thought, oh my gosh, we are starting to reach that level of esports within Pokemon Unite. And you can only imagine it's just going to get better and better from here.
It is. I can't wait for it. And we do, of course, have some other caster thoughts here, as we are casters as well, and we're not going to be in the arena, but we have our predictions as to who we think are going to win. And we get to see a little split nearly down the middle. If we had 8 members here, we might have had an exact split, but we'll go right to left. I don't know, we'll start with Soph. Soph, what is your prediction? You can see it right there, but why do you think that they're going to be winning?
Right, so I'm ready for Zeta Division because I believe in this matchup in particular, like you were mentioning, Chef, the top 4 that we saw this year at Worlds just really felt like everybody was incredibly strong, but had a couple of weaknesses against specific matchups. So I feel like in this case, Zeta Division, in my opinion, has just a little bit more cleanliness in their team fights, especially in the late game, and how they can come back from being behind on early. That can really just make a difference, because we know if there's a Ray, there's a way. But we have been seeing at Worlds this year that flips have not been just super common like they were before. It's like somebody goes for the rip, but there's so much comeback that can happen, which is, to me, is a great balance of the game. And when we see that being the case of the meta right now, I think that benefits Zeta. And especially to me, Vitopo has been just an incredible player during Worlds here in Anaheim, California. The fact that on day 2, they had accumulated the largest amount of knockouts out of everybody at Worlds for Pokemon Unite. So my expectations are incredibly high.
Oh yeah, I think all of ours are. We'll get back to the predictions though, because I just want to remind everybody at home that just for watching, you get a chance for some good stuff, and that's going to be right here. You can see you get the World's in-game sticker. It's going to be a one-of-a-kind little option. You can see you just got to use the password below, Worlds25. I do like a lot of the stickers. I'm a big fan of getting that kind of customized player card, and especially if you're watching, if you're enjoying it, you can always remember that memory on your player card. You can also, though, just by watching, get some Twitch drops. We've got the Murkrow Platinum emblem, we've got 500 EOS coins, the gift box. There are quite a few different things you can get out of that as well. But for our GO GO co-streamers we do have as well. Oh my goodness,
Oh,
this
that's so cute.
is so
Look at him.
cute. Kelly, you were looking at one of these earlier, right?
Yes, I was actually really lucky and ended up doing a lucky trade with somebody here in the event, and I ended up getting a shiny one of these, but with the jacket. But yes,
Wow.
there it is, Pikachu with the jacket, and I know some folks have been wandering around with some of those jackets from the Pokémon Center as well. So if you tune into Pokémon GO, there we go. There's that Pikachu.
Yep, and we got to see Goop Snacks with that on. But that's not the only game, of course. All of the games. Next up, TCG, which, again, I also know you've been doing quite a bit of. But you can use a special illustration rares in-game by using code WCS25TCGL. And I do love all of the cool cards that you get to use in live. I've been playing a little bit of live myself. That's not the only one, though. Even more, this is a ridiculous amount, by the way, of drops and rewards for this weekend, but I'm gonna keep going. We got the World's deck box, the sleeve, the coins, so many different things. I honestly can't even read it all out. That is a huge list, but basically just keep watching. And then finally, of course, VG, where you can get the World Championship winning Farigiraf. I know that's a Pokemon I really like. I know our producer currently right now as well. Big fan of this Pokemon. We actually were kind of like labbing it right when the game came out. So this is a really fun one to have. I think it's got a really cool ability. Use code WORLDS AR. I'm not actually going to read that one out because they always have the numbers right there, but you can see it on your screen. So lots of different rewards for this weekend. But of course, you know, the big reward for us here is that we get a chance to see our teams and our casters and our game all in this gigantic arena, which is going to be so fun. We can kind of move back for a little bit. We've only got a few minutes left until we're actually moving to our championship Sunday, but we're talking about predictions, and Danley, it's your turn.
Okay, so my prediction was Zeta Division, just like so. So we're kind of in the same boat here.
Japan.
I really think it's just come down to, I mean, this is also the same for Peru. Both of these teams, they fell short last year, and clearly they've made it to the finals. Both of these teams are incredibly hungry, but I feel like Zeta, they have a bit of an edge in the experience department because Japan, they run so many live events, and to have all that experience playing on LAN against other players, it's a much different experience than playing at home, on your couch, on your bed. It's a whole different level. And to add on top of that, playing in front of an audience, it's very difficult for us to understand as spectators, as casters, because we're not the ones there. But when you're there playing in front of a crowd with fans, with supporters, your family members cheering you on, that's an incredible amount of pressure to have on your shoulders. So not only do you need to be champion, but you're trying to let all these people that are supporting you down.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, and we're almost moving over. So Kella, real quick, maybe about 30 seconds, your prediction and why?
Well, considering how Peru has gone at the World Championships, but also throughout the season and the previous years as well, they have that experience there. And I feel like they are hungry for that champion title, given their track record so far.
I think that's absolutely a great call. I am going to go with Zeta as well, Zeta win. I'm just a huge fan of, honestly, all the Japanese fans. They have been so cool when we got a chance to meet them at ACL or here. They're all showing up, so it's honestly just a very cool thing to see. But altogether, like I said, we are just a few seconds out now from heading over to the arena for the very first time for a championship Sunday at the Pokemon World Championships. It's going to be so incredible. I cannot wait for everybody to get their first look at what things are going to be like for the rest of today. But it's time for us to send it over now, as very soon we will be beginning with our first set for Championship Sunday.
For the last 10 months, trainers across the globe have been devoted to the pursuit of excellence in their games, working to prove they are better than all the rest. Their dedication has led them to this moment. Welcome to Championship Sunday! And of course, welcome to the 2025 Pokémon World Championships, where the title of World Champion is on the line for all the trainers competing today in our very first arena experience here in Anaheim, California. This is the final battleground for our 4 pillars of competition: the Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet video game, Pokémon TCG, Pokémon GO, and Pokémon UNITE! We are jumping right into our first grand finals matchup of the day.
Have you ever had your back to the wall? Ever had the odds against you stacked tall? Ever felt like you were about to fall? One wrong move and you lose it all. Hey, we can win the day if we unite. Come on. Yeah. Hey, we can win the day if we... If we unite.
Let's welcome our Pokémon UNITE teams. First, let's hear it for Team Zeta Division. And their opponents, let's hear it for Peru UNITE! Welcome to the stage, all of our team members and of course our captains. Just want to ask one question of you both. This is an opponent that you are very familiar with. What do you think your team is going to have to do in order to come out on top? What will your team have to do in order to emerge victorious here?
I plan to crush my opponent.
Wow, confident. What about Peru UNITE? What will you need to do here in order to win?
Haremos todo nuestro esfuerzo.
We'll do all of our best effort.
That sounds like a good plan. Captains, thank you. Take your seats. And casters, let's get right into this match.
Thousands of players, hundreds of teams competing the entire season, and it all comes down to this. 2 squads who have made it through a grueling competition. Peru versus Zeta. For everyone joining us here in Anaheim and the tens of thousands watching at home, these are your 2025 Pokémon UNITE World Championship Grand Finals! Let's freaking go! Hello, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, joined by the one and only Noob Snacks. Hello, Noob Snacks. Are you ready?
Dude, I am so excited. In an arena, you can hear the crowds just almost overwhelming us already. I know the people at home are tuned in, ready to go. We got Zeta Division, we got Peru, and a little bit of a flashback of the salty runbacks here from the AOS Cup 2 years ago.
That's right. These teams have met before in an international competition, but never with so much on the line. Both of them with their first opportunity to become a world champion. Now, Japan as a region did this last year in dramatic fashion. It's a different team, a different squad. That was Fennel, and it looked amazing. But now Zeta has their opportunity to take the crown. But in front of them, Peru, who has already beat them once in a moment like this.
And they just came off of a huge win against their arch nemesis, Luminosity Gaming, a team that has had their number all season long. Peru taking them to the limit, dragging them to the deep waters, winning in Game 5 of that best-of-5 semifinals from last night to punch their ticket to be here in the arena today, standing in front of them from the first LATAM World Championship in Pokémon UNITE is, of course, Zeta Division.
Zeta Division, such an incredible team. I think a lot of us had our eyes on them as the absolute best out of Japan, and we were not wrong. Making their way through our single elimination bracket yesterday without dropping a single match. Now, Peru is a different story. Peru ran into what a lot of people expected to be here today. Luminosity Gaming took them to game number 5 last night, all the way to that final match, and was able to pull out a victory against a team that's had their number all season. Now that they have slayed one giant, can they do it again?
We're going to have to find out here, because it is one best-of-5 that separates one of these teams again from that coveted Pikachu trophy, the first place finisher, the world champion here in 2025, home of the world's largest marble, Anaheim, California.
It's going to be amazing. This is the highest level of Pokemon Unite competition that we have ever seen by two teams that couldn't deserve it more. Zeta has been grinding for years. Peru has been grinding for years. Both of them coming up short in international competitions multiple times. Peru taking home some international titles. Zeta getting so close at ACL, but not able to take it down. And now both of them in peak form here in the arena.
We have to look at these two teams, and something that they definitely have. What is that word? Get it together.
They certainly have it.
This is the World Championships, baby. Get it together. One of these things that these teams definitely have is they have stuck together, and they have tempered and weathered these storms that you're talking about over these 2 years to get themselves into this position, into this, like you said, tip-top fighting shape, to get to the finish line. Which team is going to be able to cross it first? We find out soon.
Now, I know a lot of you are joining us because we are on the main Pokemon channel today. Unite is often on our Pokemon Unite Twitch channel. So we have a lot of new folks who are going to be checking out the competition. We will be walking you through it. If there's anything that is confusing, get ready, because you will not see better esports action here on Championship Sunday. And I'm sure they don't want me to say that.
But we already did. Log it, book it, ship it. Okay. Tell me a little bit about Zeta Division and their run this weekend.
The thing that is impressive about Zeta is they had a tough day one, kind of a real rocky day one, running into amazing squads, but then day 2 rising like a phoenix, destroying every team in front of them. It felt like with ease as they made their way to the grand finals with a 3-0 sweep.
Flawless win, right? 2-0 in our top 16, 2-0 in our quarterfinals, 3-0 in our semifinals, so they are definitely on one. However, Peru Unite also finding themselves in this position, having a bit more of a tumultuous time, but still finding their way to come out on top.
Yeah, that's the interesting story between these two squads. Peru has been tested throughout day 2. Zeta tested throughout day 1, and now they're going to run into each other. And in a few moments here, we're going to be heading to our first draft here of our grand finals. What's going to happen is both of these teams are going to choose Pokemon that are banned out for the match that no one can pick, and then we're going to go back and forth as they fill out their roster of 5. If one player picks up something like Charizard on one side, it means the other team cannot grab it on another. You will not see 2 of the same Pokemon in the same match.
Let's talk about some of these players for these teams and what to expect. I'm going to highlight Peru Unite and the two players that I've been talking about for the last 2 years, Kea and Draken, the support core here for Peru. The tank and support player respectively for this squad does nothing but cover the CYA for everyone else on the team, so Tempo Anemo can go deep in these engagements. What do we got on Zeta Division's side?
Zeta Division has so many amazing star players. I have to shout out Tomato here for a moment. You will recognize him by his bright red hair. What an incredible player, an absolute superstar playmaker, and something that you and I love to shine a light on are these playmaker players in the defender and support roles, because it's the reason that you see players like Vitopo, one of the amazing Zoroark players on Zeta Division, able to carry and make so many huge plays, is because they have a whole team backing them up. If your carries are your lead singers, we've got, you know, percussion, we've got the bass, we've got a lot going on behind them to make sure that they can shine.
Yeah, you know, to support like a player like Vitopo, you have Wajiro, who is the captain of this team and also their support player. And you have kind of the wily upstart here in Tomi, who has had an electric day. And some people contend that their final set yesterday in the semifinals was their best performance of the tournament so far. And finally looks like they have transcended to join the high-level skill that the rest of the team is littered with, kind of peaking at the right time.
One thing that you'll notice between these two squads is a distinct play style difference, right? There are power picks that each one of them desperately would like to bring into the match. And of course, the other team would love it if they could take that away. Peru last night running into Luminosity. Scyther, such a powerful pick that these teams were fighting over it, where a lot of teams would not even consider drafting this Pokemon. And then you look at a team like Zeta Division, who has the Zoroark Comfey combo, this amazing speed and power from Zoroark, while at the same time the staying power that you get having a support wrapped around your neck.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like jumping out of a plane, and then there's just that comfy parachute that you get to pull the ripcord on whenever you're ready. And we saw a team like High Five get a draft in which they chose all of the counters that you could possibly dream for against that combination of Zoroark Comfey, and it wasn't enough. Vitopo and Wajiro together still took over that game easily.
Yeah, you do have to wonder if Peru is going to allow Zeta to play their game and attempt to counter it, or if we're going to see a lot of that counter happen in our draft screen. It does feel like many games are won and lost before they have even started because a team outmaneuvers them on that draft screen, takes away some of their picks through a ban, also able to pick away some of their Pokemon. If you have a player who has Zoroark on your team, I would absolutely steal it away from a team like Zeta Division. Same thing with Peru. I would be looking to take something like Scyther and pull it away.
Yeah, I mean, but then there's other Pokemon that have shined incredibly well in the face of things like Scyther, even Zoroark, that's kind of having a resurgence this weekend and is going to be great in the hands of either Tomato or Draken, and that's Crustle of all Pokemon that's really having kind of a shine up and a glow up here at the World Championships.
There are so many Pokemon coming into this weekend that haven't been staples throughout the entire season that are absolutely dominating. We have Ho-Oh on a legendary run. This thing is amazing right now with the Unite move that is able to revive members of your teams in some of those big fights. We have Charizard, who recently got some massive buffs, always on the periphery of the meta, but now finally picked in some of these big matches. And it's a great answer to something like Zoroark that wants to get in and get out of a fight. Charizard able to pick it up, slam it down into the ground of Thea Sky Ruins and try to take it out before it can really start.
But not the end-all be-all, right? Because like we said, we saw High Five have a Charizard, and it didn't really deliver on that exact strategy that you just broke down. However, the day before, we saw it work flawlessly against Vitopo and Wajiro specifically. So Charizard is definitely a strategy that needs to remain on the board to be selected, but don't let it be a false sense of security. You need to do the work around it to make that function.
One thing is for sure, there are counters to strategies, and then there are just shutting them out completely and not allowing them to pick some of these Pokemon, trying to see what other looks Zeta has that they want to throw at you.
Yeah.
With some of the amazing games that we saw from them yesterday, I think it would be a mistake to hand them the Zoroark Comfey combo. But if you do it in one game and they dominate with it, like they have many times, I think you need to switch up your plan against them. We saw High Five yesterday, one of the favorites in this tournament, not change. changed. They continued to allow them to draft these Pokemon, and it was devastating for them.
Yeah, they got kind of the break speed off of them, to be quite honest.
Yes.
They had all the tools, like I said, in that first game that you could have wished for. The second game, they got some of them, not all. They still felt confident about shutting it down, and guess what? They were still completely ran through. So that's why I'm saying, yes, it's good to have these strategies. It's good to understand how these matchups work on paper, but in execution, you need to deliver as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are teams that can draft the exact same squad, of course, as Zeta Division or Peru, and not do anywhere near as well as them. Some of these players are so unbelievably skilled on these Pokemon that things aren't stereotypically picked by a lot of squads shine. Again, on Peru, we're talking about a Pokemon like Scyther that became a power pick between them and Luminosity. This is not by any means a top meta Pokemon for almost any team in the world. However, for Peru, it's devastating. I could imagine a world where Zeta just bans it outright and doesn't let them play it.
You know, I kind of like the aspect of a targeted ban and then a decent global ban to take just the power level Pokemons out of the equation. So maybe we see like Scizor / Scyther, right? Banned by one side, Zoroark banned by the other, and let's say, okay, let's play a little bit more heads up. Maybe then you ban Ho-Oh, Suicune, which are incredibly powerful, and then everybody has to play more of a heads up game with less of their priority kind of tricks up the sleeve picks that they like to use.
Yeah, there's definitely a question there, right? I mean, what are you banning out? Are you banning out things that everyone agrees are extremely powerful, or are you taking away specific tools from your opponent in this draft? And we're going to find out very soon. There also is that first game, right, where you're kind of feeling your opponents out. This is a best of 5 Dube Snack. So these teams have time to adjust, but once that snowball starts rolling downhill, it can be very scary if you drop a game and then another game, and you're just one away from this world championship slipping through your fingers. So you could come out strong, you come out with a strategy your opponents might not expect, but that first game often feels like we're getting a bit of a vibe check between these two squads.
Yeah, exactly. Peru Unite, specifically yesterday, overcame the thing that you just talked about. They took that first game loss, and it looked pretty bad in that second game as well against Luminosity. They kept their composure. They developed an execution plan of how they could drag themselves back into the game. It worked. All of a sudden, we find the match squared up 1-1. The momentum has died, and now we're back at parity, and then Peru took control.
It really speaks to how powerful of a squad Peru is.
Yes.
Most teams, when they start losing, they keep losing. It's rare that a team turns it around. It's rare that a team starts picking apart their opponents. Now, Zeta Division has an interesting run in that they have dominated teams and had games that were so one-sided, it was kind of unbelievable, taking teams like Luminosity to one of the worst performances we have ever seen at ACL. However, they also seem to have moments where after a massive game like that, they start to get exposed a little bit. You see them win a game and then lose 2 in a row. It's very scary for Zeta Division. Even if they have that great start, they need to keep that momentum somehow, and it has been something that's plagued them this season.
Let me tell you a little story about Peru Unite and Zeta Division. 2 years ago, AOS Cup, EUYC. These teams squared off, okay? You want to talk about maintaining composure in rough situations. Peru Unite won those grand finals 3-1, losing Rayquaza 3 times over 4 games. This team is dialed in, and they don't let moments really frazzle them. They stay focused on what their strategies are, and they always follow through on whatever plan the team develops. Whether that's the right one or wrong one, at the very least, they are on the exact same page. So, Zeta Division, you used to say, if you grab the Ray, there's a way. Well, not necessarily against Peru, because they have shown in the past that that is not the end-all be-all here in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, they play such an aggressive style that they've had many moments like you've talked about where their opponents have taken the most powerful objective in the game, that Rayquaza that spawns 8 minutes into our match at the 2-minute mark, and they are able to then KO the entire opposing team in these big fights, almost knowing that they don't have the secure for Rayquaza, but what they do have the secure for are those big knockouts. Again, Zeta's run into this before, and they were not able to take them down. I do remember when Zeta and Peru went at it, it was it was a real question mark as to who was going to come on top. Zeta at that time felt like the most coordinated team that we had seen, working in unison with these moments where they would all fire their most powerful moves at a target at once to secure objectives. They were absolutely unstoppable, but their strategy has changed over the years. They've actually become more aggressive in the enemy central area. They've become more aggressive with some of these team fights, where before it almost felt like their opponents were an annoyance that they had to deal with while they moved around the map taking everything they could.
Yeah, Zeta Division 2 years ago had a very robotic style. It was kind of like an if this then that type approach to the game, using Dragonite specifically at that moment in time with the big Hyper Beam to get the secure on Rayquaza and leverage that to win the game, right? We would actually hear them like set up a go, and everybody would fire their moves to get that win, but they are a much different team now, and Peru needs to recognize that.
Yes, they absolutely do. This is going to be a different squad than the squad who wanted to secure objectives and not fight. They absolutely want to get in there and start fighting their opponents the entire time. They have just been taking down so many top teams. And here we are, Doomsnacks, Zeta Division Peru, our first draft of our grand finals. We can see our bands right up top here. Hoopa for Zeta Division, over to Zarina on Peru Unite. We've got the Buzzwole, and they take the Comfey away. I think this is absolutely the right strategy, but it allows Zeta to pick up Suicune, this unbelievably powerful all-rounder that's played more like a support.
Well, more like it is a support, right? We've almost seen it exclusively carry the experience share. You're going to see the light bulb over its head going into this game. It's so powerful. But now, Charizard is on the table, which is part of the strategy that you cobble together when you're trying to combat the strength of like Vitopo's Zoroark. They go Snorlax, Charizard, Draken, no stranger to that one.
Yeah, this is a great pickup for them. Snorlax is one of those defenders that just never seems to make it to a ban, but is always picked, always amazing. On the other side, more strong picks. The support core here getting lined up. We have the Blissey that's going to allow their team to have some of those deep engagements, even if they don't have the Comfey. And Leafeon, the fastest Pokemon really in the game. It's a speedster, and many of our speedsters are quick, able to do a lot of damage, but Leafeon gets online before all of them at level 4. It can put so much pressure on your opponents. If you get an early lead with this Pokemon, you can take over the game.
Yeah, Blissey as well, going to be a great facilitator for Leafeon in this moment. Tempo, Zainu's locking in Clefable, Zacian. Zacian also having a great weekend here. Clefable's healing unmatched, absolutely unparalleled from these support Pokemon.
Yeah, Clefable is one of those picks that I feel like North America has been sleeping on quite a bit, but worldwide this thing is an incredible choice. As we head over to Zeta Division, Garchomp in the gutter there is the last pick for Zeta. We haven't seen a ton of Garchomp this weekend. As you can see on your screen, a 9% pick rate for this Pokemon, but in the hands of a great player, Garchomp's still very strong. And then Anemo over here going to run the Absol, another very powerful speedster, focusing on critical hits, able to do an absurd amount of damage in a single burst.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. Zeta Division's going to have to buy a lot of time here for Tomei to get online with Garchomp. We saw yesterday in the semifinals, when their Garchomp is online, that Dragon Rush, Dragon combo can take over the game straight into a Unite move. How is Peru going to smother the early game for Zeta Division to make sure that they can get their characters like Absol, Charizard ahead and online to make sure that the rest of the stuff sorts itself out on the back end?
Yeah, you can see both sides have this late game scaling Pokemon in Garchomp and Charizard. They need level 9 for their Unite moves so that they can really get powerful here, as we are all set to go here for game number 1. Our team's loading into this match. You can feel the excitement here in
This
Anaheim.
thing is full.
This is insane.
This is awesome.
This is absolutely insane. This packed house here as we get ready for game number 1 of our grand finals. You can see our battleground here. Thea Sky Ruins.
Say the thing, Spraggles, as we get into this game.
All right, here we go, everyone. Zeta Division, your purple team. We have Peru Unite, your orange team. The first game here of our grand finals is underway.
Let's get after it, brother. Tomato and Rom, two very strong early game Pokemon going into the bot path. Zainuz and Draken gonna have to contend a little bit here, and they're already taking some damage, getting beat up early as they have to peel back.
Yeah, they had to peel back right there. Nice secure from Zeta Division. So all these wild Pokemon that you see between these two teams are contestable. Either team can take this and get massive amounts of experience and Eos energy. That's exactly what Zeta is trying to do here by putting the pressure on Peru. Able to take that one in the middle. Oh, wow.
Okay.
We had a Chansey moving through that central area, but Tempo taking it down for the K opener.
You know what? They probably thought that the Charmander was going to be in the central area. Oh, huge push. Immediately going for the knockout here, and the Suicune sorts out the Snorlax.
Wow.
Bang! That's a two-piece for Zeta Division.
Amazing stuff there from Zeta, stopping the Absol from picking up a KO, and you can see the power of that Leafeon getting stronger than any other Pokemon, faster, using this to take down their opponents, and now they should be getting the lion's share of this experience between these two goal zones.
Tons of pressure being put on. You wanted to see how these two teams are going to square up early, and they want to fight, Cowboy. Tempo moving forward. KO there, bang! Two more down instantly as Peru gets two back the other way. Dragon's low, Vatopo's low, but it's then Peru that goes down.
You were wondering how these teams were going to square up, what the vibe check was going to be at the start of this match. Well, they are scrapping immediately here on Thea Sky Ruins. More points into this goal zone. The attack weights are stacking. Level 7 for this Leafeon. In one level, they will have a Unite move. Absol needs to hit level 9, and if you look across the board, it is only level 6 right now. Zeta Division in control, ahead in this fight. Great stuff from Peru in the top path, but Zeta dominating the bottom path, and here they come for the fight around the Swablu Altaria, and it looks like Peru can't even contest it.
No, Tempo's down, not certainly for a 4v1 as they immediately jump to their central, just getting inventory who's where, but this allows the opportunity to stack right back on top of the Suicune. The pressure is on. We're trying to freeze them. Draken with a big heavy slam. The Razor Leaf is out. Draken goes down to try and afford the opportunity for the rest of Peru to get out, and they are going to be out safely, but that means that Zeta Division can get that goal zone closed out.
Look at that, Dubes next. What an aggressive play, taking that goal zone so early, even before the birds have spawned between these two paths at 7 minutes, 20 seconds. This is going to give Peru some experience in their bottom path that's open for them, and they desperately need it right now. They are behind Zeta, and it's important to note, Zeta won that fight without even expending their Leafeon Unite move. They still have it available, that Emerald 2-step that can do insane burst damage.
Yeah, they're going to set up, or they can set up a nice little trap with this Leafeon to get a knockout here. Good experience getting gathered by Peru as Rom is figuring out where everybody is, and Zeta Division is working on the basement Reggie. Regieleki is at half. Rom steps up. They're getting sussed out and eyed down. Regieleki goes straight in, and the Blissey takes it. Wajiro, the captain, stepping up for the squad, and Regieleki's flying in the face of Peru as that's two players down in a heartbeat.
Zeta Division absolutely controlling this match here as they are moving towards this goal zone, but Peru somehow able to secure in the bottom path thanks to that Absol. Crazy that it went the other way where Peru didn't get the top path and Zeta didn't get the bottom path objective.
The Regieleki did hit, not enough Eos energy in pocket for them to close it out, but Tomy comes back through and gets knocked out by Anemo, who's putting central area pressure back the other way.
You can see Anemo right here trying to get out, just recalling in the central area of Zeta Division.
Good freeze.
Tempo in some trouble right here.
Good heavy slam, Yawn!
These heavy slams, unbelievable how they have saved their team with them so far. And interesting to see heavy slam Yawn, a build that you don't often see.
Ron taking a ton of damage. Mewtwo while Unite is out. Draken with another big heavy slam. No Yawn follow-up there, but Mewtwo has gone mega. Zainu's looking for a target. They want the Suicune. Bang! Seismic toss. Solar slam from the sky by the Charizard as they're just starting to burn down everybody else. Bliss assistance for the save. Heavy slam back over. Peru wants this fight now. They're going to keep pushing. Back over the wall is the Mewtwo Y, somehow still standing, and Wajiro catches the receipt as Tempo gets eviscerated by the Emerald 2-step. Vatopo keeps pushing forward, and Peru finally retreats.
Peru pulling back here after a good fight, but they were trading both ways throughout that. We had a Unite move on Absol, and I think if they had a great opportunity, they they could have tried to take down multiple members of Zeta right there, but instead deciding to save it for this next objective.
Right.
Top path, we have Regieleki. Bottom path, we have one of the 3 Reggies that spawn there that will give their team a team-wide buff. I want you to notice, Doopsnacks, this goal zone in the top path at only 4 points left in it. That was very intentional from Zeta Division. They did not want to break this goal zone early and open up more safe experience for the side of Peru Unite when the wild Pokemon spawn in the top path after that goal is gone. Peru now going for the Regieleki right here, and in fact, putting no pressure on the bottom path. We have all of the members here top.
Ships passing in the night. Basement Reggie to Zeta. Regieleki to Peru. And that thing's going to walk in, and they're going to look to close this goal zone out as Draken's going to wither it down and go for a big overdump.
Yeah, and what you can see here is just trying to score as much as possible before these 40 points go in, as well as leaving this up as long as possible so that they don't open up experience for their opponents. We have an interesting fight, possibly breaking out the central area. Peru right here as Kaya's in a lot of trouble, and they are going to go down.
Oh, well, okay, they popped the Moonlight. You just able to get
block.
That's wild. The shield on block is so massive right now that they're able to get out. Now, Tommy's in trouble as they got too far deep. Oh, Mewtwo Y Unite and the Garchomp Unite is going to find themselves a knockout. Zainu's used their Unite move. They're flying over top everybody, burninating the countryside. Trogdor style as Zainu's back, and they finally get knocked out by Tommy, who's able to survive. We've got a back cap of 42 here to try and bring this scoreboard to parity.
I love this play here by Peru. They obviously lost that fight, but they're still trying to fight. Wow! The Ice Beam barely misses the tall grass. Tomato knew exactly where they were, but able to make it back to base in time. 225 here to 175, and this first match has felt breathless, Doobsnacks. These teams fighting the entire time. About a minute and a half until Rayquaza hits the map. And if history repeats itself from the start of this match, Zeta Division can have a convincing victory at Ray. They seem to be winning just about every engagement they run into with a full squad, and I think a lot of it has to do with that Suicune.
Yeah, and now they're taking some of the lane farm that's supposed to be easier for Peru to nab. Draken going straight in, gets a big engagement on Rom after the yawn here, but Mewtwo gets out with the Fire Blast trying to run cover for Peru, and the exchange ends up ringing true. Absol down.
And here we have Zacian possibly looking for a fight here. Charizard does get the Leafeon, which is a huge pick.
Oh, Dragon Rush!
Combo moving in. Zacian's in trouble, and they go down.
Draken on the retreat. They get frozen a little bit. Tomy goes straight in. Kaya has been isolated. Moonlight is there. They can't save Draken. And the Mega Mewtwo Y sorting out another Pokemon.
Mewtwo Y having an unbelievable start to the day. I mean, keeping up level-wise with the central area Pokemon and dominating some of these big fights. Massive damage from it. And right now, they would love to get some auto attacks onto the side of Peru so they could charge up that Mega Gauge, go Mega as soon as this fight kicks off. It's going to be a little tough if they can't, right? It takes a little time for Mewtwo Y to become super powerful in these big fights. However, Zeta in control right here. Look at the position around Rayquaza. Extremely aggressive all the way towards the side of Peru, as Peru is sneaking through the tall grass in the top here. This fight could be the last fight of our first match as they make their way up through the tall grass, looking for some experience here, just trying to get ahead somehow against Zeta and deciding when they're going to fight. They're behind on the scoreboard, so Peru is the team that needs to make a play. If they just let the clock tick down, Zeta takes this match. Now, of course, that will not happen. They will find a fight. The question is, can Zeta counter-punch it, punish them for a mistake, and win this thing as they've won a lot of their fights so far? Dinus, level 14 now, looking for their moment to start this engage.
They're trying to get some information, find out where Peru is. They have not found out where that Leafeon is, and that's keeping them from engaging.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for here. Someone that they can catch. If they can get a heavy slam into a yawn on multiple members, they might take the fight there. They obviously don't want to fight into Suicune when that Whirlpool's around because they can be frozen.
Okay, they know where Vitopo is now because the Razor Leaf just coming out.
They find Vitopo. They're moving forward. Here's the heavy slam.
Heavy slam in engagement. Moving forward, going for the freeze. Over the top is Tempo on the chase here. Blitz Assistance almost goes for the save, and the pressure's on. Tempo is absolutely eviscerated. Big Garchomp Unite. Vitopo still carrying that Blitz Assistance. They're looking for a new target. Power Nap doesn't bind everybody. Then it's the Rayquaza taken by Peru. Peru is taking it. Peru is taking it. They're moving to score here in game one.
Rom trying to stop Charizard, but it won't happen. However, multiple members of Zeta now running towards the side of Peru. Tomato looking to score 50 in the top
Charizard
path, as we have Garchomp going to score 50 in the bottom path. Now they are up 359, 413, 513 to 275. Charizard Charizard still with the shield. No, it's gone. No shield, no time left. Zeta Division doesn't get Ray, but they take game number 1. It looks like they learned a lot from the last time these two teams went against each other.
I was just about to say, they are taking a page from Peru's book, not worrying about Ray and doing it the other way, raw scores and knockouts.
There you have it. Game 1 for Zeta. Absolutely dominant performance, really winning every single engagement they went into. I love the call from Peru to go for Rayquaza, recognizing that these fights have not been going their way, but they're going to go for this objective. And they do get it in that moment. But Zeta playing around it so well, only letting one member of Peru walk away with that Rayquaza shield.
Yeah, great knockouts, understanding that Peru was going all in. And when Peru dives in to try and secure Rayquaza, it kind of puts you right in a target. And it makes pretty easy work for Zeta to just chuck everything into the center and get some courtesy knockouts at the same time. Let's take a look at some clips from game 1.
Yeah, these are some big moments right here. We had this fight in the bottom path where, you know, we talked about this before the match. If Leafeon can start dominating early, it's tough for a team to come back, and that is exactly what we saw from Zeta Division here, taking big fights in the bottom path. Anemo barely making it out right there, and Mewtwo Y actually being a huge factor here, doing so much damage throughout this match.
Yeah, a lot of resources going into Rom as well, right? We saw multiple Bliss assistants going to them, and at the end of the game, we finally saw Vitopo pick up that big Bliss assistance as well. Power Nap quickly secured. Just the Snorlax left standing. Their shield is gone. Draken's beat up. No, they can't stop Zinus to score, but look at this. The rest of the team's peeling.
Yeah, they were able to KO enough members of Peru that this single Rayquaza shield was just not enough. Tomato putting in the points at the top path. MVP from that match, Vitopo on the Leafeon, 12 knockouts, 81,000 damage. And again, if this thing wasn't checked and shut down early, it would run through that entire match, and it did.
Vitopo, unsurprisingly MVP. They've gotten this nod a lot this weekend. They are the carry player for this squad. Tons of knockouts, dealing tons of damage, and honestly, the biggest menace that Zeta Division has.
Yeah, it was really tough for Peru to deal with this, and I have to wonder how they are going to react. So they were able to take away the Comfey. They were not able to have, you know, that get out of jail free card in a lot of these fights. They were not able to play Zoroark, but they had an answer up their sleeve. Leafeon looked just as powerful as some of their Zoroark games.
It really did, and maybe it's just like, if Comfey's gone, Zoroark isn't where we go type equation that Zeta Division works through. However, I really liked Wajiro's Blissey.
Yes. Yeah, I thought that was a great call, especially seeing kind of a different flavor of Blissey that we see often. Lately, it's been a lot of safeguard. You know, we've got the egg healing with this. We've got the soft-boiled Blissey. I think it was very powerful for them, allowing them to sustain through some of these longer engagements that Peru might have wanted to battle through. However, because they were able to sustain through them, some beautiful Bliss assistances, that Unite move from Blissey, saving their allies, Peru really didn't win too many fights throughout that match.
No, and uniquely, Suicune made it incredibly difficult, right? Tomato, you know, we want to talk about just headaches. You might think Psyduck, but Suicune in this one was definitely causing migraines on the other side of the map for Peru. Just another thing to have to slog through to close that gap, to get your Charizard on Vitopo. And I don't think I saw Charizard Unite on Vitopo once that game, which raises the question, is that really the answer?
Well, I mean, you saw the moment right there. I mean, you called it out perfectly, where we were waiting around Rayquaza. They're looking for Leafeon. If they can catch this Pokemon that has this insane burst damage, start the fight with something like that, they might be able to make their way through the rest of the team, even with their entire support core intact. However, they couldn't really find Leafeon. They did decide to eventually take a fight around Ray. They had to. They were behind, and beautiful plays from Zeta, recognizing what they were doing, not even really going for Rayquaza right there. You saw the Dragon Claw combo moving in, could be to possibly get a secure, but they knew that pit was going to be full of members of Peru, and one way or another, whether they got Rayquaza or not, they were going to pick up members of that team and try to knock them out.
And they were successful, getting themselves a win despite not taking Ray. Again, shades of 2 years ago at the AOS Cup Grand Finals when these two teams met last in this type of situation.
Yeah, it really does feel like Zeta has continuously leveled up throughout their time in Pokemon Unite, making a huge splash in our scene at the AOS Cup, as you talked about, when 2 teams from the Japan region were invited out to play. They made it all the way through the grand finals, taking down so many amazing teams, then eventually falling to Peru here. Now, Peru, this is not an unfamiliar position for them. Now, of course, the world stage here in Anaheim in the arena is unfamiliar to all of us. This is brand new for Pokemon. This is brand new for Pokemon Unite. But being down a game in a best of 5, needing to adjust and come back online, Peru has done this many times. They are a team that is forged in that fire.
Absolutely, and they were forged yesterday in that fire against LG, and they are in that same position where they got a little dominated here in game 1, but it's less about what happened prior. It's how you adjust and move forward, and Peru can do that. They've done it before. They're looking to do it again.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and they're going to need to against a team like Zeta. They're going to need to throw a different look at them here. What they had in game 1, they had some good moments, but they were behind for a lot of that due to Leafeon, honestly. Leafeon getting online so fast, and we had the Absol on the other side really trailing behind.
You know what I would have liked to see, we see this Zacian, but it was really Buzzwole as well that was having a great weekend out of these top path all-rounders. Garchomp can really get bullied early, I think, by Buzzwole. If Buzzwole hits 5 quickly, it can kind of take over that top path and slow down Garchomp. We saw how invaluable that was to Zeta Division's strategy in the late stages of the game, having that Garchomp kicking off good engagements, you know, big freezes from the Suicune follow-up, and it put Peru in a very awkward position.
Yeah, it was really tough for Peru to deal with, and it felt like they were on the back foot for a lot of that match. We saw this yesterday as well, kind of a unimpressive showing of Peru in their first best of 5 against LG, and then they really started to figure out what their opponents were trying to do, started to pick them apart, picking away great Pokemon from them, but also just taking better fights, recognizing what their strategy was going to be and beating them in that best of 5. They're going to need to pull something out here against Zeta. I wondered what it would be like in this first game. Sometimes teams are very cautious in game 1 of a best of 5. No one really wants to make a mistake. No one wants to put themselves out there to get KO'd and have the enemy team start to, you know, gain some experience off some of those big early speedster KOs.
Right.
That was not the case of game 1. They went in fighting the entire time, both squads.
For sure. You know, some people like to get in the pool by taking the steps and go down slowly, and some people like to lay in a fat can opener and get right into it. Both of these teams got in the water real quick and started scrapping off rip.
Yeah, the question is, how is Peru going to adjust in this moment? There's also more pressure on Peru than there ever has been. There's pressure on Zeta as well. Neither of these teams ever in this position in a grand finals at the World Championships. And Japan has so much hope for Zeta. Japan winning Worlds last year, coming back to try to do it again. We had North America win 2 years in a row. Can Japan do it now and win 2 years in a row?
Well, we're about to find out, as we have just found out. We are on screen, Cape Theatrics, whoosh, as we get into game 2.
Yeah, here we go, heading into our draft of game number 2. Zeta Division banning out the Hoopa, Buzzwole. Onto the other side, same bans. We've got Zarina and Comfey. They will not allow this Pokemon into this match.
So many high-octane tools. Suicune, Ho-Oh, which we didn't even see last game, be able to come out. Latios, which has kind of been a polarizing Pokemon in this tournament. And look at this. We already see the texture changing here as Blissey and Leafeon are snatched up by Peru immediately.
So they know that they're going to give away Suicune. There's nothing they can do about it. They have to ban the Pokemon that they are trying to target here from Zeta. But now, instead of banning Leafeon, instead of banning Blissey, that was such a problem for them in game number 1, they're just going to take them and play them themselves.
Yep, which means Charizard goes back the other way. Clefable as well, which is a Pokemon that you talk about getting a recent glow up, got buffed a little bit, and now its healing is, as we mentioned, unparalleled.
Here we go.
Ooh, Armarouge, nice.
Picking up the Armarouge. This is a Pokemon that's seen a lot of play in the last few tournaments, right? Regionals, it feels like it's gotten a lot of play. And of course, this weekend, Crustle, a Pokemon that has done very well this weekend. That Unite move is unbelievable. Has some recent buffs that have made it really tanky and difficult to deal with in some of these big fights.
If you can trap a couple players with a Rock Tomb and have everybody collapse on top of the Pokemon that are trapped, those are guaranteed knockouts, and it doesn't matter how much healing Clefable can crank out, you can get those Pokemon ripped apart. Here we go, Rom on Mewtwo wide, no surprise there.
It
Absolutely
devastating in
It
game
looked
one.
great.
And Tomy picking up the Blastoise. This is one of those picks that does go late in a lot of our drafts. And we have a few teams out of Japan that have been playing this very, very well. Final pick over to Peru, and I would be shocked if they end up grabbing the Ho. They could play it in more of a carry role, but no, instead they are going to pick up that Zacian. Yeah, and it gives them good amount of secure as well with that big Unite move that Zacian has. So they're kind of checking all the boxes here. If they get in a squirrely position late, they can still go for a Rayquaza secure, hopefully before the rest of the team is knocked out this time, and get themselves a win. We've seen Blastoise really hit high highs and low lows. And Tomy, if they're on one, they're going to need that here now. Another scaling Pokemon for them. Here we go as we're getting ready to head into our next game. Our team's moving around their Pokemon picks, putting their held items on so that they can counter their opponents and play the exact strategy that they want. Everyone here in Anaheim, let's hear it for your favorite team. Let's hear it for Zeta Division. All right, they like Zeta. They like Zeta. Give me a little something for Peru. Okay, bit of a pop. Bit of a pop for Peru as we get ready for game number 2. And Peru on the back foot here. They are going to need to make something happen. They are behind in this moment as we get ready to head to our battlefield once again. Thea Sky Ruins right there in the middle, and you can hear the chant starting as we get ready for our next game. Zeta Division, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. This is game 2 of your grand finals, best of 5. Let's get into it. Rom and Tomato running in the bottom path. Gonna have the advantage here, but we've got a little bit of a cheeky rotation out of Peru. Look, Charcadet not even showing up downstairs because they're split in the central area. Yeah, Peru nowhere to be found here to fight over this experience. Instead, deciding to get that blue buff and bring it down to the bottom. Okay. Your Tempo running up top, picking up a KO right away. Tomy in some trouble right now, going to need to peel away. Skullback and a Nemo looking for the KO with Razor Leaf. They decide to jump in, and they get it! What a good string of KOs for Peru Unite there. Getting on top of Squirtle early is important, and slowing that thing down is even more so. And look at the value here of Leafeon. We see game 1, game 2, how impactful this Pokemon is, able to do a lot at level 4. Charmeleon, on the other hand, not as powerful until it hits its level 7 Charizard, and especially when it hits its level 9 and it has its Unite move. Feeding a lot into Vitopo right now to make sure that they can get there quickly. It's a 3v2 here. Zinus is taking out and finally evolving to the Armarouge, maybe sandbagging it there for a second. And let's see if they jump into the fray here. They're waiting for a Nebo to put the pressure on. The Rock Tomb is out, doesn't trap anybody, and the peel is going. Mega Mewtwo Y is trying to hang tough, and they do. The knockout on the Nemo is a good one. Zinus is still trying to figure out how they can get to Vitopo, but it's tracking, getting the big spread off him as they have to retreat. Zinus is there. Tempo runs for cover, and now Peru has to kind of turtle up around their goal zone. You have to love that play there from Peru, trying to bait them in so that they could catch them in this Rock Tomb like they just did to Tomato there, but they weren't able to make it happen, and instead they gave up the KO on that Leafeon. That's beautiful for Zeta. They're even closer to their level 7 on Charmeleon, which will give them Charizard. Peru already showing what their strategy this game is going to be. Trap in the Rock Tomb, get in there with Armarouge, finish with Zacian or Leafeon. Zeta Division knows what's up now, and they need to play around it. Here we go. Charizard has hit Thea Sky Ruins here. 2 more levels until they have that ultra powerful Unite move. Ron just punishing Draken right here. It doesn't look like they're going to make it back to their goal zone. They go down.
That was a tough look. Again, Draken is going to be the facilitator here for Peru, and it's going to make it slightly more difficult for Peru to engage these 3 Pokemon on the side of Zeta Division.
Look how well these two teams know each other, recognizing where they are hiding in that tall grass as we have the fight about to break out here. 5 members of Zeta ready to go.
Draken eyeing up a Rock Tomb here. Can they trap anybody? No, they actually pin Tempo back, and now Tempo's caught. Vitopo goes for the burn down on the backside, and Nemo at least sorts out 2. Make it 3 as the War Turtle goes down as well. Vitopo's fading back. Tomato is running caution here. Draken X Scissors doesn't get to clip into the wall, and now Tomato and Vitopo are looking to turn the tide. Regirock is getting worked on. Peru Unite definitely has the presence and pressure. They're on top of Tomato. Big time knockout follow-up. Regirock is going to go to Peru, and they are starting to cruise.
You saw how desperate Peru was to take this fight.
Oh, another good Rock Tomb.
Over to 9. Massive Rock Tomb right here, looking for another KO. They pick one up on Tomi, moving in for 1-0, and they get another. The points ran into this bottom goal zone. They could have a perfect overcap if they can make it happen, but Mewtwo Y moves in.
Can we get a trap here by Draken? A good little Rock Tomb. Follow-up knockout. Tempo gets it. Charizard Unite pop and burns down the grass type, and that's well written in the history of Pokemon that's how that typing works. Tempo in deep water. Blizz Assistants tried to follow up, eject button out. Tempo pressure on, they can't quite get frozen by Tomato, who's incredibly low. They finally get the knockout, but Vitopo's still on the chase of Kea. Running covers the rest of the team, and we are now safeguarded out of there.
What a back and forth fight. They were fighting on that goal zone so long that Charizard was able to head to their central area, pick up a little experience, move over to level 9, and come in with that massive Unite move. But Bliss Assistance right back the other way, keeping Zacian around. Now that Char is going to need to look for some wild Pokemon so they can charge their Unite, but Anemo has theirs ready to go.
Boom, Emerald 2-step eject button out to fade that knockout, and a good look. However, we've lost sight of Tomi. Tomi being level 9 as Blastoise is important, as Peru is still trying to score on this base from goal zone, trying to close it out. Ram finally hitting Mega. Using their Unite move doesn't really hit anybody, but Tempo staying in the pocket. Wajiro with a nice follow me. Tempo trying to use their Unite move, and they are, on a sliver of HP.
Unbelievable limit testing there from Peru, and this is what we talked about with their support core in Draken and Kea, right? Able to allow their carry players like Tempo to make plays like that where other teams would not be able to. Tomato right now trying to punish them for this goal zone push.
Draken, Rock Tomb doesn't find anybody. He's going to take the long way around and try to drag Zeta Division's attention. Draken is getting low, gets frozen, caught. X-Scissor into the wall here. Tempo goes right in, tries to pop the Unite move. More rubble rousing. The follow me doesn't see anybody. Taking to the skies and burning down the metal type is that Charizard. Draken goes down as well. And now Zeta Division has control downstairs. Bliss Assistance with the deep engage. Emerald 2-step. Suicune Unite back the other way, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. We're spinning to win. Here is Tomi, and Nemo pinned back against the wall. Kea trying to stick in pocket, and it's a Nemo taking over. They're going to get out of dodge, and this is a win for Peru in that exchange.
Unbelievable moment there for Peru as Leafeon dives in for the possible secure with Razor Leaf. The Bliss Assistance finds it, moves through like an absolute wrecking ball,
from a different galaxy.
The objective, amazing stuff, and that is what you can do with this level of coordination. Leafeon should have its Unite move back online soon, earlier than Charizard, if I remember right, and that's going to be great for the next fight from Peru. However, if they give Charizard enough time, it's going to have their Unite, which is one of the most powerful in the game.
Oh, another safeguard pickup by Kea, and like I said, this support core is so important for Peru Unite's success. Zynus is now seeing 3 players from Zeta Vision pivot towards them, and they actually have to give up their buff in the central so they don't get knocked out.
Yeah, we have Zeta extremely aggressive here, and we have Anemo deciding that they are going to break this tier 1 goal zone. They're up big, 11 to 185, as Zeta is trying to even up the scoreboard a little bit. Typhoon doesn't make much happen, but Char does.
Snatched up, burned down quickly. We're getting a back cap the other way, and Peru Unite's okay. Anemo late to the fight, but looking to make an impact here. The Moonlight is up, the Moonlight goes down, Emerald 2-step is back, and we've used the Rubble Rouse at the same time. Can they push away Zeta Division? Can they get a knockout? Tomi's stuck behind the Razor Leaf, and it gets a ton of damage in, but they still pump spin on top of Draken, and now we're back on the goal zone. Peru Unite is getting smothered and covered out here by Zeta Division. Now the score lead is shrinking, but Peru Unite still ahead as Zynus gets snuffed out.
Zeta Division moving as a full force in this fight, and you have to call out the amazing freezes there from the Suicune on
good.
Zeta Division. It's shut them down so many times where you had members of Zeta on a sliver. It gives them enough time for Wajiro to come back in with the Clefable, heal them with that Moonlight. What a fight here as we have Vitopo almost at level 15. And I have to say, a level 15 Charizard is quite a bit more powerful than a level 15 Leafeon. Both incredible Pokemon, but Leafeon gets more of its value early, Charizard later, and it's later, Doom Snacks. We are 15 seconds until Rayquaza.
Quietly, the Blastoise is level 13. Tommy's going in. We've got 5 seconds till Ray. No, they fade back the engagement, but everybody kind of knows where each other is.
Yeah, they're looking for them right here as Rob is actually getting very aggressive. Wants to charge up that Mewtwo Unite. They know that they can head.
Oh, they're trying to set up a trap
with teleport right here, but they decide to just move right out of this fight. They need to engage. Peru doesn't want to take this fight until they can get Zeta to expend some very important resources in their Unite moves or pick up a massive catch and get an early KO. You can see Blastoise aggressively positioned in the bottom path right there. If they're going to run into anyone, you would love it to be that tanky Pokemon, right? They do not want Wajiro to go down or Vitopo to go down before they get to use their Unite move. Rayquaza being chipped up right now. Ron moving forward, charging up their Mega. They're looking for their opportunity to fight, and they do need to take this fight, Doom Snacks.
Wajiro's positioning. They're chipping in, waiting for this engagement. We're spinning to win. We pump on 3. Dragon has to Rubble Rouse to make sure Rock Tomb, X-Scissor into the wall, does get a stun. And now everybody split up. The chase is different. Mewtwo Y does a ton of damage. We have the Emerald 2-step coming out by Anemo, and they actually have to retreat. And now everything's settling out for just a moment, but Dragon's left on an island. Are they going to be able to get this knockout?
And here they go, moving forward right here. Rayquaza being chipped. Tempo looking for it with the Metal Claw going after Vitopo.
Oh, X-Scissor into the wall! That stuns everybody. Plus assistance, Hydro Typhoon! 3 players down for Zeta Division! Whoa! The Ice Age is out! But it's not gonna be enough, I don't think! As Peru Unite is on the chase! 4 players down! It's just Tomato! Peru wipes the squad, and they're going to score here! They're not even worried about Ray, and the Mewtwo jumps to the middle!
Wow, I mean, once again, Peru not able to take Rayquaza against Zeta, but it doesn't matter. 106-461. Peru is going to tie this thing up here in game number 2. For the first time ever, by the way, Doom Snacks, in a World Championship Grand Finals, we have got a brawl. These are often won in a 3-0 victory in convincing fashion, and we are tied up, getting ready for game number 3.
Just the prospect of getting a game 4 for us is electric. Well done. These teams are fighting forever. I love it.
Oh, man. Peru, what a turnaround from game 1. Zeta on the back foot, and this has happened to Zeta before. It's a dangerous place for them. They have dominant game 1s, and then they start to get figured out by their opponents here. Peru taking game number 2, putting Zeta in a really tough position. Now Zeta is going to have to react to how Peru wants to play it. I can tell you one Pokemon that seems to be the difference maker in these games, that Leafeon. That early pressure is unbelievably important.
Unequivocally, Leafeon is a factor here in this game, which raises the question, is it warranting a first pick at this point? Is it warranting a ban at this point? But I hope we see the clip at the end. Kraken was playing out of his gourd in the last 2 minutes.
That fight.
It was banana lands because the engagement was from Zeta Division, and they were staying on their feet the whole time. What a match! What a match!
Yeah, such an incredible one. Closer than game number 1, I would say, where Zeta felt like they were in control. This was going back and forth, even though Peru did have some amazing moments. As we head towards our Ray fight right here, we can see some of these big engagements. This was that push right before Ray from Zeta, all moving as a unit, picking up another double KO.
Here it is, here it is, here. Bang, bang, bang.
Scissor hitting 3, but look at this full team freeze we're going to see from Tomato right here. I think they get all 5 in that Unite. One of the best in the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, although it was a perfect Suicune Unite, it was not enough to overcome the triple X Scissor into the wall with the Anemo engagement.
There you have Anemo, the MVP of that game on the Leafeon. Looks like Leafeon is picking up MVPs all over the place here in our grand finals. 88,000 damage. 9 knockouts, and the thing that you really can't see on the scoreboard is how unbelievably strong it is early, allowing your entire team to move forward, your entire team to be aggressive, your entire team to take more and more experience away from your opponents.
I can't say enough about this Leafeon specifically, on whomever has it. It seems to just ball out of control. Leafeon so strong, 9 knockouts. I think I had, what, 10 or 12 the pre-game before. This is a difference maker, and I think these teams need to figure out what its role is in the equation and how to contend with it, because only one team can get it, so if you don't want anybody to have it, you gotta ban it.
You know, Doob Snacks, I got to say, it is an absolute treat here to be watching these grand finals in this arena in Anaheim and to have a real fight in front of us. These teams all tied up heading to game number 3. As I mentioned a little earlier, you don't normally see this in the grand finals. One team walks into this thing and they look like the best team in the world, hands down. But this year has been so unbelievably competitive. I think from our top 16 yesterday, just about any squad there could be in this position had some things went some different ways, right? I mean, we saw so many amazing teams make their way towards these grands, but in a single elimination bracket, you have to win every single time. That's what these two teams did to make it here.
Zeta Division, Peru, representing their regions incredibly well and really hamming it up here now that we are in the arena surrounded by thousands of people, as they are looking to get the next game win and put themselves one step closer to be your Pokemon Unite World Champion.
Yeah, both of these teams can taste it. Obviously, Japan wants to take home another trophy. We've had North America year 1, North America year 2, Japan coming out as the dominant region in year 3, and throughout year 4 here. Every single representative from Japan making it into our top 16, the only region to play this well. The competition in Japan is intense. So for you to be the best team out of there, you might just be the best team in the world.
Undeniable at this point, Spraggles. Let's focus in on where this game 3 can go between these two teams. You and I have clearly identified Leafeon as a problem. You know they know it's a problem going into game 3. At this point, does it warrant a ban? Because they're letting every other strong Pokemon that we've talked about all weekend long through.
That's the question, right? Do we start banning this? Is it just that we end up getting this as a first pick and we're going to have to sacrifice some other options? Another Pokemon that's been with it every single time also is that Blissey. Blissey sets up so many amazing moments. I mean, we saw that bowling ball, Blissey coming through with the Bliss assistance. Not only is Leafeon trying to get the secure, they're being given this massive shield, this extra damage, and the huge explosion of damage of Blissey rolling through the fight. So that combination together has secured wins for both of these squads. Maybe if a team has Leafeon but they don't have the Blissey to support it, they're not going to be able to win.
That's a very great point, because it needs like dedicated support. And the way the Bliss Assistance works and why we got to see that big bowling ball play is once you click Bliss Assistance on the target of your team that you're going for, if they use their abilities to jettison forward, it drags Blissey the whole way, which is why we could actually see on screen the Blissey and then the deep Leafeon engage and like a big old bus, the Blissey was running through for that help.
Yeah, it's such a powerful play. I still think they're going to take the Comfey away from Zeta. If they allow Zeta into their comfort zone of Zoroark Comfey, I think it could be very dangerous for them. So that's one ban that they have to take away right away. They've obviously been targeting this arena. They do not want to see it. They want to put them on something else. So that leaves Leafeon in this position where if you don't pick it, it can be taken from you, especially if they are the second position in draft.
Yeah, and I think these teams preferred the second position in draft, right?
Peru did in game number 2, interestingly enough. A lot of teams in that position, when you win a game, you end up deciding whether you want first or second. So if you get first, obviously you get the first bans. You also get the first pick, but a singular first pick, as it heads over to the other side for the second and third pick. So clearly, Peru decided, we don't care about this first pick. We know you're going to take Suicune. We have an answer to it, and we want your Leafeon. We want your Blissey.
Right, and if my little cheat screen here is right, it looks like that Zeta has chosen to be on that orange side, that second side. So they want to be in that reactionary position, right? Being able to react to whatever Peru is putting together, and of course, getting that ever valuable, what we like to call the gutter pick, the last pick of the draft, which can really be that big tide-changing Pokemon selection.
Yeah, it can always be tough, right? Some of the later picks are where these teams hide a lot of their powerful strategies, right? They don't want you to see early on what they're going to play because they don't want you to attempt to counter it. So we're going to see how they want to shift things up heading here to game number 3. Obviously, if we have Zeta as a possible second pick, something can happen, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like Zeta is going to be our first pick here.
Okay, so they went ahead and stayed on that. Sorry, the names are different, but the teams are
we Ron Burgundy the screen. Production, if you have the names flipped around, we will read them wrong 100% of the time.
100%. But Kea, of course, on Peru is on the purple side, first picking Leafeon. You want to talk about Praya right now. And we see a Zacian Hoopa pick as well, because Kea has been a monster on Hoopa.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of love this. Now, I wonder if Blissey gets stolen, and we also see that Suicune, but instead they decide to bring the Buzzwole here into this game, allowing Zeta to pick up Suicune. I don't know if they have a player that really wants this Pokemon, but I think it's one of the strongest in the game, so it would be amazing to steal away.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Zeta Division really asking the question, like, we're not sure you've got a Suicune player, somebody that can really make a difference with it. I'm glad they locked it in, because that thing is incredible.
As you can see up on our big stage here, our Pokemon that are locked in are behind our competitors. Being here live in this arena is absolutely next level.
It really is, and I love seeing that too. You can quickly identify who's on what, as Ho-Oh finally being brought into the fray in the Thea Sky Ruins.
Ho-Oh, an unbelievably strong pick, extremely aggressive early as well. It feels a lot like Leafeon in that it's so strong, so fast, it has so many great secure tools for some of these wild Pokemon, and it's so tanky that it's really difficult to take this thing down. Next 2 picks over to Peru right here.
Oh no.
They could be getting into a dangerous territory.
Oh no.
As they do lock in Inteleon, low pick rate. A lot of teams have kind of bounced off this a little bit. And Lucario. Now this is a Pokemon that you and I specifically have not loved seeing from these top teams. Even though they play it at a very high level, it doesn't seem to produce great results.
I agree. While I think Inteleon has been a bit slept on, and Zainus is a phenomenal historic Inteleon player, Tempo, also a phenomenal player without a doubt, but Lucario has not been it. Actually, some of the games they lost against Luminosity yesterday was on the back of this pick.
Yeah, this is a tough one as we head over to the final pick here. Vitopo grabbing the Dodrio. I have to say, looking at these 2 squads right here, I feel like they have a very good shot, Zeta, to take down and dismantle Peru. Yes, Peru got that Leafeon, but I feel like Dodrio has a lot of amazing options.
Yeah.
The Inteleon just gets absolutely ripped apart by it. Even Leafeon can kind of get its ankles broken a bit by the 3-headed bird here. However, if Suicune can set up some huge plays, that could be massive for them as we head in here to game number 3, our battleground, Thea Sky Ruins. As we are making our way, we see Peru Unite, your purple team, Zeta Division, your orange team, all tied up 1-1 here in our best of 5 grand finals.
Early pressure going on, and we do know how strong this Sobble is early with that water gun secure. How is Zeta Division going to deal with it? Well, they're going to run straight at him. They're going to just press them down and get in their face, make them fight for pad, and try and bully them away from that contestable Indeedee, and they are successful.
Yeah, they move forward right now, trying to take some experience away from them, even all the way on their side, but Draken was able to help secure that with Zainus. That, however, taken by Tomato. So you can see more wild Pokemon secured by the side of Zeta Division.
A lot of action up top as Kea went deep into the waters, grab both berries, and now we have a knockout up top from Peru as they're scrambling to score. Well done. Kea actually throwing the bunnies that were in path forward, getting a score as well, so good early pressure from them.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, we have the picture-in-picture right there because we have a brawl at top and bottom path over all of this experience. Vitopo now has evolved to Dodrio. The three-headed bird is here, and they're playing that tri-attack, diving in here after they shoot those 3 blasts, able to do a ton of burst damage to their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, going with a deep engagement, boosted auto in, peeling back, but Nemo is right around the corner looking for a target, but it's a Mega Mewtwo-Y looking to A-press him down. Tomatoes pushing forward, Vitopo looking for an opportunity. Right on top of the berry is a Nemo. Zainus does go down. Ram is in on the way to the backside, but now the pressure's on Nemo. Though they're on the verge of getting knocked out, and they get it! They get it!
Beautiful stuff right there. Ho-Oh does go down, but the more valuable target, the Leafeon, taken by Zeta, and you can see Dodrio already starting to bully the side of Peru here. 8 seconds until we have the Altaria Swablu spawning in the center of the map here. Tempo picking up a KO, but here comes Vitopo to punish. Kea goes down. Tempo's in some trouble right here, having to peel back to this goal zone. Vitopo now towards the center,
which gives the agency to these middle birds, to Zeta Division. Stepping forward is, of course, this Suicune trying to do their best, eject over the wall just to get away, but Zeta not looking to let him off the hook right now. Gonna go straight into the central area and gets a knockout on the Dodrio. Peru Unite looking to flip the script here as Tomatoes trying to flamethrower its coverage so Zeta can get out.
And you can see Zeta obviously recognizes that Anemo has that Unite move. They are level 8 on Leafeon, but trying to punish them still. That is the power of that Ho-Oh, the flamethrower, able to do so much damage. Pairing that with their curse item, lowering the healing on the side of Peru, very strong, especially into something like Clefable with that team-wide healing.
Big rotation by Zeta Division, 4 players on the downside here. Tomei was in the top path coming back through. Snipe Shot is online, and that's a big damage dealer here for Peru. Bang, Rum, half HP gone.
Yeah, you can see now that Inteleon is here, these Snipe Shots can set up huge moments in these fights. Look how much HP is just ripped off some of these very powerful Pokemon. If Zainus can hit a Snipe Shot right into a Nemo moving in for some of these big fights, they can take huge wins. It also has great secure potential around some of these objectives.
You can body block a Snipe Shot though, so willing to sacrifice your body for the team might be where this support core needs to go. Chipped up, smackdown, put down, bang, Unite move, and it is taken by Peru. They're gonna keep pushing. Snuffed out is Zeta Division as Peru was able to eke out the basement Reggie. Tomato on a sliver of HP, and they are not long for this world.
Beautiful stuff there from Peru. We obviously had the Leafeon moving in for the secure, and we had the option there from the Inteleon as well, peppering them with the Snipe Shots, looking to see if they could get that KO, they could get that wild Pokemon, and it looks like Dodrio able to take this all on their lonesome right in their
nice
Unite
follow
move,
me.
but a
Rolls the block.
beautiful play.
Nice follow me into the rolling the block with the Unite move. Gives a little bit of action and space for Nemo to withstand the onslaught, and Vitopo just has to peel back.
Yeah, also Clefable has this incredible power with its Unite that's often overlooked, where it recovers a ton of HP to a nearby ally once it hits that Unite move. Really strong. That helps save the Leafeon right there, as we have 4 members of Zeta marching towards the Tier 1.
You see Kea getting picked up and dragged to the side of Zeta Division, enough for them to get bullied away. Now that was just a 7-ish over, so Zeta Division does close out a goal zone, but still behind on the scoreboard.
You can see Rom here looking at what they can take away from Peru in that central area, but being pushed out. 164-87, very close match here, but it does feel like Peru, with that early aggression from Leafeon, has had more big moments, as we have Zeta moving down towards this bottom path. We have the side strike right into a teleport to pull Mewtwo-Y back.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too much here. Able to walk away is that Clefable, so less than concerned, but at least they got some information.
Unite move on every single member of Peru. We're still waiting for Ho-Oh's Unite. It's very close, but it's not there yet, and Leafeon goes in right away.
Tomei with the smackdown up and down, and now Nemo is gone. Dragged with the pressure on Mewtwo-Y. Unite is going to see if they can catch some targets. Fading back is Zainus. Pot shot on Tomato. Tons of HP is gone from them, but the push continues. Zeta actually just laying up a nice front line, and offense defensive line so they can take this Regirock. Rom eats the Bliss assistance to save them as they're peeling back. Tomi is well able to get towards the rest of the squad, and Peru Unite, no chance.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff there from Zeta, completely zoning out Peru, and after Leafeon goes down, they really could not jump in for that fight. But here comes Peru now, the Aura Cannon looking for it, but no, they fire it the other way and they miss multiple members of Zeta.
The Suicune Unite didn't trap any players as well. The close combat is going to get a knockout on the Buzzwole in tandem with the snipe shot, and it's Zainu's dialing them in. Big old finger pistol, water to your grill, son. Getting knockouts. That one flies a little wide right, Rayfinkle.
Yeah, there we have the snipe shot where if you don't charge it for long enough, it has a wide area where it can fly. Sometimes those quick charge snipes pick up massive KOs. Other times, you know, they do that.
Big 35 over for Peru Unite. We've seen some very good scraps this game, but Peru Unite up on the scoreboard, up in the experience race.
And look at that moment right there. Leafeon just being incredibly aggressive as they head towards those wild Pokemon in the center, using their Unite move right away, taking them. They recognize that if they can get the KO right here and take the wild Pokemon, they're going to charge that Unite back up pretty fast. Leafeon charges incredibly fast, one of the fastest in Unite, so you can make really aggressive plays.
Look at how Anemo is just trying to get these Indeedee low so Zainus can just pull back and get the final knockout. Pressure's on though, 3v2, and with Vitopo is there to continue just harassing Peru. How is Ron going to go into this? They're going to keep pushing forward. A bit surprised here as the snipe shot finds Wajiro.
Yeah, I mean, this tier 2 is a great place for Peru to fight, especially without all of the members here of Zeta. And we have not seen huge moments from this Ho-Oh yet. However, as we move towards Rayquaza, if multiple members of Zeta go down, that rekindling flame will allow Ho-Oh to bring them back into this fight. Peru is going to need to manage this Ho-Oh and manage its Unite move. If they can KO it early in this fight, they are in a great position. However, if they're taking multiple members of Zeta down, expending all of their Unite moves, and then Ho-Oh brings them back, this could be deadly for Peru.
Red is quickly getting worked on by Peru, putting a favorability there as Zeta Division might collapse on them.
Yeah, this is interesting here. Regi's about to go down, but here comes Zeta, secured by Lucario. Tempo in trouble as they're peeling forward. This could be Rayquaza right now.
Vitopo goes straight in, Aura Cannon through to get that shield, and we pop the Clefable Unite as well. No resource expended on the side of Zeta, but Peru Unite is down. Some Unite moves here, specifically the Lucarios and the Clefables.
This is a beautiful play by Zeta. They didn't get the objective, they didn't get a KO, but they stole 2 Unite moves. This is exactly what we talked about right here. If they can get the rest of them and then bring the team back, they are in a great position for Ray. The snipe shots, hitting the Ho-Oh right there, ticking down.
Buzzwole eviscerated, huge snipe shot here, and now Zeta Division has to go. Tomato's trying to get in range, 50Y Unite, rekindling flame is going to bring them back into the fight. Nice, follow me, Suicune Unite, Blizz assistance, Rom continues to pressure on, A pressing him down, the legendary from Gen 1, putting in one huge snipe shot on Vitopo as they're forced to run away, and it's Peru Unite that comes out ahead in that exchange.
Amazing stuff from Peru. They got the Ho-Oh Unite move and shouldn't have one again before the end of the match. All the Unite moves gone from Zeta. A powerful win from Peru. 1 minute left on the scoreboard and they are up by over 100 points. Even if Dodrio is somehow able to make a back cap happen, Peru is still ahead.
Tomato working on this Rayquaza to try to drag Peru into the middle to open up the opportunity for the Dodrio back cap.
Yeah, and here we have Dodrio looking for the fight right
now. Oh, nice flank!
Right
huge freeze!
Close combat catches 2. No KOs happen yet though. Peru heals back. They're ahead. 38 seconds left. Zeta needs to make a move.
Zainus is single-handedly shutting down Zeta Division. Oh my gosh! Lucario's coming alive. They heard us run our mouth, and they said not today. The caster curse is real, and so is this Lucario.
Look at Tempo right here, trying to embarrass these two guys in capes on the caster move, saying Lucario's a bad pick. We'll show you a bad pick. 324, 87, more points in. Peru, 1 game away from being your world champions.
Woo!
Yeah.
Peru Unite. Holy, Zainus is an absolute menace. Zainus is an absolute menace. Where has this Inteleon been?
Wow.
Zeta Division could not approach at all. Those shots were cataclysmic, dude.
They are on the precipice of becoming a world champion, the first world champion from LATAM. here for Pokemon Unite in the most intense competition that we have ever had. Zeta in trouble right now, on the ropes. They have to win 2 in a row to bring this thing back.
I can't get over this Inteleon, man. Every snipe shot that
How about that Lucario that's so bad?
Who said that?
I think it was Zoinks.
Come on, Zoinks. Get it together, brother. Just like he was wrong about Lucario, also wrong about Scyther.
And just doesn't know what's going on.
He is
He's
right
actually
here.
near the booth.
We honestly thought we didn't know you were here.
Yep.
We didn't think you'd hear that.
Thought we were talking about you with you out of the room. Okay. Heading back into some of our big moments here. You know, one thing that we do have to talk about, and I think needs to be addressed by both of these squads, is this Leafeon.
It's crazy.
So
it's got to be banned, right?
I feel like as we move towards our next game, I would not want my opponents to have it. There are so many picks that I'm okay with my opponents having, even though I don't love it. I don't love that they have Suicune. I don't love that they have, you know, Ho-Oh or something like that. But boy, this Leafeon just feels like such a difference maker.
God, and that was a great rekindling flame too.
It was.
But Zinus was just shutting them down.
Yeah.
You saw this exchange go one way, go the other. Draken steps up, huge freeze, snipe shot on Vitopo. Vitopo can no longer scrap, and then another knockout on Rom. And this is that huge close combat you were talking about, just ripping through, tons of damage, and that's a W, and shame on us. There is Lucario.
Zoinks once again embarrassed.
Embarrassed, golly.
MVP Lucario, 4 knockouts, but really what I think sealed the deal for the MVP right here is where those knockouts came.
Yeah.
Right at the end of the match when it mattered most. Moving in, you know, the amazing thing about that power-up punch, once it hits its plus move at 11, you have this unstoppable that you're able to use. Even if your opponents are trying to stun you, slow you down, you can kind of weather that storm, then move in for the fight. The close combat, able to recover some of your HP, even though you're, you know, close to going down there with Lucario. Beautiful stuff here from Peru. 1 game up, 1 game away from being the world champion. You can hear the cheer in the crowd for Peru. This audience is behind them. A team that has been beloved for a long time, has been so close for so long, is just 1 step away from a world championship.
You could actually see the smile of the players on Team Peru when they heard that chant erupt in the arena. Doesn't matter how much white noise is going through those headphones. Chants that loud are heard regardless. As we are, for the first time ever at a Pokemon Unite World Championship Grand Finals, headed to a Game 4.
Which is pretty amazing. We always see one cape dominate these We always see one team We always see one team dominate these things, and that is not the case here today.
No.
These 2 teams are so unbelievably good. You could absolutely see Zeta tie this up. And look, selfishly, I want to see Game 5. I want to see them make it happen. Zeta has decided to take the first pick, and with that, they win with Leafeon. A powerful pick. I think this is the right call at this point.
How scary is that Zarina then? I think is the real question. Buzzwole Suicune on the back-to-back for Peru. So we are seeing similar priorities just getting switched up as to where they're selected, and Peru not letting Suicune slide back to the side of Zeta Division.
Yeah, no surprise here from Zeta to see this Blissey. I think this makes total sense. They could get an early Mewtwo-Y if they think Peru's going to steal it, but it doesn't look like they're worried about that. They are going to take the Garchomp right here that did win them Game 1.
Without a doubt. And, you know, Tomy, again, yesterday had some really electric games on this Pokemon. It might be a comfort pick for them and somewhere that they need to be to really feel like they can help take over a game. And Blissey, with both of the Pokemon they've selected already, is a great strategy.
Here we go. Next 2 picks. They are stealing the Mewtwo-Y.
I love this.
I love it too. Taking it away from Zeta, a Pokemon that I feel like in the hands of Rom has been unbelievably strong. So I'm interested to see how they want to react to this. Also, the Crustle pick for Peru. Loved it earlier. So powerful. Set up a game-winning play for them in Game 2.
Okay, it looks like we're going to have an aggro horse here. No experience share on that. Selected by Rom. Going to be trying to scamper around Arthea Sky Ruins. How is Peru going to use their gutter pick to counteract that?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Okay. We might see them grab Scyther and bring it out here. It is a staple pick for this team, and they lock it in with the World Championship on on the line. On the other side, you talked about it. Galarian Rapidash, pretty new addition to Pokemon Unite that's been doing very well in the competitive scene the last few months. However, it didn't get to see a lot of play at regionals. It was banned out from that competition. Now here at Worlds, you've seen some great players pick this up.
How excited do you have to be as a Peru fan to see in this potentially set winning game lock in the Scyther?
I think Peru makes a lot of their picks based on how much it would make you and I look like fools here.
Yeah, and they are succeeding.
And they are succeeding every time, as we have generally not been behind Scyther. But I can tell you this audience is behind Peru, as once again a chant was breaking out for them.
Why don't we get a little crowd hype here?
Sure.
If you're here to bark up the tree of Peru, let me hear ya!
And if you want to see Zeta Division take it to a Game 5, let me hear ya! Here we are, Thea Sky Ruins. This could be your last match here as Peru, your orange team, is up 2 against Zeta Division, your purple team. These are your Pokemon Unite World Championship Grand Finals. Zeta needs to win 2 in a row to make this happen.
Zainu's already sussing out where Rom was going, and that's going to be a quick stack attempt by Rom, and they are successful. Poor little Draken, little Dwooble looking good with that whipped cream and strawberry on top, getting pressured by Tomato, and coming pretty successful here in the face of the Big Lax.
Yeah, nice plays there from Peru. They're able to get the focus band off of Tomato early. That's going to mean that Zeta is not going to be as aggressive there with the Snorlax. But no, focus band right the other way. So both defenders giving up a huge item early that's going to need a lot of time to recharge.
Well done, pressure early by Zeta Division. Decent secures. Draken doing their best as well, as we've got some parity here. Up top, we've got Scyther hanging out, looking to make their impact felt.
Yeah, Scyther in the top path here, looking to start a fight as we are taking a look at Zainus and Draken here in the bottom path. Leafeon right now hiding in this tall grass. Not stereotypical for the Leafeon to head to the bottom path right here, but they're trying to secure as much of this as possible and get Rom online at level 5 and make sure that Zainus can't hit their power spike where they can Mega.
We did get a knockout upstairs, so Peru Unite was able to get some points in. However, the experience goes to Zeta Division in the bottom path.
Yeah, and here we have Galarian Rapidash just hiding in the tall grass, trying to use that Dazzling Gleam to pick up some of these secures. They were able to do it right there. However, Zainus now level 5. They have become Mega Mewtwo. Why?
Just A-pressing, right? Nice little trap on Rom, and that puts them in trouble. And that's why you select this Crustle as they seal the deal with the Rock Tomb.
And there, right there, you can see that that focus band still being gone was huge for Peru in that moment, able to take a KO right here. Tempo now in some trouble as we have Zeta pushing towards this goal zone. Suicune trying to stop it, but just a little too late. Grabbing Vitopo. Vitopo's going to need to peel back here, and here comes Anemo with a big wing beat.
Right over the top. Wajiro tries to split the coverage here as Tomi is just goes straight in and picks up a huge knockout.
That was massive for Tomi right there, committing to that fight, taking down the site. They're stealing away those powerful buffs and all of that experience. You definitely don't want to hand that over to the Garchomp. As soon as it hits level 9, it is a massive, massive threat.
Moving through the center area is this Galarian Rapidash here, looking to make a difference. We'll see what Reggie gets prioritized by these two squads.
Pretty close here in the bottom path between these two squads here.
Ooh, X-Scissor to the wall.
Caught in a massive way, and here comes Anemo.
Dual wing beat is there. Rom gets bullied out, but the split is back the other way. They want to get on top of these birds. Kea is fighting the good fight here. 2v1. Can they get Tomi? Okay. Good seal to deal by Vitopo. Pressure continues. Tomato is low. Dual wing beat. The berry is there. They're going to get some points in when they've got the opportunity.
Yeah, and here we go. They're going to score, stack up, leave this goal zone at 1, and head down towards this bottom objective while we have Zeta Division ripping through the top Reggie Alecki. 2 members of Peru moving towards that. Easy secure here on the Reg Ice. Easy secure on the Reggie Alecki. The top path has the push going
Tomi
on,
goes
but
down.
Tempo's trying to stop him. Sending him into the air, looking for the KO, but Vitopo barely escapes.
The speed for that Leafeon is unmatched. As look at Tempo, just willing to fight everybody. Picks up Wajiro. Backdoor Anemo. Big Scyther Unite, which forces out the Emerald 2-step. and they take care of Buzz at the very least.
You got to give it up to Galarian Rapidash right there. A smart strike on Anemo, stopping them from continuing their dash towards that Leafeon. Beautiful play there from Galarian Rapidash. Nice, huge
X-Scissor, yeah. Okay, oh, heavy slam there on the Mewtwo Y. Big Mewtwo Y Unite. Is the rest of the team going to follow up? Anemo is here to try and close the door on Tomato. They're putting the pressure on. Oh, Galarian Rapidash steps in. Anemo changes their target priority to Rom, and they get him down. Oh, everybody's getting knocked out. Rock Tomb's there for the trap. Garchomp Unite is popped, but it doesn't find a soul. It's just Vitopo standing, and there's not enough to stop this push for Peru.
Oh, Vitopo goes to score, but instead Peru scoring in the bottom path. Raining points in. Kea not able to score an additional 30. Vitopo scored. They could base, they could run back through the entire squad. Waiting in the tall grass for members of Peru to come back. Draken has gone down, but Vitopo has not yet found their mark.
Vitopo wanting to get Kea, but not enough to take care of Kea, because Kea's level 9 is sitting on pad right now. Quick rotation through the middle.
Wow, that was such a beautiful play from Peru, and it looked like Zeta was planning to counterpunch with Vitopo near that goal zone. They just weren't able to make it happen. They waited too long. Peru did not make their way back to that goal zone. Real heads-up play by Peru, recognizing that they were going to be in trouble. Anemo right here just being taken down in a huge way from that Galarian Rapidash Unite.
Yeah, I mean, now we're just kind of fading each other almost, right? The scoreline's close enough. Tempo goes over the wall, picks up Vitopo, uses the Buzzwole Unite, can't get the knockout. The two-step is out. 3 players down instantly. How will Zeta Division use this advantage?
Yeah, they finally have a moment here where they can score, right? They're going to head down towards this tier 1. We do have Scyther running down. They recognize it. They can see the timer coming up, and instead they decide to pivot up towards the top path. They're going to take the experience in the center. They're actually going to give up this bottom objective. They're behind on points, so I think they would much rather have Regieleki right now.
No, you're exactly right. And they put good pressure on Tempo, figure out that where they were, so they couldn't step up, and Peru just trying to adjust on the map in the best way possible.
Regieleki now marching toward the tier 2 goal zone of Peru. Peru looking for an opportunity to get some experience, to get a score in, to pick up a massive KO. Anemo hiding in that tall grass here, recognizing that they might have to head back at any moment to help their team defend. Tomi moving through the center right here, but getting caught by Draken.
Does Tomi get over the wall? Yes, they do very quickly. Anemo's there to try and close the door. Emerald two-step and eviscerated. Big catch, Mewtwo Y Unite as well. Rubble rousing his Dragon X Scissor into the wall. Gargantuan. The Ice Age has been presented, but is it going to be enough? We've got the Galarian Rapidash Triangle is out, and it looks like the Bermuda Triangle for Zeta Division themselves. They are sinking out here in that team fight.
That Draken Unite move on Crustle was so massive. 4KO on the cake. Unbelievable here. I mean, what an insane fight from Peru. Anemo caught right there, but they left it up to Crustle to carry the team.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't just leave it up to Crustle?
I mean, I guess we need to start all of a sudden. Peru here now in a great position. They're ahead on the scoreboard. They need to make sure that they charge up their Unite moves, but they've won a lot of these fights. Even with the Leafeon on the other side, it has not had the impact that we've seen in our earlier games. 1 minute now until Rayquaza. Possibly the last Rayquaza we are going to see this entire season. If Peru can take this game win, can take this Ray, can beat Zeta one more time, they become the world champions. First ever champions with Latin America.
Getting good position here is Zeta. Buying time, 30 seconds till Ray. We've got a basement Reggie on the horizon. Peru Unite trying to figure out exactly what Zeta is up to.
Yeah, and Zeta right now is making some of the biggest decisions they will ever make in Pokemon Unite with their tournament on the line. Allowing Regirock to go towards the side of Peru, recognizing that they can't contest it. Instead, getting some aggressive positioning around Ray. It could be their final Ray. Japan's last hope is in Zeta. Buzzwole misses right here. They decide to push forward and then peel back. Tempo looking for a catch with some of their powerful moves. If they could make it happen, they could win the entire thing. Can they get that Leafeon? Can they get that Rapidash? If they do, the dominoes will start falling and Peru could win. If they can't, and Zeta Division can find a good pick, can take down Finest.
Blocked against the wall!
Tempo in trouble. They're looking for them. The Rock Tomb peels the team away, Doob Snacks. The time is ticking. Zeta has to make a play. Rayquaza is being chipped by Garchomp. We recognize that they're moving in. Ray is getting low. Heavy Slam moves in. Tomi getting frozen.
Draken with the trap. Can they X-Scissor through? The block covers them. and now they have to peel back. Draken in deep waters here. Tempo uses their Unite move right into the power nap, and it's Vitopo there to catch him. Mewtwo Unite is on. Huge Ice Age gets two. Peru Unite's got them eyed down. The block is up, but their HP bar is shrinking. They're on the verge of getting knocked out, and they're gone. It's just Vitopo standing in the way of Peru Unite becoming your world champions. Rayquaza's getting worked on. Vitopo's trying to find a way in. They Emerald two-step, and they are getting a knockout. They eye their way in. Rayquaza's low. It's secured! It's secured! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the Alpha and Omega. We are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite!
Peru Unite takes Rayquaza here in game number 4. They're up by hundreds of points. They have the Ray Shield. As time is ticking down, Zeta cannot make it happen. Peru is now putting points on the board and taking this moment to recognize that they are about to be crowned world champions of Pokemon Unite. In a short 20 seconds, they will be able to celebrate their victory, a victory that has been years in the making, from seeing them on the world stage at the AOS Cup go up against Zeta Division. The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions! What a moment for a team that has fought so hard to get here, for a team that has always been so close. Finally able to claim that world championship title for Peru.
No words. We've gotten to watch this team over the last 2 years come so close and fall just a bit shy, whether it was LG or any other team that managed to end their run. There is nothing that was going to deny Peru Unite.
After you see them take down their rival in Luminosity yesterday, you recognize that this team was the team to watch. Could they stop Japan, the best in the world? Where here in Game 4, they were able to do just that. As we are taking a look at some big moments from that match, and the crowd is cheering them on up here on the big stage. Just such an incredible story, such an incredible run from them. Having to not only defeat the Giants from North America, but then the best team out of Japan. You couldn't have a harder run to become the world champion.
Draken is insane, dude. He's so good at this game, man.
Quadra from Crystal.
I mean, and this was it, right? Just a huge engagement, getting into the deep waters, 3 players down. Tomato is doing their best. And tip of the cap to Vitopo for giving their team a chance, but there was nothing that Peru was going to let deny them this game.
What an amazing game.
Yes. My life for a Crustle MVP. My life for Draken to get the flowers in this moment. Wow.
Unbelievable. You often see it. It's a Leafeon, it's a Zoroark, but today the MVP of the World Championships is the Crustle. We're going to throw it up to the big stage where Zoinks is waiting with your champs. Take it away, Zoinks.
Hey.
Welcome to the stage where we have your champions of Pokemon Unite all over the world, Peru! All right, we got to hear from this team. An amazing grand finals, and you had a rematch against this team. It was phenomenal. But the first question, how good does it feel from top 4 last year now to the world champions this year?
¿Qué se siente subir de un top 4 del año pasado a finalmente ser campeones mundiales?
La verdad, palabras no son lo que puede expresar, solo emociones. Como pueden ver, estoy muy emocional y muy contento. La verdad que al fin todo el esfuerzo que yo y mi equipo, mi familia, hemos hecho desde hace tantos años.
There are no words. As you can see, I only have emotions. I'm extremely excited. I'm happy. All the consistency, all the training that my team had, and the support from my family, it's just, I have no words.
All right, well, you had a lot of support out here on the crowd, but we know that the 5 of you have been supporting each other for a long time. You played together as a team for years now. How good does it feel to win on stage with this 5 players?
Los 5 se han estado apoyando mutuamente por varios años. ¿Qué se siente que ustedes 5 son los que están ganando en Campeonato Mundial?
La verdad, haber cumplido este sueño con mis amigos es algo que hemos estado presionando desde hace mucho tiempo. Y ahora que lo hemos consagrado, estamos muy contentos con nuestro desempeño y esperamos ir dándole mucha felicidad a toda la gente de Latinoamérica.
I'm just extremely excited and extremely happy to be able to win this championship with my friends. And I hope that I can keep bringing happiness to Latin America.
Amazing. All right, well, you were able to win in front of all of these people in the arena, but I know you have a lot of people watching at home and supporting Peru from afar. So, anything to say to all the fans here in the arena and all around the world?
¿Algo más que quieras decirle a tus fans y a todos los que te están viendo alrededor del mundo?
Sí, muchas gracias a todos los que están haciendo retransmisiones, a todos los que nos mandan mensajes. Sé que no les respondo a todos, es muy complicado a veces, pero siempre los veo, siempre los leo. Estoy atento a cada mínimo apoyo que ustedes nos dan, a mí y a mis compañeros. Siempre los tengo presentes a todos. Así que muchas gracias por apoyar a mi equipo, en las buenas y en las malas.
I'm extremely grateful to all of our fans. I know that you're all sending us messages and sometimes I cannot reply, but know that I'm always reading them. Thank you for your support.
Amazing. All right, one more time for your Pokémon Unite World Champions! Spraggles, Doomsnacks, back to you.
Zoinks, thank you to Peru Unite for putting on an incredible grand finals. A little upset at production won't let us on stage because they think we'll do too much cape stuff, and I think they're probably right about that. That was the best grand finals we have ever seen for Pokemon Unite. Again, most of the time you see these grands, one team is just heads and shoulders above the other, but what a match between these two titans.
Yeah, as this game continues year in, year out, you see the skill disparities and just the talent disparities shrink across all of these regions. And now we just had a great team from the West square off against a great team from the East. West comes out ahead here in Pokemon Unite Championships Year 4, but this is not going to stop Japan from roaring back.
Yeah, they're just such an unbelievably strong region. They have been incredible since their year where they won the World Championship, showing up here at Worlds as the best region by far.
All 4 teams making it to day 2.
Yeah, all 4 of their squads that qualified for Worlds make it to day 2, where you look at a region like North America with very powerful teams, only 2 making it through. You look at other regions like APAC having a few teams move through. Japan being that strong. Steel sharpening steel over there, but it still wasn't enough to take down one of the greatest threats in the game. Peru has been that since their win at Eos Cup a few years ago, and they've always been so close. They got so close last year, getting very deep towards those grand finals, but they just couldn't make it. As we're going to take a look at some of the big moments here from our grand finals, Doob Snacks.
Beautiful walkout here. Oh, didn't know we were going to be. Oh, that's a cape thing. I honestly thought that was me.
You thought that was happening live.
I thought that was happening.
I want everyone to know, Doob Snacks thought what we're seeing right now was live, and he was trying to become himself.
It was crazy work. I was like, why are they taking the camera shot from mine? Anyways, doesn't matter. Peru Unite, absolute clinic here, but it was them really taking advantage of this second game.
Yeah, I mean, massive stuff from Zeta in game number 1, and I think you really have to shout them out. They showed Peru that Leafeon was one of the most important Pokemon to pick, and it wasn't until Peru started stealing it away and then looking for counters for it later in this series that they really came online.
You know, we've been wrong about a lot of Pokemon this weekend, but one thing we did absolutely nail is the impact of Crustle, and Peru Unite really making it work here. This, I'm not going to harp on Lucario because that made us look bad, especially Zoinks.
I wouldn't bring that up again.
But what an execution plan that Peru had here in this third game.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And you have to really give it up to Peru. That was that moment where they could hear the crowd cheering their name, which was pretty incredible here. I do have to also give it up to them picking one of their best Pokemon, really the signature Pokemon from this team, Scyther, and bringing it here to the grand finals, winning their way was amazing. Crustle with a 4 KO. Wow.
You know, we kicked off the show by saying 2 players to watch on Peru were Kea and Draken. And you know what? Maybe we're right more than we think we are. But really, Anemo, Draken, Kea, this whole squad, Zainu stepping up, getting it done, and making themselves, earning themselves that World Championship.
Let's take a look at the story this weekend, Dupes Next. Obviously, we had an incredible group stage, and out of that, we got this top 16 bracket. And look at the diversity in these regions here. This just shows how strong this game is worldwide. Stamina Esports from Latin America North, Peru, Unite from LatAm South. We had Aegis Flames on a legendary run out of Brazil, taking down the ACL winners, Insomnia from Japan.
Yeah, and Nouns Esports Talon, Noun 2-0, finds themselves against Luminosity 2-1 in what was maybe one of the matches of the weekend there.
Insane set.
LG taking care of QT Dig to find themselves in that spot. Look, our quarterfinals, our top 8 had 8 different regions. There was no parity across the board. It was one and done for each one of these. And Peru Unite from LatAm South, of course, your Unite champions.
You know, I know a lot of people thought maybe in year 3 we would see something like this out of Peru, right? They were looked at as one of the best in the world. They shocked everyone at EUIC, coming in there and absolutely dominating, even taking down the team they just faced off against right now. Formerly Kabi-chan's, currently Zeta Division in those grand finals, and somehow they have done it again. You know, staying together as a squad, continuing to work on that relationship. Throughout this year, as I've been watching Peru, I think they've had some stumbles. And in fact, in a lot of their matches, it feels like they've had moments where they were behind, but no team has adjusted better. No team has played better with that pressure than Peru. It's unbelievable how many sets they've gone so deep with great teams and pulled out victories. It really shows why they are champions.
It's almost like they need that first game in a best-of-5 to calibrate.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, okay, we've got to figure it out now. Let's get to work.
Don't lose anymore.
Yeah, like let's get to work. And not losing is a great strategy to winning, as it turns out.
One of the best ever. If you're trying to win, if you lose, you won't win.
Yeah, losing is opposite of winning. So if you don't do that by proxy, you win.
This is why we're here. Okay? You're not going to get this type of analysis from anybody
This and capes.
This and capes.
They're like, only capes this year. We didn't even want to wear these. They gave these to us.
Full disclosure, we kept it a secret for a long time because we thought they would tell us not to wear capes.
That is really true.
We sprung it on them last minute. I mean, what are they going to do? We don't have anything else to wear. Oh, man, this has just been one of the absolute best. This is my favorite grand finals we've ever got to cast. This is the best World's grand finals we have ever had. It has just been amazing. And, of course, Championship Sunday is going to continue to roll on. All of our games here are going to have insane moments in this arena. And I can't overstate it. I kind of want to give you a little FOMO at home. Being here is next level. There's been nothing like it for Pokemon.
Can we do something?
We can do something.
We can do something. All right. On the count of 3, everybody in the arena screams so everybody at home feels bad for missing what we've got going on. 1, 2, 3.
You hear that? They're monsters. They want you at home to feel bad. How horrible this audience is.
Not bad, jealous.
Jealous.
Green with jealous rage, you should be at home. But we're happy you're here. Thanks for tuning in.
Of course, we are happy that you are
Production is not happy with what we're doing right now.
When do they ever like what we're up to?
Yeah, no, we won't stop. You guys let us up here. Continue.
It's just amazing to be here in person. I have to shout out the stage that we have here where you see changes on it during this competition, and I know that will continue on throughout the day, but we have a very important moment to share with you right now, of course. Let's head on up to the big stage for our trophy ceremony.
It's time to recognize our finalists and newest 2025 Pokémon World Champions. First, congratulations to our finalists. Zeta Division. I am Tomato. Wajiro! Rom! Vitopo! Tommy! Let's hear it one more time for Zeta Division! And now, the team who outlasted everyone else and climbed to the top spot. Please give a big hand to our 2025 Pokémon UNITE World Champions, Peru Unite! Animo! Thank you to all the teams who participated this season to make it to this point. And a special thank you to everyone who watched the qualifiers and live events along the way. We can hardly wait until next season for another round of Unite.
What an amazing run from an amazing squad. Peru finally does it and becomes your world champions. And I assume they were going to go from that camera.
Yep.
Clearly, it is the other camera, but I'm not turning around. So
hold on.
You're going to have to switch to the other camera that I obviously thought you were going to cut to.
This is...
Clearly, we were not ready.
Nobody deflates a moment like old Spraggles and Snacks. Holy smokes.
I know you're loving not cutting to the other camera that we are both looking directly into right now. But, well, I could do this all day. Hey!
They're like...
They're like, there's all these people, Jake. We never told you that camera. And we're right back to it. We're ready to go.
Seamless out here by the Unite brothers.
Perfect. Man, what a season. This has been the most competitive, most exciting season we have ever had in Pokemon Unite. The best grand finals, the most diversity of teams heading into our top 8, every single region coming to play, getting better and better, leveling up every single month, every single cup, every single live event, all of the stories from Luminosity assembling the Infinity Gauntlet, winning LAIC, NAIC, and EUIC, but coming up short here at Worlds to Peru Unite. And then, of course, ACL, this incredible tournament with the best of the best teams out there, being taken down by Insomnia, who also came up short here in our top 16. Zeta Division, this team that has always been there, one of the best in the world, the best out of Japan, making it all the way to Grands, but still Peru able to take them down. Just an absolutely insane weekend of games.
The competition across the world in every single region has been elevated this year in a very noticeable way. You could see it in our top 8, like we said. 8 different regions represented from there. Japan really the only ones with everybody from their region kind of crossing from the day 1 to day 2 threshold, but that didn't mean we have a smattering of regions in there. It was incredibly diverse. These teams are leveling up year in, year out. These regions are leveling up year in and year out, and year 5 is poised to be another banger.
Yeah, so many amazing changes coming to the game as well that they have talked about. I mean, we just saw them battle out on Thea Sky Ruins, but I know soon enough that is going to look very, very different. Right. We have more new Pokemon coming to the game, more Mega Evolutions are coming to Unite. There's just so much that is happening on the horizon, and even though the season is ending now, it's going to be picking back up sooner than you think.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we kick things right back off at LAIC. So you'll have to be on ice for a moment, but plenty of time for these trainers to train up and get ready for that competition here going into year 5.
We've got an interview with a fan out in the audience. We're going to throw it on over to that right now. Take it away.
Thank you, Spraggles and Snacks. Jim Lawson here with Pokemon GO. Trainer Haydonis, winner of 9 booster packs here at the main event. We're going to be playing a little fun game while we get our table switched out, but let's give it up one more time for Peru Unite. All right, Haydonis, California local, I might add. How's your Pokédex knowledge?
Not too bad. We'll find out right now.
We're going to be doing Who's That Pokemon? We're going to be showing you some silhouettes of hopefully recognizable Pokemon and see how you do. I think we got 4 or 5 lined up for you. Should we get our first up on stage or up on the screen?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. Question number 1. Who's that Pokemon? Hey, Donis, do you think you got this one?
Might be kind of tough, but I'm going to have to go with Pikachu.
What do we think in the crowd? Pikachu? We got it! Let's go! All right, you're on a hot streak, currently 1 for 1. But can we keep up the momentum? Let's find out. Number 2, we have...
I want to say Machamp. I don't think Machoke has 4, so Machamp?
I think we got 4 arms there. Yeah, it is the Machamp Adonis. We're giving you some layups here, 2 for 2. They're only going to get harder, though. How are you feeling?
I'm noticing a theme here. What if the next one is Jigglypuff or Fennekin?
Okay, maybe. This trainer went to the Pokemon Center, I think. Let's bring up number 3. Adonis. Who's that Pokemon? Was not Jigglypuff, I'll tell you that.
Not 8, but 9 tails.
9 tails? Let's find out. There it is. 3 for 3. Hey, Adonis, on a roll. All right, how are you feeling? You think you can get this next one without even looking at it?
Well, 3 is almost better than my match record this weekend, so I'm feeling pretty good right now, honestly.
Look, you're featured here in Championship Sunday, so you're doing great. All right, let's bring up number 4, okay? Let's take a look. Who is that Pokemon? We're sticking to one region here. I'll give you a hint. Kanto. I heard the crowd say Pikachu. I'm not so sure.
Pikachu in a costume, maybe in Go. I have to go with Meowth.
That's right. All right, 4 for 4. Can you wrap this up here? Can you clinch it? It's clutch time. Let's bring up our 5th Pokemon, Silhouette. This is going to be the hardest one, surely. All right, we're getting out of Kanto here, Hey Adonis. What do you think?
Well, it seems like they didn't really believe in me to go for the hard stuff, so for Alligator.
Let's take a look. It is the Feraligatr. You nailed all 5 of the Pokemon. Congratulations, Hey Adonis. How hard was that? Was that easy, or are you really struggling there? A lot of computations going on in the Cortex.
That was really hard. Really hard.
You made it look easy, what can I say? All right, well, guess what? I have some good news for you. We actually have a participatory t-shirt. Whether you had 0555, we're gonna get you the t-shirt. Looks great, good color on you, by the way, Hey Adonis. Anyone that you wanna say hello to back home?
Shout out to my parents, shout out to SoCal Swablu, shout out to Dre Flames.
I'm sure that we'll be seeing him on social media later. All right, thank you, Hey Adonis. We are gonna be going back to the casters. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Obviously, we didn't get a single one of those Pokemon right. That was Zygarde the whole time. Every time. Zygarde, no? Dang.
I was going with Ditto variants. Ditto Pikachu.
I liked that, yeah.
Ditto Machamp. Wrong.
You were a lot closer than me.
That's fair. You were in a weird
in another realm, I think, you know? I thought they were trying to trick him, you know? But obviously, they started easy. I think it's going to get tougher as the day goes on.
We don't
what
know
if it's the same ones all day?
We actually don't know if that's the next thing we're doing, too. Like, that might have been the only crack at that game that we're doing.
That's a great point. We have no idea.
There are no other Pokemon to choose from, by the way. Those 5 are it.
Yeah, is Silhouette, anything else is anything else. Those ones are clear, I would say.
Exactly.
We're going to have more amazing stuff as we get set up. Obviously, each game has a different, exciting setup on stage. Each stage is going to interact with each game in a different way, which is going to be really cool throughout this weekend. We're getting set up for Go right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for everybody at home, they selected us to carry you through this experience. So we're going to do our best.
Yeah, we're going to do our best.
We're certainly not going to do our worst.
Well, I mean, maybe.
But it's not intentional. If that's how it happens, it wasn't intentional.
Can I tell you what we're dealing with right now, just so you all at home know? We're pretty sure that somewhere there is a t-shirt gun, and we've asked for it maybe 150 times.
I pitched this idea 4 years ago, and I think the real travesty is we might actually have them for this event in the arena, and the only person they won't let use it is me.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna let us have it.
It's just a gutting experience.
What? Where is it? Okay, so
this is banana
so
land.
unbelievable.
I am livid.
Give us the t-shirt guns,
please. We get one, right? We get one. Okay.
We get one?
We get one.
That's
okay. We do get one
on camera.
What a mistake! Oh, now we're back this way.
Why do they keep switching?
This is wild work.
Our
producer,
we're here. Luke says we get to hold the t-shirt gun one time. One time? All right.
Hold it or like fire it? We get to fire it. Oh, heck yes. Okay.
Okay, one time. Wow.
What's the range on this thing? I want to make somebody in the top bowl real happy.
A lot.
It's like, can I go across? What? Hold on. What's a lot? Can I go like across top?
150 feet? I have no idea how long that is.
Okay, get the measuring tape. We need to figure this out.
I'm gonna figure it out.
Can somebody figure out the 150-foot radius from our casting booth?
Yeah.
We need to know who the lucky winners are
Someone
going to
in the
be.
crowd, wave your arm if you think you're about 150
Who's
feet away.
at
They think they're about 150 feet away.
That is an ecstatic group of 150. Top Bowl over here had a real chance. No excitement whatsoever. Not getting a T-shirt.
Not getting, they think they're 150 feet. Brother,
Okay.
you are 75 feet tops and you know it.
There's a good chance if we fire right there, they're getting snuffed out.
They're telling us there's a safety on this thing.
Not when it's in our hands.
Is it on?
It's already loaded. Okay, so I just got to push the safety and fire.
Wait.
Okay, hold on.
Is
We
it
got to
good to go?
I feel like
so the safety is off?
No, the safety is on.
Safety's on.
Can we just take like a Men in Black-esque picture right now?
Don't hum it.
Why didn't they give this to us? Who knows? Why weren't we part of the planning?
I'm
okay,
gonna send
you're
mine
going this way.
Yeah,
You've
I'm
got
gonna
to.
send it this way.
Okay.
You want to fire it off first?
I mean, I guess. I will assassinate somebody in the front row if I go too close.
It can't be you.
We got to put a depth chart.
can't
Start
be
recording.
you.
We're going right over you here.
All right.
Here we go. I'm sorry, you guys are too close. That is a safety issue. Here we go. We're going. Oh, I see him. Single kid up there. Whoa!
Yeah, baby.
Well done, me.
All
well
right.
done, you. Single-handed grab. Put that. Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Beautiful. Guy with the Swiffer, I'm aiming right at your head, buddy. All right. I don't know who's going to get this, but I'm sending it. Maybe the no look.
The no look? No.
No way!
A tragedy.
One more shot.
One more shot.
Give it.
Well, now you got to give me one.
Well, now I know 150 feet's
Well,
like
you got to go like over here.
Sorry, guys.
Load me up again. Load me up again.
Nothing I can do.
This is BS. He doesn't get 2 and I only get 1. Malarkey. How much? Okay. Oh, how long do I have to hold this? 3 seconds. Better make it 5.
All right, you ready?
Oh, you want to do like a twofer, like all like one knee go low, you go over top?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a cool shot. This is definitely only about us.
You down.
Okay, where are you going? You going like this way?
Well, we kind of already went I'm heading this way.
You're heading this way?
Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna go straight.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Go! Oh, didn't take the safety off. There we go. Oh my! Yo!
No.
I am the best! I looked awesome.
What's happening?
I looked awesome. What? No, he doesn't. Are you kidding me? I'm not giving it.
This gun it can't even shoot a t-shirt more than 41 feet. I have no idea how far a foot is.
The lie detector determined that was a lie. Mine went a quarter mile. Section 309 looking real live.
All right, we're going to send it to another interview.
We have another interview.
I'm taking that. I'm positive.
No shot. 0.
Well, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties with the t-shirt cannon. So while we're going to take a look at that, my name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm here with Hannah, who showed up at 8 o'clock this morning for the video game championship finals tonight. Hannah, how does it feel to be up this early for something that's happening a long time from now?
I'm really excited.
Can I make it worth your while at least?
Yeah.
All right. How well do you feel like you can pronounce Pokemon names?
I think I'm pretty good.
Audience, how well do you think you can pronounce Pokemon names? Yeah? Yeah? All right, here's what we're going to do, everybody. So, Hannah, we're going to show a Pokemon up on the Jumbotron, and you're going to get a chance to pronounce that Pokemon name first. When the answer is revealed, everybody, I want you all to just say it with me. I'll count you in. And then, Hannah, if you get them all right, we will have a prize for you that will not be fired out of a t-shirt cannon at close range. All right, here we go. Let's see that first Pokemon. How do you pronounce this Pokemon's name?
Drapion.
All right, let's see it up there. Audience, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Drapion. That's okay. Let's try again. Let's keep it going. All right. Who's this Pokemon?
Illumise.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Illumise! Ha! Got you on that one. That is correct. That is actually correct. So, Hannah, do you want to take a moment to maybe recenter here? How you feeling?
A little nervous now.
That's okay. Do you know reading is actually very hard?
Yeah.
Do you know what happens when you play Pokemon games at a young age?
No.
You teach yourself how to read, and then you don't know how to say things.
Yeah.
That's what I did, so. All right, let's try this again. Let's see number 3. All right, we just saw a lot of this guy, right? Y'all were paying attention, right? I didn't have my coffee yet, so I actually don't know. All right, Hannah, who's that Pokemon?
Rayquaza?
Oh, can we get a hint maybe, audience? You want to give a hint? All right, Hannah, who's that Pokemon?
Rayquaza.
All right, let's count her in. 1, 2, 3. Rayquaza! Yeah, Pokemon Unite has your back. We video games have to help each other out. All right, number 4. Who's this Pokemon? Okay, I think us VG players know this, maybe?
Farigiraf?
I think that's right. Ready, everybody? 1, 2, 3. Farigiraf! Yeah, fun fact, that's actually Girafarig scrambled around a bit, and it's actually very hard to spell. I did teach myself how to read. All right, let's go. This is going to be our final Pokemon here. And it's going to be, another VGC favorite.
King Gambit?
All right, is it King Gambit? Ready, everybody? 1, 2, 3. King Gambit! Yay, Hannah, you got all of them right?
Yeah!
How's it feel?
Really great.
All right, well, why don't we go ahead and see what your prize is? Wow, it's a t-shirt! Now, Hannah, I know you said you're here for the video game finals, so I have to ask you a couple of questions. Do you have a favorite going into the finals later on tonight?
Geo.
And why Geo?
I'm also local to DFW, so.
Awesome. And if you had any advice for Geo going into the finals, what would that be?
Don't lose.
Don't lose. You love to hear it. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody watching, or maybe some of your friends back in the audience?
Yeah, Scarlett, Elle, Alex, Scraw, and Nathan are all here watching with me.
Awesome. Well, I hope that you have a lot of fun watching the rest of the games and that you're able to make it all the way to VG Masters Finals later on in the day. That's it for me here for now. Why don't we go ahead and check in with Butters and Caleb, who are all ready to go.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers. We're here to kick it off for the grand finals of Pokemon GO.
And on one side, we have accolades and experience in Pokémon. On the other side, grit, determination, and most importantly, maybe a team composition advantage in Beelzeboy.
Yeah, and Beelzeboy, second ever World Championships, 4th place last year, and now at least a top 2. Incredible feats. He is also the first ever representative from the India qualifiers last year, one of only 2 this year as well. So much pride and joy for this player from his region.
And if you've been paying attention this season, you have definitely seen Patoman. He was the 2025 European International Champion. He's also a regional champion in 2024 Gdansk. He is going for the Triple Crown here. Can he also become the World Champion and join It's Axon and M.E. Weedle, who has already secured that?
And we talked about it all weekend. These 2 players have looked on a different level compared to everyone else on the stage. And that's exactly why they are going to be our final 2 players here for Pokemon GO. Patamon coming in on the winner's side there, hasn't lost a single series. And of course, Beelzeboy, the only person to take him down is the man sitting across from him on the tables. Let's see if he could get redemption.
Because of course, this is a rematch of the winners finals at the end of day number 2 on Saturday. And of course, Beelzeboy did go down 1-3 in that matchup. So Patamon secured that winner's side of the bracket. And in Pokemon GO, we have double elimination tournaments. So if Patamon is able to win this series, he will become the Pokemon GO World Champion. But if he loses, that means we will have a bracket reset because Beelzeboy and Patamon will be tied at 1 loss each, and we'll have another best of 5 for you to determine your 2025 Pokemon GO World Champion.
That's right, and you know, these are all, like you said, best of 5 games, can go the distance all the way to 10 games, like that first year we saw with Golden Hada and Dancing Rob. That would be absolutely epic. Let's not forget, you can also tie some games, so it might even go to 11 if you really want to push it.
Oh, absolutely, and Patamon, I talked about it at the start. He has the accolades, he has the experience. He is a former IC champion, a former regional champion, but he's also coming off a 3rd place performance at the North American International Championships, a finalist performance in Sevilla as well. He's been a finalist early on in his career. It's a trainer that has competed multiple times in championship series and has had a ton of success. I was going through his list of achievements. He barely ever gets out of the top 8 when he's ending a tournament. Incredibly impressive. And then Beelzeboy, remember, he qualified for the World Championships this season by placing top 4 last season in Hawaii. So this is a trainer that has been on this stage before at the World Championships, but a trainer we don't know as much about in championship series and definitely has less reps than Patamon.
Yeah, he's only played 2 tournaments on the big stage and on broadcast, and that's actually at the World Championships in back-to-back years. You know, an interesting story here, Two Butters. At the end of Yokohama World Championships in 2023, I was walking out the venue. Everyone was being ushered out, right? The event was over, and Beelzeboy comes up to me. First time I met him, he went as a spectator. He said, hey, like, I would love to compete here one day too. I didn't make it in the first 2 years, 2022, 2023. And look at him now, the following year, qualifying, being the only representative from India and getting 4th place, getting that auto qualification. He's back again, and now he has at least a top 2 finish. I can only imagine how he feels looking just 2 years back, thinking that he would be here at the grand finals.
And we heard it when Jim was interviewing him. It means so much to him. Like you mentioned, he's one of 2 trainers from the India region to qualify within the India region. Of course, Beelzeboy did it from the World Championships, and I believe both those trainers did make it to top cut as well, which is incredibly awesome performance from that region. But Beelzeboy able to qualify from last season, but he represents so much. He was saying he represents all the friends he has here, but most importantly, he represents all the friends that he has back home. This means so much to him. We saw last season, he got a little bit frazzled toward the end of day number 2 to not make it to Championship Sunday. Now he has a night to reset, to just completely refresh, and I believe he has a team composition advantage, and most importantly, he had a night to prepare. He had a night to practice. So it could be a totally different situation here on Championship Sunday than we saw at the end of day number 2.
That's right. Well, let's head over to the stage with Anna. Let's get these grand finals started.
Are you ready for your Pokemon GO finals? Let's get right to it.
Wake up in the morning, grab a Pokeball. Got a feeling that today I'ma catch 'em all. From my cap to the back and I strap on my pack. Every challenge that I face is looking laughable. Hey! Worked hard to prove this. Hall of Fame's on my to-do list. Tall grass stains on the brand new kicks, and I hold down beat to the championships. Hey!
What to say to my opponent? Good luck. You're gonna need it. This is gonna be a fun match.
Nothing's gonna stand in my way. I got a feeling it's gonna be a good game. It's gonna be a good game.
Please welcome to the stage your Pokemon GO finalists. First, let's make some noise. Your champion from Spain, Patamon! And from India, please welcome Beelzeboy! Just one quick moment with each of you. We want to talk to you about what's going through your head, what you need to do in this match. So as you head to your seat, what's going through your head right now, Pato Man?
I'm feeling really confident, honestly. I also want to play this final because Beelzebub is a friend of mine and also a teammate. So I hope he also enjoys the final, and let's see what's going on.
Yes, we love that. Having fun with your friends is the point, right? What about you, Beelzebub? What's going through your head?
I'm just here to play good games and put on a good show.
That sounds good to us too. Thank you so much. Let's hear it one more time for your GO finalists. Take your seats and we'll get right into this match.
All right, it is time for the 2025 Pokemon GO Grand Finals. We have Patoman, we have Beelzebub. Patoman looking really confident here. Beelzebub just trying to put on a good show. He thinks the game is so amazing. He just wants to execute it at the highest level, put on an awesome performance. And remember, Patoman is super confident here, but he is a little bit vulnerable as well. He is coming off some losses, even though he won the matchup yesterday. I really believe anything can happen on Championship Sunday.
That's right. I mean, he said, you know, good luck, right, to his opponent. I think Beelzebub is going to need a little bit of luck here because he has to beat Patoman not only once, but in 2 series as well. Let's hear, though, from their friends and family here on the floor.
Jim Lawson here on the floor with friends and family for Beelzebub as well as Patoman. We have Jorge, Patoman's father, as well as BJ, friend of Beelzebub. We want to ask them a couple questions, maybe get to know them a little bit better and get some words of encouragement. Let's start with Jorge. Jorge, you have seen your son play Pokemon GO for many years now. Tell me about the evolution that you've seen as him as a battler now that we see him making it to the world stage.
¿Ha visto a tu hijo jugar durante muchos años? ¿Cuál es la evolución que ha visto en su progreso en el juego?
Bueno, una evolución grandísima, le ha puesto muchísimas ganas y bueno, desde que es pequeño y juega, pues la verdad que lo animamos mucho y nada, muy orgullosos de él.
He has a great progression. He put a lot of effort into it, and since he was a little kid, he's been playing and he loved it.
We love to hear that. For Beelzebub, BJ, obviously, we don't get to see quite as much of Beelzebub as we do Patoman on the regional circuit. For trainers that are just meeting him for the first or second time, what can you tell me about who he is and his skills?
I mean, he topped for World Championship last year, and now he is a finalist, hopefully winning. So that the consistency itself shows how great of a batter he is, and I believe he will do well and hopefully have fun here.
Well, do you have any words of encouragement or advice that you'd like to give him ahead of this match?
The level of play we see from him yesterday, for example, against a match against another friend of mine who is a player that is very good and I respect him a lot, Arrow. The level of play Beelzebub have been playing and how he won that set against Arrow is just perfection. If he keep that up, I'm not worried and I think he got this.
That's right. We've seen some impossible victories, it seems like, from Beelzebub. We'll see if he can keep it up. All right, Jorge, I wanted to ask you as well, how are you feeling ahead of this match? Obviously, you're seeing your son participate in the biggest match of his life. What are your emotions like right now?
¿Cómo te sientes ahora cuando está en el partido más importante de su vida?
No hay palabras. Nervioso, emocionado, agradecido y tremendamente, bueno...
There's no words, like he's really nervous, thankful to Pokemon, and there's no words.
Any final words of encouragement, Jorge, for your son? Anything you want to tell him before he locks into his match?
Las últimas palabras para tu hijo.
Pues nada, muchísima suerte, que le ponga lo mejor de sí y nada, que hagan un buen encuentro, los dos.
Good luck, to do his best effort and go for it.
All right, well, that's all we have. These trainers are getting ready. Let's hear it from the crowd. Who's excited for the Pokemon GO World Championships? All right, we're going to go ahead and kick it back to the casters. Caleb Butters, take us in.
Thank you, Jim. It's fantastic to hear from friends and family of these top-tier players. You know, I spoke a lot about Beelzebub, but Patoman, we've watched him grow, really, in the circuit. And he's always been good at this game. First ever tournament, second place, and then second tournament at World Championships in 2023, gets that day 2, gets that top cut. Third tournament, another second place. And fourth tournament, he wins his first regional title. Now, I think reflecting on last year, he definitely went through some ups and downs, right? Maybe not performing to his own standard after that first regional win, getting 81st place, only going 1-2 in last year's World Championships. But this year, he's on a completely different level. He's always been good at this game, but he's even better now. Getting second place at a regional, winning the European International Championships, getting third place at a North American International Championship, and now at least a top 2 at World Championships. It's so amazing to watch this young man grow to the player he is today. And honestly, you cannot be nothing but happy for him.
And that's why it was amazing to see from his father there, because we've seen the emotional moments between his parents in the past. We all remember at the 2025 European International Championships, when he won it, he embraced his family. He has so much support. He's been through so much on his Pokemon journey. And remember, these are 2 young phenoms in the championship series. Beelzeboy is a young trainer as well. He has the heart of a champion. Can he prove it here today? And this team, I believe, actually has the team composition advantage against Paddlemon.
That might be true. Paddlemon, though, does have the set advantage coming from that winner's side, so that Beelzeboy has not only beat him once in a best-of-5, but twice in a best-of-5. And I don't know if anyone in the world is capable of doing it, but if there is one, it is going to be Beelzeboy. And you heard him talk earlier, too. They're friends, they're teammates, they know each other well, and look at the accomplishments under their belts.
And we just have to break down this matchup for you all. I said it's a team composition advantage because Beelzeboy has a Galarian Moltres. And if you look at Paddlemon's team, there is no Pokemon on his team that counters it. Yes, there are 3 Pokemon that can beat it in even Protect Shield situations. They are the Golisopod, the Cradily, and the Fortress. Guess what? All 3 of those Pokemon get countered by the Shadow Annihilate, and the only counter for that Shadow Annihilate of Beelzeboy is the Galarian Corsola, which gets countered by the Galarian Moltres. Beelzeboy is in a commanding position, I believe, in this series to dictate the tempo. Galarian Corsola is going to be utilized over and over again for Paddlemon, I believe, but let's hear it, Anaheim. We're about to get this 2025 Pokemon GO World Championships started. We got the Lapras into that Shadow Steelix. Shadow Steelix is running Thunderfang. It's going to be super effective, but has to deal with the super effective Sparkling Aria damage from the Lapras.
And look at those Thunderfang's damage add up. Lapras almost in the yellow at this point, almost half health. In comes the Psychic Fangs, guaranteed to deep up defenses of this Lapras, making this matchup worse and worse for Paddlemon, the longest into it, but he's going to leave, he's going to clear the debuff, he brings in the Galarian Corsola, but in comes the Galarian Moltres, the hardest counter for it.
And this is the problem I was talking about, but at least this Corsola is going to be able to throw this super effective Power Gem into Beelzeboy and actually picks up the Protect Shield. Why not? Why not invest into this Galarian Moltres? It's so strong against Paddlemon's team. Regardless, you're going to be able to get so much momentum here as he's about to reach for the fly to knock out this Galarian Corsola.
Oh, and he goes for the Brave Bird instead.
Oh, no way!
Slight miscue from Beelzeboy. It's going to be shielded up, and Paddlemon's going to fight for switch advantage.
And now he's going to go for the next Power Gem. Has to give up the second Protect Shield, but it's not terrible. You might be able to Sucker Punch down. Remember, Paddlemon's Switch Timer is getting close to back up, but it looks like you're going to get that full Sucker Punch down here, and you're going to bank so much energy, you're probably going to get that Protect Shield.
Oh! He catches the resistance Sparking Aria on his own Lapras, banking the Brave Bird for later. What a huge play from Beelzeboy.
Not very effective on that Lapras. Predicted the combo play there, was able to swap out. Now there are no Protect Shields remaining. That Kanto Marowak has the Rock Slide that will be super effective, but first has to give up his Protect Shield against the super effective Sparkling Aria, and the Switch Timers are not up for Beelzeboy, so he is just sitting there. He's gonna bank up extra energy, throw the Rock Slide, which will surely knock out.
Expert maneuvering from Beelzeboy, forcing Paddlemon to bring the ground type into the water type. You're putting yourself in a bad spot, but Paddlemon just could not stay in that situation here, and now comes another Brave Bird, enough to KO the Shadow Marowak. Beelzeboy in a commanding position. Lapras on Paddlemon's side does not have a Sparkling Aria banked yet. Might even need an Ice Beam. Goes for Brave Bird. Here's the third Brave Bird here as Beelzeboy is going to take a commanding victory victory here in game number 1 of this grand finals.
And there it is, the Galarian Moltres. There's no answer on Paddleman's team. And if there is an answer, it's weak to Shadow Annihilate. Beelzeboy takes game number 1 of this series in a commanding fashion. How about Beelzeboy even banking up a little extra energy before throwing that Brave Bird on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, knowing exactly his energy count. He is on point early on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier. Maybe the Brave Bird was a little bit too much there, but instead, he doesn't care. He gets so much mileage out of this Galarian Moltres. That flying dark typing so strong, and that combo play, expecting Patamon to go for it too. To outplay Patamon is no easy feat. But Beelzeboy here, he's locked and ready and trying to go for that bracket reset.
And bringing that Shadow Steelix in the lead, also really strong against some of those bug types that could defeat the Galarian Moltres. So early on, Beelzeboy showed his hand that he's actually going to protect his Galarian Moltres, not with the Shadow Annihilate, because remember, at the end of day number 1 in the winners finals, he was heavily leaning on that Shadow Annihilate. Now he had a night to practice. It looks like he has a new strategy here on Championship Sunday. He's deciding to protect that Moltres with that Thunderfang Shadow Steelix.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, we didn't see as much Galarian Moltres in their series yesterday. Patamon did take that 3-1 victory over Beelzeboy. And I think it was really because Patamon was bringing that Fortress a lot. Kind of a soft answer to that Moltres, but really good with shield advantage or shields up there. The bug bite damage just chews through that dark flying type, and you have the super effective Rock Tomb to throw at it. You can even bait with the Sand Tomb to guarantee the debuff on the defense as well. So a debuff machine from that Fortress. Let's see how Patamon's going to make that adjustment. You said it yesterday too, right? Shadow Steelix, one of your favorite picks here in this meta. But I mean, look at the teams. There's what? 2 overlapping Pokemon. This meta is so wide here, and both players implementing their own strategies here to find their win conditions.
Well, I like the decision because it seems quite hard to bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak and the Galarian Corsola into the battle, but Patamon did do that in game number 1 because both of those Pokemon get countered by the Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres is going to see a ton of action here on Championship Sunday as we are locked into battle number 2. We have the Galarian Corsola versus the Lapras, and you know what's crazy here? You might think the Galarian Corsola wins that matchup. Actually, swapping out, you can win that matchup with the Lapras, but Beelzeboy decided to say swap his Moltres.
I love this play too. Beelzeboy drawing out the Credilli, freeing up that Lapras for later. One of the hardest answers to that Lapras, knowing that Patamon is likely going to bring this Credilli. First shield is going to be used from Patamon. Wants to shield up the damage before the debuff comes through from this Rock Tomb. Beelzeboy going for a shield as well. Can he flip this matchup is the real question here.
Yes.
Did come in with the Sucker Punch energy advantage.
He absolutely can. At this point, you can take the charge attack here. It is the fly. Is he going to try to call it? It could be the Brave Bird, though. Is Patamon going to double protection to try to take out the biggest threat of the Galarian Moltres? No! What a call by Patamon to let the fly go. It could have been a Brave Bird, and now suddenly he's got 2 Protect Shields from this Galarian Moltres. Once again from Beelzeboy, he's just fully investing in his Moltres. Swap the Lapras. You can counter swap your own Lapras if you'd like, if you're Beelzeboy.
Yeah, this Lapras is locked in here, and in comes his own Lapras. Doesn't catch the energy, but Patamon can only throw resistant damage. I love this play from Beelzeboy, saving the hard-hitting Brave Bird for later, clearing his debuffs, and knowing that Patamon, even if he wins this matchup, is not going to get as much out of this Lapras, only throwing resistant charge attacks.
And this is not over, though, for Patamon, because you do have that Galarian Corsola in the back. You have a Protect Shield advantage. If you can take out this Moltres somehow, some way, the Galarian Corsola will actually beat the Shadow Steelix in every single neutral situation. Even though that Shadow Steelix has the crunch, which is super effective, Galarian Corsola just out-bulks it unless it gets baited on a Psychic Fangs or something like that. So I think Patamon is definitely not out of it as he tries to swap. It is unsuccessful, and now the Sparkling Aria is going to be coming through, and more importantly, the Switch Timer is back up for Beelzeboy.
And Beelzeboy might swap right over to that Galarian Corsola. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's lowering it on energy. energy as well. He's going to throw the fly. Shields are still remaining on Powderman. He's going to shield the fly. The lesser damage move. Boy recognizing it as well. But the Power Gem's reach. I think Powderman's going to mess around too much. In comes the Power Gem to KO the Galarian Moltres. However, you still have the Steelix in the back. And Steelix has fantastic matchups against everything in the back of this. Here comes the Lapras going for the Ice Beam, the harder hitting move. Powderman has no chance to swap out.
And this might not knock out the Galarian Corsola here. Can it endure? And yes, it does, but your timer is not back up. That is devastating for Powderman because Beelzeboy is able to get a little bit more energy here. The Lapras, though, is going to be able to come in, and that's terrible for Beelzeboy because he's banked the double Sparkling Aria. One will be super effective. The double is going to be coming up. That's definitely going to be a knockout.
Powderman Shake is nodding his head. He knows his win conditions. He found a way, and we're going to have an even series 1-1.
What plays from Powderman here, knowing that you have the team composition disadvantage. He is just bouncing around the battlefield, getting Protect Shields down. There seems to be a theme here from Beelzeboy. Beelzeboy is double Protect Shielding his Galarian Moltres every single battle. Powderman sniffed that out, and he was able to adapt, adjust, and win that game number 2.
And that's the thing with Powderman's gameplay, right? He's finding win conditions and saying, you know what, I had a fantastic lead, but I'm going to give up Switch advantage. I'm going to use the shield advantage to my advantage there. After debuffing the Galarian Moltres twice, he knows that Beelzeboy has to give up his own switch advantage there because he's already debuffed. He doesn't want to stay in, throw energy into the bulky Lapras. I thought this was going to be pretty tough for Powderman at this stage, but just dancing on the switch timers really well, and his own Lapras saving that energy for later. The double Sparkling Aria was everything he needed before getting Thunder Bang down from the Steelix.
You know, it kind of seemed to me, like I mentioned, Beelzeboy had a lot of time to prepare for this matchup. He obviously lost to Powderman yesterday. He probably put in some scrims, put in some work to have a different strategy. He saw that lead matchup of Galarian Corsola into his Lapras, and he instantly swapped. So I think he knew, this is my strategy. If I see the Corsola here, I will say swap Moltres. But that Lapras can actually defeat the Galarian Corsola in neutral situations, even though you're taking super effective power gems. Lapras is the best neutral answer to Galarian Corsola on Beelzeboy's entire team. So in my opinion, if you find that early on, you might just want to utilize it. Lapras is actually the safest pick, I believe, on both of these trainers' team pretty much.
Yeah, the bulky water ice type. And Powderman bringing that Corsola in both games 1 and 2, risking that terrible matchup against that Galarian Moltres because he's so fearful of that Shadow Annihilate. Shadow Annihilate without checks, with 2 shields up, can just absolutely punch through your entire team. Let's see if Beelzeboy finally brings that Shadow Annihilate or not. We saw him bring it yesterday in the Winners Finals. He hasn't brought it out yet in Grand Finals, but this may be the game where he surprises Powderman and finally brings out his ace up his sleeve.
A quick refresher of what's on the line for these trainers. Powderman is already an international champion, already a regional champion. If he becomes the world champion, he is in rarefied air, and he is 2 games away. But can Beelzeboy bounce back and reset this bracket? We're in game number 3. We got the Lapras in the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
A fantastic lead for Beelzeboy. The super effective Sparkling Aria going to dish out a ton of damage, but with shields up, this Marowak is hitting hard too. Tries to go for a catch, doesn't get it, and in comes the Steelix, but this might be what Powderman wants. Double water in the back, able to potentially even grab shield from the Steelix, and you get the Marowak lined up against Steelix later as a potential, freeing up that Golisopod.
And this Shadow Steelix Thunderfang just wears on this Lapras here. The Lapras is going to be able to throw the super effective damage. Probably one of these are going to get no Protect Shield from Beelzeboy. Will he triple down on his strategy, the double Protect Shield that Galarian Moltres? He definitely could do so, because at this point, even if you take the Sparkling Aria and get knocked out, you can absolutely Sucker Punch down. I actually expect Beelzeboy to just let this go for Sucker Punch down.
Exactly.
Galarian Moltres is so strong. Why not use it?
He has 2 answers. He can even sidewave down this Lapras. That would put Powderman in such a hole because he would have so much energy. Instead, he does bring in the Galarian Moltres, gets the full farm down without the Sparkling Aria, and this Marowak has it bait perfectly or land a super effective Rock Slide. First Bone Club's going to come through. It is a bait. Does Beelzeboy call it on the biggest stage? He's thinking, and he calls it!
Beelzeboy calls it!
Bone Club!
Wow, ridiculous! On the biggest stage possible, live in the arena. It is double, not very effective. He's banging it again, and he does protect shield this one. Now it's 50-50, but that means Patamon at least had to use less energy there. You're at the double fly if you're Beelzebub. You can never swap out to your Golisopod to soak this energy because it's super effective.
Patamon's only answer here is the Shadow Kanto Marowak landing a Rock Slide. Otherwise, you're in so much trouble. But the back-to-back fly is coming through. Patamon putting everything on the line for the Shadow Marowak. I don't think he's going to be able to land it.
Oh,
and
no,
he's
blocked. But there's no shields remaining, and he's going to outpace the fly. That is devastating for Patamon here. This is going to be super effective and some heavy damage into Golisopod.
That's a one-hit knockout, and Moltres is going to be the MVP for Beelzebub so far in this Grand Finals. He gets a sucker punch down. He's one game away from resetting the bracket.
And Beelzebub has used every single Protect Shield in this series on one Pokemon. He has used it all on his Galarian Moltres, all 5 of them. He didn't even need to use his 6-1 in that battle. Now he is one game away from resetting this and having the opportunity to win another best of 5 to be the grand champion. And this is where it gets tough for Patamon. Remember, Patamon just came off an NAIC performance where he was top 3. He then went 2-3, 2-3 in back-to-back series. He also is coming off Sevilla, where he went 0-6 against the same trainer, HK Assassin, to get 2nd place. How does he adapt here? How does he overcome that to bounce back and become that Pokemon GO World Champion?
What a performance so far from both these players too. And for those that are confused, why did he even bring in the Golisopod at that moment? Because he was hoping that his only win condition is Beelzebub going for that combo play with the Lapras with energy banks. And if he did that, he would catch a resisted Sparkling Aria, has the Rock Slide loaded for later. He might have a win condition. But Beelzebub, he was ready. He didn't fall for it. He carried himself with that Galarian Moltres. He didn't even do anything with a Lapras that game. That's how far he was.
And right now, Beelzebub has not been showing Shadow Annihilate. Does Patamon adjust here and start bringing Fortress, Golisopod, and Cradilly? Those are going to be your 3 best neutral answers to Galarian Moltres. But you can't run that against the Shadow Annihilate. But you have not been seeing that this series. You saw it yesterday. It's not coming today. So does Patamon make that adjustment, bring the Golisopod, the Cradilly, or the Fortress? Let's see as we are in this game number 4. Beelzebub is one game away from resetting, and there it is. There's that Fortress in the back for Patamon.
And this Fortress has clunky matchups, but it does have play into everything on the side of Beelzebub. Can we see any potential catches is the question, but the problem is all this energy is going to be at least neutral damage on both sides, so even catches energy is not going to be the best. In fact, it might be even better for the one that lands the Sparkling Aria, because right now you're just throwing resistant Sparkling Aria at each other. Charge Attack priority does go to Patamon. That can be crucial for future matchups later.
And will the alignment matter here? Yes. The alignment in the back matters a lot for Patamon specifically. He wants no part of that Galarian Moltres with his Galarian Corsola. So I believe he's going to try to invest to win this switch advantage in the lead to ensure you have that Fortress versus the Moltres in the back line.
Let's see if either trainer is going to pivot out with one Sparkling Aria bank. It can be crucial. Both have the back-to-back. Do they throw it? It's going to be Beelzebub that throws the Sparkling Aria first. Patamon feeling confident, thinking he can tank this. I think he can. It's not going to KO.
Oh, he does!
Can he swap out? Oh, he gets sideways down. The one-turn damage is going to register before he can press the charge attack. He brings in the Corsola, and in comes the Moltres.
But this is good for Patamon. He's actually avoiding his worst matchup, and Galarian Corsola is really strong against Steelix in the back. The problem is, if Beelzebub can get a Protect Shield advantage, it's going to be tough to win against Psychic Fangs and Thunder Fang pressure in the back. No Protect Shield. Here comes the Rock Tomb. I'm shocked at that no Protect Shield, because now this Fortress is getting so low.
He's going for the undercharge, actually. Wants to leave it with some extra energy. The shield's going to be used from Beelzebub, but if he can take out this Fortress, he can permanently debuff that Corsola for later with the Steelix, and that would put Patamon in such a hole. Another fly comes through. Does Pokémon finally spend a shield here? He did shield earlier. He's not going to shield now. Everything on this Galarian Corsa. Can he do it? Or can Beelzeboy reset the bracket? He is so close. He swaps in. Tries to catch the power chip. Doesn't quite get it. But he's still in such a commanding position.
That would have been heavily resisted by that Shadow Steelix. Instead, takes the Nightshade. Galarian Corsola has been the best Pokemon for Patamon all tournament long. It is the best Pokemon in this matchup versus Beelzeboy. Can it do the impossible and full sweep this backline? Here is the Psychic Fang bait. Does he try to call it? Yes! He calls the bait, but it's so dangerous. You're so low health. You have 2 Protect Shields remaining, but now you're in risk of getting knocked out by fast attack pressure as well.
You saw Beelzeboy, he cracked a smile already. He feels confident. He thinks he can fast attack down this Galarian Corsa. He is almost there. Another Psychic Fangs coming through. Absolutely brutal. Patamon finally spending his shield here, but he's already in the red. I don't even know if he has time for a second shield, but he knows there's energy on the Moltres. He's doing everything he can here, but I don't
This is gonna be close, Caleb. It's gonna be so close. The Nightshade is able to knock out the Steelix, but can he astonish down? Wait, no, Moltres just had an attack the whole time and can Sucker Punch, and that means Beelzeboy has now reset the bracket. We got a brand new best of 5, ladies and gentlemen.
What a first series from Beelzeboy. He got 3-1 yesterday and came back today with a vengeance, prepared for his one and final opponent this year. The only person to take him out of that winner's bracket. And now they are only the respective trainers to take each other out.
And
as we take
how
a look
about
at here,
this, Caleb?
Absolutely huge.
After this, he went for one side wave. We didn't see it there. He went for an extra side wave instead of throwing his Sparkling Aria, and it wasted all of that energy, which could have been a factor in the end game. An early and uncommon mistake from Patamon.
Yeah, you know, thinking that he could hang on, he did survive, but because the sideway damage costs 1 turn at the same time you're throwing a charge attack, if the damage is enough to knock you out, you will not be able to throw that charge attack. Absolutely brutal for Patamon. The backline did not look great for him either, and just put him so far behind. Beelzeboy, we got a bracket reset in the grand finals. The last time this happened was in 2022, London. The last 2 years were just 3-1 performances from both players on the winner's side. We have a series on our hands.
And we got to talk about this right now, because coming into this matchup, we had experience versus determination and team composition advantage. How many times did we see on stage yesterday Beelzeboy lose the lead composition and still win the game? Now, you give him a night to prepare, he has a completely different strategy. In the winners finals, he was showing Shadow Annihilate over and over. He hasn't even brought it yet. He thinks he doesn't even need to use it in this matchup. And now, suddenly, we are tied here. Whoever wins this series will be your 2025 Pokemon GO World Champion.
And, you know, I said it, it's not easy to beat Patamon in general. Not a best of 3, not a best of 5, not 2 best of 5s, but Beelzeboy is making it look easy. He's trying to be the one person to be able to do it. That has never happened to Patamon, to my knowledge, to date. Even at European International Championships, he got the bracket reset on him, but he came back with an absolute vengeance in the series reset. I was either a 3-0 or 3-1. Let's see if he can dig deep and make history repeat itself here on the biggest stage at World Championships. Let's go. Let's kick it off. The second series, the bracket reset here for Pokemon GO World Championships.
And if Patamon is able to bounce back in this series and become world champion, join the triple crown of its Accent and M.E. Weedle, he will have deserved it, because this is such an uphill battle. But if anyone can do it, he can. And let's go, Anaheim. We got a fresh series here. We got the Shadow Steelix in the Cradilly. And remember, this is an Acid Cradilly, so this is better for the Shadow Steelix now.
Yeah, this is a really weird matchup because both are throwing resistant fast attacks. But Beelzeboy going straight for the debuff, wants to start whittling down the health bar of this Cradilly. This is a good position for him to be in. He does not want the Cradilly on the Lapras. He does not want it on the Moltres. In fact, he gets it exactly where it is. Those shields, a Rock Tomb, a debuff Rock Tomb, but it's only resistant, doing absolutely no damage.
That is fascinating to me. Remember, both these trainers had the night to prepare, so Patamon knows exactly what he's doing here. He could have done the neutral grass type attack. Instead, he threw a rock type attack, which is resisted, but does debuff the opponent. But this looks terrible for Patamon here. You're going to be able to get the double grass knot. Maybe that's the win condition.
He gets the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here. Beelzeboy so locked in. There's the back-to-back move, though. Does Patamon go for it? He goes for now the super effective Rock Tomb. This is going to be pretty obvious for Beelzeboy.
This is so good, though, for Patamon, because now he can Rock Tomb, swap into another Pokemon that has Rock Tomb, and Rock Tomb again. And then also, your Galarian Corsola does not have to meet the Moltres in the back. That is such a huge swing in momentum for Patamon in this series.
And he has the shield advantage as well, so he can make a lot out of this. There's only a debuff fly. He knows shields it as well. He knows what's up. He's at the Rock Tomb. He's going for so many bug bites, going for more even. And Beelzeboy going for the back-to-back fly. Do we see the final shield? First shield from Patamon. It is going to be used. A lot of value here. He has so much energy. His energy goes somewhere into everything. In comes the Steelix back again. Super effective Rock Tombs, super effective damage. Not a lot of damage, but you're going to debuff the defense every single time.
And look at that damage of the bug bite from the Fortress. And now you go for the back-to-back Sand Tomb. Remember, Beelzeboy did have that crunch banked. He decided not to throw it on charge attack priority. Can he get the full Thunder Fang down here? No, the pivot into the Corsola, but now going for the huge bait. If you're able to pick up a Protect Shield on a Psychic Fangs, that could change the game here. And Patamon calls it. No shield on the Psychic Fangs, but remember, you have another opportunity to throw a Psychic Fangs or a Crunch before you get knocked out. Deciding to go for the super effective Crunch.
Wait.
Another no shield.
And his defense is debuff, so this super effective Crunch is going to do even more damage. And, oh, maybe a miscue. You can see on his face, did not like to see that. Look at the health bars. Everything in the red on his line, and you got the Bulky Lapper still to contend with.
And you're gonna just be able to sidewave through everything. Trying to swap. It didn't matter. He wasn't the energy. What a play by Beelzeboy.
100 energy out the window for Patamon. Absolutely brutal. Gets to the sparkling area as well. You spend this final shield. There's no shields left. Beelzeboy can sidewave down, but what else is Patamon going to do? He's going to let it go, and looks like Beelzeboy is going to pick up another win here in the grand finals.
Wow! Beelzeboy is playing out of his mind here on Championship Sunday, able to put on the pressure with that Shadow Steelix. Now, he is just 2 games away from being your world champion. How about the adjustment? He showed Shadow Annihilate. Now he's relying on the Shadow Steelix. And even in that battle, Patamon swapped. He played the Cradily and Fortress to try to counter that Galarian Moltres. It still wasn't enough because of catches like these.
Absolutely wild play from Beelzeboy. That's 3 straight wins in this grand finals. 2 from the last series, 1 here right now, making incredible catches, playing out of his mind. These are plays that you just don't see coming because you don't know when he's even going to go for that catch. But he knew Patamon is at 100 energy. He has to throw something sometime. And then the super effective Crunch. And look at this, absolutely brutal. Doesn't get the move off at all. That's so much energy down the drain.
And Patamon has so much on the line here. He's already one of the best trainers in Pokemon GO Championship Series history. But if he can get that triple crown, get that World Championships, and also talking about his Pokemon journey, bounce back from his last 2 performances. His last 2 performances included a back-to-back 2-3 where he lost in winners and losers finals, and then an 0-6 against HK Assassin where maybe HK Assassin had the team composition advantage. Can he learn from those moments and overcome them to be a Pokemon master?
Sitting across from him, his Beelzeboy. So much unknown with this player. His Indian qualifiers that he's played in an APAC qualifier the first year in 2022 and 3 Indian qualifiers since. None of them were broadcasted. A lot of his opponents, didn't even know too much about him until last year when he won that Indian qualifier in 2024. The first and only representative from that Indian qualifier last year getting 4th place. So many people were like, whoa, we need to know who this is. And this year, one of only 2 players to come from that Indian qualifier. And again, another top 4 performance, a top 2, maybe even a top 1. He is so respected in this region. That Masterman here, the one that won the qualifier this year, built a team just to beat Beelzebub in case he phases him here. Here we go, game number 2 of this bracket reset. It's going to be the Galarian Corsola into the Lapras.
Do we see the instant pivot? No! Beelzebub instant pivoted before, actually this time throwing a couple sideways and then pivoting, getting the energy advantage against this Cradily, meaning that he's going to get to the charge attacks first before the AR debuff, going for the fly here. Is he going to repeat his strategy? Just double protect shield the Galarian Moltres. He's been using that strategy all day long to great effect. I think he's going to do it once again.
This is a really good play from Beelzebub because he shields it up. Even if it wasn't a Brave Bird landing, he can still outpace to the next move and force Patamon to either shield a debuff fly, which is much worse than the first fly, or just give up switch advantage. He's going for a charge attack priority. He's going to throw it. Does Patamon spend a shield now? He does. He shields the debuff fly instead.
Well, now you're going to be able to double debuff the Galarian Moltres if you are Patamon. That was charge attack priority, which is determined by the attack of each Pokemon. Galarian Moltres wins that one. Use the second Protect Shield of the battle from Beelzebub. Pivot into Corsola. A risky play there by Patamon, trying to get the Power Gem first, but remember, there is a switch available. Beelzebub is shaking his head at that one because he didn't throw the charge attack or swap.
A slight miscue from Beelzebub. As you remember, he stayed in a little too long with the Lapras into Corsola, so Corsola had some energy coming into that matchup, and now comes the Shadow Steelix here. Is this the opening Patamon needs? Beelzebub going for just more Psychic Bangs, doesn't throw a move yet.
And remember, he already used both of those Protect Shields. This is going to be the Nightshade. Does he try to catch the back-to-back Nightshade on the Lapras when it is available? He does have his switch available, throwing the Crunch on charge attack priority. Does Patamon? Yes, he does Protect Shield this. I love this play because I think it did register as charge attack priority. So if you can land this Nightshade, that means you are going to guarantee, and there is a debuff on that Crunch, but you guarantee you waste all this energy against Steelix. Now Beelzebub only has his Lapras. Patamon has a Lapras and has two other Pokemon as well.
Yeah, this is absolute brutal. This is pretty much GG's for Patamon here. 3-ball flex incoming. There is only a Lapras left on the side of Beelzebub, but there's a full health Lapras and 2 other Pokemon still healthy in the back here. First Sparking Liara going to do some resistance damage, but I think both players are starting to prepare for this next game 3.
And Patamon's going to be throwing a lot of not very effective damage. This battle will still continue, but remember, Patamon does have that Galarian Corsola with low health, does have Cradily to throw some chip damage, and this is a mirror situation. Usually when you're in a mirror situation, even energy, even shields with the same Pokemon, they will knock each other out. So Patamon having those extra Pokemon in the back is a huge advantage for him, and that's why he's going to be able to tie up this series 1-1.
Yeah, and absolutely the game, the win that Patamon needed. He needed to slow down this momentum, this absolute freight train that Beelzebub has been on. This is everything that he needs to get back into this game. We have another tied series, 1-1 in this final best of 5.
And Patamon picks up his first win of this series. We are tied. It doesn't get any better than this, and it doesn't get any tougher than this for these trainers. You saw over and over again Beelzebub putting his hand on his forehead, knowing that he really messed up in that game. We saw him slip a little bit at last year's Worlds against Inadequance. He made a bad play and kind of unraveled a little bit. But it's a whole new story this season. He has been so determined, showed so much grit, and he's already bounced back from a 1-3 yesterday. If anyone can stop the unraveling, it is Beelzebub this season.
Yeah, but stopping Patamon is a no easy feat. You give him an inch, he's gonna take a mile, and you can see here too, he knows he has so many win conditions at this point in time too. All shields down, a Lapras in the back, full health. He takes that decisive victory here. Boy, he's still playing really well too, but this is what happens if you make the smallest of mistakes. Patamon is going to run away with it too, and that's why he's been so good this entire season, maybe even his entire career. Like you said yesterday, seems like he's always sitting on that winner side, and for once, he actually isn't. They're both in this loser's bracket now after that bracket reset, but that is just how few and far in between his losses are.
Well, Caleb, there's more room for error coming in on that winner side of the bracket. I believe Boy has been pretty dominant so far here on Championship Sunday, but all Patamon needs to do is just bounce back. He just needs 2 more victories, and he's the world champion. Yes, he's in an uphill battle. Yes, he maybe has a team composition disadvantage, but he's done it yesterday. He's won an international championship. He's won a regional. He is one of our most talented trainers. He can bounce back here, and I'm fascinated to see one adjustment in particular. Does Boy ever go back to the Shadow Annihilate? He has not shown it at all. It's a really strong Pokemon against Patamon's team. There is only one hard counter, which is the Corsola, but he hasn't brought it yet. Does he bring it here with his dreams on the line?
We are about to go into game number 7. 6 games without that Shadow Annihilate. Let's see if he finally brings it. One of the most polarizing, strongest Pokemon in this meta.
Oh,
here it is! And it catches the absolute most perfect lead for Boy.
And the Cradily instantly has to swap. You're double resisting those Fury Cutters. This is not terrible though, because you meet the Golisopod with the Moltres. Golisopod can win this matchup, but all that damage from the Sucker Punch is adding up here, and Boy knows that he can just let this Aqua Jet go. And wait a second.
It's
there is the Corsola. There still is the Corsola in the back. So if Boy does lose the alignment here, if he has this Shadow Annihilate versus Corsola, that could spell trouble.
Patamon's going to try to flip switch advantage, but I don't think he's able to do it, especially with the Shadow Claw variant of that Golisopod. Boy knows that as well. Does he give up switch advantage? I don't think so. He has such a commanding position right now because he not only can take out this Golisopod, he can still dish out some damage against the Cradily too.
Oh, Patamon could have double shielded there because he was right near the Aqua Jet, decided to not double shield, and because Boy could have countered with the double shield as well. So now instead, trying to come in with the Cradily, the full acid down, but you don't get there. Galarian Moltres is such a force, and he barely holds on to reach the Brave Bird. Patamon, does he use his last Protect Shield of the battle? Yes!
That's going to be huge, but he is still down. He doesn't have switch advantage. He doesn't have shield advantage either. Boy knows he can tank one Grass Knot, no problem. And this Shadow Annihilate is still a super effective damage he can dish out at the Corsola.
Wow!
But here comes the Lapras with a shield advantage still.
And because he was able to take that alignment here, he can match up against this Galarian Corsola. You can take a Power Gym, no problem. It's super effective, but Lapras has all that bulk, decides to use the Protect Shield early here. There are no Protect Shields remaining, but there is a swap available for both trainers going for the Ice Beam here. A crucial factor, you need to land an Ice Beam and a Sparkling Aria to knock out a Galarian Corsola. Double Sparkling Aria will not do it, so Boy knows his matchups.
Oh, and now the Power Gem is going to come through. Super effective damage. Yeah, could have thrown. The Cradily though, there is no entry on it, so he can still overfarm a little bit. Let's see how much he's going to push the limits here. He's going for almost 2 Sparkling Aria. Here comes the first one. Try to go for the catch, but was not able to do it in the middle of the Astonish.
Can he get to the Ice Beam? That is the thing here. He is not at it yet.
Switch times are up.
Can he get to that Ice Beam with the Side Wave? He is reaching for it, and he gets it. Boy is able to get the Ice Beam. This is super effective. Cradily is bulky, but I don't know if it can take that, plus the counter damage. No, didn't even need the counter damage. Boy wins it.
Momentum back on the side of Boy on the backs of that Shadow Annihilate. Finally brings it out here in this crucial Game 7. Just one game away from becoming your 2025 World Champion. Patamon, he's one of the best in the world, maybe the best. He needs to win this game to have another shot here at his own title.
If he wants to prove he is a Pokemon master, this is the arena to do it. And Boy was talking to himself on stage just now. I think it's all hitting him. He's realized he's reset the bracket. He's up 2-1 in this series, and he is one game victory away from becoming the world champion and living the dream that every Pokemon trainer dreams of. I actually talked to him a little bit before this. I said, how are you feeling coming into this arena? And he says, it's so fun. I remember watching videos of Pokemon trainers in a stadium surrounded by fans and playing Pokemon. And he's so happy to be doing that today. All he said is he wants to put on the best show possible. And Beelzeboy, you are doing that.
That's right, and who knows who is cheering on Beelzeboy all around the world. I don't care who you are, I don't care what time zone you're in, you gotta be loving the plays from this young man right here in his second ever World Championships. His consistency is absolutely wild here, but he is also still against Pokémon, who also has the consistency of a champion in his own right. What is the adjustment Pokémon needs to make? Now you saw the Shadow Annihilate, you're thinking, man, if I'm calling that position again, I'm going to be in trouble. The good news for him, though, is that Galarian Corsola still has a lot of play into Beelzeboy's team, even if it doesn't have the matchup it wants.
And I think with your tournament dreams on the line, Pokémon is going to lean on his most neutral picks, the Galarian Corsola, the Lapras, and try to do what he's done so many times before and outplay other trainers. Can he do that in game number 4? We are locked in. We have the Galarian Corsola versus the Shadow Steelix. Corsola wins every neutral scenario against Steelix except for the 2 Protect Shield situation if Beelzeboy somehow pulls off a lot of baits. So this is Corsola's matchup, and you get to avoid the Moltres. This could be the start that Pokémon was looking for.
Here's the thing with Pokémon, though. You're worried about that Shadow Annihilate in the back. Do you purposely give up switch advantage despite the fact that his back line is so strong in the Beelzeboys? He does not know it yet. He might try to predict it, but the thing is, Beelzeboy is staying in this matchup as well, so it could be confusing. Let's see if both players stay in here or just play out these Zero Shields here, and in comes the Nightshade. Does Beelzeboy just let this go and Sucker Punch down?
He has such room for error. He doesn't need alignment. Galarian Moltres doesn't need alignment in this matchup. Looks like Pokémon is looking to instant pivot. Probably the Moltres is going to be coming in here. Beelzeboy is deciding on his action. He has 3 seconds remaining. There's the Moltres. There's the instant pivot to the Lapras. Probably you're going to see a lot of banked up energy and then swap into your own Lapras. Can we see Beelzeboy once again? Yes. Now you can soak up all this damage, but remember, that ensures a positive backline for Pokémon. He's going to have his Cradilly, 2 Protect Shields versus Galarian Moltres with 2 Protect Shields. This is anyone's battle right now.
It really is. He has a good matchup there, but Beelzeboy has a ton of energy on that Galarian Moltres. We saw it overcome this Cradilly multiple times already in this grand final series. Beelzeboy, though, his switch timer is misaligned, which means that Pokémon can swap over to that Cradilly still, to that Corsola even, and that's why Beelzeboy banging up all this energy in case Pokémon goes for that swap.
And he instantly pivoted. He knows what he's doing in this scenario. He is predicting his opponent. He is trying to outplay him, and he is pulling it off with a swap like that, continuing his success of outplaying the other trainer, absorbing that energy. Here comes the Moltres, though, to bank up. What a precise undercharge from Beelzeboy to get a little more energy rolling onto his Moltres.
This is still anyone's game here. Look at how much energy is on Beelzeboy's Moltres, and the first fly gets no shield. It could have been a Brave Bird, but it wasn't. However, that damage is still doing a huge chunk. There's not a lot of health left on Pokemon's remaining Pokemon. First Rock Gym's coming through. Shield's going to be used from Beelzeboy.
And remember, there is energy on the Lapras for Pokémon here. If you can get both the Protect Shields down, you could combo play. Your timer is going to be up before Beelzeboy's timer is going to be up, but there is a double fly here, but there are 2 Protect Shields remaining. This one is going to come down to the wire, and the fly is going to come out back to back here, and the second Protect Shield, and the last one for Pokémon in this battle is coming out.
Switch timers are coming up here. Beelzeboy on the precipice of victory. Can he pull it off? Can Pokémon find a way here? Next Rock Gym's coming through. Beelzeboy, lets it go!
He lets it go. He's going to try to win it all with Lapras. Here's the Lapras of Pokémon. Pokémon has the double sparkling aria. This is resisted. It is not very effective.
And he went charge attack priority. Boy not at his own sparkly area. There's so much energy still on this Lapras. Boy, he needs to overfarm here because Credilli is still pretty healthy. You can't sideways down.
It doesn't knock out.
He can't, doesn't get to it. No, he goes for the sparkly area. He needs to sideways down. This is going to be a fast attack down. I don't know if Lapras has what it takes. It's only got a few HP left here.
The World Championship is on the line.
We're going to Game 5.
Credilli, Patamon wins it. Now, this next game is going to determine your Pokemon GO World Champion.
Wow. Wow.
Incredible.
What a grand finals we have here in Pokemon GO 2025.
Patamon was locked in on his strategy. He found the right matchup in the lead, the Corsola versus the Steelix. Won it neutrally, instant pivoted to keep the Corsola later, knowing that he might need a third Protect Shield in this situation versus Boy in this negative team composition, and he executed right there to perfection. We call that a third Protect Shield because a low health Pokemon can absorb that damage, step in front of it to protect his fellow Pokemon on Patamon's team.
I mean, and let's think about that too. That's sideway versus sideway. One turn moves. You can't even avoid the catch if you want to, but you have to time that on a half second. And Patamon finding that timing on that 1/2 second there for Boy to throw that, and that's what set him up for victory. Boy not shielding the Moltres, knowing that there's so much energy banked on the Lapras, and you can see Patamon, a sigh of relief, a fist bump, knowing that he still has a shot at this title. The pressure is mounting for both of these competitors. This is going to be the last and final game of Pokemon GO for the 2025 season, and we are just a couple minutes away from crowning our world champion.
This is everything, Anaheim. One of these trainers after this game will be the world champion. Will it be Patamon being the third trainer to get that triple crown of an international title, a regional title, and a world championship? Or will it be Boy, one of the most determined, gritful trainer we have ever seen in Championship Series history? He is holding his community on his back, his friends, his dreams, his ability to win it all. He can do it, and he can do it right now.
Both players strategizing for one final team. One final line of 3.
Who gets bold here, Caleb?
One final battle here in Anaheim in the 2025 Pokemon GO World Champion. They are locked in. I want to hear some noise. I want to hear some hype. This is game number 5 of the Grand Finals.
Let's go. It is the Galarian Corsola into the Lapras. Lapras can win this scenario, but this is beautiful for Patamon, knowing he can avoid this matchup right here. The swap, the energy generation to hold on once again. How many times have we seen this scenario where Boy instant swaps in the Moltres and then the Cradily comes to answer it?
He's anticipating the Lapras and back, needs some extra energy because he knows he loses that charge attack priority. Another great call from Patamon, doesn't shield the fly here. The last time around, Boy spent both shields on this Moltres. He sent so many resources here, definitely his MVP here in this matchup in the Grand Finals. He's going to reach the fly before the next Rock Tomb. Going to throw on charge attack priority. Both players going for it. Does Patamon spend it? I think he's going to spend his final shield here. I like this play because he's not shielding the first fly, taking more damage to give Patamon less energy when he eventually gives up switch advantage.
And remember, last time we saw this, Patamon threw this Rock Tomb, instantly swapped to his Corsola. Corsola banked energy. He's probably going to do it again to go to the Power Gem. There
but the switch timers are up now.
And the switch timer is up for Boy.
He tries to catch a Power Gem. Doesn't catch a Power Gem, but he avoids getting the Moltres knocked out. History is not about to repeat itself in this 5th game.
And there comes the Nightshade into the Shadow Steelix. Shadow Steelix doesn't want to take the double Nightshade. Can he reach the crunch first? No, actually, both of these trainers are over farming here. Here comes the crunch. Does he get the protection? Yes. Looks like Patamon is going to try to bank up a bunch of energy to try to have double charged attacks. Maybe the Power Gem, that Moltres, the patience from Patamon to get to 100 energy in this matchup.
This is so tricky here. Galarian Moltres is going to win Charge Attack priority against the Galarian Corsola. Do you see it coming? Do you throw it? It's the question. You see Podman trying to swap over there, trying to avoid getting hit by that fly. If he can catch on Lapras, that'll be big for him. But Beelzeboy, he's ahead of the game, brings in his Moltres now, has the Brave Bird loaded for the Slappers. This is so much damage for neutral here. Beelzeboy still has energy on the Lapras as well. It's going to come down to the Slappers for Beelzeboy to close it out.
This is so good for Beelzeboy here. Beelzeboy was able to pivot, Brave Bird, get this Lapras low enough that you can side wave down with your own Lapras. Yes, you'll have to take a Sparkling Aria, but that doesn't matter. It's resistant. Remember, the Galarian Corsola does have a Power Gem, but I don't know if a Sparkling Aria plus a Power Gem is going to be able to knock out the bulk of the Lapras. Beelzeboy is counting it out. Can he do it here? He's trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has in the back.
Back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzeboy. I don't know if a Sparkling Aria is going to be enough. He goes on the Ice Beam!
Wow!
He goes for the Ice Beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzeboy, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World's Competitor. It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion.
Beelzeboy has the heart of a champion, and he is your 2025 Pokémon GO World Champion, resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5 on the back of the Galarian Moltres. He wanted to put on a show. How was that show right there?
Absolute cinema. Beelzeboy makes the right call, goes for the Ice Beam, knowing that that is the one move it takes to take out that Galarian Corsola before it gets off that super effective Power Gem. What brilliant performance from this young man right here. His second ever Worlds, 4th last year, 1st this year. Is there nothing he can do?
Let's go to the stage with our champion, Jim. Take it away.
Butters, Jim Lawson here standing by with our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, Beelzeboy! What a match we just witnessed. Resetting the bracket, coming from the loser side, resetting, and then a 5-game series. Just give me your initial reactions. How are you feeling right now, Beelzeboy?
All I can think of is nothing. Like the first winners finals that we played, I knew that I had made some misplays, and you know that is what led me to lose. And Pato really played. He just outplayed me, and I know I had to just lock in. It was time to swing the bat. I'm wearing the jersey. Right?
He's wearing the jersey, had to swing the bat, and he hit a home run. What an incredible series that we just saw. You mentioned some miscues. That game number 2, you didn't throw your charged attack. How did you feel mentally, and how did you recover?
Yeah, it was really hard. Like it's really hard to get back from a mindset where you just misplay and lose the game. But yeah, somehow just taking a deep breath, drinking water, drinking lots of water, and yeah, just logging in.
Make sure you drink that water. Stay hydrated, trainers. At what point in the tournament did you feel like, I can do this, I can be the champion, I can win?
When I hit the Ice Beam on the Corsola, that is when I knew that I had won the game. Yeah, before that, Pato can do anything, so yeah, I wasn't banking on anything.
Well, right at the very end, he says he knows he's locked in. Well, we actually have here, let's step over to the iPad. I'm going to have you, actually, I believe, let's see here. I think we are maybe logged into the wrong one here, but we have some swag that we're going to be given to you. You may have seen last year, we actually had some special pose as well as gear. I don't know if we can get the correct trainer logged in here, but we had a special world champion pose. Are you feeling excited for that?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you here, because you mentioned yesterday just how much of a community effort and how much goes into you being on stage here, you being the champion. Obviously, so much practice and prep, but can you just talk to me a little bit about the community element and some of the friendships that contribute to you in this individual moment?
tournaments, like we don't get to go to a lot of tournaments in person, so like I'm usually very nervous. And having friends by your side, not just with you, but like online or like my family, just everyone, yeah. It really helps. I shout out to VJ, Abhinav, and Mihir standing over there, yeah. VJ told me that, you play GVL, right? You just think of it as just playing a GVL match, best of 5. You just have to go 3-2. That's good enough.
Just a positive set, that's right. All right, well, I think we have the tablet ready here. Let's go ahead and have you come over here real quick. You can take a look here. Let's get it up on the big screen. We have his player profile logged in. Can we get you to go to the tab here with all of your different outfits? Let's go to the style tab there. Should be in our featured poses here. No, sorry, in the featured tab. There we go, right at the top. Let's take a look here. We've got your World Championship gear. Go ahead and equip it, Beelzebub boy. We got the pose, and let's throw on the gear as well, right next to it. That's it. Congratulations again to our 2025 Pokemon GO champion, Beelzebub boy. Whew. All right. How do you like the fit?
It's really cool. I think I'd like to get one of these jackets actually, like IRL.
We got to get him hooked up here. Someone make this happen, please. Well, one final question here for you. I know that we've talked about the circuit that we see online. You don't get as much exposure as some other trainers at all the different regionals and the broadcasts, but we saw you have such a successful run last year, 4th place at 2024 Worlds. Now, obviously, the champion as well. Is there anything that you want to say to all the trainers around the world about who you are?
I'm Beelzebub boy.
And he's the champion. Congratulations again. Enjoy the outfit. Enjoy the pose. Let's give it up one more time for our 2025 Pokemon GO World Champion, Beelzebub boy.
He is Beelzebub boy. He is the world champion. You saw he got that pose in game. Soon enough, he's gonna take that pose on the main stage as well and hold up that 1st place trophy, take home that $20,000 in prize money as well.
Remember, his name is Beelzebub boy from India, representing that region. And again, only 2 competitors this year from that region, both in that top 10. And of course, the world champion. Last year, he was the only one from that qualifier here represented. In the first 2 years, none of the players from that qualifier made it to the world championships, but some of the best players in the world, and he bested over 200 of our best in the world to get to this stage. One of my favorite, if not my favorite, grand finals in series to date. So much competitiveness between these 2 players, but the dominance was always on Beelzebub boy's side. Harman, though, he didn't make it easy. He forced it all the way to that final 5th game.
And Beelzebub boy, you're gonna see this Pokemon often in these highlights. Galarian Moltres, he started out the battle using every Protect Shield on it for 3 straight battles. That was his key to victory and a huge adjustment to sit the Shadow Annihilate. Yes, Shadow Annihilate is so strong against Patamon's team, but he tried that yesterday. It didn't work. He went home, he made a new strategy. That new strategy included Shadow Steelix and a lot more Lapras. How flexible was he playing with that Lapras, with that Galarian Moltres, and just able to overwhelm Patamon with his team composition advantage?
Yeah, we talked about the Shadow Annihilate, but he only brought it into 1 game. 1 game is all he needed, though, because 1 game is what separated these 2 fierce competitors. This final game, this final Ice Beam is what sealed the deal. Look at his face. He knows it. He knows he's just 1 charge attack away from victory here. Look at the shock as well as he is going to throw that sparkling aria. What 2 fierce competitors. And Patamon, what an incredible season is for him. In some ways, he might be disappointed, but there's no shame in the tournament and the season he's had this year. One of the best season runs here, and to be only taken out by Beelzebub in this fierce tournament of competitors.
And look at Patomon's run, able to take out Corlish, which remember, he was a top 4 trainer at the World Championships as well. Able to take out Maxi, that got into the top 8, I believe. Take out Lyle's Jeff, who also got into the top 8. And then take out your world champion, Beelzebub, yesterday. And then the bracket reset, of course, Beelzebub wins that first one 3-1. And when it seemed all the momentum was on the side of Beelzebub, Paddleman battled back, and he was 1 game away from winning it all.
13 games. 13 games between these two competitors, going the absolute distance here, and Beelzebub is gonna lock in that first place finish. Patamon gets that second place, definitely not the last you'll hear of him, and LND's Hard Jeff, the first time making day number 2, this top cut, and now his first trophy at a World Championships, a fierce competitor in himself, and I'm sure he's looking to improve that next year.
Let's look at the final standings at 2025 Pokemon GO World Championships. Remember, these top 4 trainers are guaranteed an invite for the World Championships next season. So LNDS, Corlash, and Harjefe will be there as well. Lyle's Jeff, Maxi, Firestar. How about Firestar winning 7 straight matchups on the loser side of the bracket to make it there? And then Master Mahir as well. Incredible performances from all of our top talent in Pokemon GO.
2 of 2 in top 8 from India, a region to be recognized, a region to be feared in future World Championships. And of course, our prizes. Not only do you get the glory, the trophy, you get prizes, you get packs, you get it all.
And look at what you get with these prizes. We just saw those trainers that are taking home those large sums. Congratulations to all of them. Congratulations to all the competitors in Pokemon GO that were able to qualify this season. It was the first season with championship points, and it was an amazing one.
Wow. What a World Championships, Butters. You know, we had so many people that we were watching out for, players to look at, multiple players with multiple titles, both regionally and internationally. 3 previous world champions also battling it out on the stage, but there can only be one, and there can only be one player to do it all. It's going to be Beelzebub, your new world champion.
I am Beelzebub. What a moment from this world champion. What a grand finals. You said it before. This was our first bracket set since our first ever world championships in 2022. And Beelzebub is repeating the feat that Dancing Rob did, winning it all from that loser's side of the bracket. He had the team composition. He had the determination. And I feel like he embodies the Pokemon spirit. He has such positive energy, determination, and just the want to put on a show, have fun. And that attitude is what brought him to the biggest stage at the first time in an arena, and that's what brought him the first place trophy.
Let's crown our champions here. Anna's on the stage to hand over their beautiful trophies.
Let's cheer on our finalist and our 2025 Pokemon World Champion. Congratulations to our finalist from Spain, Patoman! And now it's time for a roaring round of applause for our 2025 Pokemon GO World Champion, Beelzebub! Congratulations once more to both our finalists and our world champion. Next up, we have the Pokemon trading card game with all divisions, juniors, seniors, and masters with their finals matches. Are you excited? Freya and Ethan are standing by, so I think we're ready.
Well, we've crowned champions in 2 games, and now we're moving on to the Pokemon trading card game, where our juniors, seniors, and masters will battle it out to see who can become the very best. Welcome in. My name is Ethan Heggie. Freya Pierce is alongside me, and what an honor this is. We are going to see excellent star-studded players battle it out here in the arena.
Not just an honor for the players, of course, but for us, for the first time ever, our TCG finals cast in this awesome arena. Everyone, a round of applause for the trading card game finalists.
Absolutely. We have 3 different storylines to showcase. Starting off with our juniors division players, it will be an international battle. We will have Jose Cruz, a decorated US player, up against a junior from Japan, Yuya Okita. This is going to be an absolutely epic battle between our 2 competitors.
2 titans of the game have been playing for such a long time in their respective divisions, and of course representing almost like the 2 big forces in the Pokemon trading card game, Japan versus the United States. Who is going to come out on top today?
We will have to see as things build up. This will be a best of 3 match between both players. Battled through the first day of competition, Swiss rounds, played their final round of Swiss on day 2, and then had to treacher through a very difficult path. Asymmetric top cut, top 8, top 4, and are now here 1 match away from becoming a Pokemon trading card game world champion.
Yeah, and we've talked so many times before about how this is really the moment for the juniors and seniors to sign. Normally, we're only featuring the Masters players, but now if you make it to Championship Sunday, it doesn't matter what age division you're in, you get to show the world just how good you really are.
You have to feel for these players here. Don't get a lot of opportunities to play on the big stage, and what a large stage this is. The arena filled up after we've crowned our Pokemon Unite and Pokemon GO champions. If you're in that spot, you know, there's a lot riding on the line. I'm sure you're excited, but you've got to be feeling just a little bit nervous, no matter how confident you are going into this final match.
I'm feeling secondhand nervousness just like standing here. I'm not even playing, so I can't imagine how our juniors are feeling right now.
Are getting ready. We are almost set to get into this first matchup. It will be Dragapult EX up against Raging Bolt. So this seems to be the continuing story of 2024 and 2025. Dragon-type Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG continuing to be a dominating force.
Yeah, and two very different kinds of deck, right? The Raging Bolt just dealing with everything in front of it. That huge bellowing thunder attack, able to take a 1-hit knockout on anything in its path by discarding all the energy from the field. The Dragapult decks, on the other hand, a little bit more sneaky. You're placing the damage on the bench with the Phantom Dive. You're setting up multiple prize turns. 2 very different play styles of deck that we're going to see in this junior finals.
We'll get into the nitty-gritty bit of it once these players are sat down at the table. Excited to see how things play out at this point. This is every player's dream in the Pokemon TCG. You battle through a 1-per-year tournament. You only get 1 shot at the World Championships. You have to play through the entire season through local events, regional, international championships, battle it out for those championship points, and then the whole slate sort of resets going into Worlds. There's no day 1, day 2 system anymore. Everybody is on an even playing field to start out the year, and they have just as good of a shot as anybody does to become a world champion. These players are no exceptions.
Yeah, and what a place to do it as well. 8 years ago, when we were last here in this very convention center for the 2017 World Championships, we played on the stage in the hall, but now we are here in the arena to crown our 3 champions. And what a better, I can't imagine a better stage to do it on. Imagine winning here, but maybe the most hype moment of your entire life, let alone just in your Pokemon trading card game career.
As mentioned, these players had a treacherous journey to get here as we look at the bracket for our top cut. Japan having a dominating force, taking up over half the amount of slots in this top cut. 5 representatives that you see here. Jose Cruz just going on an absolute tear, taking down a Japanese representative in top 8. beating Haruki in the top 4, and is now in a finals playing against Japan's final representative in this top cut, Yuya Okita.
2 down, 1 to go if you're Jose, but for Yuya, taking down a fellow Japanese Minato, and then Cedric from Finland in the semifinals, and now going to be facing up against Jose in the finals for another Japan-US face-off.
And this is such a polarizing bracket to look at. There were no 2-1s at all. Every single match was decisive in this top cut. 2-0s all across the board in top 8, 2-0s all across the board in the top 4. We'll have to see if that trend continues, or if these two players on an absolute tear through the bracket are going to give each other a run for their money.
If there's ever going to be a 2-1, I imagine it's got to be in the finals, especially as you rightly pointed out, given what a clean sweep it was up until this point for both these players.
So who will emerge victorious? Will it be the hard-hitting power of Raging Bolt EX on and off the forefront of the meta since its release? Or will it be the disruptive and explosive pressure late in the game that Dragapult EX can provide? Two very different strategies. We'll see which one comes out on top.
Yeah, and an interesting thing we were just talking about before coming up here, Jose is no stranger to the Raging Bolt deck, having played it himself at previous tournaments and done very, very well with it, now kind of going up against what he had success with before, so that's going to add an interesting interplay as well.
You know, it's a little bit of betrayal in a sense. This is your partner Pokemon. You were an international champion with it. And now, for the biggest accomplishment, the biggest match in your career, you have to go up against your old friend, somebody who has helped you so much in your trading card game journey. It's now essentially the final boss for Jose to take down if he wants to become a champion this weekend.
There's something a little bit poetic in that, isn't there, you could say, but I cannot wait to see which of these two comes up on top for these two players. The biggest match of their life so far, no doubt about that.
Let's not forget what's on the line for these players. The world champion gets so much prestige and is immortalized in the history of the Pokemon trading card game. There's, of course, the prize money, and let's not forget the Pikachu trophy, and more so for our trading card game fans, that exclusive World Championship playmat. That's gotta be about as big of a flex as possible.
Like, just imagine going to your local League Challenge or League Cup and just slamming that down. Your opponent just goes, oh, that's what I'm up against. I'm up against champion material. That's got to send some nerves across, I imagine.
Intimidating indeed. These players waiting backstage, anxiously awaiting their appearance on the arena. Their first players ever to come out for the Pokemon TCG will be playing a 75-minute best-of-3 match. The player who can win 2 out of the 3 games will be emerged victorious. The anticipation is building. Things are going to get exciting.
So, between these two players, who do you think is going to take down the title today, in your opinion?
It's really hard to tell. You've got the experience of Jose. He's, I would say, the more decorated player, very much used to playing in these large regional and international events. He has, I think, over 5 top cuts just alone this season of the 8 or 9 regional championships he's attended. On the other hand, Yuya has not played in a whole lot of events, and that's really the difference between the systems. The Japanese players do not get that high volume of regional championships and internationals to attend, so a lot of the time it really comes down to those small appearances. Those fields, however, are so much larger, and getting top 4 to Champions League, that's no slouch of an accomplishment at all. We'll see if he can take that momentum and experience at these big tournaments and convert that into potentially a World Championship title.
Absolutely, and then for me, I'm going to give it to Yuya, you know, purely on deck advantage. I mean, the Dragapult versus Raging Bolt matchup can go one way or the other, but generally speaking, if you're able to take a one-hit knockout on a Dragapult EX and you can carry that on, you're pretty good to go. It's going to take a few tricky moves, a counter catcher and the like, to really play around that, but for me at least, I'm giving it to Yuya.
Very interested to see how some of these tech cards come into effect. Again, we'll wait for those players to have their headphones on so we don't foil any of the fun for our competitors. You at home and in the arena, we'll be taking you guys all through the action, showcasing how the Pokemon TCG is played out. See how, you know, some of these key cards, mainly those A specs go into play, right? We've got the very powerful Prime Catcher compared to something of a little bit more unusual aspect. Not a very popular card months ago, that Neo Upper Energy, very useful for that Dragapult EX to attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Neo Upper Energy being basically the A-spec that was the most dismissed when it came out, thinking, hold on, I can bring something up from the bench. Why would I just want a card that lets me have 2 energies of any color? As it turns out, being able to 1 attachment power up a Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive, pretty good and worthwhile.
There's so many dynamics on the table between both of these players. Got a feel for both of them in this spot, right? You worked all the way through to top cut. Nobody wants to go home at a second place finish. I'm interested to see, how some of these early pressure nerves, and those nerves are going to be inevitable in a space like this, especially when you're in front of such a large crowd here at the arena.
Yeah, and this is not something any TCG player has experienced before to the same level. I mean, obviously we get some very big crowds for the junior seniors and the Masters Division finalists in our previous finals at the major events around the world. But something like this, we have never, ever borne witness to this before. And I am so hyped to be here, I'm not going to lie.
Curious to see, how that dynamic plays out as well between some of the more supporting key Pokemon. Things like Badoo has taken over the format. He may be small, he may not have a lot of HP, but boy, is that itchy pollen an absolute annoyance to deal with.
Yeah, but I think the arena's heard enough from us. Let's throw it over to the stage to introduce our junior finalists.
It's time for your Pokemon trading card game, Junior's final match. Are you ready? Let's get ready to welcome our competitors to the stage. First, from the USA, Jose Cruz Galindo Resendiz. And from Japan, Yuya Okita! Congratulations to our finalists for getting this far, and now it's time to watch them play. Casters, take us away.
Once again, it all comes down to this. Staring off, face to face, one match in between these players and that title of becoming a world champion. And look at that as well. They've got their friends supporting. We've got any fans for Team Zorua out in the crowd. Any Zorua fans out here? And you gotta ask the other way here. We got any Dreepy fan? Who loves Dreepy out here? Come on, you gotta give it up for Dreepy, right? So we've heard a little bit about the players. We've heard about their friends supporting them. There's some other friends out in the crowd supporting them as well. Let's throw it to Chip and hear for some of these player supporters.
Here with Jose's family and Yuya's family here in the venue, and they are so excited to see their children up there competing. I'll start with you, Ram. Jose's got some experience under his belt. He's the North American International Champion from a couple seasons ago. How do you think he'll rise to the occasion here on the stage? How do you think he's feeling in this moment right now?
I'm sure he's a little nervous, but he's used to the big stage. He practices a lot, so I think he's ready to go.
And now over to Yuya's family. I'll ask you, Mom, the journey for your family to get to this point, what does it mean to now see your son up on this stage?
ご家族として長い道を渡ってきたと、ここまでたどり着くまでに長い道を通ってきたと思うんですが、お息子さんが舞台に登ってどういうお気持ちですか？
とても嬉しい気持ちです。私もとても緊張しています。
I'm very happy, but I'm also very nervous.
I love to hear that. I love to hear that. And now for you, Yuya's brother, I'm sure you both practiced a lot together leading to this tournament. Do you think he's ready for this moment?
お兄さんもたくさん準備してできたと思うんですけど、準備はしっかりできていると思いますか？
完璧です。
Yep, he's doing well and he's ready.
All right, love to hear from these family members who I'm sure are rooting on these players. I'm sure everyone in the crowd is going to be ready to root on these players as well. Let's kick off our junior final match.
I think our crowd is ready. I think our players are ready, and the families are as well. Now all that's left is for these competitors to shuffle up and get ready to play some Pokemon TCG. Dragapult EX, piloted by Jose Cruz, paired with that Dusknoir and its Curse Blast ability, going up against one of the strongest Dragon-type Pokemon in the format, Raging Bolt EX, piloted by Yuya.
Now, we've asked, or rather, we've been between ourselves who we think is going to win. We've asked about support for the Pokemon, but for our players, let's ask everyone in the arena, if you're backing Yuya to win, make some noise!
Got some solid support. If you think Jose's got what it takes, let me hear you scream. Got about a 50-50 split. That's what I like to see. You know, we call that an even matchup here in the Pokemon TCG. And this is definitely a close matchup. There's so many different dynamics that these support Pokemon can provide, mainly the Dusknoir, and some of those non-EX Raging Bolts can be really powerful against this Dragapult deck.
Yeah, absolutely can. And a lot of love for both of our juniors as well. You'd love to see that. It's when you're at this age as well, it means even more knowing that you're at such a high level at such a young age in one of the coolest sports you can really do. It's got to be such an honor even to be in the finals for both of these juniors. But at the same time, like we already talked about, the nerves have got to be coursing as well.
So that card we sort of mentioned but alluded to is a card that Jose Cruz is playing. It is that Ace Nullifier Genesect, a card released in the Shrouded Fable expansion. It says that once during your turn, you know, if this Pokemon has a tool card attached to it for the rest of the game, your opponent cannot play A-Spec cards from their hand. And when I asked Yuya before the match what his most important card in the deck was, he gave a pretty straightforward but reasonable answer, that one of A-Spec Prime Catcher. Having that Genesect set up early could shut off some of that aggressive pressure Prime Catcher puts on the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. Prime Catcher, ever since it's come out, it has almost been the go-to A-Spec. If you're not sure which one to put in your deck, you know, bringing something up on the bench on an item card so you can still draw into it with a supporter card, pretty good.
Over on Yuya's end, in terms of this list, pretty standard. It will be the Raging Bolt paired with the Noctowl engine, that Jewel Seeker ability, thanks to having a Terra Pokemon like the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX in play, allowing you to search out your trainer cards, execute your strategy, and just put on a whole lot of damage. You've got to expect when attacking with these Dragapult EX, there's a very realistic chance. Bellowing Thunder, discarding 5 energy, 70 damage for each energy discarded off the field. That's going to be a big thing you're going to want to keep your eye on with how many energies Yuya is able to flood the board with to apply maximum pressure.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a double dynamic going on. Of course, you have to think about that Bellowing Thunder and the big one-hit knockouts that it can do. But much like against the Gardevoir deck, the Raging Bolt player can set up that single prize Raging Bolt. You build up more damage, or more energy onto it rather, and with that Thunderburst Storm attack, you can control the board very, very well. 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy on that single prize Raging Bolt. A very strong attack.
Players will shuffle up, of course, the Pokemon TCG. Before anything is done, players will flip a coin, see who goes first and second. Player who wins does get to choose, and this is, again, a little bit of an interesting dynamic with the deck. We talked about this on the mainstream for TCG yesterday. This Raging Bolt deck, thanks to the Fan, Rotom, and Noctowl, a lot of the times wants to go first, and on Jose's side, his deck sort of wants to go second and then get this Budu pressure. Is there a world where, you know, each player has their own sort of philosophy with how they want to start? Or they decide, you know, my opponent going first is too powerful. Maybe I'm okay to put myself on a little bit of a back foot in terms of playing supporters and deny my opponent the opportunity of starting the game off.
Yeah, it's a bit of a funny one. It's something I actually talked about with Joe a couple of times before, one of our fellow casters. You never really want to agree on who goes first or second, right? So even though your deck might normally want to do one or the other, if, like you were saying, the kind of you're weighing up the imbalance, if the disadvantage or advantages go differently because of the matchup, maybe you opt to go first or second when you wouldn't do otherwise.
So we will be ready to draw those first 7 cards from the top of the deck. We'll take a look and see what the coin flip result was. Who is going first in this game? And Yuya will be starting things off. Exactly what you want as this Raging Bolt player. You get that first turn 1 fan call. That's the Rotom's ability. It lets you search out all of the colorless Pokemon. And then from there, can start applying pressure with the various ancient Pokemon you have at your disposal.
Yeah, Raging Bolt is specifically this version with the Noctowl engine with the Fan Rotom, one of the few decks that really doesn't mind going first at all. You want to get this Hoot down, so then on your second turn, you get that Teal Mask Ogerpon down, you evolve into Noctowl, your Jewel Seeker for exactly what you need, and you pretty much can pick out the perfect turn to respond to whatever your opponent's done.
Taking all 6 prize cards in the Pokemon TCG, how a player can win the match. We're waiting to see what those 6 cards will be. Both players will take those off the top of the deck, put them into our prize cam, and we're gonna see right now what cards are unavailable. You take those and put them to your hand when a Pokemon is knocked out. So let's see what that looks like. You never love to see a little bit of those Pokemon, and that's not really a great sign. Double Dracloak, that Recon Directive ability is super important at allowing you to draw cards as you work your way up to becoming a powerful Dragapult EX.
Yeah, not quite as bad as some of the 3 or 4 count prizes that we have seen over the course of many, many streams, including, of course, Piper Lepine yesterday pricing for Gimmighoul, but 2 of your 4 Dracloak, not really what you want to see.
Prize cards are out, our players are ready, cards in hand, anticipation building. You can feel it in the air. These players are nervous, they're anxious, but they know what they want, and that is a World Championship title. We are all ready to get things kicked off. Here comes the handshake, and with this, we will be seeing the start of our Juniors Finals. Let's get right into it. Our first TCG Finals match here in Anaheim 2025.
Our first match indeed, and our first turn of play. The first move done, a teal dance onto this teal mask Ogerpon, one more card drawn. Oh, it finds that single prize Raging Bolt. What a great draw of that teal dance.
Absolutely important draw. Getting that baby Raging Bolt down with an attachment threatens probably your most important attack on the second turn of the game, that Thunderburst Storm. It does 30 damage for each energy card attached to this Raging Bolt to any one of your opponent's Pokemon. Normally, you can only attack the active Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG, the Raging Bolt, and its long neck able to reach over the opponent's bench and pick another Pokemon to a time pleasure to. And we're actually going to see Yuya hold this Ultra Ball in hand and choose not to grab something like the Fan Rotom, such a key powerful piece. We can see sometimes when you don't use that Fan Call ability, your board can really struggle down the end.
It can, but in this specific situation, given that Yuya already had two Hoot Hoot in hand, I like this a lot. Something that the Dragon Bolt player can do to kind of capitalize on the Raging Bolt player's board is to do a little snipe on a 70 HP Fan Rotom. So if you have two Hoot Hoot down without that, why put down the Fan Rotom?
Jose, solid start, gets down that second Dreepy, the attachment for turn, Air Balloon onto the active Dreepy, allowing it to potentially retreat into a different Pokemon as both players shuffle their hands, put them to the bottom, draw 6 cards. But wow, this hand really not looking too solid here for Jose. He's just gonna want to preserve this Dreepy, retreats for turn into Monkey Dory, no Itchy Pollen. So as things stand right now for Yuya, is gonna have full reign to the various tools at his disposal and already has the Crispin in hand, allowing Yuya to search out 2 different types of basic energy, attach one to one of his Pokemon, put the other one in his hand, meaning that there can be essentially an extra energy accelerated, and with there being 3 energy on that baby Raging Bolt, Thunderburst Storm can target either of those Dreepies and start to put immediate pressure on Jose's side.
About as good an INO as you could have asked for. Straight away with the Crispin, there's other things ready to go in hand as well. I saw the Latias EX, so you can put that down, and of course, with its Skyline ability, you can retreat that Teal Mask Ogerpon for free and conserve the energy on it for a later Bellowing Thunder. Super strong draw from this INO that Jose played for Yuya.
We'll use the attachment effect from the deck to the Raging Bolt. Grass energy goes into the hand. We'll just be straight up attached, and Yuya just wants to preserve and keep these bench spots open as long as possible. Does not want to fill the bench up with things like the Latias, understands what he wants to do, no hesitation. Thunderburst Storm as Yuya Okita strikes first in game number 1.
Oh, and a big top deck for Jose as Jose draws a Professor's Research. That hand was looking pretty dead otherwise, so gonna be pretty happy about that. Double Night Stretcher can get back one of those Dreepy and an energy for good measure, so you can attach that onto the Monkey Dory for retreat, and then Professor's Research, really bailing out Jose here.
You want to power up these Dracloaks on the bench, but Jose understands you may need some disruptive pressure with something like the Budew for an item block this turn. We'll see 7 fresh cards on the top of the deck, and the last card is that Budew. So Itchy Pollen can be the attack of choice. However, there I don't think was any Dracloak found into this hand.
Oh no!
Meaning that Dragapult EX is not even going to be able to come out next turn, would have to rely on something else, and this is the best that Jose can do at this spot. Play the counter catcher since he is behind on prize cards, bring up his Hoot Hoot to try and stall, and use the Itchy Pollen, shutting off item cards for Yuya on this turn.
Yeah, and of course, normally that would be pretty devastating, but we know that Yuya already has that Latias EX in hand. Yeah, sure, you want to preserve bench spots, generally speaking, but if you could just retreat into this Raging Bolt, Thunderburst Storm again, and start picking off more and more Dreepy, I think you're feeling pretty fine.
Yeah, so sort of getting rewarded for holding that Latias EX. Of course, if that Pokemon is down, there's no point in playing the counter catcher. Holding it and preserving it, allowing Jose to essentially burn a powerful resource later on, using the Teal Dance, and is just continuing to wreak havoc on the Dreepies over on Jose's side, taking another prize card.
Thunderburst storming his way to his second prize card of the game, as Jose is left with a really tricky hand to work with. Was that a Dracloak drawn for turn, maybe? No, it wasn't even.
It's tough because no matter what, you're not able to deal with this baby Raging Bolt. You can commit energies, you can put Dracloak into play, but it is immediately going to be knocked out no matter what you can do this turn because it's already got all the energies and no Pokemon can be trapped, like you said, thanks to that Skyliner ability.
Yeah, and there is, of note in Jose's list, there is one singular copy of Rare Candy. If you can find the Rare Candy and the Dragapult, that could be one way to get the Dragapult into play. And if you can find that Neo Upper Energy, that would be the one way you could do a Phantom Dive this turn. But from the looks of Jose's hands, I don't think that he found it.
Jose has not even had the opportunity to search the deck yet. We're
oh my goodness.
at turn 4 at this point, and nothing has essentially happened in terms of allowing Jose to find pieces. We'll have the Buddy Buddy Poffin, one of the staple item cards in many evolution decks, allowing you to search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less. The big thing to note, though, there's a Dreepy in the prize cards, a Dreepy in the discard pile, and a Dreepy on the bench. So this Buddy Buddy Poffin can only grab a single Dreepy. And this Baby Raging Bolt already having a guaranteed lineup on one of these Dreepy means there will only be that last one remaining as a potential attacking threat. Your Dragapult EX deck will do nothing if you, shocker, can't attack with the Dragapult EX itself.
Yeah, and given all of that, Jose's shaking his head, and who can blame him? Such a rough start in this game. This one singular Raging Bolt is just wreaking havoc on your board, and there's nothing you can do.
See if Duskull is a potential choice. You know, that Curse Blast ability, a lot stronger in the game when, you know, the prize race is a little bit more even, but with a guaranteed another prize being taken and Yuya having taken 3 of the 6 prize cards come next turn, he's got to sort of debate what the rest of his board is going to look like this turn. Do you just grab the single Dreepy and maybe lean into something like a Phantom Dive later on in the game? We talked about some of the cool inclusions that are in the deck list here for Jose, but one of the big omissions from this deck list is it plays no copies of that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, which can be an easy way to close things out at the end of the game and attack with an energy-efficient Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a near stable in so many different archetypes with its Blood Moon attack and the ability for every prize card that your opponent takes, the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX attacks for 1 less energy, but so in the late stage of the game, absolutely 1 energy attack for 240 damage, very effective. Not an option available to Jose, though, unfortunately for him.
It will be the Duskull and Dreepy, the 2 choices from the Buddy Buddy Poffin. And there is an energy attachment, but you kind of have to wonder, is it even worth attaching it to Dreepy if your opponent's going to want to knock one of them out anyways? They're just going to choose the one that has the energy, and because of that, it looks like we're actually going to see, is that a Psychic Energy? Wow, Psychic Energy being put on the Monkey Dory. We may see some Mind Bend action as a desperation attempt from Jose with how poorly things are going in this game 1.
No, who can really blame him at this point? So it really is on Yuya here just to keep capitalizing and actually just going to attach to the active and Thunderburst Storm for 120, dealing with the Monkey Dory before it even can do anything.
Wants nothing to do with any attacking options outside of Buddy Buddy Poffin. Or Buddy Buddy, Itchy Pollen. There's Poffins and Pollens, and it's a little bit confusing here on Sunday. A little bit disorienting.
No monkey business around here, even.
Absolutely, just wants to make sure any of these basic or stage 1 Pokemon can be knocked out with a Thunderburst Storm. And sure, Brock Scouting can find this Dracloak from the deck, but it will just essentially be knocked out as the choice from Thunderburst Storm the next turn. And Yuya, with us being, you know, just over 10 or so minutes left gone in this finals, is already 2 prize cards away from closing out game number 1.
Just this Raging Bolt wrecking absolute havoc and just really sitting uncontested. And this is the power of that single prize Raging Bolt. It's something that if you just aren't able to deal with, you just keep letting it do these bench sniping attacks. You control your opponent's board and you can't evolve up into your Dragapult. And if you can't evolve up into your Dragapult, you're not controlling your opponent's board and your whole deck shuts down.
Does have Ultra Ball, so this is the bare minimum Jose really needed to find this turn to stay in the game. 2 Dracloak, meaning that even if one of them are knocked out thanks to the Thunderburst Storm on Yuya's side, Dragapult EX can finally come into play and start providing some sort of attacking threat, and more importantly, deal with this Raging Bolt in the active spot.
Yeah, going to be some big recon directives coming up. Of course, that really strong ability in the Dracloak. What you want to put each Dracloak you have out, you can look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and then you put one into your hand, the other one goes in the bottom. It's going to be some big recon directives these next few turns.
Really not what you want to see if you're Jose. You already have the energy attachment for turn. You're going to be left with just 2 cards in hand. None of them a supporter, none of them a way to draw more cards, and it's just going to be the attachment, Itchy Pollen, but this again is the situation where Yuya was going to knock out one of these Dracloak regardless, and now we'll just choose your energy attachment. You're essentially just sending it to the discard pile over on Jose's side.
I think it's important to say, Yuya's basically done almost nothing this game. Like, what's Yuya done? Put a bunch of energy onto this Raging Bolt, announce Thunderburst Storm 3 now 4 times, and taken 4 knockouts. Even if Jose can mount a comeback, and let's not forget, Dragapult, like Gardevoir, is one of those decks that can make use of a lot of comeback cards to try and mount a really, really big comeback. We've seen loads over our time casting all of these games, but even this situation, I mean, the fact that you haven't even got a Dragapult down when your opponent only has 2 prize cards left to take, I am not liking Jose's odds here.
Sometimes the simplest strategies are the ones that are most successful. We may see 6 Thunderburst Storms take this game. That's Thunderburst Storm number 4, taking a knockout on the Dracloak. And while Jose does have the opportunity to put Dragapult EX in, Yuya can just take another prize card next turn. There may be a position where we may not see Phantom Dive announced at all during this game. Needs to find something, and does find 2 supporter cards to choose from, that Hilda and the Iono. What effect could either of those have in this situation here, Freya?
So Jose's going to make a very critical decision here. Jose needs to decide, because that Hilda will grab you both the pieces you need, the Neo Upper Energy and the Dragapult. But the Iono is going to disrupt your opponent, and that'd be one of the only things you can do to stop your opponent from finalizing the game by taking the last few knockouts. It's a very tricky decision. Actually, didn't I see, what did Jose take out of the 2?
Is the Hilda,
okay.
So prioritizing getting a Phantom Dive online. If you're not using that attack, you are not winning. Plain and simple, this is the bread and butter strategy of the deck. Is now just considering if it's worth putting another Duskull in play. It is not, and here we go. Combination City, Dragapult EX and the Neo Upper Energy, the Pokemon and Energy card chosen from this. We're gonna see the Phantom Dive. This Raging Bolt will finally be answered, but you just got 2 Grass Energy on the bench with this Ogerpon, has built up a large hand size just from draw passing over several turns and using that Teal Dance. Just needs to find 5 energy cards to discard with a Bellowing Thunder, and Yuya will close out this first game.
Yeah, so here it is. Phantom Dive is going to take a double knockout, so that's going to be 2 prizes for Jose. Does Yuya have the pieces to put together this KO on the Dragapult to take game 1? I see a Dual Seeker!
I think it's already in the hand. This can grab Nest Ball and a Professor Sada's Vitality, and if there's another ancient Pokemon in the hand...
Which there is, because the Koraidon's already there!
That's correct. All that would be missing now is just a basic energy, and Yuya already has the Professor Sada, so it's going to play this out, and it looks like all the pieces are there. Nest Ball grabs the Raging Bolt EX, a second ancient Pokemon hits the board, Earthen Vessel is going to grab these 2 energy cards, and we are going to be showcased how easy this deck can just flood the board with energies and set up a Bellowing Thunder.
Yeah, so Earthen Vessel grabs the grass and the fighting. Can you go ahead and Teal Dance with that grass energy to draw an extra card and to get an extra energy onto the board, and you've got to imagine the Professor Sada's Vitality, there it is, it's already in hand. Yuya has everything, all the pieces to put together to take this game 1, and we are going to be moving very swiftly on to game 2.
Very, very much so. Multiple options as long as there's a Lightning Energy in the hand.
Oh, wait,
Yuya misattached the energies, and I think may have gotten rid of the energy switch from the hand. Did get rid of the energy switch, just needed to attach the Lightning Energy, but instead, that small mistake all of a sudden throws everything out of place. It's now gonna have to use Flip the Script to try and bail himself out of that small mistake, which could cost him a fortune.
With all the nerves on the most important stage of all, just a small mistake, but it could turn into a huge blunder that could give Jose a chance to come back in this game. So yeah, it's gonna come down to this Flip the Script to try and find this Lightning Energy.
There are still plenty of options in the deck. We'll see the Teal Dance be used first, so it can draw 4 cards to the deck. 1 card off the top. It is another Teal Mask Ogerpon, and here we go. Big 3 cards. Flip the Script. Lightning Energy is the key to win this game. Does not find it, but we do have another Grass Energy in hand. If there's something like an Area 0 Under Depths potentially, that could extend the bench to 8 Pokemon to open up another spot, but I actually don't know if that's quite there. We'll get to take a peek at the deck with Ultra Ball. It's just gonna go ahead and start thinning. Grabs this Ditto, that transformative start, not important in this game. And yeah, just that small misstep from Yuya is going to make what was an easy situation, a locked-up game, a little bit more complicated, especially if he cannot find this KO here.
I feel like the latest victim of commentator's curse with that one, I'm not going to lie. Goodness me, just the slight misattach with the energy turned a guaranteed win into, I mean, I think Yuya's still in a pretty good position to take this, but could have guaranteed the win just then and there. We'll go ahead and use the Prime Catcher with that Koraidon to at least take out this Duskull. I like this as a backup.
Yeah, we'll make sure that no more Cursed Blast abilities can be used since Yuya does go down to 1 prize card, and Jose does not have any bait and draw support currently in the hand. We'll see the top deck for turn, and that's a big one to find. Finds the Iono. That in combination with a disruptive effect and potentially smartly avoiding a knockout. That's really a big question. If Jose has the option to, should he maybe prolong taking a prize card here so he can maybe avoid that flip the script ability?
Yeah, I think actually that's why this is one of the really important skills in the Pokemon trading card game. If you do make a mistake, trying your best to like play back around it to recover, and this is actually quite wise, bring up the Koraidon, because you can't really play around not knocking it out as easily if you're Jose. It forces Jose to have a gust to not trigger the flip the script.
You can see how one small mistake in the Pokemon TCG can just spiral out of control. And good thing Yuya played that Prime Catcher last turn, because there is the Genesect with the tool card. That Ace Nullifier really not going to have a lot of impact this turn. I think things are pretty straightforward for Jose. No other options in the hand. Jamming Tower already in play. That can't be played down, and it will be a Phantom Dive. Jose can put himself to 3 prize cards left, and by putting damage counters onto the benched Noctowl in this spot, actually no, is purposefully going to avoid taking prize cards. We'll see what Yuya has. Just needs to find a Lightning Energy. Does not have access to that, and because this bench is full, Yuya now has to make another decision. Do you promote this Teal Mask Ogerpon and attack with it, use that Myriad Leaf Shower to set up a 2-hit KO? Or do you maybe try and, ring around the rosy a little bit and put another Pokemon up that can hopefully either A, be knocked out to trigger that flip the script, or some other option?
I like a third option. You bring up this Rage Bolt EX, burst, roar, discard your hand and draw 6 cards.
Sometimes the best way to end is not by dealing damage, but setting yourself up for success the following turn. And now Jose is put in another tough situation. We'll need to potentially find another way to disrupt the hand. There is a counter catcher off of this Recon Directive, but I'm not sure there's any supporter card, especially that Iono is really just debating which of these 2 cards, either the Arven or counter catcher. They are pretty similar in this effect. It now really just comes down to if Jose wants another item outside of that counter catcher in this spot.
Yeah, so was there an Ino in a hand for Jose to disrupt the hand again? I don't see one. So yeah, just the counter catcher to try and make something of this. Gonna go ahead and bring up that Teal Mask Ogerpon, and then another Phantom Dive?
And nothing you can do. Don't want to trigger that flip the script ability, but no matter what, Yuya is 1 knockout away, just short of taking the KO on the Teal Mask Ogerpon, meaning there are still more than enough energies on the board. Will knock out the Koraidon, actually, so flip the script is a potential option, but Yuya still just needs a single Lightning Energy. Will he find it this time? And
Boss's orders!
Doesn't even need the Lightning Energy. Boss's orders, targets down the Badoo, it acts as a liability, and Yuya Okita, after a bit of a misstep, claws back and wins game number 1.
And huge credit to Yuya there. I think it's so easy in that position. You know you made a bit of a blunder, get a little bit flustered and just throw the game from there. But after Yuya recognized the mistake, was able to play back from it, recognize I still have the advantage here, and still take the win. I think it's huge credit to Yuya for being able to come back from that potential, very flustering moment.
Mindset is a big part of the Pokemon TCG, especially on a big stage like this where there is so much pressure. Like you mentioned, credit to Yuya for staying locked in and figuring things out. But it was the Thunderburst Storm show. Raging Bolt showed why it is so strong. Not just the EX, but this baby Raging Bolt. Thunderburst Storm after Thunderburst Storm, just consistently applying pressure to Dreepy. And with there being a little bit of that prizing issue, the 1-2 line in the prizes, it was just a little bit too little, too late for Jose to finally get Phantom Dive up and running. Even though there was a bit of a misstep from Yuya, he misattached the energy cards, got rid of this energy switch. He was still able to claw back after he did what he thought was game on this turn.
Yeah, so putting down the jamming tower, and then very wisely in this sort of recovery play, playing this Prime Catcher to bring up the Duskull. Definitely the best thing to target here, because you don't want your opponent to have access to Curse Blast to really have a big chance of a comeback, and then just Boss's orders to bring up the Badoo for the last prize of the game.
So shuffling up for our second game, Jose, many would consider the favorite going into this just with his long list and resume, and knows this Raging Bolt deck so well. He's got to be asking himself, Frey, a question that many players are at this point too. How can he adjust into this game 2 and try and force us into a game 3?
Set up more Dreepy, don't prize a big part of your Dragapult line would be a good start.
Not prizing cards is a valuable skill in the Pokemon.
It really is.
If you just believe you don't prize any important pieces, or if you just never check that they're there, it's almost as if, they're not prized if you really think about it.
That's definitely how it works.
see what the decision is here from Jose. If he wants to go first, he'll go ahead and go second in game number 2. So both players, it seems, very set on their opening strategies. Going first with Yuya's Raging Bolt deck, and Jose valuing the plethora of options he has on that first turn, going second.
Yeah, I guess as well, if you're Jose, you don't want to be in a situation where you go first, don't open with a supporter, and then your one lone Dreepy or something can be KO'd with something like a Fan Rotom. That's definitely not a situation you want to be in. And if you're forced your opponent to go first, then you know they can't attack, and you're more likely to be able to set up by virtue of being able to use a supporter to find Buddy Pop in.
Always a scary situation for sure. You've got to be noting of that here. So players will set up, both players having a basic Pokemon, and prize cards coming out. Once again, Yuya will start things off. The fist bump is here. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game number 2 here at the World Championships.
Game number 2, Yuya going first. You've got to be feeling confident here. You know that you are able to play through a mistake, and you are only one game away from becoming World Champion in the Juniors Division. And I see a Fan Rotom.
I think that was the one card off of the Teal Dance. Not a bad one at all. Regardless, plenty of basic Pokemon at Yuya's disposal. Already has the Teal Mask Ogerpon in play. The Fan Rotom already down, and now the question again, we saw how important it was for Yuya to get not only the Baby Raging Bolt down on turn 1, but attach that energy card from hand. If he has that yet again, these Dreepies are not going to be safe, and they are not going to be having a good time.
No, they absolutely aren't, and so it's going to be absolutely vital if you can to, just like in game 1, yeah, get this Raging Bolt down, get an energy on it, and just threaten that Thunderburst Storm as soon as possible. And unlike in game 1, is able to make use of that Fan Call. What does Fan Call do, Ethan?
To search out some Pokemon, colorless at that, and 100 HP or less, and can still grab out evolution Pokemon. Noctowl, very conveniently, and I'm sure purposefully, having exactly 100 HP will be the 3 choices from that ability. And now the second question becomes bench management and energy management. Yuya's definitely going to put these 2 Hoot-Hoots down. That will be no surprise, but is it worth, locking yourself out of the bench spaces for the time being? You want to put this energy, and Yuya does have the fighting energy in hand. It seems small and insignificant, but down the line, it really is going to matter when a Thunderburst Storm for 90 is just so impactful in the second turn of the game.
Absolutely is. These Dreepy have 70 HP, so if you can get an energy down on the first turn, then on the second turn, either with a Crispin or a Professor Sada's Vitality, you can get 2 more energy onto this Raging Bolt, and then Thunderburst Storm is doing that devastating 90 damage snipe that we saw Yuya basically carry him all through the first game.
And deciding to preemptively retreat that Teal Mask Ogerpon, it of course is always an option to retreat in the Pokemon TCG, but just wants to make sure that Pokemon EX with 210 HP does not take the 10 damage from the Itchy Pollen. It sounds insignificant, but it does put you in exact math range for a Phantom Dive down the line. Would be a little bit more happy if this Raging Bolt in the active spot takes the small little tickles that come out from Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, so often we see that Phantom Dive maths works out really nicely. If you hit something in the active, you hit a bunch of 200 HP, 2 prizes. Oh my goodness, the prizes again! Jose, you didn't take our advice!
For Cloak, you need to direct yourself to the main stage here. You cannot be in the prize cards. That is not a happy home if you are a fan of Jose Cruz. Does also prize the Monkey Dory. It's not an important card in this matchup, but you always got to keep note of what pieces are available. They are still manageable. A lot of the times, like you said, that one copy of Rare Candy, just getting Dragapult EX into play and not having to worry about the long and treacherous path of normal, regular evolution when you're facing down constant pressure from Thunderburst Storm could be the main piece Jose was missing in that first game to get himself back in game number 2.
Yeah, and in this game, Jose is starting off nicely with an Arven, so we'll be able to get some Dreepy down quite nicely. Is already leading with the Budu, so we know that this turn is going to end on an Itchy Pollen, which is going to put Yuya in the back foot a little bit. We do know, of course, that the Noctowl is already in hand from that Fan Call, so we'll be able to Dual Seeker for a Crispin to get all the energy onto this Raging Bolt and start doing some damage to Jose.
All you can ask, getting Pokemon down, getting ready for evolution, and the energy attachments, on this turn at least, not really significant, since you put them on the Dreepy, it's just the choice from the Thunderbird Storm to be KO'd.
Yes.
Jose, I'm not sure, has that energy card right now, but that's okay. Usually they're important pieces. Put it to a side for now. Number 1 fact, getting these Pokemon down, ready to put into play, and did have the Brock Scouting in hand too, but smartly choosing to play the Arven this turn, since finding Dracloak could be a valuable option on the following turn.
Yeah, absolutely could. You want to make sure you have the option to find that. And of course, now Jose will be looking through the deck, unlike in game 1, able to look through the deck a lot earlier, and we'll realize, oh, the 2 Dracloak again, are you kidding me? I need you in my deck, not in the prize cards.
But I do need you to make a decision.
So Jose taking a decent amount of time is nicely told by the judge that we'll need to select a card. You don't have all day in the Pokemon TCG. Come on, Jose. We got plenty of matches to showcase here. We got to pick things up. Respectfully, of course, will be the Air Balloon as well for the item card, or rather the tool card of choice. Often gets played. Double Dreepy comes down, and sure, you're going to item lock your opponent. And interestingly enough, Jose is actually going to also get Duskull down. Ultra Ball is always a key piece to grab evolution Pokemon, but just values potentially getting that up and running some point in the future.
Yeah, just got to go ahead and get that now. I mean, we did see in the first game, Yuya targeted down that Duskull, knowing that some combo turns with Dusknoir can be absolutely devastating. But in the meantime, Itchy Pollen, that small little Badu that could, preventing Yuya from playing items on his next turn. How does Yuya respond?
Jewel Seeker, the prime ability choice for Yuya. Just going to make sure he checks how many cards are in the hand. Of course, both players want to make sure they have track of all resources available, how many cards you work with are a big option, and it's actually going to be Yuya going for the Professor Sada and finds the lightning energy off the top 3. Are you kidding me here? What a draw from Yuya.
Yeah, I guess it was already guaranteed because the Noctowl was in hand, so you could go ahead and search for the Earthen Vessel. Oh no, you can't, of course, because of the Buddy Boy. That's huge. That's why you go for, I mean, do you know the Crispin? Oh, the Crispin's prized! And he plays 1, that's why he had to go for that risk.
Only 1 Crispin in the deck. Yuya taking note off of that fan call on turn 1. That piece was not available. You gotta risk it sometimes in the Pokemon TCG, and this is the best match for you to find those pieces you need. Hits one of those 3 lightning energy in the deck off of the Professor Sada, and now Dracloak are no longer safe in play. Thunderburst Storm again striking, and with how Jose has again been drawing to the deck, it seems like we're seeing yet another repeat of this first game. The Dreepies and Dracloaks slowly come down, but that's all they do. They sit there and draw cards and are prime targets for Thunderburst Storm turn after turn.
Maybe the biggest lightning energy draw of Yuya's life off there with the Crispin prize, able to find it and start putting this pressure on, and now Jose is once again, even with leading with that Itchy Pollen, it's very much on the back foot. Going to go ahead and use that Buddy Puffin and get some more Dreepy down from that, maybe a second Duskull if he feels like that might be the best move to make. Nope, just going to go for the 4th Dreepy.
I would really like to see Jose attach his energy for turn to a Dreepy instead of a Dracloak. Yes. At that point, your opponent's then got to make a decision. Do I either take out your easiest access to put Dragapult EX into play next turn, or do I do something else? But yet again here, Jose crucially missing an energy attachment. That's going to make it even harder, especially with the pressure Thunderburst Storm is putting on. And Yuya doesn't even need to do anything. He knows what he wants. His eye is on the prize. Draw for turn, attack. Go, buddy. I've got everything I need here with my Raging Bolt.
Is this the Thunderburst Storm World Championships we're seeing here in the Junior Finals? It sure feels like it right now.
We are in a treacherous storm for sure. Nobody is safe when the lightning sparks are all around. Hilda is the choice for turn, so if Jose does have that 1 copy of Rare Candy, could potentially put a Phantom Dive pressure on this turn, but yet again, will be just that single piece short. Instead, just going to find the Dracloak. Does now have the energy attachment for turn, but yet again, if you attack it to that Dracloak, it's just going to be the target to be KO'd. It will mean Dragapult EX at minimum can come down, and now Jose is going to make the play we talked about, attach the Dreepy and present Yuya with that choice of which Pokemon he wants to knock out this
time. Also crucial to note, off of the Recon Directive did find that Neo up energy, so in a worst case scenario, you have the energy attachment ready to go to power up your Phantom Dive. A really crucial find off the Recon Directive there.
For the first time this set, the bench has become larger. Terra Pokemon are ready to show their immersive power. Area 0 under depths, thanks to there being a terrestrial Pokemon in play, means both players, if they have that type of Pokemon, can extend the bench up to 8 over the normal 5. This Raging Bolt deck wants to play as wide as possible. Start things off with a Teal Dance, still under item lock, so can't do anything else, and it's actually going to be Thunderburst Storm, and does target down the Pokemon on the bench with the energy. Like you said though, Freya, Neo upper energy could potentially be the savior in this second game.
Yeah, it could. Having said that, I think I still like Yuya targeting down the Dreepy, because you want to target down the energy on the field, and you don't necessarily mind 1 or 2 Dragapults being evolved up, because then of course you come in with your big bad Raging Bolt EX, and you take a 1-hit knockout with Bellowing Thunder.
See both Recon Directives be used. This combo may be online. We've got the Air Balloon and the Genesect are in the hand, so if Jose chooses to, could bench that Genesect and attach the tool card, thus shutting Yuya down from playing Prime Catcher at any point during the rest of the game. We'll see the evolution, Neo upper energy, and now the choice becomes, where do you put these damage counters thanks to that Halucha's flying entry ability will be on those 2 Pokemon, and instead is actually going to omit from playing this Genesect, discarding it off Professor's Research, so not valuing that as a bench slot, wants to keep it open for something else.
Yeah, which I think makes a lot of sense in this situation, and also gotta love the placement on the flying entry. Put one on that Teal Mask Ogerpon so that it's more vulnerable to a Phantom Dive later, and then one on the Hoot Hoot so that Phantom Dive can also do residual damage on the bench to KO that too.
Importantly, does evolve that Dusclops, or excuse me, from the Duskull into the Dusclops. Did discard Dusknoir from that Professor's Research, so we'll need to play something like Night Stretcher down the line to get that Pokemon back if he so chooses to. But yeah, just the lack of energy attachments early on in this game means Jose just doesn't feel comfortable with this hand size Yuya has slowly been accumulating for attacking with this Dragapult EX, since there's no way to accelerate the energies, and back-to-back Phantom Dives just cannot be used.
And honestly, if I'm Yuya here, I'm thinking, I want to Thunderburst Storm again, but I think I want to target this Dusclops. This feels like the most threatening thing right now. I could put together a combo to make some kind of comeback. If you target this down, you are then just 1-2 prize knockout from winning the game with a Bellowing Thunder. So I think that Dusclops is really important to target right now.
It's tough, right? You put yourself to 2 prize cards, and I guess at that point, you don't care about back-to-back Dragapult EX attacks. So
no, exactly.
Jose is just going to put himself in range where the same situation he was fearing is just going to be part of the game.
I like the play.
Okita is now just 2 prize cards away from becoming a world champion.
Targeted down at Dusclops, preventing any Curse Blast shenanigans from happening. So now, with just 1 knockout on a Dragapult EX, Yuya will become the world champion. But it's not over yet. Jose is going to be fight tooth and nail to come back in this game 2 and try and take us to a game 3. Let's see what he has.
Plenty of Pokemon left in this game. Never count Dragapult EX out. It has made comebacks more far-fetched than this. Jose already has the Dragapult EX powered up. Phantom Dive is online thanks to that Neo upper energy. The one piece that is missing right now is something like Iono. Hand disrupting Yuya while potentially taking out multiple Hoot Hoot this turn, or even something like the Raging Bolt in the active spot, getting rid of those 3 energy cards, maybe the needed combination piece, but I'm not sure Iono is there, and you can see Yuya has again a massive hand, and this is a combo deck, this Raging Bolt deck. You give it tons of cards to work with, it's gonna put something together that you're not gonna like.
Yeah, and not only that, of course, we did say in the last turn, Jose opted to discard that Genesect and isn't getting back with his Night Stretcher, so Prime Catcher is still an option for Yuya to try and steal out this game with a Professor Sada's Vitality and Prime Catcher on this Dragapult.
It's just gonna use Professor's Research. Yuya's gotta be breathing a sigh of relief. He gets to keep his large hand size as Jose draws 7 cards. No counter catcher, no way to gust around this Pokemon. But you gotta really feel like taking out the energies from play, denying the large damage essentially guaranteed next turn from a Bellowing Thunder is gonna potentially be an option. And no, it's just gonna pass the turn over using the Itchy Pollen to shut items off again. If Yuya can find a Lightning Energy card under this item lock, then Boss's Orders could take a KO on this final Pokemon. Let's see if Yuya has the pieces. Is gonna search through the deck with this Jewel Seeker, see what is available. And it looks like without having the Lightning Energy here and being under item lock, just wants to preemptively grab some pieces. That Crispin was taking off the prize cards, which means he can just flood the board with even more energy, preparing for any option or any play Jose throws at him.
Yeah, I don't think Yuya is going to be able to have game this turn, but he can essentially put himself in a position where he's checkmating on Jose the next turn. And so I think very wisely here, Yuya not being greedy about it, thinking, you know what, I'm so far ahead of here, let's not get ahead of ourselves, let's just set up my board well so I know on the next turn I can close out this game and become the world champion.
Will be the Lightning and Grass Energy. We'll see the Lightning Energy most likely attached from the deck to the Raging Bolt, and then the Grass Energy is going to be put in the hand. Means multiple energies can come down. No Teal Dance abilities have been used yet. That could draw some extra cards. There it is. Attachment from the deck. Grass Energy to hand. Splitting the energy smartly between these Teal Mask Ogerpon to make sure they're preserved as well as possible. Yuya can take a knockout on something like the Halucha yet again with this Thunderburst Storm and put himself 1 prize card away. And interestingly enough, going to discard his own Stadium to bump his bench down to 5 and get rid of that Noctowl, which could be a liability down the line. Gonna knock out the Budew, and now just 1 prize card away from becoming our first TCG World Champion.
So now we know that Jose has the Iono in hand, so it is all gonna come down to this. You play the Iono, and do you stop Yuya from finding the pieces to take this last prize card and win the game.
It's just so tough because there's already 4 energy on the board outside of this active Pokemon. So if you knock out this active Raging Bolt, all Yuya needs is an energy of any type, whether it's through a supporter card, an attachment from hand. It does not matter, but this is what you can do. There's no Fezandipity in play, just the one Hoot-Hoot. Big one card here for Yuya, as Jose will disrupt.
It's lightning energy!
If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. He's going to do everything he can here in this second game.
He's going to do everything he can. I guess maybe thinking if you take out as many energy as possible, as many energy as possible from Yuya's side of the board, but I don't think you do a residual knockout onto this Raging Bolt. So you're going to take out your energy here. That's going to be it.
Yuya, I think making sure everything is done correctly, is actually instead going to potentially use something like the Jet Headbutt to play around the KO. Potentially an option. It looks like we're just figuring out the Phantom Dive damage here. So here we go. We're going to see the Phantom Dive, or excuse me, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive's being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion!
Huge congratulations to Yuya, our first champion for the trading card game here in the arena. Doing it in stunning fashion. A Thunderburst Storm has descended here in Anaheim, and it has crowned Yuya as our first champion.
Put on an excellent display, showcasing how strong Raging Bolt can be when it gets the pieces set up, and Thunderburst Storm puts on work. There was a no dream zone today. We will see our first champion on Championship Sunday, Yuya Okita. Congratulations.
Yeah, doing it in barely broke a sweat doing it as well. It was really the Thunderburst Storm show, just over and over again, KOing Dreepy, KOing Budu, KOing Duskull, taking out Dracloak, and just never really letting Jose set up and just completely dominating the game from there. What a display from Yuya.
Let's take a look back on this set, see how things played out. It was just the Raging Bolt turn 2 Thunderburst Storm that proved too much for Jose to handle. These Dreepies just turn after turn, knocked out, Dracloak taken care of. And you did make a little bit of a misstep towards the end of this game after having up to a commanding lead, but that is a showcase of a great player in the Pokemon TCG, not letting a mistake that could potentially have cost him the entire game get to him mentally. He clawed back, found a way to win, correctly used that Thunderburst Storm early on, and then using the attack on that Raging Bolt EX to discard the hand, Burst Roar, draw 6 cards, and the boss's orders was there to close things out. And in this game too, a very similar story.
Yeah, very similar story, just over and over again. I think Thunderburst Storm took out, what, like 5, 6, or maybe most of even the prize cards across those 2 games. They're just completely unstoppable. And right there at the end, all the energy onto the field, bellowing thunder, knockout, prize card taken, and a world champion title crowned.
Congratulations again to Yuya, our first champion here on our Sunday. That was a great way to kick things off.
I love absolutely.
To see Raging Bolt's had an up and down year, but I know there are some Raging Bolt fans out there, really the main star of the show. It's always been about that bellowing thunder attack. But I have to admit, I was a little bit skeptical of the Thunderburst Storm Baby Raging Bolt. It really, if there are any doubters of how strong that card is, even for an attack that on paper seems underwhelming, it's really the pressure of just being able to put that 90 damage anywhere on your opponent's board.
And not only that, it turns Raging Bolt from being a bit of a one-trick pony deck to a deck with options, where you can suddenly control your opponent's board. You can pick off these lower-priced Pokemon. Doing it with a single-price Pokemon of your own, you're not just going blows for 2-hit knockout, or rather 2-price knockout for 2-price knockout, and you have so much more versatility in your lines. And, in that game alone, the ferocious display of power from being able to snipe the bench without a single prize Raging Bolt, and it really makes the deck what it is today, I think.
And you got to give it up to Jose as well. He put on an absolute fight in that game. The draws really weren't on his side. There was really nothing going on. He did his best. He tried and capitalized on a situation, still going home as a World Championship runner-up, adding a very impressive accomplishment to his resume.
It's nothing to sniff at, right? I mean, second place at the biggest stage of all, and also the first 2 ever TCG contestants to contest the finals at a stage like this. That's got to feel special by itself.
We still got 2 more matches to come up as well. I'm excited to see how the rest of our finals matches will go. But man, what a way to kick off our first match here for the TCG Juniors division.
Yeah, I think Anna is ready on the stage to hear from our winner. So Anna, take it away. Let's hear from our first TCG World Champion.
am here with your world champion, Yuya Okita. How does it feel to be called a world champion?
気持ちはどうですか?
とても嬉しいです。
He's very happy.
I would be too. I bet a lot of people here are also very happy for you. Is there anything you want to say to the audience or your family?
何か観客とかお客様に言いたいこととかメッセージありますか?
同じに、WCS のシニアリーグで3位になったリックとデッキを共有してたので、お互いに勝ってとても嬉しいです。
So he has a friend in the seniors that was third place, and he's very happy that they were both able to win together.
Oh, congratulations to your friend. Thank you, Yuya. Let's hear it one more time for your world champion. Thank you, Yuya. You can leave the stage now and go celebrate. All right, you know what that means. It's time for your world championship match in the seniors division. Please help me welcome to the stage your competitors. First, from Brazil, Gabriel Fernandez. Hello. And now, please welcome from China, Welcome to the stage, competitors. We cannot wait to watch you play. Please take your seats, and our casters will take us right into the match.
Well, thank you very much, Anna. What an entrance to have there. The player we're all watching in the senior division, Gabriel Fernandez, coming out. The storyline we're watching, but on the other side, Fuguan coming to try and show the story is not always about the Titan, it's about the competitor. My name is Mike Ellis, joined by the mastermind himself, Joe Bernard. We're going to be taking you through all the action here in the Senior World Finals.
This one's a special one, Mike. It's hard to say at any point in any game that we could eclipse a Masters final, but I think we've got all the elements today. This is going to be an absolute thriller. Strap yourselves in.
Yeah, we had a lot of players making their way through the tournament. We started 353 seniors, went through 10 rounds of Swiss, and it ended in the top cut here. As you can see, both players meeting in the final, ready to complete their journey. I know you, Joe, went to go and watch the semi-finals. Yeah. You got to see the action there. Talk us through what happened.
Fuguan had a really interesting matchup against Raging Bolt, and it was actually the Pikachu EX that was pretty much hard carrying in that matchup because the Raging Bolt EX wasn't playing the Slitherwing in the list, which meant it was able to take a huge chunk of prize cards and really overtake the game. Whereas Gabriel, it was a very different story. He was able to overcome a Golden Go EX deck, and it was all about patient play and setting up that position. And I think that could be a story of our final, in fact, Mike, because that use of Toadscruel, that use of Iono, that's going to be critical coming into this final. There's no secret that Gabriel has taken on a number of Golden Go, but this is a slightly different list, and it's going to cause new headaches and new challenges.
And there we go. We get to see the deck choices from both our senior finalists. Gabriel Fernandez leaning into that Enzo Rock, a card we didn't expect to see much here at the World Championship. Two made it into the top 8 in Masters. And Gabriel finding his way all the way here, as well as Fuguan Liao on the other side, merging two decks together, a Golden Go EX and that Joltik box, trying to cover each other's weakness, and it's worked so well.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see that Golden Go has been the talk of the tournament in our Masters division, being so popular in day 1 and in day 2, a number of them in the top cut. The same story could be said for the seniors division, but this list is a mash. We're also throwing in early game Joltik, Iron Hands as a potential threat, Pikachu EX as a threat as well. I'm trying to coin the new name for this deck. I'm calling it Cash in Hand. What do you think?
You are a bit of a master of merging decks together. You've tried it in the past, but no one has been as successful as Fuguan has here, taking down many Golden Go. In fact, through rounds 2 to 5, went through the Golden Go gauntlet and took down 4 in a row. And on the other side, Gabriel Fernandez has faced off against 4 himself. So interesting storyline here. We've got 2 decks. Golden Go, Joltik Box merged together for Fuguan. Gabriel Fernandez has beaten both Joltik Box and Golden Go on the route to this final.
It's just that merge, that combination that's going to be more dangerous perhaps with Fuguan having that early game aggression at the disposal, especially because that can take on the Toedscruel so effectively with only 120 hit points. Perfect math for the Amp You very much, an attack that I'm sure our players have heard throughout the season. It's been such a ever-present Pokemon in our TCG. And as you said, Mike, it's a combination of Fuguan, who is undefeated in the tournament, up against Gabriel, who's been essentially undefeated the entire season, to be honest with you, getting 4 regional victories and the Grand Slam, all 3 international championship victories this season. The crowning achievement awaits. Already a world champion in Yokohama, picked up another Pikachu trophy with a top 4 in Honolulu, is now back on the final stage, trying to become a 2-time world champion.
Yeah, that is quite the achievement. No one's done it quite like Jason Kaczynski in the past, but Gabriel Fernandez could be the one to make history in many ways today. And on the other side, Fuguan Liao, our first world's finalist in the TCG from mainland China, only introduced in 2024 season, making their way all the way here. And both players have shuffled their decks, taken their first hand, put their active Pokemons out, and we're just getting ready for that start. I'm sure this is one of the most anticipated finals of the day. History will be made here.
About to see some prize cards coming out already. I saw Gabriel looking up at the heavens, possibly frustrated with that opening hand. Let's see if there's any jeopardy here. Well, Mike, I see a couple of one-off Pokemon already in the prizes for Fuguan. That's a 1 copy of the Miraidon EX tandem unit, one of the easiest ways that you can grab both Iron Hands in addition to Joltik on those opening stages. Also a couple of those supporter cards that can help you get into the early jolting charge attack. And for Gabriel, one of the few Pokemon that can reach knockouts cleanly onto Fuguan's EX Pokemon, that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX in the prizes as well.
Typically only attacking at the end of the game, right at the top of those prize cards. Might not see it this game, but our players are ready. Are you guys ready in the crowd? Well, we've been anticipating it all through the season. The perfect season from Gabriel Fernandez. All 3 ICs won by him. 4 regional champions. Even went to locals and won 4 cups and 4 challenges. Looking to try and complete the perfect season. And here it is. The players begin as we begin our Seniors Worlds Final.
We have the fist bump, we have the draw for the foot turn. It looks like Fuguan has been forced first here with a Genesect EX in the active position. A phenomenal new inclusion from the Black Bolt set with that metallic signal. We also see early game Ball Search and a Gimmighoul to boot. So a pretty decent opener here for Fuguan.
Yeah, looking for those Ball Search cards. Nest Ball featuring in many of the top decks, allowing you to find a basic Pokemon and put it straight onto your bench. 2 in the hand there for Fuguan. And we'll look to try and find the Gimmighouls as well as that potential Miraidon, which he's now going to find is in the prize cards.
Fortunately, a couple of Nest Ball actually in this hand, so he still can go the long way about things. I think there's even the Brock Scouting in hand for next turn as well, which would open up the door for the likes of the Latias EX with that Skyliner to move the 2 retreat cost Genesect EX. So we can start developing a few of these basics, and even without the Miraidon EX, it looks like the hand is strong enough that we should be working towards a jolting charge. It's basically the only way this deck gets into the game. It's not like a regular Golden Go EX deck where you can try and find that Energy Search Pro very early on. This build is quite different. The A-Spec is the Prime Catcher. So typically you try and flood your energy early with a Joltik. You allow your Lightning Pokemon to get knocked out, and then you use Superior Energy Retrieval throughout the game to reload with your Golden Go EX. So quite different flow to a regular Golden Go deck.
Now we see Fuguan's lucky Charizard on the table with him. His favorite Pokemon has brought it here to the world stage. And will have just completed that prize check. How important is prize checking for these players in those pressure moments?
Well, we've already seen a few pressure moments in that junior division, so no doubt you want to be caught in a strange situation based on something you didn't check. Information's free to you. You may as well take the time to do it, especially because we know that Fuguan has quite a fast deck and plenty of time in our finals. Why wouldn't you put a little bit of thought into what is remaining when you're constantly able to search cards, and also towards what you're drawing with Golden Go throughout the game? As we pass the action over to Gabriel, let's see that opening hand. We have the turn 1 Arv, and this is a phenomenal supporter card in Gabriel's deck, allowing us to get early access to Ball Search cards. In addition to that, we have some phenomenal tools like
Yeah, Arvin allowing you to search for one item card and one tool card from your deck, introduced in Obsidian Flames, right near the beginning of the Scarlet and Violet era, and it has remained a consistent card, especially in these evolving decks, as the TM Evolution is a great way to get things set up early on, and I'm sure we'll see Gabrielle using it many a time in this final.
Combination would mean an energy in hand or a ball searching card, and then the Arvin can find the other pieces alongside that technical machine Evolution. So a buddy-buddy popping to get a couple Zorua would mean that we could end our turn on 2 N Zoroark EX, exactly where you want to be as Gabrielle, because not only is the N Zoroark EX one of your early game attacking options, but also it's the way that you draw through your deck, and already we're seeing Gabrielle look through their prize cards. One of the cards already on top of that deck is that Toad School, because there is that Toad Scroll tech card in the list, Mike.
Yeah, the Slime Mold Colony has helped Gabrielle take down all the Golden Go in the tournament, but this is a different matchup, as that superior energy retrieval in Golden Go is not the only way to attack. So we'll shut that down, as well as the Levincia in the deck.
Right.
But there are other ways to attack thanks to the Iron Hands. And so Fuguan will find another way, and that's why that Joltik has been the target early on. But Gabrielle, including this Toad Scroll, is a great decision coming into the tournament.
Especially when you've seen how many he's had to face on his route to the final, beating Golden Go in the top 8 and top 4 matches. But this is slightly different, so some different challenges going on in this finals. In this top 4, he had to navigate a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX and had to position quite carefully, using his Monkey Dory and whatnot. I think it was actually a scratch attack from an Enzarua, which closed him out the way to this final, with a Binding Mochi tool in the list. As we're going through those final actions of this turn number 1 from Gabrielle, it looks like we are lining up. There's an Earthen Vessel now to grab some Darkness Energy. It is.
So our 2023 World Champion, Gabrielle, has come here to try and make it too, but in this situation, he's come up with an unusual deck that many will not be ready for, but he's up against something a little bit unusual on the other side. That Joltik box combined with Golden Go is not something he necessarily would have prepared for, and we had got a chance to chat to him before, and he thinks it's a pretty even matchup, so this will be a very skill-heavy matchup between our two seniors here.
Yeah, you would think a regular Golden Go EX deck is much more routine. You can have that breathing room when the Toad Scroll is in play, and even if the Golden Go is choosing to take it out, that's a single prize knockout, which typically doesn't help them in their prize map. But in this instance, an Iron Hands EX, it has a lot of hit points. It's difficult for a Zoroark EX to punish early on, but also that Ampu very much can brute force through some 2 prize knockouts, even on these lower hit point Pokemon.
Yeah, when Iron Hands EX came into the format back in LEIC a few years back, it was the star of the show, a fan favorite that Ampu very much, a very powerful attack, and one of the main reasons why Joltik box has been included in this Golden Go, allowing you to do what Golden Go cannot at the start of the game. And that Genesect EX in the active spot has been a fundamental part of why Golden Go has been so popular here. Metallic Signal, such a powerful ability.
Allowing you to search for 2 Metal Evolution Pokemon immediately, as we see the support of the turn, that Brock Scouting. That will grant access to a Pikachu EX in addition to a Latias EX, it looks like. So rather than the Iron Hands EX, there's also this attacking option, Mike. We know the Resolute Heart is a very frustrating ability to get around for certain archetypes. Gabrielle's is one of those, so the Pikachu EX can quite confidently put a huge number of energy on it, all from this Joltik. And we're even searching some metal energy out as well here, Mike, from the Earthen Vessel. This Pikachu EX can run riot on a board, and it doesn't have to be concerned with Toad Scroll either.
Many of you will be very familiar with this Pikachu EX, a very popular Pokemon, a very popular card, and that ability has allowed it to sustain an aggressive deck like Joltik Box and like this deck here today. 300 damage, a great number into these Stage 1 archetypes like Enzarok, and I'm sure Fuguan has been using it into the Golden Goes throughout the tournament. And that Latias EX with the Skyliner ability, allowing all the basics to retreat for free. And the Joltik will be in the active spot. Jolting Charge, allowing Fuguan to put 2 Lightning and 2 Grass Energy from his deck onto any of his Pokemon. A very powerful way to set things up.
I love this turn 1, spending your energy attachment as metal onto the Pikachu EX, knowing that the Jolting Charge can pull out 2 Lightning and 2 Grass Energy onto your Pokemon in any way that you like. Such a versatile attack. That's the only use of the Joltik in this list. There's no Galvantula in this instance, which you would see in more traditional builds of Joltik Box, but we don't necessarily have the space in this build to go for that. So instead, we're going to put 3 energy onto the Iron Hands EX. and looking at floating the Lightning onto the Pikachu EX. That oh, it's going to be all 4 energy from Fuguan going towards the Iron Hands. Now, you still have one hit KO threatened via your Golden Go EX, so you can go down this direction and allow your Pikachu to be a more of a late game sweep option.
Well, we're going to see the Iron Hands EX powered up, but if there's no Pokemon on Gabriel's side with 120 HP or less, it's going to be tough to utilize that Ampu very much. The Pikachu EX will be a viable option at some point during this game, and that's why these decisions are so tough for someone like Fuguan in this moment. A lack of familiarity with this unusual pick from Gabriel and Zoroark. It's going to be really tough to navigate it here.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. The ability trade, allowing you to discard 1 card from the hand and draw 2. Such a phenomenal ability that allows you to cycle away cards that you don't need right now, or also fuel your discard pile for resources later, all the while you're drawing 2, and that's such a great effect, especially from a Stage 1 Pokemon. Gabriel opting to evolve his active Ens Zoroark as well now. Just 1 energy attachment and an Ens Reshiram away from using that Night Joker attack to begin putting on the pressure here.
Yeah, those trades have been so key for Ens Zoroark throughout the tournament. One of the most consistent cards in the format once set up. Golden Go on the other side has been touting that with the coin bonus, but being able to see 2 cards just for 1 discard, often that discard being a benefit, is a great way to get through your deck nice and fast. And that double darkness attack, Night Joker in the active, does nothing unless there's a Pokemon with N in its name on the bench to attack with, and that will be the Ens Reshiram, which we don't see currently, but Gabriel will be looking to try and find it right now.
We have 1 more trade. It's a tough debate. I think there is a counter catcher that might be discarded here. See a couple more cards. No supporter just yet. We do have a Nest Ball coming down now, though.
Wow, that Nest Ball coming in so clutch there. The Ens Reshiram, a basic Pokemon searched and put onto the bench. And now that Night Joker can copy either Virtuous Flame, or if the Ens Zoroark has some damage on it, the Powerful Rage. Well, what a moment to start the thing off here. We've got all 3 of the Ens Zoroark on setup, and the Ens Reshiram waiting to take the first knockout here in our Seniors World Final, and it will be Gabriel Fernandez.
A decent start, Mike. It's just a single prize knockout, though, and I think from this stage on, Fuguan might look to just keep this board of multi-prize Pokemon. The 1 prize KO means that Fuguan can't put down additional Gimmighoul without some sort of major drawback. And I think that's what Gabriel's going for here with the single prize KO, trying to say that at some point my win condition might involve INO. So I want to try and stop my opponent from having access to too many Golden Go EX to still coin bonus their way towards any combination.
Wow, and another Joltik coming down. One of the huge benefits of that Joltik box archetype is the singular Joltik in play is just a 1 prizer, nothing to worry about, but you can see how vital it is for Fuguan to get all that energy in play and set up all those attackers, as Ens Zoroark can't really knock out much on this board, can only hit for 170 with the Night Joker copying the Ens Reshiram, so all of these big basic Pokemon EX are safe from a knockout.
Using an Arven here as our supporter card for the turn, I only saw 1 energy available right now, with no easy targets for that Iron Hands. It's looking like a tough turn. If we'd floated 1 Lightning Energy to the Pikachu EX or one of those Grass Energy, we could have had an easy route to take a KO, but we could be holding back on that Topaz Bolt, knowing that it's such a late game great option. So we're actually going to go back into the Joltik here instead, and just go for another Jolting Charge.
Wow, here we go, another Jolting Charge, and you mentioned about that knockout. You've got to be worried about the ace spec of Gabriel, the unfair stamp that requires a knockout to be taken and can be very disruptive in these early turns. And so maybe this was the game plan that Fuguan prepared with his friends. We heard that he had some practice into this exact deck. A complete difference here in the finals we see at Pokemon, where you can practice exactly what you're going to be playing against the next day, and I'm sure they've been thinking through all the different lines, and it seems like the double Jolting Charge is the line Fuguan has gone for.
We're over-attaching to the Pikachu EX. The Topaz Bolt only requires 3 energy, but it does discard 3 energy as well. So by having 4 energy on, we can then keep manually attaching up to continue to chain this Topaz Bolt attack. We're basically trying to make the Toedscruel a non-factor in this instance, Mike, so that we don't rely on that Make It Rain to be our late-game win condition.
Well, nothing much for Gabriel to do here other than swing into that Joltik, but we'll be looking to stabilize throughout the game, and that's the advantage of the trade. You can discard all those cards you don't want to ever see again, but also start finding those powerful one-off cards like the Unfair Stamp, the Professor Turo scenario, these options that You want to be sprinkling in at the right moment. The more of them you have in your hand, the more options you have in those vital turns.
And I think we will still have to work towards a Toad School. It's just about the timing for Gabriel. That's what he has to get absolutely perfectly in this game number 1 here. One of them will be discarded. It's a 2-1 line, so don't be too panicked just yet. We do have additional Darkness Energy. Keeping up on attachments is really important maintenance here for Gabriel as well. But it feels like we could easily be going up a second prize here. Be quite content still with the board overall, knowing that we're gripping the unfair stamp.
You know that TM evolution will be possible to get the Toad Scroll out in a single turn. It won't have to sit in play for long. So there are those options to think about. And on the other side, Fuguan, our only undefeated player in seniors. Gabriel Fernandez did sustain a loss in the Swiss to Raging Bolt EX. But in this final moment, it doesn't matter. All that matters now is one match to find out who will be the world champion here in Anaheim.
Gabriel will be using his support of the turn on an Arven, one of these situations where you didn't have much else to do, so instead we'll grab some resources for a future turn. In this case, it's going to be the energy switch. We're already holding on to some Nest Ball and some other options. As we have a massive hand size, you have to expect Gabriel to be constantly holding on to plenty of cards with the amount of trade on the board and with Fuguan not having access to any hand disruption whatsoever. Gabriel's in complete control of how many cards he has.
We know that Toad Scroll will come down at some point. Now, there is a number that's very important on that Toad Scroll that we'll be looking at as we go forward, but Gabriel taking a knockout there on the Joltik, and now it is on Fuguan to look to respond with a knockout. 2 prizes ahead for Gabriel, but do not count out Fuguan. He's gone for the setup.
Typically, you would expect the Joltik Golden Go deck to go ahead and at least attempt to, allowing 1 knockout on the Joltik perhaps, but I really like the setup from Fuguan here. Opens up the space to bench a Gimme Ghoul this turn pretty reliably. Has an easy knockout lined up already with the Pikachu without access to any other cards required just yet. We also see the Air Balloon attached to the Golden Go EX now, making that coin bonus an even more effective draw engine. In addition to a Flip the Script now from a Pheasantipity EX, having suffered a KO on the previous turn, you can now draw 3 additional cards. And we have a superior energy retrieval. I do like the use of this proactively, knowing that you shouldn't have too much difficulty to reach when you need to. And getting any manual attachment at this stage onto Pikachu EX seems really valuable, and it's actually going to be alongside a Bravery Charm as well here.
Well, that Iron Hands EX is sitting on the bench, and we mentioned earlier on how it wouldn't have a target on the board. The Enzorok on the other side is 280 HP, it's out of range. The Pikachu is the attacker there, but why is that Iron Hands on the bench such a worry for Gabriel as the Pikachu comes forward to take a knockout?
You're trying to starve your opponent from putting down that Toad Scroll combination. At any point, Fuguan can then capitalize and pounce and take an easy 2-prize knockout. Gabriel is aware of that, so it also keeps the Golden Go EX open as an attacking option, especially as we start to throw these energy in the discard pile with Topaz Bolt here and taking a big 2-prize swing.
Topaz Bolt, a hard attack cost to get, a Grass, a Lightning, and a Metal Energy. But on this occasion, it will take the knockout on the Enzorok for 300 damage. Pikachu taking 1.
Passing action back over to Gabriel now. In a tough position, the board doesn't look easy to navigate here. There is a Dark, weak Latias EX you can try and target down this turn if you would like. You could go down to 2 prize cards remaining yourself. And then you can try and pivot your attacking options towards the likes of a Petrarunt EX, with its Irritated Outburst attack that can get stronger in the late game, or the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX that can combine with Binding Mochi to take knockouts on even very high hit point Pokemon, including that Golden Go EX. So I think that's what Gabriel has to do in this instance. He's ahead in the race. There's an easy 2-prize Pokemon that he can look to take out with Night Joker this turn. That could be his means of closing here. I actually think his positioning, provided he can work towards energy switch combinations, possibly even Janine's Secret Art as a decent choice during the game, could be a way for him to weave in a late game Petrarunt EX sweep.
So those first 2 prize cards could be key for Gabriel, and that Pheasantipity EX mirrored on the other side by Gabriel. So much draw on board, trade on the Enzorok, combined with that Flip the Script, which could only be used after one of your Pokemon was knocked out. Seen in pretty much all of our top decks, a great way to come back into the game after a knockout is sustained. And those energy attachments, nice and simple, just 2 Dark Energy onto the Enzorok. And right now, we'll really need to see that Gust option, that Boss's Orders, which is so key in the format.
I know that we've been mentioning this unfair stamp, but honestly, with Gabriel, with enough pieces in the hand right now, maybe looking just to hold everything. If he can work towards a sort of checkmate situation on the final turn of the game, it could be a decent line for him. Now is the time to grab our Toad School by the looks of things. We're going to try and weave this in, force Fuguan into a strange spot. Zoroark is a threatening attacker. It has the energy that could be E-switched off onto other threats. But at the same time, that Toad Scroll could be so awkward. And now we're going to see the Petra on TX. We know this is definitely in Gabriel's thinking for his end game. We actually see the Binding Mochi attached to the active into the End's Castle. We're going into the End's Reshiram here. Then we're going to be poisoning our own Pokemon with Subjugating Chains. It's going to be increasing the damage output with End Zoroark. Poison normally a downside, this status condition, but in this instance, thanks to the Binding Mochi, we're going to be buffing our damage output by 40, proccing the Resolute Heart of this Pikachu. No, we have the boss's orders instead. It gets even better for Gabriel here. We'll be able to pick up the draw engine, but also keeping all this energy around so there's not the threat of a Golden Go attack.
We said that 170 damage is the peak limit with End's Reshiram's attack. But when you have the Binding Mochi and the Poison, it allows you to reach that perfect number of 210 hit points, which, as we mentioned, Fezandipity X in pretty much every deck. So what better way to find it than the Binding Mochi combination? And there's multiple ways to set it up. We have the Janine's Secret Art as well as that Petron. And there we go, the ending of this turn with an unfair stamp. The Ace-Spec and Gabriel using the boss's orders in conjunction with some disruption, taking out the draw engine, and Gabriel looking to really storm ahead in this vital knockout.
Gabriel will get 5 cards here from the unfair stamp, plus the Flip the Script as well, don't forget. So we'll be ending on a catalogue of cards going into that final turn. We'll be looking to try and close out the game with that Petulant, no doubt. That's if Fuguan can keep up here. There's no guarantees with just the 2-card hand. Even with the coin bonus in the active position after this Fezandipity is knocked out, it's not guaranteed that there's going to be a backup Pikachu play or even an Iron Hands with a Gusting card.
Just so much done in this turn. Really setting up Gabriel for the next turn. The knockout on the active, the hand looking pretty weak on the other side, and that Golden Go is going to have to pull some levers with that coin bonus as we draw another Buddy Buddy Poffin. That's not quite going to do it, but it will help set up a little more, and this is why that Pikachu, having extra energy on it was so key, limiting the amount required this turn for a knockout, but it is really tough right now for Fuguan. The perfect turn for Gabriel preceding this one, and the draws will be big now. It's just 2 draws with that coin bonus when it's in the active spot. 2 cards can be enough in the Pokemon TCG, but will they be the 2 draws Fuguan needs?
This is massive, folks. Game number 1 of our Seniors Division Final. 2 draws from coin bonus.
Oh, is that a Metal Energy?
That's the right combination for Pikachu EX. This is going to come down to the wire. Pikachu threatening that knockout now. Taking out all the energy from Gabriel off the board as well, forcing him in a situation to use Janine's Secret Art alongside Petra on TX. But also that Resolute Heart of Pikachu makes it so difficult to knock out into those final stages. Fuguan going down to 2 prize cards.
Topaz Bolt for 300 damage, and End Zoroark flies to the discard pile. Now Gabriel will have to find a way to respond. The disruption didn't work, but now the draws to find the win. Can he do it? It's a big turn ahead.
We can't find victory here. There is defensive opportunities as well. We have means of picking up our Toad School with Professor Turo's scenario, and then we'd be out of range of the Amp You Very Much final couple prizes. That's the only Pokemon currently sat on board with energy. We'd then be forcing a Gusting effect. No, even then it's a tough situation. But Gabriel has to work towards their couple last prizes too here. With no energy in play, it's tough.
Yeah, that Pikachu EX, the Resolute Heart, really denying a knockout at this moment. Also the Bravery Charm, putting up to 250 HP, helps a little bit. But being able to deny a 1-hit knockout forces so many resources out of Gabriel. You can only play 1 supporter per turn, so the Janine's Secret Art in combination with the boss's orders isn't possible. The Counter Catcher isn't live right now. They are equal on prize cards. And what you just mentioned, that defensive play, has been initiated.
It's what we have to do here. Gabriel can now slowly attach to his Petron TX and look to have a Gusting supporter on the next turn to win the game, hoping that Fuguan has no outs to close here. Not impossible though. We could try and get a Golden Go EX attacking, and and it could close out the win.
This is where that synergy comes in. The Golden Go EX, the finisher, when you have all that energy in the discard pile, the superior energy retrievals on the other side will be possible, and promoting the ends Reshiram, forcing even more. And this is the kind of positional play we see at the highest level of Pokemon TCG. Defensive positions where you're waiting for your turn, next turn, asking questions while you set up. And Gabriel Fernandez, one of the best at that in the game. That's why he played decks like this. Charizard EX previously, the kind of decks where he can dictate the pace of the play.
If you can't win on this turn, make it difficult for your opponent too. And in this case, Gabriel is forcing Fuguan into a means of moving this Pikachu. We have the Latias to do that. But then the coin bonus would have to find a combination of superior energy retrievals and gusting effects to make it happen.
Well, Boss's Orders going back in the deck. The card came out back in Rebel Clash over 5 years ago. A very powerful card, and has been so in the format for a while now. Throughout the Scarlet and Violet era, it's been a key component of many of these decks. Palpad, a familiar face for those who've played the TCG a while, putting it back into the deck, and now we see that turn of Gabriel setting up, just passing back to Fuguan. It's his chance now to try and win the game. Does he have it in hand? Will he draw into it?
We've drawn the Boss's Orders. That means we're just a few energy away with 2 coin bonuses, one of which can draw the maximum 2 cards, giving us outs towards superior. We need more than just one, though. We'd have to find superior in addition to an extra energy. 5 is the combination here to knock out that Pecharunt EX, only having 190 hit points. So we have to manually attach to our Golden Go EX, as well as find a superior here. We're going to use the Pokegear first to thin the deck, hopefully, of a supporter card, knowing that Boss's Orders is already their best option. And then we have some big coin bonuses, Mike.
You love to see the Rocket's Petrol there.
It's a one-of in the list. A 5th Arven, if you will.
Just getting that one out to thin it. Not the supporter required this turn to win. The Boss's Orders that's in hand waiting there. And now 3 cards from the Golden Go to draw into superior energy retrieval and something like a Night Stretcher or a Levincia to complete the combination. And it will be that Golden Go in the active, ready to swing in just a moment.
Coin bonus.
Is it there? Earthen Vessel?
Earthen Vessel could easily be a piece here, Mike. We can thin any energy of the deck. I know we thinned plenty with those early Joltik. Are there any remaining in the deck? Or is it just one draw? I don't think one draw does it. Unless Earthen Vessel has any energy remaining in the deck.
Well, I think that's going to be the case now. You've got to check those energy in the discard pile.
We can search with Genesect EX. We have the option to look at the deck now.
Just give it one last check over, and it will be the Earthen Vessel here. Are there any energy in deck? There is the Metal Energy, so a draw to get 1 card in the deck. Superior energy retrieval has to be found here off of 1 card. Coin bonus coming clutch.
On Go EX so often looking towards this card to close the game. It's superior or bust here. Have to imagine Gabriel has the winning combination on the next turn if it's not found from this 1 draw from the bench Golden Go EX.
Just checking, always important to check. 190 hit points on that Pecharunt EX. That will be what it takes for the knockout here. Oh, tense moment right here, Joe.
This is everything we're going. Is there any other option before we have this 1 card draw? I don't see it. We need the Boss's Orders as a supporter to push the Ends Reshiram out the way. So it has to be superior, and it has to be now.
Just working out what to do. Is it better to Arva now, play it safe, rely on the missed opportunity here? There is the Prime Catcher.
Prime Catcher play instead here.
Well, that would guarantee more draw as well. 2 draw from that coin bonus. Great vision here from Fuguan. Not only will that thinner card that's not superior energy retrieval out the deck, but it will give you an extra 2 cards. So going to commit to the play at this moment.
That's why Fuguan's in the finals. We're not. We were thinking it was just 1 card. Now we get to see 2 to find that superior to close the game. Holding on to that A-spec has been so vital. Keep these outs open. They've been held the entire time to keep Iron Hands EX as a threat, but now the Golden Go could make it rain. 1 additional card here. We've already spent the retreat, but the Prime Catcher allows us to push away the Golden Go EX.
Oh, I need to shuffle my deck more. No.
Just confirming here with the players, making sure everything is done fairly. In these tense moments, this is something we often see in the Pokémon TCG. You could think for hours about every decision in these high-pressure moments, but the players will be looking to try and conclude the game in either of their next turns, whether it's now for Fuguan or Gabriel will look to try and do it next turn. And it will be that prime catcher committing to the play, needs to draw 2 from this next coin bonus. Golden Go from the bench into the active. Will it be now, Fuguan?
The chips are all in the middle. Let's see 2 cards.
Oh!
My goodness.
Not sure what's happened there. That is an unfortunate moment. That is the superior energy retrieval, but not how you want to see it. At this moment, Fuguan will just be waiting now to find out from the judges how we pan things out.
Talk about suspense. You have to understand, folks, this is going to take a while to sort out, no doubt about it, but what a high-pressure situation. Something no one expected to see. A face-up superior. I'm sure this can be resolved with the judges. As we were shuffling, give us a moment and we'll keep you as up-to-date as possible, but this is this moment in the game number 1 of the Seniors Finals. Fuguan staring down 1 draw to win this game number 1. It's only the superior energy retrieval that can do it. And make it rain, knocking out this low hit point Petron TX is his route. He played so well on this final turn to identify the Arven as the better option than the boss's orders. To thin a couple cards, give himself maximum outs. We know that Gabriel, with access to a couple of trade, should have an easy means of closing the game. Or just the one Zoroark EX in play, I should say, but with so many cards already in the hand and so few in the deck, he should have an easy means of winning this game if Fuguan cannot find it.
Well, Anaheim, we're just going to take a moment here, but I want to find out who you guys are supporting. If you're behind Fuguan Liao, cheer for me now! And if you want to see the perfect season complete, Gabriel Fernandez, make some noise! I'm sure these players are feeling the tension, as all of you are in the crowd. A lot of history going to be made today in our Seniors World Final. Whether it is that perfect season from Gabriel, or whether it's Fuguan in the 2nd season of mainland China, competing at the World Championship, taking that victory, and so much to adapt for them in the tournament structure out here at the World Championship. So much on the line. We're talking about a huge opportunity to win prize money, to win the playmat, the coveted playmat, you know, the promo card and that Pikachu trophy. And I'm sure these players right now are just focusing on the Pokemon itself.
Not to mention the history, the acclaim. Both players have played so well in this game number 1. Just to remind you, just tuning in, we are under a judge review right now on this final turn by the looks of things from Fuguan. Just trying to sort out how the card was flipped during a shuffle. We'll get that information to you as quickly as we can, but right now Fuguan is right on the edge of winning this game number 1. If he can find the winning card, which would be that superior energy retrieval. Gabriel Fernandez has been on this final table before, is already a world champion. 2 years ago, had to sit and watch in the stands last year, only getting that top 4. Still walked away with a Pikachu trophy, mind you, so it's not bad.
Another one for the collection
Another
today.
One for the collection. Had the most impressive season of any player. The Grand Slam, 3 international championship victories, 4 victories at regionals.
Only needed 2 for the perfect season as well.
Exactly, so wiped out his own regional victories, which is absurd to say, for his championship point total, capping out the maximum. Gabriel truly is a prodigy. One of the best players we've ever seen, regardless of division.
And will be in the Masters division next season, already competing in challenges and cups. A scary sight for many. I mean, in our Masters final, we have a senior who has aged up. Right. It shows you how strong these seniors are. You know, the coaching, the support, and for Gabriel, he's got his brother to test with and improve. And Fuguan, an incredible feat to be coming here at the 2nd season his region has been able to compete, and there it will be. The superior energy retrieval has been found in those 2 cards, and we'll be able to take the knockout as we return back into the game. Everybody, Fuguan is Game 1's victor.
Talk about drama. Game number 1, a match win for Fuguan, expertly played. Using Joltik back-to-back to power up not only the Iron Hands, keeping that in a threat in the back for the entire game, trying to put a check, a pin, on the opportunity for a Toadschool or Toadscruel. Gabriel found the spot to Turo up that Pokemon and put himself in a reasonable shot of still closing out that game. The unfair stamp, the flip the script, he was able to hold the majority of his deck to close out game on the next turn. But Fuguan, with coin bonus at his side, was able to pick up the crucial pieces to close out that game number 1.
Well, that metal energy in the middle of the game was the vital corner piece to take you through to the victory, and it was those decisions early on to set up more and attack less from Fuguan that took him to the victory. Gabriel took the first 2 knockouts onto Joltix and was able to set up for the knockout on the Pheasantipity, a prime target for many of these decks to take away the draw from Flip the Script, and it was with that poison package he was able to do so.
Yeah, such a vital one-off inclusion, allowing the Enzorok, which typically is known for having weak damage output, being in range of the Pheasantipity, combining it with the unfair stamp as well. It felt like timing was crucial for both players in the game. Gabriel gave himself this window of opportunity. There was no guarantee of a Pikachu response KO here. It was a big coin bonus that helped out Fuguan find a back-to-back Pikachu. Here was the draw. The metal energy found from the Golden Go EX into the Pikachu. Second Topaz Bolt in a row. Gabriel identified his safest routes on his turn. Try and set himself up for game on the next turn whilst picking up his only liability, forcing Fuguan to have all sorts.
I mean, we thought that Boss's Orders was the top deck, but Fuguan found another route. Arven for the Prime Catcher, but it was him who won it in the end. And as we're about to kick off into our next game, make sure you get involved on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live and get your hands on some of these amazing artworks using that code WCS25TCGL. But our players are ready on the stage, and I'm sure you guys want to see whether history will go towards Fuguan or to the other side, and that's not the best start we see.
One with the attach pass into the Iron Hands EX as that starting Pokemon. Gabriel Fernandez with the Toadschool. Cool guy, if you ask me. Has been one of the mascots of this World Championships here in Anaheim, rolling around on those roller skates, and kicks things off with a buddy Poffin as well to get a couple of those ends at Zorua down quick sharp as we start to see some prize cards. The Pal Pad and the Super Rod, some reloading options which can be handy. Also the second copy of the Toadschool in the prize cards as well. Meaning that Gabriel has to try and keep track of this one and keep it as safe as possible, knowing that it's a great stage 1 Pokemon that can evolve up and slow down the Golden Go EX opportunities.
Well, Toadschool did not have a factor in the last game. It didn't come out and protect the recovery of energy that we saw at the end with superior energy retrieval, and it was the Iron Hands EX we see him play for Fuguan that blocked that off and meant it wasn't possible.
Gabriel doing his routine deck searches here. Got to keep calm in these instances. Gabriel has been in these spots before. The pressure cooker is no surprise to him. Something that he has to be used to. That's the price of success for Gabriel. So he is still going through those motions, trying to keep a level head, knowing that he did all he could in that game number 1, put himself in a great position. Couldn't quite close out those final few turns. He still has to employ a similar strategy, you would think, as he did in that game number 1, possibly finding access to that Toadscruel quicker could be a little bit useful, but it still has the 120 hit points either way. So is always in range of that Ampy very much. As we see a second Buddy Poffin into the pass. Gabriel not able to have the great Arven Technical Machine evolution play he would have hoped for, but at least gets access to a few of these basic Pokemon, eyeing up for next turn.
Well, it was the energy last time that was limiting factor, not being able to get those attachments in early so that the final knockout was in range. So Fuguan will be eyeing up what's possible there. A Brock Scouting in hand, an Arven as well as a Boss, so supporter options available. And it will be something like that Brock Scouting that could be vital here to get multiple important Pokemon out in the same turn. Arven would not have been able to do so. A great inclusion in the deck, a card we saw come out and journey together and has been splashed about in some of our top decks.
And the Brock Scouting is excellent, specifically in this deck, because you can find essentially more than 2 Pokemon, because you grab Miraidon as one of those basic Pokemon choices, and then you immediately have the tandem unit Also, Fuguan will be finding the bad news of these prize cards because, Mike, there's 2 Golden Go EX in the prizes right now, and he only plays 3 copies. So that could be a huge issue as we try and progress through the game. Fuguan was only able to win that game number 1 because he had multiple Golden Go EX in play, coin bonusing towards the win. That could be a huge challenge for him in this game too.
You mentioned how important these 2 archetypes, the Joltik Box and the Golden Go EX, were to combine together as they covered each other's weaknesses. One of the weaknesses of Joltik Box is the lack of draw. So the coin bonus coming through for the Golden Go EX allows the deck to continually draw throughout the game and helps in those vital moments, as we saw last time, to find the key pieces to close out the game. And Miraidon, Tandem Unit, an amazing ability, one of the first cards we saw in the Scarlet and Violet era, and it has been able to show its power throughout its tenure.
It's like not opting to grab the Pikachu EX in this instance, and we'll just be powering up the Iron Hands, you would think, with the Jolting Charge. Pikachu EX was so vital in that game number 1, but not found in this case. Instead, it's going to be loading up Iron Hands, possibly some energy to the Miraidon EX itself as well, and threaten the Pheasantipity EX, as well as the Pecharunt EX, so it can be a decent backup option.
Yeah, and we see the instant evolution on the other side from Gabriel. The draw engine has started, and the energy will just be attached now by Fuguan to complete the action of that Jolting Charge. The 2 Lightning and the 2 Grass splattered about all over those Pokemon. Miraidon prepping for an attack in the future as Enzorok will be beginning the draw.
We have a couple End Zoroark already, which is fantastic. Getting us trading is exactly what Gabriel wants to see. Sort of makes up for the fact that there was no TM evolution early on here. And begin seeing more of this deck. Getting rid of another Buddy Poffin. Starting to work towards some support cards. We've got to try and move this Toedscool. It's actually one of the more difficult Pokemon to retreat because it's not able to be reduced by the End's Castle that's just been thrown into play here. So we will see a fresh 6 cards from Iono before making any other action.
Yeah, the Iono, a key card in many decks. Early on allows you to filter through your deck. You shuffle your hand and put it on the bottom of your deck and draw cards equal to the number of prize cards remaining. So early on that will be close to 6. Towards the end you can force your opponent to have 1, 2 or 3 card hands. And it will just be a pass there. No tempo from Gabriel like we saw in the first game. And we'll be offering Fuguan the opportunity to race away with this. That target in the active, weak to Iron Hands EX. And Iron Hands EX is able to defend against all of the attacks on Gabriel's side until the end of the game.
This is looking very promising for Fuguan here. Although we do know that he'd like to go slower in that game number 1. But we are seeing the Tandem Unit just to shuffle the deck. This is a heads-up play, knowing that you've been hit with an Iono on the previous turn. You'd like to have access to some of the cards that were just thrown to the bottom of the deck. But that indicates we're not going to be going for a Jolting Charge, powering up a Pikachu slowly, unless it's already in the hand. Instead, it's going to be a Boss's Orders, bringing up an Enzarua here. It's going to be, by the looks of things, the Skyliner allowing us to retreat this Joltik freely straight into the Iron Hands EX, threatening that huge Ampu very much. Another 2 prize knockout now. Vital text on that Ampu very much, and Fuguan races ahead.
Iron Hands EX taking 2 prize cards from a 1 prize card Pokemon. It's now all on Gabriel to try and restabilize and take the game back. The Toedscool is in play, but no energy is in the discard pile at this point. Fuguan is in a prime position to keep running away with this. What can you do at this point, Gabriel? Show us that world champion ability you showed so well in Yokohama.
Step 1 seems to be Unfair Stamp, immediately searched from the Arven here, in addition to the Binding Mochi tool card. It means that Gabriel is unlikely to be launching any attack here. Your Energy Acceleration, not the End's PP up that you would sometimes see in traditional builds of the End Zoroark. Instead, it's going to be supporter-based acceleration. So we're actually just going to be spending an attachment on the bench and seeing a fresh 5 cards for Gabriel. Just 2 for Fuguan, who, crucially in this case, doesn't have access to any Golden Go EX.
No draw on board, so those 2 cards will likely be the only cards, plus the draw for turn for Fuguan in the next. And that Unfair Stamp, a great card seen in many of the decks since it came out in Twilight Masquerade. The A-spec of choice in these decks that like to give up knockouts early on, Enzarok one of those. So a great decision from Gabriel to include it, and one that can punish decks just like Joltik Box.
Gabriel will have a few trades after these 5 cards, so still we will be developing this hand, but his board position is still looking rather shoddy. Nowhere great to retreat into because Iron Hands can take out lower hit point Pokemon. You're just hoping to sponge right now with your active N Zoroark EX and build toward a better turn here.
Well, the Janine's Secret Art would be a great find at this point, but I believe one is prized. So we'll make it harder to accelerate energy into play at this point. At the bottom of those prize cards, so may see it after a knockout, but at this stage could be the difference between swinging this turn and not.
Gabriel hoping that this active Pokemon can be a decent sponge. I'm not sure anything else is worthwhile putting onto this board. We've already used our disruption and we're hoping for the best here. So we're just going to be passing things over. Fuguan has an easy turn lined up, to be fair. The Skyliner, if you can't take a knockout, you can go back into Joltik, then you can use Tandem Unit, grab that Pikachu and start loading up energy onto that Pokemon. So if Fuguan doesn't want to go aggressive, it doesn't have the hand to do so, he still could be developing his board.
Yeah, and with that Tandem Unit on the Miraidon, can even get the Pikachu out of this stage. So a wonderful position for Fuguan, looking incredibly dominant in this match. We know the matchup is one he's confident in. He said he's had the practice against the list. His friends helped him out, and he feels confident. And you can see exactly why. The lines are there, and he's followed them perfectly through these games. And on the other side, it's just not quite going as Gabriel would have planned, even though he's seeing so many cards with that trade.
Flip the script into the past then. Gabriel holding on to a ton of options. Already the Earthen Vessel, the Superior Energy Retrieval. Not too much going on. I'd love to see Fuguan here go for a Pikachu EX search from that Tandem Unit. I feel like it's a great opportunity. Even with the Earthen Vessel in the hand, you can even search out some Metal Energy and begin manually attaching on top of your Jolting Charge.
So the Scarlet and Violet era of the Pokemon TCG, all in play here at the World Championship. Every set, from base set up to the Black Bolt and White Flare, and yet we see the combination of that Miraidon's Tandem Unit with a later card coming into the game. That Jolting Charge from the Joltik will be used right now to finish off the turn, and a setup turn from Fuguan, despite taking an early knockout, now just looking to stabilize.
Looking like those prizes are already mapped out for Fuguan. See a multi-prize Pokemon in the active, and go Pikachu EX. See a smaller single prize Pokemon, you can hunt it down with Iron Hands. Fuguan happily 2 attacks away from closing the victory here. Gabriel with a mountain to climb. Kicks off his turn with an Earthen Vessel, discarding a Cleffa to grab a couple Darkness Energy. They've been elusive in those opening couple turns, so you can at least start launching back some pressure.
And it is at this point, you feel the pressure. When you've lost game 1 in a final, and you know you're on the back foot, you have to resolve some crazy scenarios, and who better to do it than Gabriel? Unfair stamp, didn't do enough. A turn for Fuguan to still set up just means these later turns are going to get harder and harder. The options will be reduced. Too many knockouts to take, and it is that energy full board on the other side, staring down the N Zoroark that's not able to take a big knockout on many of these Pokemon. Only the Latias EX in range of that N Zoroark, so needs a Gust here, needs an attachment. Otherwise, it's going to be a single prize knockout on the active, which is not enough at this stage.
Feels like the only jeopardy for Fuguan is that there's no draw power at all on the board. Boss's Orders will bring up the Latias EX. This is the easiest means for Gabriel to take a 2-prize knockout, thanks to the dark weakness of Latias. We can freely retreat thanks to the N's Castle into our N Zoroark EX that we've been powering up over a couple of turns. N's Reshiram that we can copy with our Night Joker attack, and we will be responding with a 2-prize knockout, leveling up game 2 of the Seniors Finals.
Incredible knockout from Gabriel, navigated the board well, hoping that Fuguan doesn't have a way back into this, but we know there's something in that hand that is so good at coming back into the game. We have an attacker ready to go. It's whether you can set up for future turns, and what better way to set up for future turns than a Pokegear top deck to start with. Find one of those vital supporters, but even that Pheasantipity EX to flip the script and draw 3 more cards. We said there's no draw engine on board, but it was sitting in the hand waiting to go.
Gabriel's so often writing these scripts, been the hero of every story this season. One has been flipping the script and has now found Pheasantipity EX, in addition to a Buddy Poffin, can finally start looking to weave in some Gimmighoul here. Some semblance of draw power starting to come together as he works towards this late game. Pikachu EX already looking terrifying. Easy 2-prize knockout lined up. Guan then would just be looking towards Iron Hands to close the game on the Toad Scroll on the bench of Gabrielle, or can start looking once again towards a Golden Go EX late game if Gabrielle feels the pressure to pick up the Toad Scroll as he did in game 1.
Well, we've got to bear in mind that Topaz Bolt will discard 3 energy for the knockout. 300 damage on the Enzarok. Fuguan, 2 prize cards taken, 2 remain. Gabrielle needs to navigate this end passage here perfectly. Does have great endgame options to attack with, whether it's that Petrunt EX or the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which was so unfortunately prized last game. And there it is. It's going to come down with the energy straight away.
Right, we see Nespal first. Going to go through the motions here, Gabrielle. As we know, so clinical, making sure his outs are always in his favor. Nestballing out the Petrunt EX first here. As you said, Mike, there's already the Blood Moon Ursaluna plus energy combination. We can be taking out that Iron Hands EX. And when you take out Iron Hands EX, that's allowing you to keep your Toad Scroll in play very safely. And it makes the Golden Go EX far less of a threatening Pokemon, because no longer can Superior Energy Retrieval recover the energy that you're about to discard here. Gabrielle's found a really good spot this game.
That counter catcher coming in here allows for a supporter for turn as well, so maybe even some disruption at this moment. Blood Moon Ursaluna, a great way to knock out. And that's going to be a scoop from Fuguan. Gabriel Fernandez takes game 2, and it's that relentless pressure from Blood Moon.
These are the moments, Mike, where champions reveal themselves. A game down in the finals. The pressure mounting. Fuguan with just 2 prize cards remaining. Gabrielle found the perfect line, removing all the energy from play. The threat of the Iron Hands EX was looming. Gabrielle picked it apart with the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. So capably. Thanks to that tech stage 1 Pokemon, the Toad Scroll has been so vital to get him into the finals, as we see how it played out in this game number 2.
Well, the early turns looked perfect for Fuguan, taking a knockout not only on a 1-prize Pokemon, turning it into 2 with Amp you very much, but the Enzarua before it evolved. And then we saw the return knockout on the Latias, and we could see a shimmer of hope for Gabrielle as he navigated those 2 prize knockouts. But it was the energy dissolving from the play, the Topaz Bolt, later on not able to be returned as the Toad Scroll sitting on the bench. So effective here at the tournament. Been a great tech card into Golden Go, but on this occasion, it was taking out all those energy that meant there was no way to return them.
Yeah, I think the big issue there was an energy floated on Miraidon. There wasn't an easy way to chain Pikachu EX. That's what allowed Fuguan to get into such a great position in that game number 1 here. It made it too easy for Gabrielle to nullify the threat of Golden Go in the later stages whilst also taking out that threat of Iron Hands. So often in the Pokemon trading card game, it's about having a backup strategy for when your active Pokemon is knocked out, so that you have something to do on the following turn. But Gabrielle able to neutralize one, knock out another, put him in a great closing board state. And Fuguan recognized that. Suddenly, we're moving on to a game 3 to decide our Senior Division World Champion.
As you can see there, Gabriel Fernandez did sustain a loss in the Swiss stage, but was able to beat 2 Joltik Box and 4 Golden Go. Now they're smushed together by Fuguan. Will he be able to take him down as a combination piece? Fuguan, however, unbeaten at the tournament so far. Will he be able to take the first TCG victory for mainland China, only 2 years into their addition to the World Championship?
I can only imagine the pressure at this stage, Mike. Game 1 was pressure enough. Game 2, Gabrielle, with what looked like the weaker start, ended up having the best outcome. Blood Moon Ursaluna being in the prize cards, of course, in game number 1, meant that he couldn't make the line he just did. So we're getting into the action in game number 3 here. Make some noise in the arena. No! It's an attached pass, Mike.
Attached pass for Gabriel Fernandez, just with that Petrunt EX in the active. Being forced to go first is a common state in this TCG. We often see players unable to set up well when they're going first. You need that supporter, which you can only play when going second. Whereas for Fuguan, he has the Miraidon EX in play. With that tandem unit, can start to set up the Joltik and power up those key attackers.
At the crucial moment, Gabrielle with just 1 card in hand that was able to be played, and it was a Darkness Energy. Far from ideal. Starting a Miraidon EX, like you say, Mike, tandem unit means we can grab all sorts of lightning friends here. Taking a peek at those prize cards, there's one of those Genesect EX, one of those Iron Hands EX, but there are 2 copies within the list, fortunately, and there are also 2 Joltik. We are getting away with some of those basic Pokemon being in the prizes. So it means we should have easy access towards the turn 1 Jolting Charge. It won't take much here because we've already led with the tandem unit. We can happily find our Lightning Pokemon. If we have access to a Ball Search card, we can use that Skyliner to move this Miraidon EX out of the way. Equally, if there's Arven in the hand, we can use Air Balloon as well to get into our Joltik. It shouldn't be too difficult to power up a threatening Pokemon here.
Well, Fuguan teasing us by not showing us that hand, and there is outs, as you mentioned. The Nest Ball will be a way to find a basic Pokemon and put it onto the bench. The Latias EX is in deck and will be a free retreat option with that Skyliner ability. So important for the mobility of this deck, as well as another Nest Ball in hand, ready for either now or future turns. Pretty much got everything he needs. The energy onto the Joltik would allow him to get going. But we'll be playing that Nest Ball, just trying to find all of those important cards at this stage. The Gimmighoul to set up the draw engine from Golden Go, and pretty much the perfect time for Fuguan early on here.
As everyone expects, we're going straight into the Joltik. We're going to swing an energy on and Jolting Charge up. Miraidon EX might even be powered up in this stage. Be threatening the Petron. If you've caught Gabriel on a weak hand, you could try and put 2 energy onto that Miraidon EX and put the pressure on that way. The Iron Hands EX is always tempting, though.
And could just Jolting Charge again next turn. There's no harm in doing so. But the Iron Hands will be set up. That kind of blocks Gabriel out of putting any single prize Pokemon in play, but with that TM evolution, there is a world where there will be Pokemon out of range of the Iron Hand, so we'll be looking to do that this turn. The Iono, as mentioned before, each player shuffling their hand, putting it on the bottom of their deck and drawing cards equal to the number of prize cards remaining. At this early stage, that is 6 fresh cards to look at, and the late game will be a key disruption piece for Gabriel, as it doesn't look like...
Ultra Ball, Mike.
Not ideal.
You're telling me. Putting it mildly, getting rid of 2 and Zoroark. Finding a Cleffa. We're being forced into a grasping draw here. Wow. We can retreat this Petron TX, we can attach to it so that we can move it once again. We're power panning back in the Iono. We'll be drawing a huge amount of cards here with the grasping draw. In fact, it's the full 7. Gabriel navigated an awkward hand as best he could. Grasping draw, a great way to top back up on 7 cards. By no means ideal, but still in the game, and he'll have 7 fresh cards to put himself in a better position.
Well, last game we saw that Iron Hands knockout early on and thought, oh my goodness, that's Gabriel out the game, but he was able to come back, and so recognizing that here and recognizing how important the grasping draw will be to have the perfect turn next turn, as 7 cards into hand and the turn ends through the attack. And now Fuguan will be thinking, what is the plan here? I have not seen this scenario before. This is an unfamiliar deck with an unfamiliar start. All the testing they would have done last night to prepare for the final would not have seen this, so he now has to work out, does he play it safe and go for another Jolting Charge, or does he get aggressive and take a knockout on that Cleffa?
Well, we see the tandem unit, which might indicate that it's time for Pikachu EX to make an appearance once again. There it is. We could easily just be going Jolting instead here. With additional manual attachments, it feels really good to power up this Pikachu. So the Team Rocket's Petrol in the hand that could grab an item card, or potentially a supporter for the next turn as well.
Great navigation here from Fuguan. Not being phased by the slow start of the opposition can often be quite tempting to get aggressive when your opponent has a slow start. In this case, slowing things down. Oh, will be going for the aggressive knockout with the Iron Hands EX, and the Pikachu going to be manually attached to try and increase the energy count, and that is 2 prize cards for Fuguan, just 4 prize cards away from being a world champion here in Anaheim.
Gabriel finally finding some buddy poppin, can get access to these crucial basic Pokemon, but Fuguan is already putting him in this very steep position as we see some prize cards. Nothing too devastating. Should be plenty of Darkness Energy, but all such cards will be integral this turn, Mike. I think, honestly, we might need to try and work towards Double-Toed School this turn, in addition to our Enzarua, because it's so, as we see the pass back.
Oh no, just the pass. And that's not ideal again, and there's a target down on the bench. A prime catcher into the Enzo Rua will go into a free retreat pivot and some draw at the same time. This is going to be a wonderful turn for Fuguan. Just 2 prize cards here will put him 1 knockout away from becoming the world champion. As Gabriel playing it slow, not out of choice, out of necessity. And Iron Hands EX amp you very much for the knockout. What can you do, Gabriel?
The 1 trade from Enzorawak. Can we get any disruption into the mix? Are we going to have to use Irritated Outburst into this Iron Hands EX? Going to be pivoting into the Enzorawak, poisoning with Subjugating Change, going into the Blood Moon Ursaluna E-Switch combination. We have the Professor Turret scenario to pick up our Enzorawak, which means we can get a response KO here. Gabriel is not out yet.
And that response KO, using that Blood Moon for 240 damage, a way to knock out the Iron Hands EX. Yes, it might have seemed like Gabriel was out of it, but all of his most powerful attackers are only viable when Fuguan is on 2 prize cards remaining. So playing into that at this moment, Fuguan now, no Toad School in play, the Golden Go could be the outcome, the way to win the game, and we'll be looking to draw as many cards as possible. And with some superior energy retrievals, an Earthen Vessel, something to get the knockout, this could be the winning play right now. Fuguan, what have you got?
Already have 1 energy in the hand. Here's Flip the Script for 3 additional cards. Golden Go EX already there. It looks like all the pieces are coming together, Mike. We're just making sure with this coin bonus, but gripping onto so much here. Arven in the hand. We have Metal Energy in the discard pile. Is that the only piece missing? Do we have access? We're going through the motions for Guan here.
Is it there?
Superior would be game, but as long as we had access to Metal Energy, but we don't right now. Somehow, there's no metal here. The only Metal Energy we've seen is attached to a Joltik right now.
Is there one in deck? The Earthen Vessel could find it out of the deck.
That's not enough to deal with this Blood Moon Ursaluna. 260 hit points is still a lot. Gabriel, skin of his teeth stuff here. Let's make sure.
As he puts the play together here, there's that Metal Energy, which will be used to attach to the Golden Go. The question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Fuguan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn.
Creeping closer with Pikachu EX. A really awkward Pokemon that Gabriel can't just take out in 1 turn thanks to Resolute Heart. And it is so threatening. 300 damage can knock out everything in Gabriel's arsenal. Even him with just single prize attacking options. Not many of those.
And that Pikachu will just sit there until the return knockout is required. There's no single prize attacker for Gabriel to knock out with. It's going to be a tough old position to navigate in these final turns. Can't even leave damage on board. We don't have anything like that Monkey Dory. We don't have the ability to finish off. Maybe even a scratch into the Pikachu might be the only option at this stage to set it up for a knockout in future turns.
That's definitely the best play this turn, Mike. That's all we have. There is Energy Switch in the hand. Move on to the Enzarua. The only way we can proc the Resolute Heart and put some damage in safely. Try and 2-shot the Pikachu EX.
In combination with a bit of disruption, that could be a mighty effective way, but no Gust here. We'll need to find it on the other side of this Iono.
You still need to shot.
And how does Gabriel move this Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is the last question. Well, we have the Heteron EX to do that, so it will... Can we find a counter catcher here from this Iono? Big 4 cards. Is there counter catcher? Yes,
there it is! Oh wow, Gabriel Fernandez always finds a way. Got that scratch from the Enzarua to put some damage on the Pikachu with Resolute Heart. Unable to one-hit knock it out. The only way around it here is 20 damage now and hope to finish it off later. No other attacker on Fuguan's board. Disruption. That was it. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Fuguan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Fuguan has done it. The underdog goes undefeated and spoils the Fernandez fairy tale, and now joins him in the ranks as world champion.
Our first player from mainland China, just 2 seasons in to competition. These guys are incredible and have shown why at this event. Fuguan, with that lucky Charizard, definitely came in throughout the tournament. Undefeated, what a performance.
Talk about nail biter. Coming down to a 3-game series. Game 1, as let's see how it played out. This was so intricate, getting the early Iron Hands EX from Fuguan, kicking off. Well, this is actually game 3 here. Gabriel with the weaker starts. The Prime Catcher pickup allowed the Iron Hands to get into the mix, take a bunch of prize cards, and crucially the Golden Go EX still stuck on the board here. A bigger threat and some additional draw power. Ampi very much going down to just 2 prize cards remaining in quick succession.
Enjoyed how both players played patiently, didn't look to force knockouts, were comfortable with the idea of just setting up, getting rid of the options, using that jolting charge from Jolting, more turns than 1, something Fuguan lent into in game 1 and lent into it here again in game 2. The counter catcher find, we thought it was possible, but the INO not doing enough in terms of disruption, and Boss's orders there, the draw for turn, and the nerves can settle as Fuguan Liao is our world champion.
How many times have we heard Boss's orders for the game? And once again, the World Championships decided by such a crucial supporter card. What a crazy deck that we've just seen winning the World Championships. Who would have thought it, Mike? Many may have expected Golden Go EX. Some may have expected Joltik. Hardly anyone would have expected the 2 combined. What a crazy deck that we've seen here. Fuguan piloting it beautifully as well. A very deserving champion.
An unexpected synergy, that metal energy, the missing piece of energy types with the jolting charge also works synergistically with the Golden Go. And we saw how key it was to finish the game in that early knockout. The Golden Go able to clean up the weaknesses of the Iron Hands and the Pikachu, which often find it hard at the end to take big knockouts. Golden Go, a key draw engine too. So amazing initiative from Fuguan to put them together, bring them to this event and take the title.
Gabriel, commiserations. You came so close and so far. What a phenomenal season, though. We can't doubt that he's been a force, completely awe-inspiring to watch every time we've seen him in those finals. And yes, we've seen him get fortunate at times. Yes, we've seen him play brilliantly throughout. It wasn't your day-to-day, but you're going to come back in the Masters Division and be a huge threat.
Wow, what a performance. And the crowd here, you guys were behind it the whole way. A tense match. At any moment, it could have gone either way. A missed piece would have meant the other player raising ahead, but it was Fuguan who settled down in key moments when the cards were missed and recognized the safe play. And that's the sign of a true champion. Fuguan, a player to watch.
No doubt about it. A world champion means you're known around the world by every Pokemon fan. That's our second of 3 finals in the TCG today, the Seniors Division. What a highlight it's been. Masters Division is just around the corner as well. Quick note on that, Mike. We have Riley, we have Justin. Gardevoir versus Dragapult Dusknoir. It's been a tale all season, the tug of war between these 2 Stage 2 archetypes. What do you think about it?
Well, I think it will be one to watch later, but I want to find out now from our champion. Give it up one more time for Fuguan Liao!
Here I am with your champion, Fuguan Liao. Now, you're here representing China. You were called an underdog. Did you know that this is how this match was going to go?
先恭喜你一下，你是代表那个中国去比赛，然后我们还没有认识你，你有没有觉得你会成为那个世界冠军呢？
就是因为第2次参加世界大赛嘛，感觉就是挺不容易的拿到冠军，然后来之前也没有想过能拿到世界冠军，就觉得自己一开始就目标是打进第2。
Yeah, he says it's not easy coming here, and he never thought about being world champion.
Well, now you are the world champion, so how do you feel in this moment?
所以你现在感觉如何？
我感觉挺开心的，就是因为毕竟拿了冠军哦。
Yeah, he's very happy because yes, it is first place.
I would be happy too, and I know a lot of people here are happy for you as well. Is there anything that you want to say to the crowd or to anyone at home?
你有没有谁想感谢呢？
我首先要感谢我父母嘛，因为他们特别支持我。然后我还要感谢我们 VG 战队，然后他们的大哥哥他们都会跟我打牌，然后还要感谢我那些朋友啊，比如说什么9区、白 Chester， 很多人他们都会跟我打牌，然后对，然后还要感谢所有人。
There's a lot of people, but yeah, mainly his mom and the league that he plays at, and there's a lot of friends that who he practiced with, who helped him all along the way. So thank you.
Well, congratulations again to your world champion, Pokémon. Now you can leave the stage to celebrate.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, it is time for your Pokemon trading card game Masters Final.
You have a good deck, but that's only half the battle.
My Dragapult is gonna take down your Gardevoir.
I have come all this way here to make my stand on the edge of my fate, almost in my hands. I'm reaching out, and it's so close now I can almost taste it. Just beyond, just beyond. It's just beyond my fingertips. Just
Let's welcome your competitors. First, let's hear it from the USA, Justin Newdorf. Come hang out with me, Justin. While we welcome your competitor from Canada, let's hear it for Riley McKay. Come join us, Riley. Luckily, we have just a few moments with both of you before the match, so I just wanted to ask you a couple questions. Come on close to me. Come close to me. Now, I heard you had been practicing together before this. Can you tell me about that? How did it go?
So basically, we practiced on like Tuesday night at like on one of our hotels, and we practiced the matchup, and I was able to make some edits to my deck thanks to my testing against Riley.
That's exciting. Riley, are you confident against those changes?
I don't think the changes are super important into my deck. I think they're just good for his deck in general, and I've already beaten that deck, so if things go right, I can do well.
We're very excited to see how this goes. Thanks for the insight, both of you. We're going to let you take your seats, and we're going to get right into this match. Casters, take us away.
Thank you so much, Anna. Everybody, Pokemon trading card game is not just about the cards. It is not just about the decks. It is about the legacy. And right now on this stage, the biggest Pokemon stage that we see, two trainers sit at the peak of our Masters division. They've battled fiercely through the competition. They are now at this moment in time, taking down these rivals, and one prize remains, and it is eternal, the title of World Champion. Everybody in the crowd right now, you are sitting in a real Pokemon stadium. You are a part of this history. You are a part of this match. Let's give it up for our Masters Finals! Of course, here on the casting desk right now, Shelby Boo joined with Kyle Sablehouse. You just saw that bracket. You've heard from our players. They're sitting down. The lights are bright. This is the setup here. Kyle, are you ready for this match?
We are in an arena to cast the World Championships. It does not get much better than this. Two incredible players, two amazing decks. Which player will come out on top? We've got Justin Neudorf sitting on our left. He is challenging Riley McKay, who was just at the NAIC finals table, and he has some pretty solid results for his own. We saw in London 2022 a top 8 in the senior division, followed that up in 2024 with another top 8, just barely missing on that auto invite both times. And then he's told he's going to the Masters division. And what does he do with that? He takes his favorite deck all the way to the final table.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. We've talked about there are so many incredible seniors players that move into the Masters division, but Justin should have been way more on our radars here, Kyle, because look, he's sitting at this table right now, facing off against, of course, Riley McKay, who has also been a little bit on the back burner this season too, up until NAIC, and now it just feels like that NAIC final position was his destiny for him now to meet us here at this table in the Masters final at the World Championships. There is so much on the line for both of these players, but they're gonna keep it nice and clean here between the play. You heard from them already. They've already play tested here for the World Championships up until this point. There's been a couple of tweaks in the decks, but is that gonna make a difference in this matchup? I do wanna say here, Riley had some difficult matches against Dragapult in former matches in this tournament. Up until this point, no one is counting either of these decks out.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent match between these two players. Yes, we heard that Riley is fairly confident as he's played against this deck before, up against Justin himself, and knows that Justin has made some of those changes. There is a second copy of Hilda to help with assisting with finding those evolutions, maybe something as impactful as that Neo upper energy that we've seen. But we've seen some excellent play from Riley. He knows what he's up against. He had the pass heard around the world in top 4 of NAIC against Tord Reklev, and he brought some amazing play into the finals where he came up just short to Isaiah Bradner. But maybe this is his moment.
Yeah, maybe that was all leading up to here for Riley McKay. We're gonna have to see how this goes down between these players, but these two decks are absolute titans of our format. These players know these decks well, and these are clean lists too. I mean, there's no gimmicks in them. There is just pure skill sitting behind these decks, piloted by these two players. They are truly at the top of our Masters division here in 2025. And these are polarizing decks. I mean, there's tons of you out in the crowd, I'm sure, that have either piloted or gone against Gardevoir, have piloted or gone against Dragapult, many different lists, many different flavors, but this is what has made it to the top.
Yeah, we've seen Gardevoir reigning supreme. It's done so well at so many major events. But maybe this is the time for Dragapult to take over the crown. We'll have to see which one of these decks will do just that, and we may just be in for a 3-game set.
Oh, I hope so, Kyle. It's always been so exciting here, and how much more exciting could it get in a giant Pokemon stadium for both of these trainers? You're gonna see these animations on our floor here so you can follow along with our match as well. I mean, this is just such a cool experience.
And both players drawing those opening hands, something so important as you think about this all throughout the night, all throughout the tournament. What will that hand look like? Maybe a Buddy Poffin.
Let's hope so. I like to feed my Pokemon here. They be eating. Yeah, I mean, that is, of course, one of the major setup cards in our format at the moment. But there is going to be a lot more than just the setups between these players. There are cards that do change the pace of this match. What the Pokemon TCG is, it always comes down to these big, pivotal moments that might just be small decisions, like, for example, taking a quick pass. You know, it might just come down to that, but all of those decisions are well thought out by these players. I mean, their minds are like none other in this game, and to get to this point now is just incredible. So you know, both these players are competing at the top of their game. They're ready for this Masters Finals. They're gonna get set up, and we'll see how those intricate decisions come into play in this match.
Yeah, there's so much to think about, and obviously, for both players, it has a different approach for you. For Riley, he's taking that deep breath, that composure. You're trying to regain that for yourself. As you know, this is going to be a long battle. You have a great competitor against you who has been to this stage before, top 8. This is the 3rd time now in, what, 3 years for him to come back and do this again. So maybe Worlds is just Justin's tournament.
Exactly. I mean, he's been training since he was very young here, but I do want to say, Kyle, you know, Riley used to be a Duraludon gamer.
Oh,
right?
of course he was.
So even though he's playing my arch nemesis Gardevoir, I still find myself rooting here for Riley McKay. But now it's going to be Gardevoir in his hands. Maybe this is going to earn him a world champion title, or Justin will stand in the way of that. Both these players have been playing these decks throughout the season. We're going to see the prize cards. Hopefully nothing too detrimental here. But oh my gosh, can we just stop seeing these evolution lines in the prize cards for our players?
Yeah, we've seen this already before in the earlier divisions, multiple Dracloak prized, and it's happening once more. There is a Curly on the other side, that one-of copy of Fluttermane in the prize cards there as well. But I'm not feeling great for Justin on that.
I'll tell you what, Kyle, I think it's better than maybe 3 Dragapult EX, though.
Yeah.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
He's come back from worse.
He has beat the odds, as we saw in our former matchups with Justin. So if he can do it again, or if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be him here. So we'll see. We're getting the fist bump here. We're kicking off our trading card game, Masters Finals. Let's hear it from the crowds. Wow, look at that, Kyle. We're eating.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly where you want to be. Maybe not the coin flip you desire, but you're going first and you have that buddy popping to get things rolling. Unfortunately, you're rolling right into bad news Bearstown.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. We're going to see the shuffle through here to get these basic Pokemon out. But you see right now, Justin is shuffling all these Pokemon to keep track of what is in the prize cards, a major component of the Pokemon trading card game. And he's jotting them down. It's not going to be 3 Dragapult EX this time around, but a couple of those Dracloaks. And that card is so key here for Justin to be able to draw into cards and carry out his future plans in this match. And I'll tell you what, you don't want to be missing any cards. You don't want to be missing any piece of your setup here in such a consequential match where really the margins are razor thin.
Yeah, this might be a situation for Justin where typically you do have a little additional time to set up your Dreepies, establish Dracloaks, and draw through your deck as you're sitting behind the Itchy Pollen of Badoo. But now you only have 2 of those resources to draw into. So do you take a little bit of a different approach, maybe focus a bit on your line like the Duskull here?
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we saw before here from Justin. We're going to see what those decisions come out to be here. The Badoo and the Dreepy coming from this Buddy Poffin. They're taking a nice little lunch break here, but not for long as they help out this match. The Badoo here, for everyone joining us that maybe isn't into the trading card game, this card has reigned supreme here in our format. It's just a cute little pollen guy, and he locks down all of your items. And that's not very fun in the trading card game.
Sometimes 10 damage does add up as well. You have just 30 hit points, but that free retreat has been pivotal. Attacking for free, buying time so that you can accelerate energies once at a time from your hand, but honestly, it's enough. You set up your cloak, eventually Dragapult comes out, and it is one of the best attacks we have seen.
Yeah, I mean, Phantom Dive on the Dragapult EX. One of the best attacks in the game, of course, facing off against Gardevoir. That is one of the best decks in the game as well. But this move right here, 200 damage. But not only that, you also get 6 damage counters to spread onto your opponent's field as well. And that is how you set up these multi-prize knockout turns. I mean, it is just so cool to see in action. But Riley has the tools in his deck to be able to move around that. Monkey Dory, as we see in the active position right now, that ability, Adrena Brain, if it has a dark energy attached, it can start moving those damage counters back over to Justin's field. So you have a way to heal your Pokemon, get that damage away, and start outlasting your opponent. And that's just one of the ways that this deck comes in handy to kind of counter Dragapult.
Yeah, spreading that damage around, avoiding some of those knockouts, and then making sure to combine that into a big combo turn. If you can remove potentially 2 Drew Cloak from play at the same time, target down lines of the Duskull so that you don't have to deal with the impact of Curse Blast, it can be very pivotal for your strategy.
And look at this. Arvin here, a major part of that strategy that you're talking about, Kyle. Seeking out a tool card and an item card, but there's something a little bit different about that item card that y'all are seeing. It is bright pink, and that's because it's an ace pack. You can only have one of these in your deck, and it is because of the sheer power behind them. What does this one do, Kyle? What's in the box?
Oh, the secret box. It could be anything. It could even be a box. It's got so many different ways to help you, especially in the early stages here. You can search out that supporter, you can search out that stadium card, you get the item to go along with it, you have the tool, you have everything to help out here. And it's exactly what you need. Just fill your board, find the Ralts and other pieces so eventually you can evolve them here.
Yeah, I mean, one way to evolve those evolutions is a technical machine. You do see one of the machines on the field right now. These are, we don't just have boxes, we got fire mixtapes here in the Pokemon TCG too. You chuck them on your Pokemon, they can do a special move. That one is the devolution that you're seeing, but in hand is a technical machine evolution, and that is gonna play into the strategy for Riley to get into some of these evolution Pokemon and accelerate the strategy or just the overall board state. But I will mention, Justin also plays some stadium cards that could potentially counter those tool cards down the line. Of course, there's other tool cards in the list for Riley, McKay-2 and the Bravery Charms.
That is definitely one of the most important pieces here. Not only with the secret box do you find great resources, but you can also place them in the discard pile. The early discard of Psychic Energies, I cannot speak to that enough. Against Itchy Pollen, it can be so hard to find the energies and then throw them away. To already see 2 in the discard, that means there's potential for some fireworks here pretty soon.
Exactly, that is what we want to see here, that Psychic Embrace ability on Gardevoir EX. It takes those energies right out of the discard pile, accelerates them to the field. It's one of the reasons this deck is so strong, but you have to get them in the discard pile first. So seeing that here from Riley with the secret box is huge. Of course, a Monkey Dory joining them as well. And then we get one of each of these items out of the deck here, Artisan being the stadium. We saw Professor's Research here for Riley, and now we're seeing the Ralts come down.
Yeah, this is the way you can play Buddy Buddy Poffin, I suppose. It kind of lines up like that. It's Artisan in combination with Nest Ball. It's not as cute, but it does the job. Dark Energy for Monkey Dory, along with TM Evolution. That's double Curlia.
Ooh, baby, well, we like to see it here that Curly is one step closer to getting into Gardevoir.
Actually, that's single Curlia. That's a little bit of a problem.
Oh my gosh, yeah, one of those Curliads at the bottom of the prize cards here for Riley, and just searching through, making sure in the deck, that's going to be it, and that's huge news there for Justin. That is information that he now has. One of those Curlia is in the prize cards. So Riley's going to end that turn. Thanks to that TM Evolution, it does discard. Now we're back over to Justin.
Yeah, a bit of information for Justin to work with. Seeing that alone Curlia means you could target down this Pokemon once you get a setup and maybe avoid seeing Gardevoir for a long time. Even a few turns can be pivotal in this matchup, as energies don't stick around too long once that card's gone.
Well, here's one other Pokemon as well off this Ultra Ball here into one of the Dracloaks that we still have access to, which is nice. Of course, we were talking about Recon Directive. It allows you to look at the top 2 cards in your deck, and then you get to keep one to your hand, the other goes to the bottom. It's a fantastic way to draw cards, get into more items. We see the Duskull coming down off of that Artisan as well. Stadiums in the TCG can be used between both players. We're here in a stadium now, they're at Artisan right now, and it's getting those Pokemon out of the deck onto the field. Let's talk about this matchup and the board states we're currently seeing, Kyle. What do you think? Which way is the momentum swinging, do you think, just from what we've seen so far?
I mean, the prize cards are intimidating, but I'm pretty comfortable with Justin's side of the board here. If he has a good draw off of this Iono, specifically, you fill up with the Recon Directive. You might see an attack here if you'd like to get some damage on board. It's difficult with a Munkidori staring you down, but we could see a Dragapult attacking with a Dusclops, trying to remove multiple pieces of this Gardevoir line here.
Right, so you have to sort of outpace your opponent if you can. You have to make those big moves, not fall behind, and continue to keep up the pressure. And honestly, Justin is doing that just fine here. The Iono from Justin, both players shuffled up their hands, so now whatever Riley had, it's gone. It's shuffled up, put at the bottom of the deck, and both of them draw cards up to the prize cards represented on both their boards. So 6 new cards. From that, we saw the Buddy Buddy Poffin found for Justin. That's what's getting him all of these Pokemon out on the field. And I'm just saying, Kyle, when Justin is going with a board like this, he seems unstoppable.
Yes, it's lining up pretty nice. You see the Buddy Buddy, you're looking for a little more help. This hand has a lot of great tools when you already have a setup. You see an energy to go along with a Dragapult, to go along with Boss's Orders, and Iono now. But you don't have Dracloak set up. You need to protect this Pokemon. Run as fast as you can to Badoo and save yourself from the items.
Run, hide behind the 3-inch tall Badoo. Hey, it works somehow in the TCG. We have the Itchy Pollen. There's no energy attachment needed to get that move across. 10 damage flying over to Riley's side of the field. But more importantly, item cards are locked down for Riley. Anything with the item at the top left corner of the card cannot be used at this moment in time. That's going to slow things down. But Gardevoir EX is now being evolved into, and Psychic Embrace is online.
Yeah, this is pretty safe to at least see that there's no Boss's Orders on the other side from Riley. This deck does not play that, but there is another way. The Scream Tail. We have 2 Psychic Energies sitting in the discard pile. A damage counter on the Monkey Dory. If you push that damage counter over to this Dracloak here, you could potentially knock this out in combination with the Scream Tail. It all lines up.
I mean, this Scream Tail is absolutely nuts in this. Here's Psychic Embrace, allowing for that 2 energy attachment here. For each damage counter, 20 damage is able to be dealt anywhere for Riley, and that is huge here. You want to eliminate those liabilities that could be coming back at you, and that is going to be so bad there for Justin.
Yeah, just contemplating which damage you'd like to move. You have some on the Scream Tail. You could... Nah, you can't really mess with that. But 1 damage counter from the Monkey Dory is nice to see because you can move the rest of those later on, especially if you're targeting down a second Dracloak next turn.
Right, big brain moves there from Riley, and it's going to net him the first prize card here in our Masters Finals Game 1 between these players. So the momentum has been swinging both ways back and forth, but you just see why Gardevoir EX honestly is such a pain. It has these Pokemon that are single prize attackers that can do so much damage, and they're accelerated pretty much for free by the Gardevoir EX ability. I mean, it is just dirty. But over on Justin's side, we have another Dracloak. We're doing something.
Yes, we're going to see 2 cards and take one of them. Recon Directive to help a little more. Looking for maybe a card like Dusclops. If you see this Pokemon, you could use Curse Blast, remove the Scream Tail in the active, and then maybe hold on to this Dracloak under item lock once more.
Well, I saw one of those ghosty boys, but it was the Dusknoir, not the Dusclops this time around. That is the Recon Directive there for Justin. Usually you want to have a bunch of these out, but we already know that's unfortunate.
Is this the time? Is it time for the Hilda?
Oh.
Thanks for the help, Riley. This is going to work out just fine.
Let's go, the Hilda that was added. Riley said, nah, nobody cares about this Hilda, but look at this. It is finding Justin now what he needs here in the evolution Pokemon and the energy, but it's not just any regular energy. Look at that. We're talking about pink cards. That is one that you want to see as a Dragapult player.
Yes, Neo Upper Energy, those Stage 2 Pokemon. It's a double rainbow effect, which will handle all of the counts that you need to deal 200 damage, 60 to the bench and damage counters. And look at this, going with a strategy that's a little safer, but also gives you a chance. You see the Dracloak added to the hand, maybe you find Dusclops as well, and
Wow.
you hit double.
Well, let's hit another card too here. Let's see. Oh, was that 2 Professor's Research there, Kyle?
That's not much of a choice.
Nope, not at all. Easy choice, I guess. And for Justin, netting that card to hand off that second Recon Directive. Dragapult EX already in the hand here, but Badoo still remaining inactive. He's going to decide where he goes from here.
Still, you've established what you needed to. Double Ultra Cloak means at least one of these Pokemon will stick around for the next turn. Dragapult and Neo Upper waiting for you. Slow things down. There's only so many energy in play. We see 4 right now, but none in the discard pile. So Psychic Embrace not helping if the energy isn't there. Earthen Vessel's not doing nothing.
Yes, exactly. Earthen Vessel, the item card, unable to be utilized. Justin deciding what to do here and is opting to continue with this Badoo strategy. 1 damage counter going onto this Gardevoir EX. Itchy Pollen is active. Item cards are gone still for Riley. But let's see if this hand is
found the Psychic Energy?
Wow, off the top deck? Sheesh, Riley.
Okay, Psychic Energy not only means retreating, it means after the retreat, there's an energy in the discard pile for Psychic Embrace. You place that on the Monkey Dory, the damage is there. You can push that onto the Badoo if you want to knock that out. You could line up all sorts of things, but I do want to knock out your Cloak here for sure.
Yes, exactly. Limit your opponent as much as possible. We see the retreat here. Both those energy are going to go into the discard pile, but not for long, as you said, Kyle. I mean, this deck is just so strong here. Screamtail, of course, being promoted into the active position as well. Still has some damage on it there, but that damage just powers it up. It looks so cute, but it is scary here for TCG players.
Monkey Dory now, considerations. Maybe it's just that 1 counter again. It worked well last time, but you know you're staring down a problem. The Hilda was played. The cards are sitting there in hand. You will be dealing with Dragapult next turn.
Oh, yeah. We're deciding where to put this damage. Now here from the Adrenabrain on the Monkey Dory, it's flinging damage around. That's what these little Monkey Dory do best, apparently. And now 2 damages onto this Dreepy. That's currently making it 50 HP left. Duskull being wiped off the field as the choice. What do you think about that, Kyle?
Yeah, this is actually pretty interesting as we can see this incredible setup we have here in the arena. Once that Duskull falls, Double Dusclops is not nearly as prominent. You can't do it. So when you target down this Pokemon, if it was Boss's Orders and you add a 50 and another 50, you could take this Pokemon right off the board, but it's not the case anymore. 300 damage, not available.
Protect the Gardevoir EX at all costs seems to be the mission so far here. Eliminating one of those Duskull is a part of that process. So that is what Riley's going to choose to do. Of course, that's another prize card taken for Riley, going down to 4 prize cards left to take in order to win this match so far. But it's Justin's time now. We see the evolution into this Dragapult EX. Neo Upper Energy coming down as well to count for that energy needed for the Phantom Dive. So we're set up here. Let's see what we can do with the rest of this hand. We still have Supporter for the turn as well.
I mean, this is a Pokemon that has 320 hit points. It's ready to attack in. The back half of your attack will knock out a Screamtail if you use Boss's Orders. So do you want to target down a Pokemon like Monkey Dory in this spot? We know how important it can be to your strategy of pushing that damage over and making the numbers work perfectly for you.
Oh, I love that. Take out the thing that's healing everything and putting it back on your field. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good strategy to me. Recon Directive netting us a card here. Iono and the Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher is going to go to the hands.
Yeah, with Night Stretcher, that just speaks to what Riley was thinking of with the Duskull down now. That option is not there. Double Curse Blast, taking out a Gardevoir, not in the cards this turn.
But at least the Duskull is being re-supported here onto the bench from that Night Stretcher, taking it out of the discard pile and reapplied. Here we go. We're seeing Justin gust up this Gardevoir EX into the active position from that supporter in the Boss's Orders.
You can see how close Justin is right now. With the lack of that Kirlia, a Hawlucha down, placing 10 damage on that Ralts, and then attacking through with the Dragapult would do so much for him. He's setting it up again. There's only 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile. If Riley doesn't have a way to retreat this Pokemon, he can take a triple knockout, taking out the Gardevoir for 2 prize cards, the Ralts for 1, and then he has nothing to work with on the other side.
Exactly. It's just a ticking time counter at this point here for Riley, and he's working through that scenario here.
And look at that, the Kirlia was found off the prizes, so has the evolution and will disrupt the hand with Iono.
Well, that's going to help out a little bit here. Of course, Riley's going to take less cards off this Iono draw than Justin is, but maybe we need some different cards in the hands.
Well, there's a lot of potential here. A Night Stretcher along with a Dusknoir would lead to the exact same situation. It's just the Curse Blasts are a little bit stronger this time around.
A little bit stronger indeed. What do we
He
find,
found
Kyle?
Energy, what else is going on there? There's the Lily's Clefairy, so you have answers for the Dragapult later, but can you move here? There's a Psychic in the discard still.
Yeah, one Psychic, I believe, so far. The other one's Dark. You can only accelerate those Psychic energy. One coming down onto the Gardevoir EX from the hands.
He's moving, which is exactly where he needed to be. Off 4 cards, it was a big risk, but he did find that. But now, where do you go? Screamtail has been your friend for a long time. Maybe it takes another great prize card for you. You could take down a card like Dusclops, which we know could lead to a lot of trouble next turn.
Screamtail is going to be the option here, brought into the active position. Heavily damaged, but still taking some names here. We have that damage being placed onto the Dusclops. They are from the Monkey Dory, Brain.
Yeah, and you see, you could have moved, well, you moved the 3 there, but just taking damage off the Gardevoir always feels great. You need to protect this Pokemon because you know it's at risk if all the cards line up. And Riley moving swiftly through this opening game. 3 prize cards down already, and Justin on the back foot once more.
Exactly. Usually you're wanting to Curse Blast and give your opponent the prize, but you're doing a ton of damage. But look at this. Riley's able to just eliminate these Dusclops before they can even do it themselves here. And he's churning through these prize cards. Only 3 left to take. I mean, we were talking about the margins being razor thin, and he's barely been hanging on here, but it's been enough to face off against Justin so far. Can Justin mount a comeback here, though, Kyle?
He's looking for it. He has Monkey Dory. He's considering how much damage can be placed on the other side of the board, but with only 2 damage counters, not really targeting something like that Gardevoir just yet this turn. You can take out this Screamtail. It's not really the main issue, though. How do you go about this?
I mean, there's just so many hit points still there on Riley's field. The Gardevoir EX been protected this whole time, thanks to that little monkey supporter on the bench as well. And it is strong. I mean, 310 HP total. That is brutal.
There's just a few cards to potentially even find in a spot like this. The prize cards haven't moved for Justin, so finding more resources with Dracloaks is not available. Maybe an energy for that Monkey Dory so you can spread some more damage counters, but just missing on those really big attacks. He was trying to set up for perfection, and it's just not there because Riley keeps finding that little bit of an answer.
Right, both of these players are working with damage counters. They're really good at math apparently as well. It's what's gotten them to here because they're slinging this damage back and forth, but Justin has just fallen on the back foot in comparison to Riley so far in that strategy. A major component of that, of course, is Dragapult EX. The Phantom Dive is what gives you the ability to accelerate that damage over to your opponent's field, and we haven't seen it yet. The Badoo strategy has been locking down the cards, throwing that in Riley's way, but he's just been able to work around it. And that's not even talking about all the other tricks up his sleeve to come into the Dragapult match in the future turns. But yeah, Riley has just been performing strongly so far in this game.
Just trying to find an answer. Ultra Ball looking for a little more help here, but there's just not that much that you can find. The damage doesn't line up for the knockouts that you desire. Finding the space for a Dusclops and the Hawlucha, you can do it, but you're not taking that big KO.
Well, we're going to see the Ultra Ball here now going back into the deck, having to make some difficult decisions and what to discard to it. One of those cards being the Jamming Tower.
Oh, is there a world where you can use Dusclops and the Blood Moon Ursaluna to try to target down something it's a lot to ask for, but with the 240 that you have to reach, maybe there's a world Riley would be down to 2 prize cards post Curse Blast.
Boom, you gotta win. Potentially.
Boom, you got a boom.
Yeah, boom, there's some sort of boom happening. And Justin is going through these options right now. I mean, look, it is difficult here as you see him pacing back and forth between the hand, the deck. Blood Moon Ursaluna is gonna be the option here off of the Ultra Ball coming out for Justin.
Yeah, Hilda finds the energy that you're looking for. You have the Dusclops. There might be a counter catcher to go along with this. This could be bye-bye Gardevoir.
Ooh, well, Hilda, yep, is coming down here from Justin. Let's see, here we have these cards being sought out of the deck, but
Can you even get there, though? It's
Yeah.
300. You're just a little short. You'd have to include Monkey Dory in that. You don't have the energy for it. It's not all there.
yeah, it's just coming up slightly short here. We do have the Dusknoir. The Luminous Energy is the energy picked off of the Hilda card here, but can Justin put this together? I don't know, Kyle. Oof.
Yeah, the energies, that's just really speaking to how important that's been for Riley to find the right spot, because anytime countercatchers use, Gardevoir just bails him out.
Well, the Dusclops is being evolved from that Duskull on the bench now here for Justin. Ooh, we see the Monkey Dory coming down with that Luminous Energy. That's going to apply the dark energy needed to unlock that Adrenabrain over on Justin's side of the field.
Okay, so with the math there, you've got 5 damage counters to work with the Dusknoir, 2 from the Monkey Dory, pushing up to 80 on a Gardevoir. You're short.
Yeah, pairing it with the counter catcher, you wish to have a much stronger knockout here, but we're still deciding where to put this damage. Is this a part of the long con here for Justin? Dragapult EX is going to apply that damage. Oh, he just
Look at
flashed
that.
it.
Lily's Clefairy with the Fairy Zone. That'll be plenty to give the weakness and take the knockout. We saw him trying to set up the strategy, maybe lean into that Dusknoir, but could not overcome those prize cards. Doubled your cloak, and we're moving to game number 2.
I mean, that was exciting. It really could have gone either way for both of these players here, Kyle, but Riley is going to take it. If you didn't catch what just happened, flash the Lily's Clefairy. We talked about it briefly. That is a card that unlocks a weakness for Dragapult EX. Normally, these dragon types don't have any weakness. I mean, how broken is that? Let's be real. But Lily's Clefairy applies psychic weakness. And, you know, Riley had the energy there, could take that knockout, and that is pretty epic. Let's take a look back at this match that we just watched here in the Masters Finals.
Yeah, it started off pretty strong for Justin until he looked through his deck. Saw that Double Dracloak was prized, but it did not stop him there. He worked through, found a Dracloak, and started to apply some little pressure with the Itchy Pollen. However, Riley had the answer every time a Pokemon was moved by way of boss's orders. Counter catcher, he found the energies and moved them perfectly. Had Monkey Dory to place damage over and take the perfect piece off the board every single time.
Yeah, that is exactly what Riley needed to do, and he was able to execute it despite all of the issues in the way thrown at him by Justin. It just kept going. He got the energy needed. He was able to apply that pressure, and that is what led to the consistent taking of these prize cards here for Riley. And that was just beautiful. I mean, Riley still had a lot in his way, and he was able to come out on top here. But I don't want to count out either of these decks. They both have tricks up their sleeve. We've talked about the stadiums that could potentially shut down key pieces in these matchups before. And I mean, if that Badoo sticks a little harder, if Riley didn't get into the energy needed, all of those things could have changed in an instant, Kyle. So everything is still not over yet. You cannot count Justin out just yet because he has the skill. He has an extremely powerful deck. We just need to see the Pokemon luck on his side as well. Let's give a big round of applause for both of these players after completing that first match here. We're gonna head into our game 2, but let's show them some love. What a big crowd here that we have, Kyle.
Yeah.
We got to shoot some t-shirts at him earlier.
Yep, the cannons were firing, and so are our players as they are ready to give us more Pokemon TCG action. We're moving into game number 2, and the prize cards coming down.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about cannons. What about little Dreepy cannons? Dragapult EX, I mean, what a cool Pokemon there. He's big, he's awesome. Gardevoir, of course, as well. But, you know, who's going to come out on top? Which deck is going to win? Which player is going to take the title here? We're kicking off our game 2 in our Masters Final here in Anaheim 2025 World Championships. Let's get into this. Badoo as the active Pokemon for Justin and Monkey. Wow, what a familiar sight, huh, Kyle?
Yeah, we've seen this card once or twice or 30,000 times. It's pretty good. And so is Nestball in this opener. Not terrible prize cards, as you see, for Riley. Can work with that. I think we saw a little bit of help there in the hand. Maybe an Ultra Ball to go along with this. So setup coming our way.
Setup indeed. We love to see it here. I mean, the worst sensation to feel is when you're in such a high stakes match and you just see energy pass. I mean, that is terrible, but nope, not here today for Riley. We're getting some cards down. The Nest Ball is going to bring out this Mew EX. This is also a card we have not got to showcase yet for this deck. How important is this card here for Riley, especially in this matchup, Kyle?
Yeah, it can be really helpful with drawing out of some of those situations in the early stage of the game. And occasionally, you do see a genome hacking.
Yes,
it's a pretty solid attack that you can incorporate, surprise your opponent, and take a big knockout with Phantom Dive. If you combine that with a Lily's Clefairy, you're taking the KO on a Dragapult and probably knocking out something on the bench for 3 prize cards.
I mean, the Dreepy Cannon's firing on all cylinders, but nope. Mew EX is just hacking the system over there. I mean, we could potentially see that. It is a major play that Riley can utilize in this matchup. But we're going to continue to look through the deck here for Riley as he tries to scope out what is in his prize cards. Luckily for him, like you said, Kyle, nothing too detrimental.
Yeah, it's also nice to have a free retreater hanging out on the bench, give you a little bit of that versatility if there were to be knockouts happening from a more aggressive Justin this time around, which we could certainly expect to see. It wasn't as fast as he'd liked in that opening game.
Yeah, I mean, you want to take every chance you get to outpace. Do you think that that it was just him kind of taking a step back and maybe he should have gone forth more? Or was it truly just that the cards didn't align at the right time? What do you think about that, Kyle?
I mean, he had the vision. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to remove both pieces of Gardevoir from play. There was Gardevoir and Kirlia, Gardevoir and Ralts, whatever it was. He had the plan every turn, and Riley just had the perfect answer. So if the energy isn't found, if Secret Box doesn't throw away multiple Psychic Energy, it's a completely different game because you cannot move, like we saw in the opener. And right now, we're seeing discards, and we're not seeing Psychic Energies.
Right, it's a huge change of pace so far in this game, too, between these players. Riley was able to get that early aggression as far as getting those energy into the discard pile for the future attacks, but this time around might be a little bit slower here. We are going to see, of course, that important Ralts out onto the field now for Riley as we continue with this setup. But is it going to pair with anything else here? Of course, Riley going first does not have the ability to play a supporter, is going to have that energy attachment on that Monkey Dory. Also cannot attack, nets that technical machine devolution there off of the restart on the Mew EX ability. That's 2 TMs and that was it for the hand?
I mean, as far as bad hands go, this one's pretty good. You have Kirlia and TM Evolution, so you can have a Gardevoir set up, but
not a ton of cards, though.
You have nothing else afterwards. And Justin's considering, well, are you going to attack with Monkey Dory next turn? Is my Badoo going away? I just need to get set up first.
Right. Let's just worry about the basics here. Speaking of basics, there's a couple in the prize cards, but hey, this is much more appealing than what we saw in our game 1 here for Justin.
Yeah, just one Ralts on the other side to stare at as you build up your board. And it's only one copy of each of these Pokemon. You play very heavy lines so that you can find the right resources. This is only one of the decks that has 2 Duskull. We've seen some players moving over to with like a 3-2-1, so be on the lookout for that. But at the bottom of the prizes, it's a good place to be.
Yeah, I mean, usually our players draw the prize cards from the bottom to the top. Not always. Finland, I guess, does it a little bit differently. Shout out to Finland. But
China, too.
Oh, yes, that's true. But this time around, Justin could have the ability to get into that Duskull later since it is at the bottom of the prize cards. Buddy Poffin gonna feed these Dreepy, hop them out onto the field here for Justin as we continue into this game too. I'm excited to see how this goes as we're now seeing the setup is pretty much getting relatively established here for both of our players as Justin maps out what is in the prize cards, takes note of that. Every single resource is so important for both of these players. We're seeing the Hilda come into play. That's going to net us this evolution Pokemon and the energy, the pieces that we need here for Justin.
Yeah, it's not exactly the card you expect to see on turn 1. Maybe you'd like to see a little more help, but finding that energy, finding that your cloak, establishing these when your opponent has 3 cards in hand and you're locking down the items, you're probably going to see some evolutions next turn from these Dreepies, and that's all you need to do is buy a little more time and find the big guy.
Yes, and I mean, Badoo is a fantastic part of that strategy as we've already seen. So he's definitely aiding in the support of this team here for Justin. The Neo Upper Energy coming down onto the GP for the energy attachment for the turn. That's going to this itchy Pollen. What do we see?
Top tech research to go along with this.
Wow.
That's how you do it. Hit the World Championship stage.
I mean, let's go. Research here, discarding just one card in that devolution, and it's going to be a fresh 7 now for the hand. For Riley, look at that, a secret box too. I mean, sheesh.
I mean, under item lock, these aren't the best cards, but at least
Just get around it, Kyle. Just get around it.
Okay, but I haven't seen a psychic energy,
Right.
and that's what really separates the Guardy players. If you're really Guardian it up, you need psychics in the discard soon.
Yes, and yeah, I mean, we need to see that very soon from Riley, and we need to see how it's going to happen as well. Maybe the cards align in these future turns, but really the question is, are the cards going to align in time before Justin takes too much prominence here in this match, in our game 2, and just overruns Riley's deck?
Yeah, we see Curlia and Ralts, the targets here, both evolutions in the deck. TM evolution doing absolute work here.
Great.
So Riley may not have the psychic energies, but he has the setup.
I mean, Gardevoir EX, we love to see it down on the field now. Curlia as well. Riley is setting up. We just need everything to align here for the future turns. Of course, Monkey Dory also already has that dark energy on it as well for the Adrena Brain to be utilized for Riley.
Well, as far as top deck goes, I guess you maybe want Iona next turn instead of the Professor's Research, because this hand was still held on to for Justin. Double Dracloak, and now he's going to use the Iono, find a fresh new hand to work with, and this is where you can set up once more for that big turn. If you find Duskull, you have the resources to have that Dragapult in your hand, maybe we build something pretty prominent here.
I mean, Recon Directive is one way to get there as we're going through these abilities on the bench here for Justin. Fantastic, paired with the Iono, shuffle up the hand for Riley, which could buy him some better cards, but Justin is still churning through the cards himself.
Yeah, and without the use of the Artisan, Justin's kind of nodding that he'd love to see basic Pokemon in this spot, and he sees 2 that are pretty good for him here, the Dreepy and the second copy of Badoo. Badoo basically lines up another free turn of protection, but he values the setup of Dreepy, another Dracloak on board, maybe the Duskull to go along with this. This is exactly where you want to be.
Badoo didn't get us far enough in the game 1. So here we go. We're going to line up some other options for Justin. Duskull coming down now onto the field as we're continuing through here. But that Badoo still in the active position for Justin, so it's still going to carry out the same strategy we're seeing. We're eyeing up these essential turns for the future. What are those turns going to look like? Let's talk about the prize mapping here between our players. What does it look like, Kyle?
Well, for Justin, the ideal strategy with double Duskull is no longer there. If you want to use the Dusclops to remove the Gardevoir from play, can't really do that in one fell swoop, so maybe you target down different pieces. You could take out a Curlia while you knock out a Monkey Dory if you spread the damage the right way, but it just isn't perfect. But similarly on Riley's side, he has nowhere to go with his damage.
Right.
No Psychic Energies means no Psychic Embrace, which means that you're only going to push 20 damage from Monkey Dory. That doesn't help you in any situation.
Yeah, we need more than that, and maybe Riley's not able to get there. Maybe Justin can capitalize on that. We're still going to continue to set up here for Justin. Monkey Dory coming down onto the field off of that Nest Ball. That's something we didn't have before either until the later game for Justin. So that really could also change the pace of things too. These damage counters start going over to the field, and then they're able to be amplified from the Monkey Dory later on. Luminous Energy joining us with that Dracloak being powered up for Justin too. The Badoo lock continues. Itchy Pollen locking those items for Riley. He had a handful of items before. Does he have anything better now in the hands, Kyle?
Oh, we see one Psychic Energy, a Dark Energy along with this, but there is no supporter to go with this hand. He's just about to place it down and consider his options. Where do you go from here? Artisan, find some help, at least shuffle some of those resources.
no supporter is brutal here. I mean, there's a couple of things TCG players could do. They can attach an energy for turn. They can play one supporter. They can retreat. They can attack. But if you don't have the supporter, how are you supposed to help out your hand? How are you supposed to help out your gameplay? So that is difficult there for Riley, but Artisan gonna be shuffled up now from this deck. What did he grab, Kyle? I didn't see it.
I don't know if anything happened there, but you have the, well, he had the Monkey Dory. He just put it in the hand instead of on the table.
Okay, got you.
Probably do that.
It's coming down. It's coming down. There we go.
But with this one Psychic Energy, things are a bit awkward. You need to play this as your attachment for the turn, and then you have it for Psychic Embrace, but you don't get a Dark Energy on your Monkey Dory now.
Right, exactly. It's used for the retreat. Now it's in the discard pile. That's one step closer, but now we're just stuck with another monkey in the active here, passing back over to Justin. This truly could be what Justin needs here to eye up these major turns here for Justin. I want to see it happen here. I want to see the power of Dragapult EX, and Justin is getting there as these cards are netted back to back to the hand off these recon directives. What are you seeing, Kyle?
Oh yeah, it's starting to cook over here. There's another Dracloak. There's energy to go along with it. Boss's orders too. You're just looking for a little more help. There's a Dusknoir to go along with this. If you can set up again to have that Dusclops in play and have it stick around for a turn, then you have Dusknoir in combination with the boss's orders. You take down the Gardevoir in one fell swoop. That would be devastating.
Dusknoir is huge. Cursed Blast, 13 damage counters. It is so powerful, and Justin being able to have that is going to be ginormous in this matchup here. We'll have to see if we're able to see things align for Justin. Looking at the deck, or sorry, the discard pile for Riley. Oh, just one Psychic Energy. That's nice.
Yeah, and he had to manually attach it. It has not gone great on Riley's side as far as options.
Yeah, and Hilda being played once again for Justin here. Just feels like there's so many of these in the deck, huh?
Yeah, maybe someone's to blame. Could be the $20,000 Hilda if it works out in his favor.
Right, exactly. There's so much on the line here between these players, but they are not letting up. I mean, they're locked in on this match. Hilda gonna search out to this evolution in the Dusclops, in that Psychic Energy as well, coming out onto the field for Justin.
Is being so safe. We see the Luminous Energy on the Dracloak as opposed to the Monkey Dory. Wants to have multiple attackers if there was a bad thing on the other side. If Riley off the Iono had triple Psychic Energy Professor's Research into a Scream Tail, he was prepared with another attacker ready to go. Instead, he has the energy here for another Dracloak. He has the Dusclops. He's waiting one more turn. If he can make it happen, we are not going to see Gardevoir on that side of the table.
Yep, the safety nets have been put in place here as we continue forward. The Badoo locking up this Monkey Dory, 10 damage, item card still down. Justin is creating a checkmate situation. Is Riley gonna be able to get around it? Think about this. Neither player has taken a prize card yet, but that is not gonna last very long. Very soon, things are gonna start flying and going quickly in this match.
Yeah, the one piece that's missing for Justin is he has no way to remove Curlia. It has Hawlucha and moving damage, but he doesn't have any damage on his side of the board. So Monkey Dory is not helping out. It's another pass of the turn. He's just waiting to see what is in on the other side from Riley, and Riley's content. He's going to pass over the turn and say, if you can make this work, great, but it's not there yet.
Yeah, it's not there yet. Can you get there? It's going to be all up to Justin here. At least that Dark Energy was attached to that Monkey Dory there from Riley. Justin now going through these recon directive here. I saw the Blood Moon Ursaluna as one of the options. Looks like that is going to be what's going to the hand here.
And if you're wondering on Justin's side, why he's so defensive, why is he worrying? It's because of that Lily's Clefairy that he saw in that other game. You know that you're walking into a knockout. 320 hit points is nothing when you're dealing with the weakness on the other side. So you have to make sure that when you attack, it is for all the marbles.
Right, you need to have multiple attackers set up, multiple strategies to carry out the end game here so that you don't see it yourself. And if you're just getting one shot, that is a scary situation to walk into. So Justin is setting up everything possible to be prepared for it. We talk about the bear trap all the time on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but there's a fairy trap out there and it's looming on Riley's side. So Justin is gonna continue to set things up for that dominant position to take this game. And he needs to take it to bring us to a game 3.
Well, what would be enough in this spot? Is it Dusknoir? Is it Dragapult? Is it Iono in combination with Counter Catcher? Do you feel comfortable leaving your opponent with just 5 cards and a Kirlia? Or do you want to wait a little longer? It might be time. At least establish the hit points.
It might be time here. I mean, we saw what happened last time. The Duskull evolved into the Dusclops. He got wiped off the field. We were never able to Cursed Blast here, but this time around, Dusknoir is here for Justin. It's whether or not he chooses to use it, get those hit points out, try to take some sort of momentum here. Dusknoir is going to provide a lot of that. You're about to see. Cursed Blast is such a cool move.
Yeah, it's just giving away prize cards is actually beneficial. It makes it all the way to the finals of the World Championships. And Justin making a decision. If you evolve, you're basically saying it's time to attack because you're losing that recon directive.
Well,
moving and grooving over here.
Yeah, let's go. Giddy up. Dragapult EX is out. And now here we still see the energy attachment onto this Dracloak as well, lining it up to be able to become an attacker for Justin too. But we got the Dusknoir, we got the Dragapult.
I like this right here. You have Counter Catcher and Iono, but instead you can use your Curse Blast, then Boss's Orders bring up this Gardevoir, walk into the Fairy Trap, the Bear Trap.
Oh.
And then you have Iono to go along with it on the following turn. You're just looking for a Dragapult, and that's probably going to be found.
Exactly. I mean, this is the board Justin has set up. His brain is piloting this deck. It's becoming a flawless position for him to be in here. Boss's Orders bringing up this Gardevoir EX now for Justin. We're swinging here. Dragapult EX now up in the active position, fully powered up thanks to that Ace-Spec card attached as well. We're going to see the swing, the Phantom Dive, and the damage on that Kirlia as well.
But look at this. You're not using the Dusknoir here. Wants to hold on to that damage. There are 2 Monkey Dory on the other side. Damage can shift over, so it's a bit of a risk to see the damage laying there already, but you do see that for Riley, he still has Gardevoir in play. And he has items now. This could get wild.
Yes, I'm ready to see the pop-off here. Can Riley mount the comeback? Because now we have items. I didn't get to see what the hand we were working with is, but I'm seeing energy, and that's pretty huge, Kyle.
There's double Earthen Vessel in this 5-card, 6-card hand now with the top deck. He's moving through. We'll see more energies. Is there a supporter to go along with it? If you could discard all of these, we are talking trouble. And there's a research to go along with it. If there's ever a turn to not have item lock in play, it's not right now.
Oh, this is beautiful here for Riley, netting these energy into the hand thanks to these Earthen Vessel, an urn full of psychic energy as we see. Professor's Research, the perfect supporter to discard the hand, draw 7 cards. That is gonna get Riley the energy needed to carry out these attacks.
Oh, and Justin's just thinking, I had you with 1 psychic energy in the discard pile, and I thought this was the turn. I could put you in this spot. Maybe your hand isn't strong enough, and it is one of the best hands to see here. Plenty of energies to fly through. We know that there's some resources that can be drawn into that can close things out, at least on this Dragapult, and it starts with the Lily's Clefairy.
Yes, absolutely. 7 cards we're about to see here for Riley.
Pink guy, pink guy. Is it the right one? Still looking. 1 last card.
Oh my gosh. Playing it close to the chest here. Riley trying to give us a show. But yeah, I am just not seeing it here, Kyle.
Well, there's a Scream Tail to go along with this, but you're not taking out the main threat. We know there's Monkey Dory damage, so still a lot to consider, and Artisan is the play.
Artisan being used now to bring out one of these Pokemon onto the field for Riley. It's just unfortunate having to take a little bit of a step back here. I mean, but think about this, Kyle. This is what we're seeing now from Riley. Coming up slightly short here, but he was locked on items that whole time. Imagine if you could just play your whole deck. I mean, this deck is insane here that Riley is piloting. You see why it has made it into our finals. And we'll see if Riley's able to take it to the top, get a 2-0 here. There's a lot against him, but he's not out yet.
Yeah, how do you complain with 5 Psychic in the discard pile? I guess it's because you don't have Lily's Clefairy. There is Scream Tail. You can hit for a fairly large amount, but you're not taking out this Dragapult with this type of board.
right? And it's scary. You know, you have a lot of damage there. You don't want to give your opponent any sort of multi-prize knockout turn, but look how much damage has already mounted there for Riley on the right side of the field. Screamtail going to join us in the active position.
And what do we do here at this point? Yes, you have some damage you can move with the Monkey Dories, shift over, but what separates you from having the Gardevoirs on board and not playing in the game? It's this situation. How do you manipulate the damage counters? Because we don't see another Gardevoir to evolve into.
Let's do some math here, Kyle, your specialty.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what are we doing here? Of course, that Screamtail taking the damage from the Psychic Embrace ability on the Gardevoir EX to apply that damage there, making it so that it powers up its attack, and we're gonna see some damage on this Dusknoir. What do you think about that? Now it stayed into play, and now it is here getting damage stacked all over it, Kyle. What do you think?
Yep, once again, this is just a same situation. Justin sets up for a checkmate and hopes that it exists, and next turn it dissipates. We see the Dusknoir hit the discard pile, not on its own accord.
Right.
No Curse Blast this time, and this saves the setup. Kirlia, free. It has 80 hit points still. It is very hard to take this Pokemon off the board. Hawlucha damage and spreading around, you just don't have the resources to take out 80.
Yeah, I mean, those ghost Pokemon help out so much here for Justin, but you see the Dusknoir was wiped away. There's no Duskull there. We're not going to see any extra damage. And is that just going to be what truly turns the tides of this game? Is it not going to be able to be enough damage aligned, or is Justin going to still be able to close things out with how much damage on board? What do you think, Kyle? How's the prize map looking now?
Rough. Depends on where you're looking from, but this is the spot that Riley really wanted to be in. Not only do you remove that automatic threat of Gardevoir and Kirlia being knocked out, but you have multiple energies still in the discard pile. Counter Catcher, Boss's Orders, anything to stall at this point and slow things down doesn't really help out. The one thing I could think of is maybe attacking for less damage, using Jet Headbutt into a Gardevoir and putting a little damage on there so that it would be knocked out by Psychic Embrace, but that can't happen. So you'd force the energy from the hand instead.
Oh my gosh, I mean, it is getting intricate in here as Justin continues to navigate through this turn and debate those options. Ultra Ball coming down here to get another Pokemon out.
Yeah, I mean, even that doesn't work with Monkey Dory. You're just protected from every situation. Push the damage over, then retreat. It's where do you go from here? You're not taking the big KOs, but you're still around. And for Justin, he's only down one prize card. He's got so much damage on the board, and we're talking like he's out of this right now. He's still got plenty of plays to do.
Absolutely, and Justin, I'm sure, is seeing those plays. He's a phenomenal player, has been training since he was very young in the trading card game, has made it to our Masters final stage, and is gonna put up a fight here. So Latias EX was drawn out from that Ultra Ball to thin out of the deck, Buddy Poffin as well, coming down for Justin.
Yep. Once you just burn this card, you still need to shuffle through.
Yes.
There is a bench space available. What do you do with that? With the Duskull and the prizes, with already seeing the Dusknoir knocked out, there is a Night Stretcher to help find some more pieces. Maybe you try one more time.
One more time, the Duskull's coming out. Let's hope it can stick around this time, because it hasn't so far in either of these games. Paired with an Iono for the supporter between our players. So Justin's gonna get a fresh set of 6 cards, Riley 5 over on the other side. What do we need to see here, Kyle?
Oh, you don't have a great answer to anything just yet, but you're down a prize, so Counter Catcher seems like a great card to find. You could take a big knockout on something like that Gardevoir, remove the Screamtail, which is a big threat, and then just force your opponent to have Gardevoir itself, or the Night Stretcher. And we haven't seen it all just yet.
Well, but what we have seen is Justin leaving these opportunities open, and then Riley just taking them down. I mean, it is scary here for Justin to be able to leave anything up for grabs for Riley, but hey, we're going through these recon directives. We're trying to still get there, start taking some prize cards, take the win, but first we have to build up a little bit more, and all of that is just because of the sheer power of Riley's deck.
He's got the potential to surprise you out of nowhere and take big KOs, remove this massive 320 hit point Pokemon. And we do see that tech inclusion. It is a one of or two of in most lists now. Jamming Tower to take over the stadium here now. It will lock out all of those other tool cards.
Yes, exactly. The items are locked, the tool cards are separate, but now they're locked as well. We don't really see any tool cards out there yet, but that card could be a major inclusion sometimes in this matchup here for Justin. We'll have to see if it comes into play in the future of this game. But first, Luminous Energy. That's going to apply the Dark on this Monkey Dory, so we can start flinging some stuff back in the future, of course, once it hits the board. I mean, the monkey is just such a meme in the TCG. It flings so much damage. It is such a powerful card, but this time around, we're gonna see the knockout here on the Scream Tail for Justin. That's one prize card down.
And when you consider what could have been if the cards did line up here for Justin, taking a knockout on something like Gardevoir and not having to just place 60 damage on Kirlia, that could just be pushed right back over. It could be a completely different story. Are the resources there right now for the Lily Sclefairy? We see the Earthen Vessel for the Psychic Energy, and I believe Ultra Ball is in the hand to go along with this. There's a knockout lined up.
I am scared here. We're about to see the full potential of why Gardevoir has the answers.
Oh, hold up. We're in for the big knockout if we want. The Genome Hacking knockout is lined up too. The Duskull could be taken off the board in combination with this.
Oh my
There's a lot to look out for.
Oh my gosh, Genome Hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX. Wow, Kyle.
That is the look of a world champion as he has played his Gardevoir deck flawlessly, not just at North America International Championships, but now at the World Championships. He's found his way to the final table once again, and he has done it. Riley McKay, our world champion.
He's been through so much now to get here, and now he's taken that title. As I said, I mean, it's a title that's gonna last for a lifetime. The rest of his life, I mean, 20 world championships we've had, and here is the winner of one of them, Riley McKay.
Soak it in, soak it in. Congratulations.
I mean, that is so cool. You see the family, the friends that have been supporting it through this journey. Now he's taking it all down here. I'm sure he's feeling fantastic as he's waving out into the crowd. And this is in the stadium here as well. Well, let's see how he got here, Kyle, through that match.
I mean, this was something else. We'll go straight to game two here, where we saw a little bit of a different setup for Justin. A really strong approach now with all of the recon directives, building up a board, establishing that Dusknoir, but he doesn't go for it. Wants to wait for the perfect turn. Guess what, buddy? There is no perfect turn. The knockout from Monkey Dory pushing over the damage. The Scream Tail takes his Pokemon off the board, and as he sets up for the perfect play, finds Iono, looks for counter catcher, wants to at least remove Gardevoir. No dice. Scream Tail knockout, pushing over to the Kirlia, and this is perfection. Has all the energies, the Lily's Clefairy, the Mew EX to go along with it, Genome Hacking along with Monkey Dory. It's gonna take a lot of prize cards. It was enough, and we see the concession.
Exactly, I mean, that was incredible. All the stops were pulled out by Justin, of course, throwing everything in Riley's way, but Gardevoir just does it like that. It just has it, Kyle. I mean, this is why this deck has reigned supreme for so long. And honestly, I don't think any TCG player is surprised to see Gardevoir, now a world champion, in the hands of Riley McKay.
We've seen Gardevoir many different times on the TCG stage. This one is now a world champion, and it is in the hands of Riley McKay. He is so well deserved. He was grinding through with weird decks you like, of all decks.
Yeah,
He was He was placing top 64, top 32. He was getting so much work done, but he wasn't seeing those results he wanted.
Right.
And he changed his pace up. He found a deck that he loved, the Gardevoir of all things. And in his last two events, he is the best player in the world as of right now.
I mean, what a title. Best Gardevoir player and now a world champion. I want to hear from Riley himself. Let's throw it down to our stage.
Let's hear it from Riley! Riley, you've had an incredible year. Standing here on the stage, is this how you thought it would end?
No, I mean, I already said this. I wasn't even expecting to get here the whole year. Like having my first win be at Worlds and Masters, like that's insane. So definitely not.
That is a pretty good first win, yeah. How are you feeling about being the world champion?
It hasn't quite sunk in yet, but I'm still pretty happy, even though it hasn't sunk in.
There are a lot of people here who are also very happy for you, and I'm sure watching at home. Is there anything you want to say to them?
I guess just thank you for testing with me, believing in me. A lot of people gave me cards, sleeves, just helped me test, helped me with everything to prepare for this tournament. So thank you to all of them.
Awesome. Congratulations, Riley. We're so happy for you. Let's hear it one more time for your world champion. Do you want one more shout out?
Can I shout out multiple people?
Shout out multiple people. You do it. You're the world champion. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, I'll shout out my parents, Kayla, Hugh, Noah, their families, Josh, Kaylin, Gibson, all of them. And then also Christian and Alex, who tested a little bit with me for this event.
Let's hear it for all those supporters. Thank you, Riley. Congratulations. And now back to you, casters.
Wow, look at that. I'll tell you what, Kyle, Riley can go through his entire address book if he wants to. He's a world champion now. I mean, you deserved it. You earned it there, Riley. That was incredible. What a cute little interview that we got there. I'm sure it's going to sink in very soon once he's holding that Pikachu trophy.
Yeah, that was a wild one to see there, and such a great matchup. Flawlessly played there, had everything he needed, but he wasn't just the only player who played so well this entire day. We had a big bracket to look at through juniors, seniors, and finals. This was incredible to see when we started off with the juniors division. Boo, do you notice a trend? I don't see a single one on there. These were 2 O's over and over and over again.
Yeah, these kids are taking names here. I mean, the skill level does not drop when we go down to former age divisions. Our juniors came out fierce, came out strong. We got to see that incredible match in the juniors, but you know, we also had the seniors too, Kyle, that did a phenomenal job. I mean, we're talking about players that have made history. Gabriel Fernandez is one of those, but look at this. I mean, it was truly a David and Goliath story, but it had a different conclusion than a lot of people were hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, this deck over on the other side from Fuguan was incredible. We talked about it in the Masters division. We saw the power of the combination. Sometimes at the World Championships, you just take 2 good decks and smash them together and see what happens. Iron Hands Golden Go is a world champion.
And it's by Fuguan, the world champion, piloting that deck, of course. It was an incredible matchup to see. It was an explosive one as well, and it just happened to be the perfect pairing. But then leading into what we just saw, our Masters division. I mean, the level of players over here on the left side is just unstoppable. But they kept going in through our top 8, into the semifinals, then the finals. But it was so tough for our finalists to get to that point. Who they have to go through here, Kyle?
I mean, look at this. So we saw some amazing players. Piper Lapine in this top 8, Oyvind as well in the top 8. Marco Cifuentes potentially running it back for his brother to have a repeat in the household would be incredible. But it came down to Riley McKay and Justin Neudorf. Justin, with an amazing last few years here at the World Championships, have to give it up to him. what a run for him to make it from that top 8 2 times in a row to
Right.
finally break through and get to this table.
I'm telling you, Kyle, the NAIC Finals was not his destiny. He has been destined by the Pokemon gods to become a world champion, and now he has done it here today. Of course, Justin performing incredibly all throughout the weekend on our streams, and then, of course, in this finals match as well with Dragapult EX from Justin, bringing so much heat. He's had incredible accomplishments across the seniors division. Now he's taking the masters division by storm. And if you didn't have him on your radar before, guess what? He made it to our finals table, and he's probably gonna come back for a vengeance next season.
Yeah, look out for this name. We will see Justin a lot more. He plays with some great players. One of them is the world champion on the other side.
Wow,
Riley
look at that.
McKay now with Gardevoir, taking it all the way. And what do you do after you win world championships and make second at NAIC? How do you build on that year?
I mean, I have no clue, to be honest. I guess maybe next time you just gotta take them all, right?
Okay, well, we'll see if he's capable of that. He's got one win under his belt, and maybe that's the landslide we need to start seeing Riley build these up and culminate into another great run here. But these are our world champions for the 2025 season. Great job from these competitors, and we've got a lot of different decks to look out for. It's gonna be a great run over to the store to grab these.
Exactly, those world championship decks that are gonna follow some of these decks here that you've seen. And I mean, they're gonna be awesome to play. So if you were thinking about getting into the trading card game, this show should have just shown you why you should start now. These decks are incredible. The players are incredible. The time that they put in, the love, the dedication for this game has stood strong, and look where it's gotten them. They're our world champions here in Anaheim in 2025. Let's take a look what they earned now here, Kyle. I mean, sheesh, look at that prize support that we have for our trading card game players.
Wow. Yeah, it is definitely leveled up over here.
Yeah.
Those players playing for $50,000, and those three that we saw, they've accomplished it. This is now what you get to bring home, along with all of the other swag that comes along with it. There's a Pikachu trophy waiting for you. I'm sure there's plenty that you found at the Pokemon Center as well. It is an absolute haul that you are taking home. Congratulations to these three players.
Yeah, there's a playing mat, there's a promo card, there's an awesome bag, and also the title of being a world champion. You have signed your name in the history books here now. Like I said, 20 world championships. You're one of those. I mean, that's incredible to think about and look back on for the rest of your life. And that history has been made. Of course, thank y'all so much for being out here in the arena. Let's give it one more big round of applause for that incredible showing from all of our trading card game players. What a great crowd that we have. I'm sure there's a bunch of friends and family supporters of those decks that they're egging on to. I'm curious to see all of the discourse online now after that incredible Masters Finals.
Yeah, there was so much to talk about. We could barely get to it as the players were flying through the decks, trying to find those perfect turns. It just all turned out in Riley's favor. He found the answers, everything lined up in that one big turn. I mean, we're gonna talk about that for a while. It's almost as popular as the pass.
Absolutely. Well, I know it's in our future too, Kyle. We get to see all of these incredible players pick up their Pikachu trophies. Let's throw it to our trophy ceremony.
It really warms my heart to see trainers of all ages compete and showcase how many of us the Pokemon trading card game has inspired over the years. Commitment brought these trainers to this point, and it's time to reward them with the recognition they deserve. Are you ready? Good. We're going to bring our finalists and our champions up to the stage, so let's hear it for them first. Congratulations to our trading card game junior finalist, Jose Cruz Galindo Resendiz. let's hear it for your trading card game junior champion, Yuya Okita! Now, our trading card game senior finalist, Gabriel Fernandez! And now, your trading card game senior champion, Fu Guangyao! Now please welcome to the stage your trading card game Masters finalist, Justin Newdorf! And finally, a huge round of applause for the 2025 Pokemon Trading Card Game Masters Champion, Riley McKay! These are the top trainers of the 2025 Pokémon World Championships. Trainers, raise those trophies up one more time. Let's hear it for all of them. We have more Pokemon action to come. The Pokemon video game is up next, and then closing ceremonies. This one is going to be very special, so you are going to want to stick around. Unsurprisingly, we've got a full house here in the arena, so a word of warning, if you leave, you may not be able to get back in. So, just like our trainers, it's time to lock in, everyone. Now, it's time to welcome to the stage our VG Junior finalists. So let's go back to the casters.
How are we doing, everybody? What do we think of this fabulous arena, huh? I think they kind of like it, Ben. Maybe a little bit. Now listen, trainers, we've crowned our world champions for Pokémon UNITE, for Pokémon GO, and for the Pokémon trading card game. That just leaves the Pokémon video game. I just got one question for you. Are you ready? I will take that as a yes. We could not be readier either. I'm Charlie Merriman.
And I'm Ben Kiriakou. And we're here to kick things off with the video game and our junior finals here. Our young trainers may be at the start of their journeys, but they are the future of our competitive game. They're the future of our community. And let me tell you, Charlie, the future is looking bright.
All the brighter under those incredible stage lights we have up there. It is our privilege, it is our honor to welcome you to your finalists in the juniors division today, Luke Whittier and Sosuke Aranori. And right now we can take a look at the journey they've been on to get to this hallowed position.
This has been such a tight bracket coming through top 8 into the semi-finals, into the finals. Now, Luke played Ismail, our EUIC champion, was able to come on top with a 2-0 victory. Sosuke on the other side of the bracket was able to claim victory over this year's Japan national champion. And so both of our trainers have defeated champions in their own rights to make it all the way to the finals. Who is going to be able to come out on top here?
Fascinating storylines that both of these trainers have. Luke Whittier, their first ever season competing in the competitive video game, and they've gone all the way to the World Championships finals. Sosuke Aranori, a trainer who has had fantastic showings at the Japan Championships the past couple of years. They have been striving for this honor for such a long time, and now, right here in the arena, they might just do it.
And this is a battle between two trainers that have completely different play styles. We've got Luke, who has used a little bit of everything in the first season, used 4 different restricted pairs for the 4 different events that they've managed to place for over the season. Sosuke, on the other hand, has been able to pilot a very innovative team, and I won't go into it too much now, trainers, but let me tell you, it's going to be an explosive finals between these two players.
Spicy indeed. The mental fortitude that these trainers have had to exhibit to reach this incredible point and to walk out on this incredible stage in front of all of you incredible people. The word incredible is flying left, right, and center because, of course, that's exactly what this is. The first ever arena cast for the Pokémon World Championships finals. And Ben, I cannot wait to see what unfolds.
Incredible.
Yep. That's the word of choice.
That's what we're going with here. I can't wait to get things kicked off because this matchup is going to be so tough, and I especially love to see our young trainers coming to compete because we see something different from the tried and tested examples that we see across the seniors and the masters divisions a little bit more. Everything's a little bit more up in the air with our trainers here. Things can go either way, and in the moment you just never know what's coming next.
Absolutely not. This is where all bets are off. This is the tournament. This is the stage of that tournament where you have to think at least 5 turns ahead, trying to get the jump on your opponent. Fascinating that Luke will be running a slightly more tried and tested team, whereas Sosuke has really been innovating, really been in the kitchen here. And we're going to have to see if it's going to be the team that has been so hallowed by so many trainers over Regulation Set I is going to be the one that comes out on top, or have we, at the very end of the 2025 season, at the very end of Regulation Set I, found this twist that everyone was lacking all along.
Yeah, you couldn't have predicted the team that Sosuke is bringing to our World Finals here, and that's the difficult decision that all of our trainers have to make along the way to the World Championships. Do you lock in the thing that you're comfortable with? Do you lock in the thing that you've gone to tournament after tournament, playing time after time, you've practiced with it, you know everything about it, all the little nooks and crannies along the way? Or do you try to take a swing at the metagame? Do you try to do something that little bit different, catch people unaware, know your game plan just that little bit more than your opponent?
Worth noting that Luke has been using a different restricted combination throughout Regulation Set I and had wonderful results with them. Certainly an incredibly versatile trainer here, whereas Sosuke just believing in the team that they've come up with. We see you, Pikachu. You were looking sparky and zappy up there, my friend. Let's hear it for Pikachu, everybody. We love it.
Love it. Pikachu here. We're not going to see it in our finals, though, unfortunately.
That is a real shame.
It's not made it here to the finals, but maybe next year. Maybe next year could be the year.
We're still going to see Pikachu on stage, Ben. I would hazard a guess, given what we've seen so far. Yeah.
What are the odds?
I would say 100%.
100%? I'll take that bet.
Yeah.
I'll take that bet.
You don't often get calls as clear-cut as that in the competitive Pokemon video game trainer, so we will relish that one while we can. Look at all this. We've got Pikachu Yellow Light sweeping around the venue. We've got that VG Red ready to go, and we cannot wait to kick off the final 3 matches of Championship Sunday, the final 3 matches of the entire 2025 season.
It's going to be a big one, and you definitely don't want to miss it, because it's not just the junior finals that we've got coming up. We've got the seniors and the masters finals as well, and they are looking just as contested as our juniors division. I'm so excited to see who is going to be taking home the crown this time round. It's every year we come to this point in the season, and you can't believe that you've almost blinked and missed the rest of the season as we go through tournament after tournament, our local events, our regional events, our international championships, and now culminating here in the World Championships. All of our trainers have had to play all through the season to be able to make it to here, but only 6 players across the free age divisions have had what it takes to play on Championship Sunday.
Across the 3 age divisions and, of course, across the globe. And if you're wondering, hey, where are you guys right now? This isn't the arena we've been seeing for the past couple of days. The venue we've been in is there. It's literally there, just across the patio there. It's wonderful to be here in such an incredible space. And just look, we're approaching a few thousand people in the venue right now, all here to celebrate Pokemon, all celebrating those trainers who want to be the very best, like no one ever was. All united by these incredible storylines, these incredible creatures that have seen certainly you and I, Ben, through multiple decades, though in your case, approximately a couple of thousand years since you've ever been competing in the video game. When you started before what, around the time of the dinosaurs?
Yeah, maybe slightly before the dinosaurs.
Wow.
I could have been the reason for the meteorite striking.
Yeah, so you and Kabutops, you're like this. You're
pretty much, besties.
100%, you got it on speed dial.
Yeah, well, he can't reach the speed dial, but he tries his best.
Yeah, sure. Hello, Pikachu, we got another one there, everybody. Let's have another cheer for Pikachu. Absolutely fantastic. And we are at capacity here. The atmosphere is appropriately electric, and there they are again! Ben, name that Pikachu.
Frederick.
Frederick?
Yeah. Frederick the Pikachu. I like it.
Frederick, Freddy, Ricky, no, I like it.
Yeah.
Frederick the Pikachu. Very nice. What about, okay, I'm going to pick a name for the partner, Eevee. Let's go with Shannon.
Shannon and Frederick.
Shannon and Frederick. A match made in heaven, Ben. A match made in heaven. Just like the match made between Unite Go, trading card game and the video game. What have we been thinking about the action so far, everybody? Have we been enjoying all the other games? Yeah, absolutely.
I think so.
Yeah, we're just getting set up on stage, Ben. And let me ask you at this point, what's been your highlight of the entire 2025 season?
Entire 2025 season. Now you put him on the spot. I thought we were going for the favourite moment at Worlds, you know.
No, Ben. No.
Ooh.
We're ramping up the pressure.
Okay. Well, can I have a cop-out? Can I have a cop-out answer?
No, but say it anyway.
I'm going to say cop-out answer is standing here in this arena, getting ready to cast our World Finals.
You know what? I think you smashed it, Ben.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. I prepared this earlier, by the way.
I don't think you did. You do yourself a disservice there, Ben. I got to say, it's the same for me, just standing up here alongside you, my friend. Put in a lot of work, but not half as much work, I'm sure, as the trainers who have been fighting every single day, every single month, all year long to be here on the stage.
And it's not just the glory that our trainers are fighting for this weekend. Let's have a little look and a reminder at the prizes on the line. $30,000 for the first place.
I would take that.
Yeah, probably.
Would you take that?
Yeah. But if you're offering it to me, yeah, I'd take it.
To be honest, any of this incredible prize money in the top 16, wonderful to see just what's on the line for these trainers. And of course, they entirely deserve it after all of this hard work they've been putting in all season long. And hey, listen, there's always that thing that you can't put a price on as well. The honor, the prestige of being Pokemon World Champion.
Both of our trainers in the juniors, seniors, and masters division are going to take home one of those trophies as well. And I couldn't say that I'm more jealous of that. I've got a few trophies at home, but none of them compare to what we've got here.
But Ben, how on earth would you take that back with you to the UK in your suitcase?
Yeah, it's a bit chock-a-block in there after the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, we'll just give Pikachu a trophy featuring Pikachu, and then Pikachu can Pikachu. We all love Pikachu. Ben, okay, so that's your moment of the entire season, and I guess you just answered your favorite moment of the entire World Championships that we've had too, but...
One and done. I'm nothing if not efficient.
Let me ask you, what's been the Pokemon that has surprised you the most this season?
It's got to be Brute Bonnet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
Brute Bonnet. 2 of them in the Masters Finals this season, and 2 of them are going to be the only 2 of them that made day 2 are sitting there in the Masters Finals. And I was talking to a good friend of mine, Jamie Boyd, who was competing this weekend, and he's been running Brute Bonnet like all season long. And he messaged me as soon as both finalists were locked in and said, why did I give up on Koraidon Brute Bonnet? Because that was clearly the call.
Yeah. Some have dubbed him Boyd Bonnet as a result of that link, and since you asked, Ben, that's really kind of you to return the favour and ask that question back. I would say that the Pokemon that's impressed me most all season long has been, you know what? I'm going to say it.
Go on.
It's got to be Pikachu. It's Pikachu.
Oh, no, that was not what I expected.
No, especially in this format recently with Miraidon running around everywhere. That lightning
You've been playing some Pikachu recently.
I have been playing some Pikachu recently, Ben. I certainly have. Yeah, the utility it offers, getting a cheeky Endeavor in there. And Endeavor is actually a move that we're going to be seeing very shortly in our video game.
Could be.
Just
Spoilers.
bringing the opponent down
Spoilers.
to the HP level that you currently have on that Pikachu. Works so well with the Focus Sash. The experimentation, the team building.
I was going to say that you were going to give the opportunity to give Kingdra a shout-out here at this world stage.
Well, to be fair, it did win a regional championship.
There you go.
My favorite Pokemon, but as of late, yeah, I mean, when it got double restricted format, I'm not sure Kingdra's quite pulling its weight. I know you're a Sableye fan, Ben.
I am, yeah, but it's not really. I have to go over to Pokemon Go for that.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Sableye, I'm a big fan of Sableye as well, though, for sure. We're just getting the stage ready for you, everybody, and then we'll get our juniors out here. Sosuke, Aranori, and of course, Luke Whittier as well. And why don't we start to talk a little bit about the teams that we're about to see here, because did someone say Choice Bets Calyrex? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's what Sosuke is running. That is an absolute heavy hitter, fast and hard offense. Then on the other side, we've got this Calyrex Ice Rider Miraidon composition that we've seen in Regulations that eye before. But yeah, for Sosuke, just to round that out, it's Koraidon and the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
And that's the thing, you've got this Koraidon Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon on the other side. So past and present versions of our version-restricted Pokemon, but also the 2 different forms that Calyrex can take, showing the diversity that we've had in Regulations Set I.
Well, that's for the Pokemon, but what about the people? I want to hear from the friends and family of our finalists. Gabby is on the floor now, ready to interview them. So Gabby, please tell us more.
Thank you so much, Charlie. I'm here with Tom and Koichi, who are the parents of our upcoming junior competitors. And first of all, I want to congratulate you on your son's accomplishments. It's truly incredible. First of all, Koichi, I want to ask you, how did your son prepare for this tournament?
小林さん、おめでとうございます、まずは。はい。それと、ここで来るまでの準備についてお伝えしていますか？
ですね、2023年からポケモンを始めまして、3年連続で全国大会には日本での全国大会には出させていただいてたんですけど、今回初めて世界大会にも呼んでいただいて、今非常に興奮しています。
We started in 2023. We have also participated in 4 tournaments inside in Japan, and now we're finally here.
That is truly incredible. I'm so excited to see him compete on the stage. Yeah, let's make some noise for our junior competitors. I bet they can't wait to be out here. Koichi, do you have any words of advice for your son as he goes to play the most important battle of his life?
息子さんへのメッセージやアドバイスなどありますか？
最後まで自分のペースでやりきれば、きっと最高の結果は出てくるよということを伝えたいです。
So till the very end, if he's able to play in his own pace, he will be able to get his results.
Thank you so much, Koichi. Arigatou gozaimasu. Now, Tom, I know you mentioned that you helped Luke prepare for this tournament. What was that process like?
We practiced every day this whole summer for a couple hours, and we've also worked with a coach, Chris, who is the older brother of the seniors finalist, and we've just put in the hours and hard work.
You mentioned that Luke had a hard time deciding on a team. What was that process like for him?
Well, originally we wanted to go with a similar team to the one that he won the Milwaukee Regional with, but we lost a lot on ladder to the Scarf Miraidon, so we ended up switching to that after those tough battles.
Yeah, well, do you have any advice for Luke before he takes the stage for this next battle?
I just want to let him know that we're proud of him and to do his best.
Thank you so much, Tom. And again, thank you so much, Koichi. Best of luck to both you and your families. And that's all for me down here on the floor. Let's take to the stage and get these battles started.
Thanks so much, Gabby. Are you all ready for your video game junior finals? I thought so. But let's welcome to the stage our competitors first. From Japan, Sosuke Arinori. And from the United States, Luke Whittier. All right, it looks like they're ready. Casters, let's go into the match.
Incredible to hear from the family and friends of Sosuke and Luke. Thank you so much, Gabby. Thank you so much, Anna. We have dotted the I's. We have crossed the T's. There's one more thing left for these VG juniors, and that is compete in the World Championships Finals, everybody!
And as they get up, let's give them a hand for coming on. You've got a big audience here, a big stage to play on. This is a very, very difficult thing to do. The pressure that it's on these young contestants is so high right now, but look how calm and composed they look, getting ready to set up for their match.
Let's take a look at these achievements that they've accumulated over the years. I say over the years, but in the case of Luke, of course, it's just over the year, because this is their very first season competing, and now they have the opportunity to go all the way and become your junior world champion for the video game. They won Milwaukee, they were second in Portland, top 4 at San Antonio, top 16 at the North America International Championships.
And you can see that progression from Sosuke as well. 128 at the Japan National Championships, to 64, to getting top 4, getting their first opportunity to play at Worlds, and absolutely capitalizing on that.
We've got a Snivy riding on a Miraidon there, Ben. I love that. Use the Bicycle Beast to its full advantage. Why not? And the shiny Rayquaza too. Let's take a deeper dive now into Sosuke Arinori's team. There is that Calyrex Shadow Rider holding the choice specs. We got Koraidon. We see you indeedy. Welcome Walking Wake. Hi Whimsicott. Hey there, Saluna.
This is innovation at its best. A team like this, you'd have never expected to make it this far. It's a team that really wants to go fast and offensive, really catch their opponent off guard. But it's one that you need to make the reads in the moment. You can't just protect the Calyrex. There is one of those problem Pokemon that you want to protect that has got such a target on its back. The choice specs doesn't allow that to happen, but maybe the extra damage will be able to be what Sosuke is using to be able to break through this match, as well as that Walking Wake. His Hydro Steam boosted by the sun. That's going to make a big difference to the Calyrex Ice Rider with a Terra Fire on the other side. And if Luke wants to go into Trick Room, hey, there's an Ursaluna there ready to meet it head on.
Sosuke, of course, can also boost up their offense even further with Indeedie's helping hand, meaning that the allies' move is going to be hitting all the harder. Certainly, Luke is going to have to be on their guard against this team. Let's take a little bit of a deeper look at the composition that Luke will be running. Let's hear it for Luke, everybody, in this incredible team. Calyrex Ice Rider, Miraidon, Iron Hands, Earthtrue Rapid Strike, Frigoroth, and Landorus Incarnate.
This is tried and tested stuff at its best. You've got the Focus Sash on the Urshifu to make sure it can take one of those deadly attacks from his opponent. You've got the Miraidon with a choice Scarf and the training of all of the Pokemon here. The Choice Scarf on the Miraidon may make a big difference with the Photosynthesis boost on Walking Wake. Maybe this Miraidon could outspeed it still with the Choice Scarf. That could give Luke a lot of breathing room depending on how this match shakes out. But also, Luke has the opportunity to play this slow, use the Iron Hands, use the Farigiraf, try to play that terrain war with a Miraidon and utilize their Calyrex Ice Rider to spread lots of damage across the board and to be able to put them on the front foot with their Glacial, or with the boosts from their Chilling Neigh ability.
It's going to be fascinating to see the speed interactions between Iron Hands, Calyrex Ice Rider, and the Ursaluna. Which one is going to be able to get the jump on their opponent within those Trick Room conditions where the faster Pokemon are moving more slowly. And this is not to say, despite the fact that Sosuke has such an offensive team, that Luke's doesn't have those options available to it. What with Terra Stella on the Earth-Free Rapid Strike, giving a one-time boost to any move of any different type. So in this case, Water and Fighting, just the one time.
A lot of this matchup really comes down to whether Luke can withstand the onslaught, the damage that is coming out from Sosuke's side of the field, and that could really determine the pace of this match.
All right, everybody, you've been waiting long enough. It's finally time to get into the first game of our VGC Juniors Finals!
And they are not wasting any time whatsoever. We've got Miraidon and Calyrex Ice starting things off. We've got Koraidon and Walking Wake on the other side as well. So we're seeing things that, well, this is looking like the Walking Wake is going to start putting a lot of pressure this time round. Koraidon and Walking Wake in combination will be able to pick up a knockout on this Calyrex Ice Rider regardless of whether it goes for its terrestrialization.
We've got the clash of the Baldea bicycle beasts on the field here. We've got that electric terrain. We've got that sun in the sky. But which of these Pokemon from Area Zero is going to be emerging the hero?
And worth noting here that the Miraidon with the Choice Scarf will be able to potentially pick their choice of knockouts here. A Draco Meteor coming down will be able to knock out either the Koraidon or the Walking Wake, depending on Luke wants to target down. But equally, they could just go for the switch.
Miraidon is getting in on out of there. Joining Calyrex Ice Rider on the field instead. Farigiraf, the rank master, battled all the way to the top and maybe could just go one step further. The Electric Seed defense boost here, really crucial in the face of the physically offensive Koraidon on Sosuke's side of the field. Walking Wake will just be protecting itself this turn around. Koraidon 2, Sosuke just getting in that all-important information as to what Luke has in mind.
Always against a choice Pokemon, you do want to think about what it's locking into to protect their fails on the Calyrex. So seeing Sosuke have the experience to play this turn defensively, where it's really quite tempting to start trying to put damage on the board as quickly as possible. Both of these trainers trying to feel out their opponents, feel how they want to play this match. But now Calyrex has failed to protect. It can protect again. And both of the Pokemon on Luke's side of the field are able to put up a Trick Room. So targeting becomes so important in this position.
Yeah, and other than the Snarl, there's no way to target both Pokemon on the other side. Snarl isn't the most offensive of moves, but at least both Pokemon on Luke's side will be taking super effective damage. It's time to get sparkly, trainers! Time for the terrestrialization. Koraidon on Sosuke's side has embraced the Terra Fire typing. It is fueling its firepower. It is heated. It is ready to go. The gas has been stepped on as Calyrex this time, just like you said, Ben, gets that Protect off. No damage coming into that slot. This turn around, the High Ghost team targeting down into the Calyrex Ice Rider. Now, we turn all our attention over onto the Koraidon. A big sun-boosted Flare Blitz right into the Farigiraf, and it's gonna be taking it all the way down to about a quarter of its HP. A huge amount of recoil damage to boot. What has Farigiraf locked into? Uh-oh, it's gonna be the Trick Room.
And now the Koraidon not being a fighting type anymore, it's not going to resist the foul play on the Farigiraf, so that could be taking some key knockouts here. And of course, the Calyrex Ice Rider on the other side of the field has the high horsepower. That's going to hit that now Terra Fire Koraidon for super effective damage. So just like that, we have an offensive team in Sosuke's just having the tables flipped on them.
I love this adaptation from Luke. We've seen Leech Seed so often, but this time it will be the high horsepower. Time for the responding terrestrialization. animation. It's time for this Calyrex to get all crystalline. Gone for its Terrifier. So much safer in the face of Sasuke's Koraidon, but is it gonna be enough? The helping hand. Luke is going all in on this. Helping Hoof, can we get an ooh? Everybody building up in the arena. The Walking Wake going for that protect. It will be keeping itself safe, but is it gonna be the highest horsepower into the Koraidon? No, just the Glacial Lance. It's gonna be resisting this handily.
And we'll see how well the Koraidon takes this. It's going to be pretty well, but will the follow-up be that foul play?
The collision course, and it's going to be targeted from Area 0 right into the Frigoroth. That's going to be enough for the KO.
First Pokemon down in our Juniors World Finals, and it looks like Sasuke is finding a way to play into this Trick Room environment, but now Iron Hands sets the stage. It gets its Quark Drive boost and gets its attack raised up. That's going to be big coming into this turn because the Koraidon is getting pretty low here. A low kick or even maybe a Drain Punch with the attack boost could be enough to pick up this KO on the Koraidon, leaving Walking Wake having to take the pointy end of a Glacial Lance.
Walking Wake and Koraidon, pretty heavy Pokemon. Low kick does damage based on your target's weight. They would not be taking that well whatsoever, especially with the attack boost. Koraidon is going to be zooming back around the Velodrome, going back to Sasuke. In its place, Indeedee, you're overwriting the terrain. You're meaning that Iron Hands is not hitting as hard. The Quark Drive is removed here. The Psychic Surge active.
This may give the Walking Wake the ability to take this attack this turn, give it a chance to attack. It's a low kick. Walking Wake, one of those heavy Pokemon, 57 HP, but not the follow-up. It's a high horsepower into the Indeedee. Hydro Steam!
Into the Calyrex, but it takes it oh so well, even though it's super effective.
Terrifier as well. Walking Wake is one of those Pokemon that can act in the sun too. Hydro Steam gets more powerful rather than less powerful in that sunny condition. It's the best part of using Walking Wake in this scenario, but so impressive that the Calyrex took that so well.
Now, all decisions on the line here in this Trick Room environment. Can Luke capitalize? Can they make sure they are hitting fast and hitting hard? Sweeping through Sasuke's team, which has indexed more on the offensive. Does it have the resources to be able to withstand the onslaught? Walking Wake is just going to scout out behind Protect.
Love that Protect. You can't redirect any Glacial Lances because it does hit two.
The Drain Punch. Indeedee is going to be hanging on through that. Again, the Quark Drive boost removed. The Glacial Lance.
Here we go.
Uh-oh, it looks like Indeedee might be going down this turn around. It's charging up that Frosty energy. It's connecting down. Indeedee was at your service, but now it's going back to its Pokeball.
And that is a chilling KO there as Luke responds with a KO, getting that chilling Nay boost, boosting up that Calyrex yet further. It doesn't look like Sasuke has brought their Ursaluna to combat this Trick Room environment. They were really depending on being able to knock out that Trick Room threat, but weren't able to do it in the early game. Now, Sasuke is a little bit under pressure, but we are, remember, getting to the end of our Trick Room environment, and this is when Sasuke has the opportunity to bite back.
Go on the offensive. Koraidon has rejoined the field here, and it's reset that sun as well, meaning that the Orichalcum Pulse is very much online. It's hitting so hard. Walking Wake now has its booster energy online as well. This, from Sasuke, this combination of Pokemon says, I want to hit fast, I want to hit hard, but as long as the Trick Room is still up, they can't be hitting as fast as they would like to.
If Luke had two Trick Room Pokemon on the field at this point, this would be the turn where we see the double Trick Room, extending Trick Room yet further, but on the last turn of Trick Room, which is where we're at right now, it's just a double Protect that separates Sasuke from being in Trick Room or being out of Trick Room and being able to really put some pressure on, but here's a clever switch from Luke.
Luke pivoting in the Miraidon, ready for the end of Trick Room so that they can hit fast, and meaning that they can get the jump on Sasuke. Koraidon just stalling out that Trick Room environment once more. We turn our attention over to the Walking Wake. It attempts a Protect, but it will be failing here. And now the Glacial Lance. Walking Wake going to be taking neutral damage from this, but just how well is it going to be taking it? Connecting down the Walking Wake. That's going to be going all the way back to its Pokeball as well. Sasuke, we're down to their final two Pokemon.
This is the perfect perfect environment for this Choice Specs Miraidon. One of the difficulties when you've got to lock in a move is you don't know exactly what move in the early game you want to lock into. Well, now we're here at the end of the match. The Indeedee has gone down, so this electric train for the Miraidon is uncontested. An Electro Drift into this Calyrex Shadow Rider that's just joined the field could be picking up a KO, and then it's 2 Pokemon against 1, especially with that Iron Hands in the back. Luke looking like they've got the advantage here.
Miraidon has the Choice Scarf as well, outspeeding the Calyrex when once it would have been slower. Luke has really got Sosuke under the thumb. Can they capitalize? Can they kick this into overdrive? Can they step on the gas and take us all the way into Game 2 as they race around the arena?
It all comes down to this. Calyrex protecting itself, not wanting to go down this turn, give the Miraidon just that little bit of extra time to go for its attacks. No risk.
Switch and the KO onto the Miraidon. It's just going to be this Calyrex Shadow Rider all by its lonesome here. But if there's one Pokemon that can turn this around for Sosuke, it is precisely this Calyrex Shadow Rider. It's got the Choice Specs. It means business. It's hitting fast, and it is hitting oh so hard. Can it pave the way through 3 Pokemon remaining over on Luke's side of the field?
If there was any Pokemon at all, any Pokemon that could do it, it's Calyrex Shadow Rider, one of the fastest Pokemon in the format. Here it is, launching out an Astral Barrage into this Iron Hands.
Summoning these spooky specters, clattering down into the Iron Hands, and it's brought down just above 50% HP. And this means that Calyrex has got this damage off for free, but Luke is not going to be wanting that to rack up one little bit.
3 more turns of electric terrain. Here it is, our trainers locking it in. Astral Barrage coming in again. Will be able to knock out Calyrex.
Got it up for the Iron Hands! 4 HP on the Iron Hands. It's hanging on, but one of Luke's restricted Pokemon down and out for the count. Miraidon will be rejoining the fray here as Calyrex gets that all-important special attack boost. The Wild Charge, though, boosted by the train. Boosted! In the corner! It's the big one-hit KO! Your winner of Game 1, Luke Whittier!
Unbelievable. Unbelievable that Luke was able to play so well in the face of Sosuke's just unbelievable amount of damage output that they've got. Just finding those little windows, finding a way to get into Trick Room and capitalizing on it, taking every opportunity, playing it safe, getting that little switch in on the Miraidon at the end of it to be able to take it all, and just to be able to have the fortitude to say, no, I'm not just going to go for the Calyrex, I'm going to get my Miraidon out there, I'm not going to take any risks whatsoever, and clean this game up.
All-out offense coming out from Sosuke's side of the field, but Luke's team had the backbone that it needed to be able to withstand that onslaught. And now, as we approach Game 2, Luke is 1 game away from becoming your junior video game world champion 2025. Sosuke would have to win the next one to take us to a Game 3. Best of 3 is how it works here, trainers.
I'm telling you now, Charlie, it looks like Luke's been playing for a lot longer than 1 season right now.
100%.
A lot longer. Look at that. Final Wild Charge KO. I'm so impressed that this Iron Hands managed to hang on as well. It's just a testament to the training that Luke has put in. He was speaking, the friends and family were speaking, and they were talking about the preparation for this event. Luke was thinking, hey, I don't know what team to run, working through a few different options, something that he'd won a regional championships with, but I bet he's happy that he changed things up right now.
100% Ben, this master of versatility, and now just 1 game stands between them and the title. But Ben, approaching the second game, what adaptations do you want to see?
I mean, if you're going to go for the same game, if you're Sosuke, you've got to really get those targets right. I mean, if you don't KO those Trick Room Pokemon, then you really get into trouble quite quickly. The other way to do this is to allow the Trick Room, bring in your Ursaluna in the back and say, you know what, no. I've got a Trick Room answered too. I've got a Pokemon that could be just as slow as you, and to dish out the damage that way. That means that Luke doesn't get to attack quite so readily in those Trick Room environments where once it was set up, it was Glacial Lance after high horsepower after Glacial Lance, and that was what really put the pressure on Sosuke.
Slow but fast, of course, in Trick Room, reversing those dimensions. Well, what do you say, everybody? Are we ready for Game 2? I thought you might be. Let's kick it off with our leads. And for Luke, it will be the the Calyrex Ice Rider and Rhydon, and a bit of a switch up here from Sosuke. The Whimsicott and Koraidon.
Whimsicott here is a really nice switch up because it's got the ability to go for an Endeavor as well as the ability to taunt. But I'm wondering, I'm looking at this Tailwind as an option, and maybe one of the game plans that Sosuke's thinking that they can go for is try to catch this Miraidon or whatever switches in early in the game, get a Tailwind up. You know that you're going to be slower than Luke's team under Trick Room, so getting a Tailwind really not going to make too much difference here. But if you can pick up a KO on something, if you can stop Luke being able to switch around, if you can take away some of Luke's offensive options early, that makes it just that bit easier to get all the way through a Trick Room environment.
It's a really fantastic point, Ben. You could even just go on the offense and go for a Moonblast into that Miraidon. Sure, Whimsicott isn't the biggest of attackers, but every little bit of damage will rack up and just pave the way through Luke's team that, of course, was so difficult for Sosuke to face in that game one.
Yeah, I wonder if there is an opportunity here for Luke to just go on the offensive, not even set up the Trick Room this turn, just a Glacial Lance into these two Pokemon that really don't want to take it.
Miraidon zooming back around the Velodrome back to his trainer as Farigiraf this time is going to be joining the fray instead. Once more, getting that Electric Sea defense boost just like we saw in the previous game, meaning it can withstand Koraidon's onslaught all the better. Koraidon now keeping itself safe. It's gone for that Protect. We turn our attention over to the Calyrex, also going for its Protect. Just what has this Whimsicott done? Just where has it targeted? Attempted the taunt, but thanks to Farigiraf's Armor Tail, blocking that Prankster move. Fantastic switch there from Luke.
You can see just how good that switching in. It worked in game one. It allowed the Farigiraf to take the attack from the Flare Blitz with the Electric Seed boost, but also blocking the taunt as well. That really takes away a lot of the wind out of Whimsicott's sails here, as Koraidon now needs to dig deep with a Flare Blitz, with that Terra Fire that it looks like it's going for now, turning up the heat, seeing if it can pick up a knockout.
Just like we saw in the previous game, Sosuke is pulling no punches with this Koraidon. It lets out that howl from the past, but let's see if we're going back to the future with the responding Terrestrialization over on Luke's side of the field. And the target of choice, once more, this Calyrex Ice Rider. It's become Calyrex Fire Rider trainers. It's going to be able to soak up the damage that Koraidon can do so much better. That Neigh could well become chilling, despite how heated it is. The Endeavor, Farigiraf brought down pretty low there in the grand scheme of things. The Flare Blitz targeted into the Farigiraf, channeling all that firepower. Goodbye, Farigiraf! The critical hit there. Doubtful that that mattered.
Wow, I think that was just such a phenomenal play there. The training of the Koraidon and the Whimsicott there working absolutely in Sosuke's favor.
And the Whimsicott, of course, is just brought down to its focus sash, hanging on.
Wow, now this Whimsicott is super, super scary. And Endeavor will knock any Pokemon down to the same HP as Whimsicott's on. That's 1 HP. Only a Pokemon that is faster than Whimsicott will be able to deal with that move. There's a Miraidon in the back, but if you bring out the Miraidon, or the Iron Hands actually, to go for a priority fake out there, and maybe this is the opportunity that Luke needs to get into that Trick Room environment. But what a way to show off from Sosuke the offensive nature of this team, just the decisions that they've made along the way to get absolutely everything out of it. Of course you want your Whimsicott to go before your Koraidon. You can make sure you're picking up those key knockouts.
But the Iron Hands could just fake out the Whimsicott this turn and deal with it. Whimsicott does not have access to Protect here, so it might not be long for this match. 1 HP, infinitely more than 0, Ben. Might be that Sosuke is considering a switch in from the back.
And of course, you've got the potential for the Psychic Terrain to be there to block the fake out as well. That would also block the damage and maybe get this one of these Pokemon down, but no, fake out, no switching coming in. The Whimsicott goes down. No more Endeavor for the rest of this match.
Cotton Puff has been dealt with. The big Sun boosted, Orichalcum boosted, Terra Fire boosted, Flare Blitz, and it's charging right into the Iron Hand. It's brought down to 17 HP. It's enough to hang on, but Koraidon takes so much recoil in return. And there it is, Ben. Those twisted dimensions that were such a thorn in Sosuke's side, they have just gone up.
One of the things that makes Iron Hands, though, so dangerous in this format, yes, it can tank all those big hits every day of the week, but it can also heal them back up. Heal its HP back up with a Drain Punch here. So with the Walking Wake coming and that Koraidon so low, so easily in range of a Glacial Lance. This Iron Hands has its pick on how it wants to target. Now a low kick would probably put that Walking Wake into range of a Glacial Lance as well. I think that's probably what Luke is thinking about locking in this spot. As the Koraidon plays on the defensive, you've got to take every opportunity if you're Sosuke to try and get through this Trick Room. Double protect on the Walking Wake.
Unsurprising to see as those Trick Room turns expire, the low kick attempted to be targeted into the Walking Wake here, just to deal with that heavy Pokemon. Calyrex, the Glacial Lance, just able to probably pick off the Koraidon from this range, despite the fact that it's not very effective. But now heading into the next turn, of course, that Protect has been burned. Only a third as likely to succeed as we get into the next turn.
And looking in the back, there's not many Pokemon that really want to switch into this Glacial Lance and low kick. You've got the Calyrex, which would not take any damage from the low kick whatsoever, but 2 Glacial Lances is probably enough to knock that out. The Indeedee is in pretty much the same spot, and Ursaluna as well. 2 super effective moves. It definitely doesn't want to switch in this environment. Now Sosuke is going to have to still try to find a way to play on the defensive. They managed it so well in game 1. If they manage it in game 2, we could be seeing a game 3 here.
It's the reveal of the final Pokemon Sosuke's brought, and it will be that Calyrex Shadow Rider. You don't want to see it in the Trick Room, but as you said, Ben, if it was the low kick targeted into that slot, won't be doing any damage here. Too nervous to eat berries, too nervous to do anything, then keep your eyes on the screen. Koraidon gets the double protect here, stalling out those turns so masterfully. The low kick attempted right into that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Sosuke is adapting so masterfully, but how well is it going to be able to take this Glacial Lance now? It's summoning that Frosty energy. Calyrex staring down Calyrex, the showdown of the Galar Titans, and it's brought down to about a quarter of its HP.
Now there's still a few turns of Trick Room left, but one thing that Sosuke has in their favor with 2 turns of Trick Room left on the field is that electric terrain has left, and so that Iron Hands is going to be doing just that little bit less damage. That may mean there's an avenue for Sosuke to bring in the Walking Wake here, try to take the Glacial Lance, try to avoid any damage from the low kick, try to maybe take that so they can get out of Trick Room with a double protect.
It's going to be the switch of the Calyrex, galloping back to its trainer. Walking Wake has risen from the past right into the present on the field once more, activating the booster energy now that the sun is no longer in the sky. It's going to be going all the faster, which outside of Trick Room will be handy. The Drain Punch now, that's enough, easily enough to secure the KO onto Koraidon, and that's the Terrestrialization option down and out too. Slowly but surely, Sosuke's resources are being whittled away.
And it's going to be a single target Glacial Lance here coming out from this Calyrex into the Walking Wake. That's going to be even more powerful than usual. Here it comes.
It's going to be a lot, doing more damage. The Walking Wake brought down to about a 1/5 of its HP.
But it is still on the field. There is one more turn of Trick Room for these trainers to have to navigate. Luke needs to pick up a KO on this Calyrex, and Sosuke isn't able to protect it this turn. The Walking Wake will be able to protect itself, get itself out of Trick Room, and then it's got the uphill battle against the rest of the Pokemon at Luke's disposal.
This is looking a little bit difficult for Sosuke here. The Calyrex cannot protect. The Glacial Lance just able to secure the KO, and then Walking Wake left all by its lonesome. It's going to be the switch of the Iron Hands for Luke. Coming in its stead, zooming onto the field, that Miraidon back around this direction of the Velodrome, and now activating that electric terrain once more. The Hadron engine getting it pumped up. Walking Wake is able to stall out for one more turn, but this Calyrex Shadow Rider is looking mighty vulnerable. Glacial Lance, this should be curtains for Sosuke's Crown Tundra hero now. Here it comes, the pointy end of the Glacial Lance, and that's Calyrex returning to his Pokeball. One Pokemon stands between Luke Whittier and the Video Game Junior Division World Championships title 2025.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twist up Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that Walking Wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your Junior Video Game World Champion, Luke Whittier! First season, no problem. They had the wind in their sails all season long. Breathe it in, my friend. You have just done the unthinkable. You have just become a world champion for the Juniors Division 2025.
Come on, make some noise!
Wow, Ben, the way that Luke was just able to adapt so masterfully to this really innovative composition that Sosuke brought. And look at that, it's like water off a Psyduck's back. They're just taking it in their stride. They were built for glory, and now they've reached this hallowed position. Look at this, Sosuke trying to go all in on the offense, but Luke said, listen, a KO here and there, I can deal with that. I know that if I have the speed advantage in my favor, I can turn this battle around.
Not just one Trick Room setter, but two Trick Room setters stood in front of Sosuke, and Luke was able to navigate them perfectly, keep the terrain control on the field, bring in that Farigarath when it really, really mattered, and use it to get that Trick Room environment up. All of the pieces fell in Luke's favor, and we've got to call out the level of composure that Luke played that match with. So calm and collected here in our finals, clearly very well prepared, playing like they've been playing for 16 seasons in a row, getting to the World Finals every single time. This is just like a Tuesday for Luke right now.
Tuesday, Sunday, whatever day of the week it is, we know who our Video Game Juniors World Champion is, but we cannot take away from the fantastic achievement of Sosuke Aranori, innovating this incredible team that has got them all the way through to the World Championships finals. It wasn't enough in the end, but I hope you're walking away with your head held high, Sosuke. That World Championships title, we are sure, is just around the corner.
It's got to be. The progression has been there. Top 128. Top 64, now second at the Pokémon World Championships. Sosuke's got such a bright future in this game, and I cannot wait to see what they've got in store for us next season.
Just look at this. Luke went 2-0 in the top 8, went 2-0 in the semi-finals as well, and now 2-0 in the World Championships finals. If that's not a vote of confidence, if that's not a star in the making, if that's not someone's star rising, Ben, then I do not know what is.
Well, it's come to that time, Charlie. Shall we hear from our world champion in the juniors division? Anna, take it away.
This is your junior division world champion. Luke, you were just telling me a little bit about how you feel. How are you feeling right now as the world champion?
I'm feeling amazing, and also amazing. This is insane.
Yeah? What's it like being up on this big stage?
Crazy.
There's lots of people here cheering for you. They're excited. Is there anyone you want to say hello or thank you to?
I would like to say thank you to all my friends in the USA, and also to my parents and my coach, Christopher Hahn.
Thank you all for that support. And let's hear it one more time for Luke Whittier. Thank you, Luke. We'll let you go celebrate off stage. Head over there. And now it is time for your seniors division final match. Are you ready? First, from the USA, please welcome Kevin Hahn. Welcome, Kevin. And now to challenge, please welcome from Korea, Xian Lee. Welcome to the stage. We just have a quick moment with each of you, so I want to know what's going through your head right now. What are you doing to try to prepare for the match?
I'm feeling very nervous, but I'm very excited. It's the first time Worlds has hosted an arena like this, and I get to experience it.
That's awesome. We're rooting for you both. What about you? What's going through your mind right now as you prepare for the match?
네, 선수님 지금 마음이 어떠신가요?
굉장히 행복합니다.
I am just so happy to be here.
We have time for one more question. So what do you want the audience to watch for? What's going to be your signature, the coolest thing that you do? What do you want to be known for that they can look for?
Glacial Lands.
All right, you heard it. And same question, what should the audience look for? What will they remember about your play?
선수님 경기에서 주의 볼 게 하나가 있을까요?
오거폰이 잘해줄 것 같습니다.
My Ogrepan is pretty great.
All right, keep your eyes open. Go ahead and take your seats. Casters, let's play this game.
Oh, it's about to be a good game here as we're getting started with the seniors division here at the Pokemon World Championships. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined by Lee Provost. What an honor to be here.
Wow, it's incredible, isn't it? This venue is just such a fitting stage for two potential champions. One of them's going to be a champion, and it's just so exciting to be here.
I cannot wait to get started. The energy here has just been electric. Everybody, the crowd has been awesome, and I cannot wait to crown our next Pokemon World Champion between Kevin Han and Xian Li. And looking at this, the journey these trainers have is incredible, not just through the competition this weekend, but as players, because these are two individuals who just aged up into the seniors division, and to now have this run and to potentially be a world champion, there's nothing like it.
Yeah, it's incredible when you think that they were last season juniors, they're now the seniors division. You think it would get a little tougher because of the age difference, maybe with the top of the bracket to the bottom. Not for these two trainers. They've been incredible throughout, and you can see in this top cut bracket, 2-0, 2-0, all the way to the final. It's going to be incredible. You know, Kevin was the world champion in the juniors division last year, and also Xian finished really well. Top 16 finish, 11th place overall. Incredible trainers. Going to give us an electric match.
And the dominance through this bracket is impressive, but Kevin Han as well. You're looking at this weekend undefeated, and now just one match away from being a two-time world champion. There is nothing like that, and I cannot wait to see this showdown. But this is a showdown these two trainers had last year, and in that matchup, it was Xian who took Kevin down and handed him a loss, so.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, you know, Kevin only lost 2 times in the World Championships last year. One of those was to Xian. So there's a bit of rivalry already building up between these two, which makes it more stakes on this final. But let's not hang about. Let's throw it to Gabby down on the floor and hear from the families.
Thank you so much, Lee. I'm here with Sonyun and Chris, the brother and the father of our next two competitors. So, Sonyun, what has it been like traveling to the World Championships to watch your son compete?
아드님의 경기를 보기 위해서 미국까지 오셨는데 지금 기분이 어떠신가요?
많이 긴장되고요.
He's very nervous.
Understandable for sure. Do you have any words of advice or encouragement for your son?
아드님께 응원 한마디 해주시겠습니까?
많이 항상 꿈꿨던 무대인데 충분히 스스로도 자랑스러워하고 있을 거고 저도 자랑스럽고 그리고 잘 할 거라고 믿고 있습니다.
It's been his dream to be on this stage, and I'm sure he's very proud of himself. I'm also very proud of him, and I know that he's going to be doing well.
Thank you so much, Xiang. Best of luck. All right, now Chris, I just spoke to you the other day about you competing and how it's your brother up on stage once again. Your brother has a unique opportunity here to be one of the first people to win the World Championships in 2 different age divisions. Do you know what he's feeling about all this?
I can tell you one thing, Kevin's super nervous. I try to kind of alleviate the pressure, but I think for anyone standing on that World Champion stage, it's daunting, but Kevin's got this, so he has no reason to feel nervous.
Did you help him prepare it all last night?
Yeah, we've been working yesterday and today on the matchup. We've been running games, I've been showing him some ins and outs of the matchup. I would say he knew like 70% of it, and I just kind of helped him with like the extra 30% and really showed him like what's best,
All right, well, Chris, do you have any words of advice or encouragement for Kevin before we get started?
I don't have any words of advice, just trust your gut, Kevin, and you know exactly what to do.
All right, well, Chris, Sonyun, thank you so much. Best of luck to your family up there competing. Casters, back to you.
There is nothing like hearing from the friends and especially the family of the competitors. I already feel it's here. I mean, hearing how the nerves are there. I mean, yeah, the arena, the one match away from being a champion. Yeah, but I also love to hear just like, the confidence and just, they got this.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just so wholesome to kind of set the whole stage, right? And yeah, I mean, players weren't nervous on this sort of setting, then I think, you know, when are you going to get nervous, right? I think this is just the pinnacle, right, of your playing career so far in the seniors division, the finals of this World Championships as well. And, you know, we reiterated the point about how difficult a field the Masters division was, and it's exactly the same in the seniors division. You look through the field of players that were there, and the talent that you see right across the board is just phenomenal. And for these two trainers to be the last two out of that entire pool after a whole year of training is just such an achievement in itself. But one more step to go for both of these trainers to get their hands on that trophy.
I mean, the trophy, to be able to walk away from this weekend a world champion. I mean, for Sian the first time, for Kevin the second time, is just truly incredible. And you know, that championship title and that trophy is the greatest prize of all. And I'm really excited for the competitors. Like, and I cannot wait for a great match ahead.
Yeah, and you've got to say as well, because Kevin obviously has that experience from this position last year. Does that help? You would suggest probably it does, being in that situation once before in this exact same match, just in a different division. So I think a little bit of an advantage there. But you've got to say that Sian also has that experience from the Trainers' Cup in Korea in the 2024, where they were the champion there. So they still have that kind of championship experience as well.
Especially too, when you look at Sian, this is an individual that I know has played in these other tournaments, these non-officials, and has played up against Masters players and has done a really good job. So you want to talk about calming nerves? I mean, this is a trainer with some skill. And when we're looking at Kevin Hahn in his season within juniors, it was absolutely dominant. And it can be scary for the trainers when they do age up to a new division. It's a whole new world out there, and we have not seen that performance drop off whatsoever. Instead, just so strong. So you know this is going to be a great one getting into it. And let's start talking about the teams that these trainers have and start with Sian, because yeah, we talk about a Calyrex Shadow Rider and a Zamazenta, two of the strongest Pokemon, piloted by one of the strongest trainers in the world.
Yeah, and a really strong, oppressive, offensive option that you've got for Sian here, where the Nasty Plot. You've got that double fake out support as well that can come in beside the Calyrex, give it a little bit of room to allow that Nasty Plot setup. And then if that does happen, you've also got the Spell Tag as well, boosting those Astral Barrages, single target to get around any obscure kind of options where the Astral Barrage might not be optimal. And in this matchup in particular, you've got the Wide Guard there and the Zamazenta. It's going to provide a lot of coverage against what we're going to see from Kevin's side of the field. You've got some nice options there. The special side of things, the Raging Bolt, might find it a bit difficult in this match, but those support options, in particular, are Orgapon, depending on how it's trained, could play a key role. And I love the insertion of Grassy Glide there. Not something we see too often, but really going to be benefiting from that grassy terrain that it can be set up. You've got that double Grassy Glide that could be a really nice option to something like the Landorus that we see on the opposite side of the field.
And I love how much support there is for that Calyrex Shadow Rider, because of course there is that redirection there, but also ways to support it, really getting this damage off when you look at that item, but as well as Incineroar with Helping Hand. So that Calyrex Shadow Rider can do some work. On the opposing end though, I mean, we want to talk about powerhouse Pokemon. Miraidon, Calyrex Ice Rider, top of the list.
Yeah, this is the matchup, isn't it? You've got Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta against Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon here. The Miraidon's really interesting for Kevin because it gives him a bit of leverage against that Calyrex Shadow Rider that's so fast, but with the Scarf, you can outspeed that, you can put the pressure on, you've got the Snarl there really to disrupt it and lower that special attack, which is so valuable. Then you've got the Calyrex Ice Rider. Nice option of the Clear Amulet to get around those Intimidates. That's not going to be an annoyance, and I love the inclusion of the high horsepower. Not so oftenly seen these days with that Leech Seed being leaned into a bit more, but that ground coverage is really key, especially against some of the options that we're going to see on Sian's side of the field. I think that Trick Room option could be really strong against those faster, speedier options on the opposite side. Of course, the Landorus, I think, is a key to this. If you look at the Orgapon, the Incineroar, that Rillaboom, it can do a good job against all of those Pokemon, terastallizing or not, so it can be a really key piece of the puzzle for Kevin in this matchup.
And the fact that Kevin has both modes of speed, having Miraidon, I mean, just fast Pokemon in general, Miraidon even doubly so with that Choice Scarf, or can opt to play this a little bit slower, having that Calyrex Ice Rider, that Trick Room, and just slower pivoting options like that Incineroar and Amoonguss, I think just lends so much different utility tools for Kevin. And I think, too, this very first match should be really interesting to see where our trainers' minds are at and how they're going to navigate this series.
Yeah, this first game is going to be really telling, and I think, you know, you look at the Rillaboom in particular for Cian, because it is going to be able to override and help keep control of that terrain, get rid of that electric terrain from the Miraidon. But it's a risky bring here. It doesn't like going in front of the Landorus. It doesn't like going in front of that Ice Rider Calyrex. Do you bring it and terrestrialize it? Well, there's lots of ground coverage as well.
For these two trainers, their whole season coming down into this moment. It is time for the Senior World Championship Finals. Let's make some noise, everyone, for our trainers, Cian Lee and Kevin Hahn, and going into the leads, restricted apiece, and a lot of utility for both trainers.
Yeah, Kevin's got that Incineroar out. It's going to be able to get a valuable Intimidate onto the Rillaboom in particular, slow that down on the physical side. But also there's the war of the fake outs here. Which Pokemon is faster? Normally you would say the Rillaboom, probably more likely to be the faster, going to be able to fake out maybe that Calyrex Ice Rider here, preventing Glacial Lance onto that side of the field, and more importantly, stop a Trick Room. I think that's the key. And it could open the door for you to maybe terrestrialize that Calyrex Shadow Rider, get a nasty plot off, and get yourself in a position where you can start launching those Astral Barrages on the opposite side of the field and kind of have that overwhelming offense going forward.
Especially, too, calling out that nasty plot with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. That makes it so if Kevin does take a turn to be a little bit more passive, if that Calyrex gets set up, that could be a dangerous situation. So you really have to play your cards carefully here on this very first turn, as we're going to see the first terrestrialization here in our senior finals for the Calyrex Ice Rider into these fire type turn. Make sure you're not going to be taking so much damage on this very first turn of battle. Scout things out a little bit. Rillaboom, stop the Incineroar. Make sure it can't go into attack with the Calyrex. No setup, all out offense. Astral Barrage into both of these Pokemon, but look how well they're going to take the hits. Incineroar cannot move at all. It's all down to the Calyrex Ice Rider and Trick Room. The speed advantage now in Kevin's favor.
There it is, the Trick Room set up and perfect conditions for Kevin in this scenario. Now going to be able to fire back with those powerful Glacial Lances that are going to really threaten that Rillaboom and do some good, respectable damage to the Calyrex. You can see the defensive terrestrialization there on the Calyrex Ice Rider, really beneficial there, just brushing off, shrugging those Astral Barrages to the side, and the Incineroar in a really dominant position now to either get a parting shot off into either one of these targets, maybe even the Rillaboom. We know there's no Protect there, so it's a free target to go for something more optimal on the field. Do you want to try and get that Landorus on the field in case of anything else, if there is a shift up from Cian, or do you want to just take advantage of it here, kind of punish a no terrestrialization from the Calyrex with a knockoff?
Yeah, that's exactly it, because there is so much damage potential. If you don't want to be going for the terrestrialization on this turn for Cian, then that Calyrex has to get out of there. The Rillaboom will be the one to switch instead, Intimidate, and it cannot drop the attack on the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider, so it still will be able to attack with full effect. And Glacial Lance, Incineroar again will be able to take the hit. Calyrex not so well, but Flare Blitz from Incineroar targeting it to the other slot instead. So great switch coming out from Cian on that turn. Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to be able to stick around. It could have been in a precarious situation, but gets this opportunity to go for another round of attacks. And on this turn, it's still a lot of damage, but not enough for a KO.
Yeah, great turn for both players here. I think really brave decision from Cian to not protect that Calyrex Shadow Rider because of the threat of the knockoff, because of that Glacial Lance as well, but going for that Astral Barrage, and this could be crucial in determining who wins the match. Remember, there are 3 more turns of Trick Room here, so that Calyrex still in good position, but the inclusion now of the Incineroar on the field, that alleviation it does provide with the fake out into either one of these targets, going to be really invaluable for the Calyrex going into this next turn. Or if Cian wants to try and stall out these Trick Rooms, he can maybe preserve the Calyrex for when that Trick Room ends by getting Rillaboom back into the fray.
It's at least nice with that swap with the Incineroar. You soaked up this hit quite well, and you do have fake out pressure on this turn. The Calyrex as well, with the set it's built out, does have Protect. So you can either Protect, try and get Incineroar pivot a little bit, but none of the above. We're going again for the offense. This is so risky. That Calyrex Shadow Rider, the speed is not in its favor. It's taken so much damage. Glacial Lance from the opposing end. Calyrex Shadow Rider, it doesn't pay off. The Pokemon is going to go down. Kevin to take a KO in this match.
That's a huge turn for Kevin, saying, okay, if you don't protect it this turn, I'm going to punish it. And Cian not getting away with it. The U-turn coming out, getting some nice chip into the Incineroar, and basically not getting any value for Cian from their own Incineroar that's just been entered onto the field.
being able to take that sort of momentum in the match is huge for Heaven, because yeah, that Calyrex Shadow Rider, you cannot disrespect it, and it stuck around one turn, maybe too long. Kevin not willing to make that mistake again. Now it's going to be the Amoonguss that hits the field next to that Calyrex Ice Rider on the opposing end. But Cyan, what do we think is going to hit the field here?
It's really tough to say. I think the Zamazenta can come in now. It doesn't really mind what's out on the field right now, but it has to be wary of a spore threat that the Amoonguss is out. We've got 2 turns of Trick Room left. Spore is an option here, and it can threaten and shut down that last remaining restricted. Not seeing that, seeing the Rillaboom come in. But the other thing to consider is that the Pollen Puff, the Amoonguss can take advantage of it either this turn or next turn and top the health up of the Calyrex and keep it on the field for a little bit longer, undo all that work that Cyan has done so far to whittle it down.
At least for Cyan, when you have the Rillaboom back out on the field, again, we do have this opportunity to go for something like a fake out. So again, if you want to try and make it through this Trick Room, stopping one of the Kevin's Pokemon in his tracks might be the play as Terrestrialization finally. When you're staring down a Glacial Lance from the opposing end, you got to make sure you drop that weakness. So we are going to see the Fire-type Terrestrialization now going on into this turn. Fake out. Amoonguss won't be able to have any momentum at all. The Rillaboom will still take a little damage from that Rocky Helmet. And now it's going to be the high horsepower, but going into that, that's a miss.
Oh, that's a huge miss.
That is everything. Now parting shot back out as Incineroar sticks around. It gets to pivot.
It gets to pivot, yes, and now we're going to see that last remaining Pokemon for Cyan, and what will it be? It probably is that Zamazenta, you would imagine. The problem is with that Terrestrialization as well. You say, yes, you get rid of that weakness from the Glacial Lance, but you're kind of opening yourself up to those ground moves that the Calyrex also has. Zamazenta now hitting the field and getting that big, all-important defense boost against the big threat in that Calyrex. And both of these targets now are going to be susceptible to that Spore now that the Rillaboom is a fire type and not that grass type.
Looking at these Pokemon, though, I mean, yeah, the Rillaboom might be in a little bit of a tricky spot with the Spore. At least for the Zamazenta, we can look at something like a Protect to wait out that final one. But given the situation, when you're staring down the Calyrex Ice Rider as a partner that doesn't quite have the health, heal it up. High horsepower will find it.
Huge knockout!
Rillaboom will go down. You try and get rid of a weakness. You expose another one. Finally, Kevin will land that move. 2 Pokemon taken down on Cyan's end, and that's a chilling Knee boost for the Calyrex as well.
Yeah, that's huge. The chilling Knee boost, the body press in response as well, and is able to just shrug that off. And with that active support with the Amoonguss on the field, Kevin is making it so difficult for Cyan to get any sort of momentum swing in this match. You've got to say he's perfectly timing it as well, when now the Trick Room's ended. You've got that Rage Powder. You can pull in any of those attacks and try and get that Trick Room up, but you've got to remember there is a Pokemon in the back, and that Pokemon is Incineroar. Can come out into the field now, disrupt a little, support that Zamazenta with that all-important fake out that it's got for this one next turn.
I mean, that's it. When you have that one all-important fake out, where do you target it? How do you try and position the Zamazenta? What do you do when you only have 2 Pokemon left?
Yeah, what do? Do you go for the Calyrex to stop the Trick Room, or do you go for the Amoonguss to stop the Spore? Either way, you're going to get punished if you can't deal with that Calyrex this turn.
Yan, during this match, has always gone for the big play, and that's going to be a helping hand instead to try and go for a KO with Calyrex. That is the Protect. Where has the Zamazenta targeted on this turn? You have the helping hand boost, and it's going to be both Pokemon from Kevin protecting, so a great source of information on this turn.
Yeah, great play there. Just wants to play it safe, doesn't want to take any risks or overextend themselves. They've got a nice lead now. You want to preserve that, so just take your time at this stage. You've only got a little bit further to go to lock this matchup. It's not over yet. Anything could happen, but we are seeing that helping hand once again.
First time didn't work out. Let's go for it the second time and make sure Zamazenta can do as most damage as possible. Amoonguss with the Rage Powder, Calyrex Ice Rider will remain safe on this turn. It's time to see how much this Heavy Slam is going to do. Amoonguss soaks up that hit so well. And now the Calyrex Ice Rider, again, offensive, high horsepower, 1 Pokemon left for Cyan.
Yeah, I love this, not even needing to go for the Trick Room here. The Rage Powder is going to be all that you need for that support to allow the Calyrex to get these attacks off. High horsepower into the Incineroar, and now that Zamazenta is a sitting target with another chilling Knee boost to the Calyrex's name. Going to be more than enough with 1 high horsepower to clean this up.
And Amoonguss, yet again, Rage Powder. No matter how badly you want to target down that Calyrex Ice Rider, you cannot. Heavy Slam still cannot pick up this KO. Calyrex Ice Rider throughout this match has put up so much pressure, and just a surefire way to lock up this match. Trick Room on this turn. Both of these Pokemon for Kevin are slower, so you're just a turn or 2 away from taking this first game.
Textbook play here, the safest way around it. Spore this turn now, the Trick Room setup, high horsepower followed it up, no risk at all. Locking this game up as well as anyone you put on that Nintendo Switch could do.
Which he's got to make sure he doesn't have any risk, because this Calyrex Ice Rider, you have the smallest of risk of missing with the high horsepower. Thankfully, you should be able to go for it again. Zamazenta is still asleep, and Amoonguss can make sure that you're not taking the damage done. Of course, with the Zamazenta, it did take that first mandatory turn to sleep, so things get a little bit iffy, but thankfully, Calyrex Ice Rider will finally hit its mark. Kevin Hahn up 1 game in the set, 1 game away from being a world champion for the 2nd time.
Absolutely incredible there. What a performance from Kevin. Coming out, game plan executed perfectly, just not giving Xian even an inch. And Xian was really brave in some situations, trying to get a leg up where possible, right? Not protecting the Calyrex, getting that all-important Astral Barrage off. But I think maybe getting a little bit overextended in places where getting caught out the next turn, Kevin saying, okay, if you're not going to do this, I'm going to punish you, and I'm going to get rid of this Pokemon. Exactly what happened, and then just played it out perfectly from there.
What a different play style from our two trainers, though, because Xian was never afraid of making those plays. And ones that, if Kevin got it wrong, that could have been the game on the spot. But Kevin, recognizing that, hey, I got to play this safe, and making sure that each move was just so, each turn was just so concise. Especially, too, Kevin, throughout that match, you look at the 2 high horsepower misses, it was a game that could have maybe got out of control, but he mitigated his own risk beyond that as much as he could.
Yeah, and I love the choice of Pokemon that Kevin used there. Didn't even need that 4th Pokemon in the end. Just the Incineroar, the Amoonguss, and the Calyrex Ice Rider was enough. And that combination is really difficult for Xian to pivot around, move around, because once that Trick Room is set up, and I think that's the pivotal thing going into this game too. I think you are Xian, you've got to try and prevent that Trick Room going up and trying to be a bit more aggressive and punish. But the case is Kevin going to kind of split the decisions there where, yes, you can stop the Trick Room or you get spoiled. That's the sort of thing I think Kevin needs to do going into this match to follow up that pressure, to continue on, take that step forward.
After Kevin Hahn became a Pokémon World Champion last year, he talked about the match, talked about in the World Championship Finals, you can't quite go for the same thing, you can get punished. He was down a game, still able to bounce back, making the adjustments. Now he is up 1, but you know he has the mind, he has the mentality to be able to try and call this out. For Xian, this is back against the wall, but still, when you're looking at the caliber of players, someone who's consistently leveled up and is on this stage, I mean, the world is the possibility.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got a lot of options to switch things up with Kevin. You've got that nice option in the Miraidon. We didn't see that. It's got the Choice Scarf. It's going to be the fastest thing on the field, and I think the one thing that Xian kind of struggles a little bit with is that speed control. There aren't options of it on their team. It's more that priority attack that they've got in their arsenal. It's more the disruption through the fake out, the pivoting, to help things like that Calyrex, to help things like that Raging Bolt and the Zamazenta to perform, to get those big damaging attacks off, to cut through this team. But Kevin, if he does bring the Miraidon, and if you're seeing and you lead wrong against that, it could be very dangerous, especially if we don't see the Rillaboom to kind of get rid of that electric terrain that activates the Hadron engine, gives you that automatic boost, and then you've got the terrestrialization to consider on top of that. It could be a quick way to get burst damage, pick up a key knockout early on, and start closing the door down from there.
Knowing that Kevin can go for an early Trick Room to take that momentum, I'm curious about the adjustment from Xian, where we can really start to see, is it the lead? Is it just going to be the play from there?
I think the best way, if you look across the board, I think it is damage. I think it is the way to go with fake out into that Trick Room user. It's just trying to mitigate the danger on the opposite side to that Calyrex, or the side of the Calyrex. If you kind of overcompensate on one Pokemon and leave the other one alone too much, it could be too much.
Getting into game number 2 here, make some noise, trainers, because Kevin Hahn potentially 1 game away from becoming a world champion. Xian, we're going to see a powerful lead, but we do see the adjustment coming out from Kevin.
Yeah, the adjustment here, it's going to be that Miraidon we talked about. It does and will put on pressure with that Snarl overall. I think the Calyrex Shadow Rider going to be one of those Pokemon, if it does take a special attack drop, it becomes way less scary, right? I think if you are the Calyrex Ice Rider, you do need to still go for the Terrestrialization to get rid of those weaknesses that are facing you right now with the fire from the Incineroar and the Astral Barrage. But the Incineroar has the option here to choose one of these targets, has to get it right and maybe support that Calyrex and getting an all-important Nasty Plot, just a really crucial Astral Barrage.
Yet again, making sure preservation on the Calyrex Ice Rider is Terrestrialization into that fire type. This Pokemon was so pivotal for Kevin in that first match. Got to preserve it at all costs. Going into this, though, for Cyan is just to protect for that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Volt Switch, Miraidon, so much damage into that Incineroar. Kevin, what Pokemon is going to hit the field?
A nice option now to bring in maybe the Incineroar, but as you know, the Calyrex has protected, so maybe that opens up a few different options. Maybe you bring in the alternative here and bring the Incineroar in after, but no, bringing the Incineroar in, there's going to be a perfect partner to support that Ice Rider Calyrex.
You got the fake out on the next turn and support for your other Pokemon and a knockoff that, well, the Incineroar is going to take that quite well. Sure, you don't have your Assault Vest, but now you're going to be in a situation where, well, you're going to be offensive, and that Calyrex Shadow Rider on the opposing end doesn't look as scary when it's going to be the slowest thing out on the field.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Cyan to be in. With the Trick Room being set up, the Calyrex now cannot protect this next turn. You don't have fake out support anymore, and Kevin has the option to really get rid of this Incineroar high horsepower and then go for the knockoff into the Calyrex, and there's not really much risk of going for it there. You can see what the idea was from Cyan that last turn: protect your Calyrex, get rid of the Choice Scarf on the Miraidon, hope it goes into the Volt Switch on that Calyrex side, so then you're going to outspeed it the next turn. Unfortunately, Kevin's seen straight through that, just saying, no, I need the Trick Room, I'm setting it up, and here we go.
And Calyrex Shadow Rider, since it's already used its Protect and no support on the field, almost feels like it's forced to be switching out and Zamazenta to take its place instead. The Zamazenta that, of course, will get that defense boost, and it's going to take this hit a lot better than anything else would. Incineroar already took so much damage, still going to stick around for a little bit. Knock off, at least good to get rid of that Clear Amulet. Whether you get an opportunity to see that comes late, that's a different thing. Flare Blitz so much into the Zamazenta on that switch in.
Yeah, big play here. The Flare Blitz into that slot, a really nice call, and catching the Zamazenta, that's pretty huge because the high horsepower now potentially could pick up the knockout into that slot, and that Incineroar on Cyan's side as well, not in a safe place, especially if you want to utilize that Intimidate now that that Clear Amulet's been disposed of. You've knocked it off, so it is going to be susceptible to that. You can weaken it for once. We couldn't do that game one, but it is going to mean that you are going to have to switch it out and something to hit the field, potentially take a big attack in its place.
And knowing that the speed is not in your favor for the Zamazenta, the Protect just makes so much sense. High horsepower, gonna go into the other slot, so Incineroar goes down. Such a commanding start to this game two coming out from Kevin. First KO already taken, still have the Trick Room, and yeah, it's looking tough, and that's a chilling Nabus. It's Calyrex Ice Rider looking even more terrifying.
Yeah, it really is now. It's on +1 attack. It's gonna guarantee a pick up a knockout against that Zamazenta with the high horsepower. It doesn't go for a Terastallization. Now the Calyrex Shadow Rider coming back onto the field, and now it is in that really awkward spot. The one thing that you would say that Cyan has in their arsenal is the Wide Guard. It can protect you against that Glacial Lance and force almost a high horsepower. But if Kevin gets the slot right, this could be game over here, so you've got to get everything right at this moment in the game.
Calyrex, I feel like you have to protect on that turn. High horsepower going into that protected slot. So Zamazenta has been left by its own for now, but where is Incineroar going to target? Flare Blitz. Oh, it's a double up into the slot. So Zamazenta was left all alone on this turn. Kevin targeting down into the other threat. Body press into the Calyrex. A lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage. A great play from Cyan here to try and claw back this game with one more turn of Trick Room remaining. If you can get through this next turn, you're going to be in a great spot to get rid of that big threat in Ice Rider Calyrex. Some good damage there with the body press. One more will take it down, and the Incineroar very vulnerable to that attack as well, so you've got to be careful where that body press goes if you don't get rid of it this turn. The Calyrex in an awkward position where it has just protected. Do we see the double up into it this time around?
I mean, the Calyrex Shadow Rider, since it protected last turn, it feels so safe to target into it now. Zamazenta, the protect there, the double up now into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. A second KO for Kevin.
Huge knockout on such a threat on the last turn of Trick Room. When you wanted to get rid of this Pokemon, you did it. And now the Zamazenta half health and Twisted Dimensions turn back to normal. The electric terrain disappearing. So if that Amoonguss is in the back for Kevin, he can bring it in now. The spores will be active. He can start putting things to sleep.
Looking at Kevin throughout this match, throughout his season, throughout his journey, dominance has been the word. Looking at this match, he's so close to closing this out. 2 Pokemon away. And now, I mean, you have every tool at your disposal. Rillaboom, it does have the Fake Out, but I feel like Kevin might have just taken too much momentum.
Yeah, I think he's got so much momentum here. I mean, this turnaround, Calyrex is threatened from a body press. You've got the Fake Out active here, and that's why we're seeing the Protect on the Calyrex. Just wants to preserve it a little bit longer. Maybe try and pivot that Incineroar off the field if it sticks around.
Yeah, when you're looking at other options in the back, I mean, you keep the Calyrex Ice Rider safe, you still have Miraidon, you still have another tool at your disposal, so that is going to be a KO for Cyan. But again, it's going to be a Calyrex Ice Rider that stays safe. An opportunity now to see, is it going to be the Miraidon that hits the field?
Might be the Miraidon you feel like you would. You've got terrain control if you bring it in, and then you've got your option. You go after that Zamazenta with one of those big, powerful electric type attacks. Or you've got the option of the Draco Meteor, which could launch down, double up into that Rillaboom to get rid of it. But the big target here is that other restricted. You've got to say that's the big threat right now, offering the big damage. Now that grassy terrain's gone, so try and prioritize that. Try and remove that as quick as you can.
I mean, looking at the fact that these two Pokemon, the Zamazenta has taken so much damage for the Miraidon. When you are eyeing up the item of choice with the Choice Scarf, you have to make that decision now. But when you're looking at, hey, if I get rid of the Zamazenta first, it's a Rillaboom that doesn't really seem to have an answer into that Calyrex Ice Rider. We're going to be saving Terastallization right until the bitter end, though. Zamazenta into the Dragon type. If this is an electric move, that's going to be taking the hit so much better.
Yeah, but if we say Glacial Lance and no Wide Guard, this could be it. And it is that Electro Drift. It will be taken a lot easier from this Zamazenta. Really great defensive terastallization there.
Zamazenta is going to survive right here, right now. Body press into the Miraidon is not enough. Rillaboom, Woodhammer, still survive. Pick up the KO. Now the Calyrex Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, target down, double KO. Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokémon World Champion, Kevin Hahn.
Wow, that was just absolutely incredible. Flawless victory from Kevin from start to finish. Didn't give Cyan an inch to get into this match. Closed it up and is our 2025 Seniors World Champion.
With how that match went, it felt like he walked onto this stage and already knew he was about to be a Pokemon World Champion yet again. Kevin Hahn, this is his first year in the Seniors division. He was the Junior World Champion. So much pressure to come now into this new age group, and he has been so strong. And what about that final? That second game, there was no question about it, and you can see just how much this means to him.
Yeah, this is just incredible. Back-to-back World Championships. That is absolutely phenomenal. Masters Division players, watch out, because Kevin Hahn is coming for your title.
There is a reason that his brother just had full faith in him. He said that Kevin was nervous, but Chris never wavered, and for good reason. That was a storied match. That was everything, and what a deserving world champion. The back-to-back, I mean, when you're looking at the only individual that's gotten world championships in 2 different age groups, it has just been so impressive.
Just so impressive. I mean, words don't describe what a performance Kevin's put in this weekend. Coming into the final was undefeated. He's undefeated this entire tournament. That is just, on top of winning the World Championships, what an incredible feat in itself. Undefeated, hasn't taken a loss this entire weekend with the team, just playing like that as well, so flawlessly. Really cannot give Kevin enough credit for that just magnificent show of Pokemon.
There is very few trainers that can say they've won a World Championships. Fewer that can say they've won 2. But I don't know if anyone can say that they have won a World Championship title just completely undefeated. This has been a run like absolutely no other, and for an elite group of trainers, and Kevin Hahn's one of them.
Yeah, well, 100%. And I think, you know, the real golden thing here is that Kevin is only in Seniors, right? He's got lots of time left in Seniors before he hits that Masters Division. And like I said, I think all of our Masters Division players need to be wary of Kevin, need to up your game, because once Kevin levels up again, what's it going to be like? You know, I mean, the legacy is just starting now, and what a way to start it.
I mean, that's the question and so much more, and I'm ready to get some answers. So let's head over to the stage from Anna to hear from our newest Pokemon World Champion.
Let's hear it again for your World Champion! And not only your World Champion, but the first World Champion to win in 2 different age groups. How does it feel to not only be the World Champion, but to have a first like that, Kevin?
I have no words to describe it. It's like, it's an unreal feeling. I still can't believe it.
You were saying earlier that you were nervous. How did you calm those nerves?
I think after turn 1 of each game, where like I got my positioning up, I think I felt a lot better. And like even though sometimes if you're too nervous, it can hurt you, in my opinion, having at least a little bit of nerves can help you a lot.
I like that idea. Now, a lot of people are looking at you and being like, you're not only the world champion, you're a legend. I want to play just like you. What's your best piece of advice for a trainer who wants to be like you?
Whenever you get knocked down, don't give up at all. In the beginning, you know, my first win was like a bye in the tournament, and you know, I kept on pushing and pushing, and here I am today.
I love that advice. I'm going to take that advice for sure. Now, I know there are a lot of people who have helped you get here. Some of them are in the audience. Do you want to say hello or thank you to anyone?
I'd like to say a thank you to my whole family, all of my friends in Pokemon and in school, like everyone I've talked to and all my coaches, especially the person who helped me was Roxanne. I'd like to give a huge thank you to them, and also to my brother.
Thank you so much for that support. Let's hear it one more time for Kevin Hahn. And we'll head back to you, Masters.
What an incredible series. What an incredible win for such a deserving trainer. I mean, after the World Championships last year, speaking about the win and everything else, and I mean, I'm just so happy for him. It's so well deserved.
It's just an amazing accomplishment, isn't it? And what a privilege to be here to witness this. And I think this is going to be a real historic moment, not only for the arena, not the venue, not only this World Championships in a whole, but for Kevin's legacy that he's writing, he's starting, you know. This is a moment that I think everyone in here, including ourselves, is going to remember for a very long time. And we really cannot wait to see more of Kevin next season. It's going to be fantastic.
I mean, every trainer has a story, and to be, I mean, not starting out, because obviously the juniors division, but to be continuing that story along in such a fashion, I mean, you know that he has such a bright journey ahead, and I cannot wait to see more of that. I mean, maybe next year we look at a 3-time world champion back to back to back, because I would believe it. I would believe it.
I would say on that performance, I think, yeah, guaranteed. I think that it's just incredible, but it's going to elevate the whole playing field of the seniors division, because you come into that division now and you're in that division already. This is what level you've got to be at to become the world champion, you know? So I think, yeah, it's just nothing but beneficial for that division. It makes it hard for Masters, of course, as well.
I mean, the Masters division, they got a lot to worry about, because it has been a common trend that the Senior World Championships will age up into the Masters division and still cause some chaos. Yeah. That is something that we'll be seeing just more in a little bit here, but
the thing is, as well, I think, like, not to, you know, it's one of those things where when you first age up, right? Because there is a huge age gap normally, because you're that infancy in that division. It's so rare for those players. You know, it has happened in the seniors to Masters, but I think because they're a little bit older, it's more common, right? A little bit more experienced. Yeah. But from a junior to a senior division, and that happening for both of our trainers, I mean, I have to give so much credit to Sian as well.
Yeah.
Being able to do exactly the same as Kevin, get to the final in your first year of seniors, it's just absolutely incredible. And what a pair of such talented trainers.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to talk about Sian Lee after that match, and I mean, of course, that's heartbreaking. That is not the journey you want, but when you look at his past accomplishments, it has constantly been a level up, and now being on that world stage for the biggest stage that we've ever had, it has been a journey that just keeps elevating, and I would love to see this be a rivalry that's continued on forward, because Sian beat Kevin last year with the Worlds, even though Kevin still went on to win. Now, Kevin, a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, well, the rivalry is just starting, right? But we've got something exciting for everyone in here. I believe we've got a t-shirt cannon somewhere.
We got a t-shirt cannon, guys?
T-shirt cannon. Who wants some t-shirts?
Why don't we make some noise for some t-shirts? Who wants some t-shirts, everyone?
Oh, there they are.
Oh, here comes the brigade. Let's make some noise.
The perfect gentleman to give the cannons to as well.
I was going to say the biggest troublemakers out here. Did you not see their shenanigans earlier?
I saw, yes.
It makes some noise. The louder you are, the better chance it is a t-shirt. I think that's exactly what they're saying. All right, let's see.
Wow. They go far.
Right?
They go really far. I was watching them earlier do it, so I'm like, I didn't really gauge the distance.
All right, oh, this side of the arena is absolutely popping off. Ah, yeah, get over there, get some t-shirts, everyone.
Where we go next? I wonder which one can shoot the furthest, right?
I need Dupes actually to figure out how to actually fire the cannon first.
I was kind of hoping that we might get to, but I don't think
Well,
we are.
we'll ask them after to bring it over so we can get to shoot a t-shirt. Come on.
Are they gonna?
I don't know. I want to shoot the cannon.
Yeah, we want to shoot the cannon. Oh.
All right. Oh, to us?
Oh,
to us?
we gotta catch it. Okay.
All right, let's see. Let's see.
You play rugby, so you should be good at this, right?
All right, Dupes, let's go. Oh, come on. You let him know. You let him know. All right, come on, Draggles.
You got it. You got it.
Oh, let's go. All right, Rose, you got to pass that shirt there. Close one though. Close. Come on, guys, keep it up. This arena is absolutely fantastic. This has been unlike anything other. Let's keep that energy up, everyone. That includes from our casters over there. Come on, Unite. Get it together. Always unite.
Always unite.
Always unite. The
I feel like
troublemakers.
Dupes was really on point earlier. I feel like he's kind of letting the team down a little bit now.
For someone so keen to shoot a t-shirt cannon.
Up your game, Dupes.
Up your game, buddy.
I feel like we need to cover this corner over here because I feel like these
this
guys.
corner of the arena has had the best energy. Let's go.
Guys, I feel like this corner. They're not listening. They can't hear me.
They're in their own world.
They're in the Unite bubble.
I mean, if I was shooting t-shirt cannon, yeah, it'd be the same thing.
Doing exactly the same, right? I wish they kind of still had the capes on though. There we go. I feel like Dupes was telling me this is like been 4 years in the making as well, so this is like a dream moment.
I heard he only became a caster for the one day he would be able to shoot a t-shirt cannon.
This is the best day of his life.
Best day of his life.
Living his best life. There we go. Good catch. Good catch.
Good catch over there.
Those bags are full as well. We got plenty more t-shirts. Keep cheering. Oh, here, where we go? There we go.
Go. So many t-shirts, a great energy here in the arena. It has been a championship Sunday that has provided on all fronts. Some great games.
Incredible games. I mean, absolutely incredible. Juniors was just phenomenal. Seniors was, I mean, beyond expectations. That was just such a great game. And just, I'm just speechless a little bit on that one. And we've got Masters to come. We've still got Masters.
But before that, while they're still dealing with t-shirts, we have Gabby standing by for an interview.
Thank you so much. I actually don't know if I'm going to be hit in the head by a t-shirt, so maybe watch your heads. Also, this is Elliot and Aaron, who came all the way from the UK to watch the World Championships finals. Elliot, Aaron, I mean, this is crazy, right?
It's insane. I love it. It's great here.
It's so crazy. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but if this was my first World Championships like yours, I don't know what I'd do, honestly. Has this set the bar too high?
It's absolutely wild. I really hope it comes to like the UK again like it did a few years ago, because I would love to try and compete. It's been amazing here.
So cool. It's just been so cool. All right, so tell me a little bit about yourselves. Obviously, huge Pokemon fans. Favorite Pokemon game, favorite Pokemon. You have the whole world here watching you. What would you like to share?
My favorite Pokemon is Mimikyu, and I've got Lunala because it's my favorite legendary, and it's playing in the Masters Finals in a little bit, which I'm looking forward to. I've played the TCG for a long time. I brought Gardevoir to the one of the side events yesterday, which was amazing.
We both run the Pokemon Society for our university in Hull, England. Shout out to Pokesock! Yeah, I love Quagsire, Clodsire, and Furret. They are my favorites of all time.
Oh man, so you've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning, or 7:45, sorry. Are you awake? I mean, has this woken you up?
Barely. I've been fighting to stay awake, but it's been really, really cool to watch, so it's not been too hard, but long day, definitely.
Aaron, what has been your favorite game to watch so far?
Probably the TCG. I say you told me how to play the TCG, and I've been loving it since. It's really, really fun.
Elliot, was that also your favorite game to watch?
What was that, sorry?
Was the TCG your favorite game to watch so far today?
Oh, absolutely. It was really cool to see the Joltik Golden Go fusion. I haven't seen that before, but also seeing Gardevoir win after, it's deserved it, 100%.
All right, well, I have to ask you two. This is a huge trip, obviously. What advice would you have for anybody at home who wants to be a part of, quite frankly, one of the most chaotic moments of my life? Do you have any advice? Like, what would you recommend if they want to come to the World Championships next year?
If they wanted to come, what do I recommend? Sorry.
If they want to come to attend the World Championships next year and be part of whatever the heck this is.
Definitely arrive early for the finals, get your good seats, but also all the side events are really cool. We played ZA. There's the TCG tournaments as well. To spectate everything, it's amazing.
Aaron, do you have any advice for anybody who wants to be part of this? Just do it. It's really, really fun. All right, well, thank you both so much for joining me throughout, again, the most chaotic moment of my life. Casters, I gotta watch my head. Back to you.
Gabby, the chaos is all over the arena here. There's t-shirts going absolutely everywhere, but I absolutely love it. I mean, to hear for some people, this is the first World Championships, and this is the standard set. I mean, come on.
That's incredible, right? I think this being the first experience of the World Championships, wow, what a way to do it. And it's only going to get bigger and better from here on out, just incredible. And by the time we're finished with these guys from Unite, I think the entire arena is going to be dressed in play Pokemon at the end.
I mean, everyone, give it up. They're out of shirts, but still, give it up, guys, for your Pokemon Unite casters and just the energy here. Guys, make some noise. Maybe they'll bring out some more t-shirts, guys, all right? Come on, let's go.
As always, Sierra, you are perfectly spot on about the two best candidates to do this job.
I mean, it's the duo. It is the chaos. Just watch out for them. Just watch out for them.
Yeah.
Don't let the power of the t-shirt cannons go to their head.
It's too late. It's way, way too late. We're beyond that.
They're about to go and just get their own t-shirt cannon, carry it around
They're gonna take their own t-shirts.
Guys, watch out. That's a dangerous duo.
Have they got one left?
I don't know. They're off the stage, whether it's to get more t-shirts, whether it's to get in their seats for the next stage of competition. That is to be seen, because as it stands, we have one more match on the day, of course. We're still preparing. We got to make sure that it's as ready as possible. I don't know. We're just going for some noise.
Oh.
One last shirt. Who's making the most noise for the one final shirt?
Louder than anything you've done before. If you want this last shirt, you've got to be the loudest group in here. There we go. What silence. I don't know if that's possible. This is too electric.
You're not
arena.
Jenny. Yes, she is Jenny.
Yay! The power's gone to their head.
Oh, yeah.
That side's winning. Oh, way louder. what they're doing. It's close. I think you should do a run back. Side one.
Oh, these two. I think that's actually the last one, but great job, you guys.
Great job.
Despite all of the shirts that you did miss, but still killing it out there. Dooms, get out of here. Get off that stage. Oh, those two. Let's go. I think I would
Did you
also...
see his magic trick earlier? Did you see the rolls?
These two.
I saw
Capes.
yeah, the capes, the rolls. I saw the full.
They're making sure that they're really hamming it up for Championship
Yeah, they
Sunday,
did a
that's
good
for
job.
sure. But
Those guys don't disappoint.
I mean, it's deserved, right? We got the arena. I also, when they were like doing the teacher cannon, I saw like a couple of signs out there in the arena as well. Particularly they cheer on individuals in our Master Finals. I think that is amazing. I think that is just so wholesome, so cute. I'm just so excited for that final game of the day.
Yeah, well, both of these trainers that are, playing in the Masters Final, they're quite popular within the community. They have their training groups. They're very well liked within the community as well. So it's not surprised to see they've got a lot of support coming into this finals. And it's, it's so hard. It's right down the wire. I think, who do you choose? Who do you think's going to win? I think both have an amazing shot and are incredible trainers.
I don't know, it's gonna be crazy, but I think there might be a little bit more craziness because apparently Joe Brown is standing out.
Joe
in the
Brown's
crowd.
here.
What's about to happen?
That's Joe Brown.
Oh, the Pokémon World Championships in Anaheim, California. What a wonderful time it's been. What a wonderful weekend. I've just been having an absolute blast with fantastic Pokemon all around here on Championship Sunday. And honestly, Europe has been so dominant at VGC all season long. Incredible at the IC. Such a crazy NAIC performance. Europe on top of the world. Victor Medina, one of Europe's best players. Europe, the best region in the world, according to all the European players. Sure. What European are you rooting for in finals, Victor?
No answer.
That's tough, buddy. Chris Hahn, brother of the two-time world champion, Kevin Hahn. Joe Ugarte, American legend, Brady. What American are you rooting for an American in the finals?
I'm rooting for both of them.
The drought is over for the first time since 2016. An American will win Masters Finals for the Video Game Championship. Casters proudly tossing it back to you.
Oh my goodness. I mean, first off, anyone but Victor, come on.
I know, right? Pick the nicest guy from Europe to pick on Joe Brown. And I feel like you engineered this. You created this, Joe. We do love you, though. Very funny.
I mean, it's not wrong, though. When you look at this season, when you look at NAIC, the conversation was so different coming into the World Championships of, well, who are going to be the top players? It was so strong for Europe that you guys got two sides of players to watch.
Yeah, and it's no surprise either from the performances that the European players came in and have done this season, right? LAIC starting there, then EYC slightly different.
I mean, it's the Wolf effect. It's the
Wolf decided to land there, do his thing, but then we had NAIC, right, as well. So, and then all the regionals in between, across the pond and back home. They performed so well in whatever environment they were in. So they were the guaranteed favorites coming in, you felt like it, but then NA decided to show up and they put on an incredible show and kind of solidified why they are such strong trainers and kind of give everyone the reminder that they maybe did need, that they are here and they mean business.
Especially, too, when you're looking at the changes to this World Championships and absolutely how stacked it is, I think that just holds so much more weight as well. When that was the whole conversation throughout the weekend was, this is such a stacked World Championships. This is one of the most stacked of all times. So to be able to see Gio and James in that finals of the most stacked World Championships of all time, the two Americans.
It's pretty incredible, and yeah, I think a lot of the other regions everywhere else are going to be eating a little bit of humble pie after this weekend.
Hey, a rising tide lifts all ships, right?
Yeah.
As the caliber of talent keeps getting stronger out there, then
I've always been the biggest supporter of NA, so I've never been part of this.
Even after Joe Brown was picking on Victor Medina out in the crowd, you got to defend him.
Oh, well, I'm always the biggest advocate of Victor. I'll always defend Victor.
We all love Victor. Let's be real. But yeah, I mean, we're in for such a treat ahead. I feel like it has just been so insane here. I mean, it's two very deserving trainers with two very different stories. And I don't want to get too far into it because, of course, we got to make sure that we leave some stories for them. But I just got to say that what has happened here at the arena, this championship Sunday, I mean, for those trainers, regardless of the result, to walk out on that stage is everything. And to be able to have so many world championships already crowned, I mean, I can't believe it's almost over.
Yeah, I know. And just out of interest, what's been your favorite? Because I know everyone in this arena is going to have their own individual favorite moment from the World Championships. But for you, what so far? It's not over yet, of course, so there might be bits left to unfold today that might be your favorite. But up to now, if you were to name one thing, what's been your one moment that you think, wow, that was it?
I mean, I feel like a lot of trainers are going to share the same sentiment, but to walk into the arena for the first time, to see what this game has become, to be able to see where it has evolved to throughout all of the years, to now there's so many people out here to support and cheer on everyone else. I mean, there is just nothing else like that. And yeah, I mean, that has to be my favorite moment. More specific, of course, Kevin winning Worlds. That's awesome. So I don't know.
Not the t-shirt cannon then.
Well, unfortunately, Spraggles tried to shoot a t-shirt towards us and failed both times. So
no, I'm messing. I think that is, it was a hair stand up on the back of your neck moment when you walk in here, right? I think when you look around and you see the support for our players who are here kind of to be involved in the World Championships, because each and every one individual that's here this weekend in this arena is involved with the 2025 World Championships, and it's just so special to be able to share it with everyone here and everyone watching from all the other regions from around the globe.
And we have to make sure that everyone is thanked as well, because the reason that this arena is so amazing has been because of this amazing crowd, the energy here, everything else.
Yeah, give it up for yourselves, everyone. I think you've got to give yourselves a round of applause for the energy that you've been providing today for our players, our trainers, and everyone else.
It is. You guys deserve the round of applause for real. And Chip, hopefully deserving a round of applause. I don't know what he has up his sleeve, but let's go find out.
Thanks so much. That's right. I'm standing by here in the audience with Michael, and we are going to be playing a fun little game. Guess that Pokedex. Michael, how familiar are you with the Pokedex?
I'm pretty good, I think.
He's feeling confident. Well, let's test that confidence right now. Up here on the main screen, let's see that first entry. Like the wind, it can slip through any gap, no matter how small. It leaves balls of white fluff behind. What's your thought process here? Are you getting any clues from that flavor text?
I know this off the top of my head because this is already one of my favorite Pokemon. It's Whimsicott.
Locking in the Whimsicott. I was kind of thinking Swablu, I'm not going to lie right away, but Whimsicott does make sense. Let's get the reveal here. Whimsicott with the win does make sense, and sure enough, well done, a favorite, Whimsicott. All right, let's move on to our next one. This Pokemon can control 100 tons of fallen snow. It plays around innocently by leaping in and out of avalanches it has caused.
Ooh, a Pokemon that can cause avalanches. It's got to be an ice type. Maybe Abomasnow?
Ooh, Abomasnow could be a good guess. Is Abomasnow a Pokemon that you feel like is going to be leaping, though? I don't really know that he's quite mobile like that. Any other thoughts? Any other ice types? Maybe more like Snover?
If it's going to be something that can jump, maybe Alolan Ninetales?
Ooh, okay, I don't dislike that guess. Let's see the reveal. We'll go with Abomasnow / Alolan Ninetales. Ooh, Chien-Pao. Chien-Pao. Yeah, that definitely is a Pokemon that can cause some avalanches. Here we go. This Pokemon can pick up the scent of a Veluza just over 65 feet away and will hide itself in the sand.
Ooh, if it's gonna pick up Veluza, it's gotta be from Paldea, right?
That would make sense to me, yeah. I think I like the line of thinking here.
If it's targeting specifically Veluza, I think it might be some type of predator, so maybe Bombardier?
Bombardier, but it's hiding itself in the sand. I don't know, is Bombardier, is it hiding out in the sand?
I don't know, ostriches are birds and they hide in the sand.
You know, I can't argue with that. Let's go with the Bombardier guess. Let's see the reveal here. Ooh, the Wiglet. I'd say that's definitely a Pokemon known for hiding in the sand. I wouldn't necessarily think of it and Veluza as enemies though, so that's good to know. All right, here we go. When it flies, it releases shiny particles from its veil-like wings. It is said to represent the crescent moon.
Ooh, if it's talking about the moon, it's gotta be Cresselia, right? There's no other Pokemon that associates the moon.
I don't dislike the line of thinking. Folks out there in the crowd, what do you guys think? Let's hear some guesses. Shout them out. Wow, that was a bad idea for me. I do not understand a thing that anyone just said. Let's go with a Cresselia guess. It is indeed Cresselia. Well done, Michael. Well done, well done. Let's see if we've got another one here. We can keep rolling here a little bit longer. With power equal to an excavator, it can dig through dense bedrock. It's a huge help during tunnel construction.
Ooh, a Pokemon that can dig, maybe a ground type. Ooh, how about Excavator, Excadrill?
I like it, thinking with the beginning part of the word. Okay, the prefix, let's lock it in. Excadrill, show me Excadrill. Diggersby! Diggersby! Wow, I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of on the same wavelength as you. I was thinking Excadrill for sure. Diggersby, I didn't know he was so helpful. Here we go. It is constantly racked by a headache. When the headache turns intense, the crowd is already yelling here. It begins to use mysterious powers. What do you think here, Michael? Just say it.
It's Psyduck.
Show me Psyduck. Indeed, Psyduck is correct. Well done, Michael. And everyone else out in the crowd, it seems like everyone else had that one locked in pretty quickly. I think from here, we're gonna kick it back over to the casters, and we're getting ready for that VGC Masters Finals match. Let's hear some noise if you guys are excited to see this game.
Thank you so much, everybody, and welcome to the Pokémon World Championships! My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and we are getting so pumped to bring you through our final match of the evening, the Video Game Championship Masters Finals.
Anaheim, let's do this!
Woo!
Rose, I am so excited. There's so many incredible storylines coming into this Master Division Finals. We just saw the first person in VGC history to win in 2 age divisions in the World Championships. We might see a second happen today as well.
That would be incredible. We are certainly making history here in this Anaheim arena, as well as just in Anaheim, California, and around the world with this year's Pokémon World Championships. And it has been quite the journey. Thinking back to how it all started on Friday, we had just 370 Masters Division trainers that entered into the convention center and battled it out to make it to this moment where they would have the chance to become the world champion.
This tournament in particular has felt so difficult. We saw all 3 of our international champions, heavy favorites to win this entire tournament, get knocked out early on. Not a single one made it to the top cut bracket. And in the end, there are only 2 players that stand with team compositions that I think people maybe didn't put a lot of respect on coming into this event.
Up till this point, we were looking at the Pokémon World Championships and how dominant Miraidon has been as the premier legendary Pokémon from Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet. But I think our finalists in the Masters Division have certainly had something to say about that, with Miraidon guaranteed to win a World Championships.
Not only just that, USA has officially won the World Championships in all 3 age divisions. Let's hear it, yeah, come Rose, do you know the last year that's happened in VGC?
2016.
That's right, almost one whole decade ago. USA is so back, and I think that's actually a big deal because coming out of the North American International Championships this year, people are like, hey, where's America at? Here we are at World showing up.
And here we go as we get ready for the finals.
Let's go, we've been waiting all year, and we're so ready for it.
We'll have a new US World Champion, but who's it gonna be?
Time to give them what they came to see. Let's give them something to remember. We can give it all that we got tonight. We're not going home.
Let's play some good Pokemon, but I'm gonna play better.
So let's put on a show.
For your Masters Finals! Please welcome to the stage from the USA, James Evans! And also from the USA, please welcome Giovanni Siski! James, I saw you walking down that catwalk just going like this. How are you feeling?
It's just amazing. I'm honored to be a part of this for the first time ever in Pokemon VGC history. Pokemon competitive history. It just means a lot to me to be back here again, which is something not a lot of people can say, although we just saw a senior do that. So it just means a lot to me, and I'm really excited for how this is gonna go, win or lose.
That's still not a lot of people, absolutely. What about you, Giovanni? How does it feel to be standing on this arena stage right now?
It's a surreal experience. I've had so many people support me along this incredibly long journey that I've had to this point now, through all the ups and downs, and I'm incredibly grateful for all of you that have been there every step of the way for me, and I hope to put on a good show for you guys.
Just one more question for each of you. What do you think you need to do in this match in order to become the world champion? What do you think is your most important goal?
I think the tempo in this matchup actually will dictate a lot, so just watch out for that.
All right, James, he says watch out for that. What do you think your most important thing you're gonna have to keep in mind for this match is?
Winning.
It's a good focus. All right, we can't wait to watch you play, so we'll have you take your seats. And there are some important special guests on the floor with Gabby. Let's check in with them.
Thank you so much, Anna. I'm here with Kian and Kareem, who are supporting Gio and James. But you know, Kian, one of the time-honored traditions of a Video Game Masters finalist is preparing for the match. But I've heard that James and Gio went to dinner together last night, and you were there. So tell me, was that a tense meal?
It wasn't that tense. We're all really close friends. Everyone was just trying to enjoy it. Maybe after, but we all just try to enjoy the moment of two friends being in the finals together.
I'm glad that you were all able to share that moment. Now tell me a little bit about Gio's prep coming into the match today.
Yeah, we worked tirelessly overnight. We stayed up super late and then even worked a little bit before this to make sure that he was all prepared for this most important match of his life, to be honest.
Do you think he got enough sleep?
Oh, he most definitely got enough sleep. We worked hard for him so he could get his beauty sleep for today.
Awesome. All right, Kareem, what about James? Was he up to the wee hours of the morning practicing as well?
I know that James was practicing a lot with our friends Joe and Brady, and the three of them are all just excellent players, and I'm not sure how long they stayed up, but I know that Joe and Brady definitely put him through the ringer for testing for this match, and I'm very confident in all of their prep together.
Now, Kareem, you've mentioned that you've known James for a really long time and that having been on this stage yourself, this is a really big moment to be a part of for James. Do you have any words of advice or encouragement or anything you want to say to him before we get started with this match?
Really just that James has always been such an amazing, dedicated person. Anything he wants to get done, he gets done. He's very determined, and I have no doubt that this is going to be the same deal. I know how badly he wants this, and I have full faith that he's going to get it.
Thank you so much. Kian, do you have any words of advice, encouragement, anything you want to say to Gio before he starts this match?
It's hard to pick like one thing to say, but Gio's been using Koraidon since the beginning of Regulation G, when even then no one believed in it, and even up until now no one really believed in it as well. So just let Gio be Gio, use what he knows, and he'll do great.
All right, well, thank you both so much. I'll let you get seated to enjoy the match. Casters, back to you.
It doesn't get any better than this. Both of our Masters finalists taking to the stage and getting ready for one of the most intense battles of their life to claim that title of World Champion.
I'm so excited. It's been a battle of the Koraidons here, and these teams, they actually function very differently. Koraidon and Brute Bonnet, of course, on both compositions, but on one side you've got the Shadow Rider, and on the other side you've got Lunala. I think we're talking about tempo coming into this. You've got to pay attention to the offense that Giovanni has on his team. You've got Choice Scarf Chi-Yu. You've got this Flutter Mane, which of course can Icy Wind, allowing Koraidon to deal massive amounts of damage. On James's end, you've got a lot more defense to work with. You've got this Brute Bonnet, which of course can go for a Water Terra. You've got Raging Bolt, which can actually survive even a really powerful Life Orb cause combat from the Koraidon. And so I think what's really going to dictate this set is the early turns. Is James able to match Giovanni's offense? Can he play defense to survive a couple of turns and really survive all the damage that Giovanni has to offer?
And it's not even just about the tempo, it's also just about the natural speed that all of these Pokemon are going to have. Taking a look at Gio's team in particular, you look at something like that Chi-Yu that's holding the Choice Scarf, the Flutter Mane under photosynthesis conditions, as well as this Koraidon holding the Life Orb. They tend to be trained to be just a bit on the faster side. So I wonder how James's own Koraidon is going to stack up against that.
Yeah, and these Koraidon sets are different as well, right? On one hand, you have this Life Orb Koraidon that hits for really hard. On the other hand, it is the clear Amulet Koraidon. These generally don't have as much one-hit KO pressure, especially with that fighting type attack. It's Life Orb close combat on one side, it's Collision Course on the other side. But I think from Giovanni's end, you have the ability to just double up, punch, and get knockout after knockout. So from James's end, I'm looking, what is your response? What is your defense? And two big tools I think that you should pay attention to in this matchup are going to be the Raging Bolt and the actual Brute Bonnet, which you wouldn't expect to be super strong in an opposing Sun matchup, but Brute Bonnet with that Water Terra can be super good defensively to get a Spore off.
And also just the Sucker Punch. You have Sucker Punch as well as Thunderclap, two priority options that James has available from that Brute Bonnet and Raging Bolt. So if you think that natural speed that Giovanni has on his team is going to be a problem, priority moves are one way to bypass that.
I absolutely love that point because look at the Flutter Mane, look at the Chi-Yu. These are Pokemon that are really frail. Thunderclap can actually do so much damage to a Flutter Mane that doesn't have Bulk when you have that Photosynthesis Sun boost. Similarly, Sucker Punch from Brute Bonnet will allow you to do a lot as well. And so priority is a nice way to get around the fact that James does have to worry a little bit about the fast speed from the opposing side. He's got a lot of options on this team. I think the two non-restricteds that I am paying the most attention to are Brute Bonnet and Raging Bolt. But I think Incineroar is also interesting because you can weave in some cool plays with Helping Hand.
The Helping Hand is going to be nice, but especially because you have the Intimidate on the Incineroar. As you already called out, the Life Orb that Gio's Koraidon is going to be holding. It's notably not Clear Amulet. There's no way for you to actually protect your own Koraidon from taking Intimidate attack drops.
Absolutely. Taking a look, of course, on the other side, we've got similar Pokemon here with the Koraidon and Brute Bonnet. Both of these Brute Bonnets crucially being Water Terra. But of course, Gio has a lot of options in terms of speed control. You can use that Flutter Mane to drop your opponent's speed immediately. And there's the Lunala Ursaluna combination as well. What makes Gio's team so threatening is you don't really know what mode he's going to commit to. You can lead Flutter Mane with Koraidon. You can lead Koraidon with Chi-Yu. You can lead Lunala, set up Trick Room, get Ursaluna in. The options feel endless, and it's really difficult to pinpoint a play that allows you to cover for all of those.
That's kind of the the big signature calling card of a lot of these teams that have something like those faster Pokemon as well as access to Trick Room, you really do have to make sure that you play your cards right. And Gio's position, we often see sometimes those types of teams backfire. If you don't get the Trick Room set up at the right time, that's something that your opponent can capitalize on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you look at the offense that Gio's team has to offer, it's really scary for James, right? Flutter Mane alone, you've got a Moonblast that's 4 times super effective in a Koraidon. You've got a Shadow Ball into that Shadow Rider as well. That Pokemon can handle the restricteds. Chi-Yu is so commonly used in the format to deal with Calyrex Shadow Rider as well. Gio has so much offense.
There's so much offense, but there is so much veterancy with both of these trainers that are on our stage right now. Each of them using their restricted duos the entirety of the Regulation I double restricted format. On the one hand, you have James Evans that comes in off the back of being able to get top 32 at NAIC as well as a top 16 at the Milwaukee Regional Championships with the 4 of the same Pokemon that are on his World Championship team. The only difference is that he used to have a Galarian Weezing on that team as well as a Chi-Yu of his own that he has now swapped out for Incineroar and Landorus Incarnate respectively.
Absolutely. In a format that feels like there's so much volatility, so many different combinations that you can pick from in terms of restricteds, these players have been on this since day one. They have truly mastered what it takes to use Calyrex and Koraidon plus Lunala. And there's been a little bit of adaptation from James, but from Gio's end, he's actually been on the same 6 Pokemon basically since the very beginning, and he has gotten so much mastery. This was not a team that a lot of people actually had pegged as a favorite coming into this event, and both of them are using restricted duos that were not in the top 4 of usage rates.
And Gio, the power and the conviction that he's had to run this team since the very beginning is something that he's been heavily rewarded for. His season has been phenomenal. And as coming in as a trainer that hasn't had a major win yet, imagine if this is the one. Imagine if you have stuck to your guns and you're going to win the World Championships as your first major title.
There's so much pressure on the line here. I know both players are also so excited to, of course, be here. And it's been an incredible journey. I mean, of course, James Evans won the Senior Division World Championships many, many years ago. He's won the North American International Championships. He's won multiple regional titles. He has won so much in competitive Pokemon. He's looking to win Worlds once again. Like you said, Gio's chasing for literally his very first title. I think he's not made it past top 8 in any tournament before, and here he is now in the finals.
Well, let's get ready to go. This is a best of 3 for all the marbles. The World Championship title on the line. Make some noise as we get into game number 1.
Oh, wow. Okay, in a restricted format, there's actually no restricteds to hit the field to start the game.
That is wild. We are going to see Gio have that Flutter Mane next to that Choice Scarf Chi-Yu. And for James Evans, he's opted into bringing that Incineroar next to the Brute Bonnet to start.
So, yeah, I think the Brute Bonnet is a really good defensive option from James's end because you have that Water Terra. Gio does not have a way to really take advantage of that and hit you for super effective damage, right? So right now, Incineroar is, of course, applying Fake Out pressure immediately into the Chi-Yu slot. Chi-Yu could go for a Ghost Terra to get around that, but do you really want to commit to that? And then, of course, Brute Bonnet right now on James's end can launch a Spore, can go for that Water Terra defensively. You don't faint to a Fire type attack or a Fairy type attack. And so my question is, how does Gio respond to this? Do you have your own Brute Bonnet to switch into? Because if so, that means you drop one of your restricteds. I like this defensive lead from James's end, knowing Brute Bonnet can really, really start slowing down the pressure that you want to apply.
Well, there aren't going to be any swaps. It's just a Terrestrialization to start off our first game, and it is the Brute Bonnet as a James Terrestrialization Pokemon of choice in game number 1. Brute Bonnet, the Water Terra, as you called out, such a nice defensive typing to have, not even just against those fire types from this Chi-Yu and Koraidon, but of course, because of that Flutter Mane. As you see the Incineroar go for the Fake Out, it's going to stop the Chi-Yu in its tracks for this turn, but the Moonblast still does a lot for its troubles, though. This Brute Bonnet is able to land a Spore into the Chi-Yu, one of the biggest offensive pieces here for Gio.
The Gio slows down the Chi-Yu, but Chi-Yu actually isn't really the biggest threat to Brute Bonnet and Incineroar right now, right? And so Flutter Mane, that beats of Ruin, giving you that special defense drop, allowing you to do even more damage to Brute Bonnet. This Brute Bonnet can't protect, so you are vulnerable to just eating up another Moonblast right now. Of course, it has the ability to go for Sucker Punch, try to break that Flutter Mane's Focus Sash. You could double up into that slot. Flutter Mane does have the ability to go for Protect, allowing Incineroar to maybe launch an attack right now. But James has slowed down some of the offense, but Gio still has so much coming out from this Flutter Mane right now.
And the Chi-Yu, while it has to take that mandatory turn of sleep, it could wake up on the next turn, and so you're really only stopping his Chi-Yu for just a short while. And Gio doesn't want to take the risk, actually decides to put the Fluttermane back in its Pokeball for later, and brings out a Brute Bonnet of his own, maybe suspecting that a Spore would be going into that Fluttermane's way. It's also going to get past this Sucker Punch, and that's going to fail as this Chi-Yu does take a turn of sleep.
So the Brute Bonnet is in the back. There is an answer to the sleep here, and you've actually gotten enough damage onto the opposing Brute Bonnet where you do pressure, of course, with damage from the Seed Bomb on your own end. That is the one way you can hit it for super effective damage. And so I wasn't expecting Gio to drop one of his restricteds coming into this. I think my guess is it's probably that Lunala. We'll have to wait and see. But right now you have gotten the Terra out from the opposing side, and your Brute Bonnet is looking pretty scary right now. If you win the Brute Bonnet war, then you can, of course, apply pressure and then start putting things to sleep with Spore yourself.
Yeah, I mean, you could Seed Bomb this, or, you know, the Brute Bonnet is also no longer Grass type, so just Spore that slot safely as well.
Let's see. I think what's so interesting about this matchup coming into it is both players had so much time to prepare for it, and I think this game now looks so different from then if they had just played immediately, say, yesterday, right? And so both players have had so much preparation time. Chi-Yu is going to stay asleep here.
Another turn here for James to take advantage of as the Brute Bonnet does go for the Spore. In case that Chi-Yu had woken up on this turn, we do have the knockoff into Gio's Brute Bonnet, which will knock off the Citrus Berry as Brute Bonnet fires off a Spore of its own, putting this Incineroar to sleep.
It has been such a defensive game to start. Like, we have not seen a restricted Pokemon hit the field yet. Everyone has just been trading sleep left and right. And I think it's a little bit scary right now because you know if you switch in your restricted Pokemon and it gets put to sleep, it's probably just going to be rendered useless in this battle. And so both players are really wary of that. They don't want to make that switch out. Chi-Yu right now is exerting, of course, offensive pressure onto the Brute Bonnet. Should it manage to wake up, it can go for something like that Dark Pulse and target down that Brute Bonnet. So we're going to see another switch from Giovanni.
Gio now removing the Brute Bonnet and deciding to switch the Koraidon in its place. So all 4 Pokemon for Gio in this game number 1 have been revealed. But notably, this Koraidon is going to be setting the sun and giving a photosynthesis boost over to James's own Brute Bonnet. But what about the sun is setting itself up for this Chi-Yu as we see Incineroar, the first to move here, taking its turn of sleep. Sucker Punch into the Chi-Yu, so you know it might be able to go for an attack on this turn, but it stays asleep. Another critical turn of sleep here for James.
Crucially staying asleep. That was an opportunity to maybe wake up and get a Dark Pulse off. However, now you have positioned the Koraidon in, right? And this is the amount of offense that you are looking to exert. Koraidon can now go for the damage onto Incineroar, try to threaten that with the knockout, and Chi-Yu then can, of course, wake up and get the Dark Pulse into Brute Bonnet. I don't think Chi-Yu faints from another Sucker Punch either, right? And so Gio took a little bit of a risk there because with Koraidon switching in, it could have been Spore into that slot, but are you really going to Spore the Brute Bonnet? And so it's a great bait by Gio, and now he has finally gotten the offense out in the field. This is going to be a really big turn. Can James even play defense here? I think the best thing to do is maybe if you have that Shadow Rider, switch it in and take a fighting type attack on that Incineroar slot.
But what if Gio calls that and actually decides to go after an attack onto this Brute Bonnet instead? Incineroar wakes up and goes for Helping Hand onto the Brute Bonnet, and that's one way that you can make sure this Incineroar does something on this turn. The Sucker Punch into the Chi-Yu, that was enough damage to get the knockout, and so Gio is not able to utilize this Chi-Yu at all in this game number 1.
Yeah, Sucker Punch itself won't get the knockout. You see Flame Charge come out as well. I think part of what Gio's thinking is I want that speed boost, and I think you're probably going to switch Incineroar out, but it's an incredible turn for James there as he manages to get the wake up that gives him the extra damage that he needs to get the knockout onto Chi-Yu. And so I think that was what looked like a really scary position for James ends up being much more positive.
Well, at least you have the free switch into your own Brute Bonnet that's also going to be getting that photosynthesis defense boost. But how helpful is that really going to be when you're still trying to get your first knockout in this game? This Brute Bonnet has a defensive Water Terra. You're really hoping that your Chrome Koraidon is able to do some major damage here.
Absolutely, yeah. I think now the damage definitely has stalled out a little bit, right? Like Helping Hand Sucker Punch was a cool way to get that knockout, but now you don't have very much offense. You are staring down such a powerful Koraidon that's positioned so well. And the Brute Bonnet on the opposing side is of course very scary as well. One thing that's crucial to note is that James's Brute Bonnet, or James's Incineroar does not have that Flare Blitz. And so without Flare Blitz, you don't have that ability to just threaten a lot of damage onto Brute Bonnet. So I think this turn, once again, I think it's still scary for James. He got the better end of it the previous turn, but we'll see how this one plays out.
Both trainers, of course, taking their time as they know how perilous these next couple of turns can be. And James wants to save this Brute Bonnet for just a little bit later. The Shadow Runner Calyrex now going to be the Pokemon that hits the field. The first restricted Pokemon revealed for James in this first game.
And the question is, did the fighting type attack go into that slot? Close combat goes into Calyrex. That's the play I was talking about the previous turn. And James now gets the parting shot off. Oh my goodness, he's gonna be able to pivot out a little bit more. Brute Bonnet, of course, still has the ability to go for a Spore, can put something to sleep, but it's a beautiful bait into the Calyrex slot, and it manages to at least switch in for free for now.
That's a huge deal. I mean, Gio is really hoping to get as much mileage as possible out of this Koraidon, and every single turn that James is able to negate that damage and just continues to start to swing the tides into his favor. But what comes out now into this Incineroar's place?
That's the first question, and then the second question is, Brute Bonnet, who are you targeting, right? Sleep is such a big deal in this matchup, and this is the thing that we were talking about before we came into the game. The defense matters so much. You're looking to slow down pieces so that your offense can just start punching holes. It's Brute Bonnet coming out from the opposing end. Of course, it's Water Terra, so let's see. Where does Gio's Brute Bonnet target?
Okay, well, after the Photosynthesis boost, we get to find out our answer, and it is just the Brute Bonnet that James switches in that will take that. Still not a horrible trade to have made there. A Spore onto anything is still going to be of great benefit to Gio's game plan.
Yeah, I think James is happy with that, though. You saw you did a little fist bump. If that Calyrex gets put to sleep, it probably just does not get to attack in this game. So at least it's Brute Bonnet, which is the defensive piece. Calyrex right now is exerting a lot of offense, and crucially, you were able to neutralize the Chi-Yu in the early game, right? So with Chi-Yu eliminated, that no longer threatens Calyrex. It's still an awkward position for Calyrex, quite frankly, because your moves are Astral Barrage, you have Psychic, you have Encore, but which of those are really that powerful right now, right? The Koraidon, of course, on the opposing side also got that Flame Charge, so it has the speed boost, can threaten the Calyrex with a double up right now. We're gonna see a Terra come out.
Feels like it has to be that Koraidon to go Terra Fire. You don't want to be super vulnerable to any of those extra attacks coming through later, but for now, it's also going to help you boost up your fire type attacks in the sun, whether it's the Flame Charge or that Flare Blitz. But Calyrex knows it has the pressure of a Sucker Punch from this Brute Bonnet, but we'll see James's Brute Bonnet also take its first turn of sleep.
Exactly, and it is the close combat. It's not a fire type attack into Calyrex, but this now gives James a free switch-in. Do you actually want to give him that free switch-in right now? That's scary. The other thing to note, Koraidon now takes Life Orb damage. You've dropped your special defense. Calyrex, of course, can apply a lot of pressure with damage with an Astral Barrage, right? And so Brute Bonnet is not going to get the Spore up. James is willing to trade his defensive pieces, and he's looking to position his offense right now. So my question here is, do you finally bring out your fourth Pokemon?
But I feel like Incineroar just makes such a great call here, knowing that you're able to keep an attack drop onto this Koraidon. Maybe it also forces Gio to have to try to switch out this Koraidon. You can play a bit more predictably that way, but it is going to be the Koraidon. So the fourth and final for James now, also revealed in here. Both restricted for him have hit the field.
Oh, this is so scary for Gio, though, right? Like, the Brute Bonnet now cannot Terra on the opposing end. Koraidon, of course, provides that collision course pressure, and there's that special defense drop from the opposing Koraidon. So if you're Gio, you could double up onto the Calyrex here with a Sucker Punch and a close comp or a fire type attack. Obviously, you don't want to close combat a Calyrex, but if you go for that, and Calyrex, of course, could go for a Protect, it could switch out as well. And the question is, how do you get out of this turn positively? James has played so defensively for so long, but this is it. This is the turn to finally exert so much offense.
If you get one more knockout here, James is in such a good position to close out this game with a win, but he has still a tough call to make. Koraidon now going to switch out, wants to also try to cleanse those special defense drops, as Fluttermane is going to be the Pokemon that takes its place. Super risky when you're staring down the barrel of an Astral Barrage, but knowing if you can hold on with this Focus Sash at the end of the day, then you will be able to help yourself out with that speed boost. And good thing for this Fluttermane, it's the Shadow Runner Calyrex. It also decides to take a reprieve.
So much defensive play from both ends. There was a lot of offense being exerted. It's going to be the Sucker Punch. There was the ability to, of course, go for a Spore, but trying to get damage there. And Collision Course, it's a fantastic turn for James here. It's going to deal super effective damage into the Brute Bonnet and get a one-hit knockout.
No way. Another Pokemon down and only 2 more to go here for James to close out this first game. And Gio at least has timed it so that you can bring this Koraidon out when the sun has freshly expired, but you're also going to still be giving that sun over to the opposing Koraidon.
Now you have positioned yourself where you have Flutter Mane and Koraidon. There's no more Terra available, so you can just go Moonblast into Koraidon, close combat, instantly Incineroar. So then the response, obviously, right now, Incineroar, of course, does have Fake Out pressure. You could just protect to bypass the Fake Out pressure. One of the key things that we've already seen this turn is, do you predict the Shadow Rider to switch in? Gio's gone 0 for 2 on it so far, right? He went for the Flame Charge when Incineroar was out on the field, and then tried to close combat, and then the Calyrex Shadow Rider switched in. So it feels like if Gio gets it right, he gets such a major advantage, but if he gets it wrong, of course, does lose him a lot of momentum.
It's hard when you have to make that call, knowing that there are so many distinct possibilities of the outcomes of each of these individual decisions, and hopefully it's all going to boil together and get you a win in this game. And so both trainers, of course, still taking all the time they can in order to make the most informed decision possible.
The focus sashes being conserved on the ghost types is such a big deal here. So here we go. It's actually a pivot immediately into a Shadow Rider, saying you might just go for a protect with your Pokemon right now.
If it is a protect, maybe Gio is able to try to read one step ahead and go for a Flare Blitz into that slot instead. That would do major damage to that Calyrex. But the Moonblast first, there's no protect. The Koraidon gets knocked out in one hit, and just like that, Gio is evened up the Pokemon count.
Oh, that's a really greedy play there. And Flame Charge as well! All it takes is one key turn, and that's what Gio gets. Of course, Focus Sash keeps Calyrex around for another turn, but this game, I think, is about to end.
2 speed boost now onto this Koraidon, another speed boost onto this Flutter Mane because of that Photosynthesis. And even though the Incineroar comes back out onto the field, you can only fake out the Koraidon. This Flutter Mane is still free and clear to steamroll right past his Calyrex.
And this is where committing that Water Terra early with Brute Bonnet put James in a really difficult position against late game Flutter Mane. I love how Gio recognized Flutter Mane's really good into your team. I'm gonna save it. Of course, we started the game off with it. It never took any damage. It never got put to sleep. Imagine if the Spore went off into the Flutter Mane on turn 1 rather than the Chi-Yu, but James gets a little bit greedy there and gets punished so heavily. And I just don't see a way for him to win this one.
There's still a will, and sometimes that means there is still a way, but James is going to go ahead and take this turn to protect the Calyrex and at least give himself some time to think heading into the next game. Incineroar is the next to fall with a big close combat from this Koraidon. Another one-hit knockout for Gio, and it's just the Shadow Rider Calyrex that stands tall to try to get James a victory here.
Oh my goodness. I mean, if you look at this game, the key turn really was that double KO, or KO plus 1 HP, almost a KO. Calyrex basically is fainted, right? Like, at that point, once the Flame Charges happen and there's the Flutter Mane with the speed boost, you just can't handle it. And Shadow Rider just didn't really do much in this game, right? It never really clicked any damage, and so I think Shadow Rider's just really awkward here to use as Flutter Mane secures the knockout, and Gio goes up 1 game.
So back and forth there for those middle couple of turns until that pivotal moment, as you called out, and as soon as Gio started to stack knockout after knockout after knockout together, you could see he could taste the victory of that first game and is now 1 game away from becoming a world champion.
So I want to talk about adjustments here. I'm genuinely shocked the Raging Bolt did not come out in that game. I thought like this would be a war between Brute Bonnets, and it kind of was, honestly, for the first couple turns. But I thought Raging Bolt from James's end is really powerful here because it can take that special damage. You can even Terra, of course, to get around, you know, Moonblast, for example, dealing super effective damage. And so I think, you know, James was playing really defensively, and even though he was able to get Shadow Rider out on the field, like, that's not really the most powerful Pokemon in this matchup, right? Especially because it doesn't have a way to boost its damage output. It's very fast as well, but it's not gonna get those one-hit knockouts. And so I really like how Gio managed that early game. If you're expecting Flutter Mane and Chi-Yu once again, then the question is, what are the possible responses, right? And I am definitely looking at that Raging Bolt to start because I think you can at least soak up special damage. Koraidon, of course, can also go for a Terra immediately, Fire Terra Koraidon, and then just start launching damage, go for your own Flame Charges. And so I think if I'm in James's shoes, one mode I would consider adapting to is Koraidon plus Raging Bolt.
If we saw the Shadow Rider Calyrex hit the field, I would have liked to see it at the beginning, but it is tough when James doesn't have that speed control available to him in the same way that Gio does. But I can hear the crowd right now. Who are you cheering for?
There we go. Gio is one game away from winning the World Championships and his very first tournament. And James, of course, has his back up against the wall, but he's been in so many tournament finals before, and I think he definitely has the experience to take us to a Game 3, but I think James just needs to find the position for offense a little bit more. You know, he managed to make some nice defensive plays, but never really got his offense position, and I think Gio's offense was already more impressive, and Gio was just one step ahead, and so Raging Bolt's the one Pokemon that I really have my eyes out on. I think Incineroar from James's end is nice for a fake out, but the problem is it becomes such a liability against the close combat from Gio's end, right? And so the Incineroar not having Flare Blitz, I think honestly makes it a slightly weaker pick in this one as well, because you can't do nearly as much damage to Brute Bonnet.
I almost also see a world where, yeah, you leave the Incineroar at home or the Shadow Rider Calyrex and then bring out the Raging Bolt, as you were saying, but then what about the Landorus here? Do you ever like that at all when some of these Pokemon are, in fact, like Terra Fire Koraidon, Fire-type Chi-Yu?
Yeah, I think Landorus feels really awkward to bring here, but it's certainly possible, especially because you have a defensive Terra with it as well. I think if you are bringing it, you have to be so careful because it means you probably have to Terra your Landorus. If you're tearing Landorus, it means you're not tearing anything else, and it leaves you so vulnerable to so much damage.
Well, our trainers are locked in. They are ready to go as the second game gets underway for the grand finals of the Pokémon World Championships. And for Gio, he is confident in his Game 1 game plan, decides to go for that Fluttermane and Chi-Yu again, as well as James Evans running back this Incineroar and Brute Bonnet combo.
Okay, so we saw this played out last time, right? Fake out into the Chi-Yu, Terra Water the Bonnet. I think James now might be like, okay, Chi-Yu wasn't actually a problem that last game. It was the Fluttermane. So now you maybe consider going for a Spore onto a Fluttermane slot instead. Fluttermane, of course, could go for a Protect. Gio does have the ability to just go for the Terra on Chi-Yu immediately. It's Ghost Terra. That would give you immunity to Fake Out and allow you to just go for something like a Dark Pulse plus a Moonblast into the Brute Bonnet. So let's see if any Terras come out. No Terras, no Fake Outs.
It's just going to be a Sucker Punch right into the Fluttermane as the Brute Bonnet is going to take the Dark Pulse. As though there is a bit of a trade of damage, but as the Fluttermane follows up, the Brute Bonnet just goes down with a double up here from Gio. And James has lost his first Pokemon in this second game. Incineroar still gets a chance to move and decides to go for the knockoff, so that will remove the Choice Scarf of this Chi-Yu and at least make it a little bit less speedy.
A little bit of split in damage there. Of course, you had the ability to maybe target the Fluttermane down and just try to KO it immediately. James obviously taking a really big risk there on turn 1 as well, not going for that Water Terra. But you can see Gio was predicting the Water Terra, so he went for that Dark Pulse. So both players really just trying to get into each other's heads. Of course, the Calyrex Shadow Rider now hits the field. There is no more Choice Scarf on the Chi-Yu, but you can't, I don't think, knock out the Chi-Yu here. I'm not confident that Helping Hand Astral Barrage does. Maybe if you go for Ghost Terra with the Calyrex, you can go for a Helping Hand Ghost Terra Astral Barrage. Gio could potentially switch into Koraidon, give Fluttermane the speed boost, allow it to get an attack off, but yeah, I think the main question I have here is, do you commit to Helping Hand Ghost Terra Astral, and if so, does it knock out the Chi-Yu?
That would certainly be a very ballsy play to make, but maybe that's exactly what James needs in order to get back into this game after losing a Pokemon so early. That's the type of aggressive call we need to see from this team.
And here is going to be a switch. I think you also could just go in and Brute Bonnet if you brought it, because there's not that much threatening it with offense, and so there it is.
Brute Bonnet now, at least this Fluttermane can go back into its Pokeball and come back out later, as we saw Gio in that first game preserve it, and ended up being a key piece to that success. Protect on this Calyrex Shadow as Gio, without that Choice Scarf intact, can actually switch up this move as well. This is another way that you can utilize this Chi-Yu with those Snarls. You would have loved to be able to land that into the Calyrex Shadow and also drop its special attack, but you'll also take some chip.
I think the Calyrex just is so awkwardly positioned right now, right? You're up against two Dark-type Pokemon, and you just, like, don't have that much offense. You can't really use Psychic, obviously, and so you're relegated to Astral Barrage. Astral Barrage just isn't that strong right now. I was like, well, the only way you can get the knock is you can, like, commit Ghost Terra and Helping Hand. That's just so many resources.
It's a lot of resources, and now when you see this Koraidon hit the field, I think the problem becomes even more compounded. You have the Chi-Yu as well that's going to be have a pretty good time, I think, into this Koraidon, especially if you do want to commit that Terra onto it. But then you also have this Brute Bonnet, which with this defense boost might be able to deal with Koraidon as well.
Yeah, I think the upside for James is now you at least have your restricteds out on the field and you're not scaring down as much offense from the opposing side. There is still, of course, the pressure of Sucker Punch into Calyrex, though, and I think Calyrex losing its Focus Sash is very, very scary. So if you're James, do you consider going for a switch out, right, and to try to get around that Sucker Punch? Koraidon right now, I do think, is in a phenomenal position, but you also have to worry about the opposing Brute Bonnet, because if you are not able to get the knockout onto the Brute Bonnet and it puts either of these to sleep, it's a disaster. And I think this Terra makes a lot of sense. I would expect it to be on the Brute Bonnet, and it's going to be on Koraidon to start.
Yeah, Koraidon first, and then we'll see if Geo has decided to respond to that with a terrestrialization of his own. But this Koraidon now uniquely positioned to be able to at least get some more damage down, hopefully before it does get put to sleep by this Brute Bonnet. But Geo does go for that water terrestrialization, so a great Terra here, but both of them, you know, they're going for the gold now. With both of these terrestrializations expended, a lot is going to come down to the rest of this turn. That Brute Bonnet is no longer a Dark type, and as this Astro Barrage gets fired out, this Brute Bonnet actually takes about 70%
it's
damage.
Flame Charge!
The Flame Charge is going to give this Koraidon a boost, but as it goes into the Chi-Yu, it actually gets a knockout.
It gets the knockout, but Brute Bonnet survives the turn there. I was thinking, well, if you just double up until a Brute Bonnet slot, can you get the knockout with Astro Barrage and Collision Course? This is now a Spore coming out, and it's going to go out into the Shadow Rider, now putting it to sleep and putting it in a really difficult position.
The Shadow Rider going to sleep, it still has full HP, it still has that Focus Sash, but is it going to be able to actually do anything when you still have that Flutter Mane in the back? Giovanni still has one more Pokemon that he can reveal as well, but I think it's actually really big that James got that Flame Charge for the Koraidon. That speed advantage is huge.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's such a big deal in being able to outpace the opposing Koraidon. If the Sun gets stalled out, then you can outpace the Flutter Mane as well. And so I think, yeah, that was a big, big turn in terms of damage. It's going to be Koraidon coming out now from Geo's end. This Koraidon, of course, is really powerful. It should not get the one-hit knockout, though, onto the opposing Koraidon with a close combat. My question then is, can you go for a Sucker Punch in close combat, try to get the knockout there? And if you're James, you can consider protecting the Koraidon, trying to bypass a turn of sleep with the Calyrex, and hope that you can wake up sooner than later with it.
You have to get a little bit lucky, though, with those sleep turns.
Yeah.
And as we know, sometimes they can sleep for a little bit longer than you would like, but you have to take your first turn of sleep on this upcoming one.
And this is a scary one because, once again, it's like there could, of course, be a switch into the Incineroar, but then it just can eat up a close combat potentially, right? I think that's been one of the really fun dynamics to watch. But Koraidon does go for the Protect, like I suggested, trying to just take that first turn.
But if Geo has opted into going for damage onto that Shadow Rider Calyrex instead, this could get dicey very quickly.
Oh,
Geo,
yeah.
though, actually goes for the close combat into the Shadow Rider Calyrex, maybe expecting a switch-in, something like that Incineroar would have been knocked out or put to sleep.
That turn was so scary because I could see it for Geo. If you made the call, you doubled up with a Calyrex, you might just be world champion, but it's really hard to make that play. Are you just going to ignore the Koraidon from the opposing end? But you called it, Rose. You still got to get lucky with the Calyrex. If you stay asleep, you will not get anything off with it. And so James ends up buying himself a turn, but right now, it's still difficult. I'm not even confident a Collision Course from that Koraidon knocks out Brute Bonnet now that you've gotten rid of your Dark typing and you have the defense boost, and that would be a disaster. So here we go, Collision Course.
Collision Course heading right into that Koraidon's way instead, bringing it down to about 70%
Oh,
of
it stays
its
asleep.
HP. And Shadow Rider Calyrex just cannot wake up. It is sleeping at the wheel as it has to take a Flame Charge. Its Focus Sash gets broken, and now it's Geo's Koraidon that gets a chance to get a speed boost and now start to bypass the speed advantage that James's Koraidon had. Brute Bonnet follows it up with a sleep, and this is a huge turn for Geo.
Geo must be able to taste the World Championship victory, but he's still got to get there. You got to do enough damage to the Koraidon, of course. And so, once again, an opportunity to maybe double up onto a slot, but instead says, you know what, I'm going to split my damage. And this is where the speed boost from the opposing Koraidon is a little bit awkward. I think if like Geo had close combated and then you're slower than it, you can get a Collision Course and maybe knock it out. Instead, this Koraidon just is not able to get a one-hit knockout onto the Pokemon, and Calyrex crucially stays asleep. You know, had it woken up, Astro Barrage, that's probably actually just the win for James. And so now such a difficult position. Both Pokemon asleep. The key question I have here is, does James try to play defensively, switch in that Incineroar? If you do, though, you are vulnerable to eating up a close combat or a Spore.
It's hard to make that call to go for the close combat, though, when you know that one of the drawbacks is going to be dropping your special defense and defense. But the Shadow Rider Calyrex does wake up. It just goes for a protect. Decides to play it just a little safe, as now we will see Giovanni go for that close combat into the opposing Koraidon. It's so much damage, but there needs to be a bit more to follow it up. So maybe this Brute Bonnet is able to do just that. It does have access to that Seed Bomb, but decides to go for the Spore instead into the opposing Shadow Rider.
And that was a really safe play, right? Basically, close combat into the Koraidon, just fell asleep. I get a ton of damage off. If you switch into Incineroar, it's eating that up as well. And honestly, Calyrex has just felt so useless throughout the course of this set. It's constantly not applying that much pressure with Astral Barrage, and you are threatened by that Sucker Punch as well. So this next turn, you could go for the Sucker Punch onto the Calyrex slot. If you're James, you consider going for maybe an Encore or a Protect, for example. You could even switch out into the Incineroar, but then the question is, how does James deal enough damage, right?
Yeah, it is so tough. Even if you go for the Encore play, is the Incineroar in the back with just that knockoff as its priority or main form of damage, actually going to help you get through these Pokemon that kind of resist that. So we'll have to see.
James really is hoping to at least get a wake up with that Koraidon, but this turn could be huge. Geo, at any point, it feels like he could just win Worlds.
So the Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to go away, hoping to maybe bypass something like a Sucker Punch, or maybe even be able to, well, look at that. Unnerve actually getting off the field means that this Brute Bonnet can actually get a bit of HP recovery thanks to the Citrus Berry that it was holding. As the
James wakes up! It wakes up!
James actually is able to go for the Protect on the Koraidon. That's a huge wake up to at least keep James in this second game. But the Brute Bonnet did go for the Sucker Punch, probably into the Shadow Rider Calyrex slot that the Incineroar came into, and the close combat now getting targeted into the Koraidon. James is getting a couple of good turns correct.
This is so tense, because if you don't get that wake up, you probably just, of course, get knocked out with the Koraidon, and then it just feels so tough. James has been keeping himself in this one. Now you, of course, do have the ability to go for a fake out with the Incineroar. Koraidon does have the ability to go for Collision Course, but it still feels so tense and so scary. But I think if James had not woken up with Koraidon or Shadow Rider on the turns that they did, the game is probably just over. So he's played really nice defensively and has gotten himself into a position where at least he's threatening a fake out now.
He's got a fake out into either Geo's Koraidon or this Brute Bonnet, and now you have to pick your poison. Which one do you think is going to be the bigger threat? Brute Bonnet does have Sucker Punch that you can throw into the opposing Koraidon, and Geo says, I'm not going to opt into that variance. I am just going to go for the Protect onto my own Koraidon, but that means that this Brute Bonnet is going to be eating that fake out. Flame Charge, though, unfortunately from James, goes for the Protect, so you're not going to be able to get that speed advantage there either.
This Brute Bonnet has been a menace, especially now that it's healed up with that Citrus Berry as well, and so James had the ability to maybe go for a double up into the Brute Bonnet. Geo just goes for it relatively safe, right? He's like, you know, if I go for Protect here, even if you double up on a Brute Bonnet, I don't think you're going to knock me out. Now, of course, the Brute Bonnet is applying Sucker Punch pressure into the Koraidon, and Koraidon is applying close combat pressure into the Incineroar. And so this is still so scary. Like, it feels like it's just on a knife's edge, but it's been in Geo's advantage for so many turns, and I'm sure he can feel so close, but he still has to get there.
James has had a couple of calls where he's been able to bring in that Shadow Rider Calyrex after baiting something like that close combat in, so that it is a tool in his arsenal to give himself another turn. But Geo is going to actually take this Koraidon off the field and now bring in the Flutter Mane that we saw hit the field at the very beginning of this game number 2, and hopefully it'll be around for a little bit longer as James still goes for another defensive play. The knockoff into the Flutter Mane is going to finish it off, but Geo gets to bring in this Koraidon for free, set back up this Sun, and give this Brute Bonnet a Photosynthesis defense boost. And the 4 as well. You're putting this Incineroar to sleep.
Sacrificing Flutter Mane, which I think makes a lot of sense at this point in the game. Flutter Mane is a really good late game option if you have that Focus Sash, right? Or if the Terra hasn't been committed on Koraidon, but it makes sense to give it up here. Now Koraidon gets to, as you mentioned, set up the Sun, and you've got him to sleep off into the Incineroar, right? So there's still this mind game of like Sucker Punch plus close combat. I feel like Geo just is playing it relatively safe right now, right? He hasn't taken any super big risks. It is getting scary though, right? His Pokemon are relatively low HP. You do need the Koraidon to knock out this Incineroar. Otherwise, Brute Bonnet is really going to struggle into. So then the question I have this turn is, do we see a switch into the Shadow Rider slot? The Incineroar slot is rendered completely useless, of course. You could go for that close combat. Koraidon tries to protect, trying to avoid another Sucker Punch right now.
It's not able to get it though, but the Brute Bonnet is going to go for a Rage Powder just to draw away any attention from the opposing Koraidon, as Geos gets to go for the Flame Charge to finish off. The opposition gets the speed boost that it had removed from itself after going back into its ball. And James now down to just his final two Pokemon, the Sleepy Incineroar and the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
I absolutely love that play because I think the main thing you're scared about right now is Calyrex switching in. Geo realizes, okay, if I give you an opportunity to stall another sleep turn, that's not great. I think that play may have just won him the World Championship. Now you've got a Koraidon that's faster than both of these Pokemon. And this is what I was saying, the Incineroar is cool, but it doesn't really do that much damage. Koraidon now will outpace the Calyrex, right? And so you can target that Calyrex slot down. You could just go for something like Sucker Punch in close combat. And I think we're about to crown a brand new World Champion.
Feels super safe for the Brute Bonnet to direct that Sucker Punch into the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and then the Koraidon to follow up with that close combat into the Incineroar. But what does Geo decide to lock in? Potentially get himself that World Championship title. And can James do anything to be able to claw back into this one? There's still a lot of HP on this Incineroar, and it's still a Shadow Rider Calyrex, one of the most powerful Pokemon that we have seen in this format.
It's one of the most powerful, but one of the reasons why Brute Bonnet has been tremendous is because of its Dark typing to deal with that Shadow Rider. Koraidon does protect here, though, to start.
Gyarados actually goes for the Encore. So this Brute Bonnet is going to be stuck going for Rage Powder for the rest of the couple of turns.
Okay, ends up being the Encore, of course. You could have locked into Sucker Punch. It is going to be that Rage Powder now. I think it's still fine for Geo because now you can just keep Rage Powdering away from the Incineroar. Koraidon being faster than the Calyrex will get the knockout onto it. You know, it will faint from a Life Orb tick.
Yeah.
And if it faints from a Life Orb tick, it means you can only get a knockout onto one Pokemon.
You've got either the ability to go for the close combat into the Incineroar or to try to go for maybe a Flame Charge into this Shadow Rider Calyrex. But what if that Calyrex protects? Then all of a sudden, if you're stuck with Rage Powder onto this Brute Bonnet, then there's no way for you to actually be able to deal with an Astral Barrage.
Yeah, I think for Geo, it's like you go for Rage Powder in close combat right now, you knock out the Incineroar, you know that you're going to lose your Koraidon, but then Calyrex can just go for the Astral Barrages, and so James might pull this one off.
It's going so close, but Brute Bonnet, of course, has to go for an Encore with that Rage Powder, and that will direct away anything from this Incineroar if it even survives this close combat, which of course it will not, because that is super effective. And Koraidon, that's going to be all it's able to do for the rest of this game. It's going to get knocked out to the Rocky Helmet recoil instead. So now it's up to the Shadow Rider Calyrex from James, the last bastion of hope for him into this game number 2 to tie it back up and bring himself back into this series.
This was an unbelievable comeback. Like, it felt like Geo just had the advantage, but James finds the position because Brute Bonnet just fakes, and that's it. We're going to game 3.
A game 3 between two phenomenal players from the United States. James Evans, the previous world champion from 2018 in the seniors division, and Geo Siski, who is looking for his first major title win ever. And they are both tied 1-1.
That felt so close. Like, it felt like Geo had the advantage every turn, and James got turn after turn after turn right defensively. He needed to get some early wake-ups, but he managed to pull it off. And Geo gives up some of that offense, you know, switches in the Flutter Mane. The Flutter Mane ends up fainting. Koraidon comes back in. And oh my goodness, like I was saying, I think Geo's got it. He's got it. It's over. But no, James manages to pull it off. And Shadow Rider finally finding the position to deal damage. What a comeback by James. That was masterful. He had to play defensively for so many turns. And I think Geo's probably thinking, oh, if I just like made one aggressive prediction in that couple of turns where I was getting baited out by the protects, I think that's it. I win. But I think he tries to play just kind of safe and gets punished for it, and James manages to weave in a victory there. I'm honestly blown away by that win.
I am so impressed. On paper, Geo looks to have the more favorable matchup, and as you were already saying before we were heading into the match, you know, maybe yesterday, Geo would have just won on the spot, won this with just the advantage from the team compositions alone. But James has had all day and night to be able to prepare for this matchup and found a way to get himself back into the match and win a chance to win the World Championship title once again.
There are so many different ways this matchup can play out. We've basically seen the same Pokemon, right? And so I'm wondering, does James now shift to that Raging Bull that I was talking about? Because we saw Gio go for the Terra on the Brute Bonnet. If you Water Terra that Brute Bonnet, you are exceptionally weak to Raging Bull. Gio has gone with this Flutter Mane Chi-Yu lead, and honestly, coming into this matchup, that was not a lead that I thought he would even really consider, right? Like, you have a lot of even more aggressive offense from things like Flutter Mane Chi-Yu Chi-Yu. Lunala has not even made an appearance in this one, but of course has the ability to go for the wide guard, which of course can be really nice against the Calyrex Shadow Rider. We also have not seen Ursaluna hit the field. I think Ursaluna would be such a bold adjustment, but it's really difficult to feel confident with it, especially because James keeps showing, I'm gonna go Incineroar, I'm gonna go Brute Bonnet. But if you think maybe the Incineroar is gonna get dropped, Raging Bolt comes out, then Ursaluna and a mode around that could work.
It could, but it's still so tough because you're going to need to have the Trick Room set up. You want to make sure you have a turn to actually activate the Guts ability with that Flame Orb to give yourself the burn. And that's just some valuable time you might not be able to get if James decides to go for an aggressive game plan.
This is so scary for both players because you've both seen each other do the same thing in terms of Pokemon choice, right? And Team Preview has so many implications. There's nothing worse than you not making an adjustment, your opponent makes an adjustment, and you're just so far behind right from the first turn.
Well, one more game between Gio and James will decide who becomes the world champion at the 2025 Pokémon World Championships. And let's just run it back, Aaron. It's the same leads from games 1 and 2.
Not once, not twice, but 3 times, just like a Surging Strikes here, as there is such a different position here because both players are really trying to get into each other's heads, right? We saw the Dark Pulse go on to Brute Bonnet last time around. There is the ability, once again, for the Ghost Terra from the Chi-Yu, but that only gets you past 1 turn of Fake Out. That is a really big liability, so I think Gio recognizes, well, that's nice, but then does that actually get me enough of an advantage to really commit going for it? So we've seen so many different turns play out. I'm curious if it's going to be a repeat of the last 2 games or if it's something new here.
It's tough because even when James has had access to the Fake Out onto the Incineroar, that's actually sometimes not a move he's decided to go for. Maybe looking at something like the Parting Shot a little bit better, but Gio actually is going to go ahead and save that Chi-Yu for later. It's going to be the Brute Bonnet that comes in, and a pretty defensive turn all around as that Flutter Mane is also going to go for the Protect. With the Brute Bonnet switching in, it means that that's going to be what has to eat the Fake Out, and Brute Bonnet isn't able to get the Sucker Punch damage onto Gio's Flutter Mane this time around.
Oh, crucially, the ability to once again go for damage onto the Brute Bonnet. That's now twice that Brute Bonnet has not terra'd in front of so much super effective special damage, right? And so now the opposing Brute Bonnet is out. There is a lot of Spore pressure from both sides. We thought coming into this battle would be the war of the Brute Bonnets, and that is certainly the case here.
There's so many options that these Brute Bonnets can go for as well. If you don't Terra, you're susceptible to the Spore. You can also Rage Powder to try to redirect away an opposing Sucker Punch. So that's one way that Gio can actually keep this Flutter Mane partner safe. And then you can just go for all of these Moonblasts or even just some of these Shadow Balls to make sure you're getting any valuable damage down onto either this Incineroar, this Brute Bonnet, or whatever decides to switch in. But we are going to see a Terrestrialization on this turn.
Oh, it's going to be onto the Flutter Mane. That, of course, is going to give it a nice little damage boost. And so this could be an absolutely huge turn. Giovanni could just get the knockout onto the Brute Bonnet and then put Incineroar to sleep.
Oh, there's
and no Terra!
This Brute Bonnet is going to stay on Dark type, which means that this Moonblast is going to get a one-hit knockout. It is super effective, and Gio is able to get one Pokemon knockout right away in this game 3.
And there wasn't even a Sucker Punch and its knockoff in a Brute Bonnet. It's a disaster for James Evans here as the Brute Bonnet now gets a Spore off as well. Oh my goodness, I was gonna say Gio there could have maybe protected the Flutter Mane, could have just gone for a regular Moonblast, but it ends up being Stellar Moonblast, saying, you have not terra'd your Brute Bonnet so many times in front of my offense. I mean, this is an unbelievable lead for Gio. Last game I thought Gio had a big lead. This one feels even larger.
It's gonna be Koraidon that has to take that Brute Bonnet's place, but it doesn't want to be on the receiving end of a Moonblast either. James has preserved the Terrestrialization, so you are able to use that to try to take this Koraidon's negative energy away from it. But it's still a tough uphill battle.
James played a defensive masterclass in game 2 though, and found the switches that he needed to keep himself in the game. He is at a major, major disadvantage right now, but we've seen him pull it off once. And so right now, the upside is that you are not threatened by one-hit knockouts from the opposing side, and you are pressuring your own knockout onto the opposing group on it. Fluttermane Shadow Ball, however, of course, will do considerable damage. And so you could consider just going for something like a Sucker Punch on a Shadow Ball, or Rage Powder on a Shadow Ball, for example. For Gio's end, you're looking to just get that Koraidon low enough, and I think Shadow Ball plus Sucker Punch puts it in KO range from another subsequent Shadow Ball.
Feels like James is almost forced to have to go for a Protect here onto the Koraidon. Make sure you aren't going to be taking too much damage from those boosted Shadow Balls. But we do see the Terrestrialization committed, and so it's going to be that Koraidon that does get rid of its Dragon typing, now becomes a full Fire type, and maybe that means we're going to see something like a Flame Charge or Flare Blitz. Really make sure that you're getting as much out of these Fire returns as possible, but Incineroar is going to be on the receiving end of an attack, as the Collision Course now will finish off this Brute Bonnet once and for all. It's been such a menace so far in these games, but that critical hit, that's got to sting.
Yeah, securing the knockout there onto Brute Bonnet. I mean, Brute Bonnet is actually very, very physically defensive on the opposing team, and so I think there's actually maybe a chance it could survive that without the critical hit. But you could see, Rose, you were saying, hey, Koraidon, Protect, that makes a lot of sense. That's what James kept doing in that last game. Protect, make a safe switch. James is like, look, I've done that enough. I'm going to punch back with offense, and I think gets a really great turn. If you ate up a Sucker Punch and a Shadow Ball there, I think that could have been really, really scary. But I do wonder if Collision Course was guaranteed the one-hit knockout on a Brute Bonnet there, but for now, we're going to have to advance the game. Gio is going to get a free switch in, and it's going to be into Chi-Yu.
Okay, so the Chi-Yu comes back out, and that's going to give a nice special defense drop to both this Koraidon as well as this Incineroar, which is going to make sure that this Fluttermane can actually punch through a little bit more damage. Notably, we've only seen the Moonblast. It still has a Stellar Terra Power boosted Shadow Ball that it has access to throw that Koraidon's way.
Yeah, this is so scary, right? Like, do you double up onto the Koraidon? Does Koraidon go for kind of the obvious Protect? If so, and Incineroar feigns, the next turn Koraidon is just vulnerable to eating up, double up, right? And so Chi-Yu and Fluttermane now positioned so well. You've got the speed advantage, especially because it wasn't a Flame Charge the previous turn. And so Gio has so much offense on his side. And the Incineroar, crucially, did not take over 50% last turn, but now the Beads of Ruin are active.
So that would be just one more Moonblast to knock out this Incineroar, and it still has a chance of waking up, but it's notably still asleep. Koraidon now will go ahead and go for the Protect, and as we see the Fluttermane go for the Shadow Ball into that slot, James is hoping this is going to be enough of a saving grace to actually let this Incineroar wake up, but the Heat Wave from this Chi-Yu will be able to connect onto both targets. Incineroar does take a pretty sizable amount of chip.
Oh, it doesn't wake up!
Incineroar stays asleep!
It stays asleep, but it is the Heat Wave lock. So now my question is, this Koraidon is bulky. Can it survive a Heat Wave and a Shadow Ball? If the answer is no, the game is done this turn. If so, you keep yourself in it, and you're able to retaliate back with either damage on a Fluttermane or a knockout onto the Chi-Yu. But what makes this so tricky, Rose, is the fact that the Fluttermane is still so healthy. There was no Sucker Punch earlier from the Brute Bonnet to break that sash, and Fluttermane right now feels like it's running away with the game.
Shadow Ball first from this Fluttermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge source
I don't think it's going to take it!
And the Chi-Yu goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off! A double KO! And Gio is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion! Someone who has hunted for a major Pokemon title win in so many events previously, dating back to his time in the Seniors division alongside James. And this could be the day he cements himself in Pokemon history!
This is his moment, and oh my goodness, he's staring down a full HP Fluttermane and a Chi-Yu. Calyrex can get one Astral Barrage up, but it's not knocking out Chi-Yu.
And as it goes for the victory lap, this Fluttermane brings this Calyrex down to its focus sash, and it's going to be the Chi-Yu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokémon World Champion!
In an arena with over 5,000 live fans,
watching, unprecedented in Pokemon video game history. An arena let's crown Olympic champions before Gio now can call himself world champion. His very first tournament win, and what better way to do it than to win the world championships.
An incredible stage for an incredible player. Something that he has been dreaming of and striving for so long. Gio Siski, take a bow. This is your moment, your day, your stage. It's all yours.
You can see the emotions. He's worked so hard for this. And it was an unbelievable way to do it. I think that second game, honestly, it was so nerve-wracking. It would have gotten to me, honestly, as a player. You're in those shoes and you're like, I'm just one turn away from winning Worlds, but he didn't get there. James found the way to come back in that one, but he kept his composure, decides to stick with the same game plan. Both players actually going with the same Pokemon throughout the entire set. And that Stellar Terra, this turn, this was such a key turn. James just lost so much out of it and had such little in response. And, you know, if it were a Sucker Punch, at least maybe you would have broken the Focus Sash on the Flutter Mane, but it was not enough.
What a bold call there from Gio at the end of it all, and that's why the Stellar Terra on the Flutter Mane was such a big threat. He even saved that powered Shadow Ball to make sure you could deliver enough damage onto this Koraidon that you could ensure the cleanup KO with the Heat Wave from the Chi-Yu as long as it connected.
It connects, that's right. we were so caught up in the moment, but of course if you use Chi-Yu in competitive Pokemon, one of its biggest liabilities is that it is generally using moves that can't miss. It's Heat Wave, it's Overheat, it's Snarl. And so my heart really stood still for a second there. I was like, is there any chance the Koraidon even survives the double up? The answer is absolutely not with Stellar Terra as well as Beads of Ruin. So many multipliers. Koraidon is bulky, but it is not bulky enough. And Flutter Mane just ran away with the game here, doing so much damage. What an absolute superstar of a Pokemon.
Wow, well, congratulations to Gio, to Brute Bonnet, and to Koraidon for winning a World Championship. Let's head over to the stage to talk to our new World Champion.
Let's hear it for your world champion! Giovanni, I keep seeing you just going like this, shaking your head. What's going through your mind right now?
Disbelief. I mean, I prepped really hard for this tournament, and I've been following competitive Pokemon for over a decade now and competing at in-person tournaments for 7 seasons, and 6 of those in the Masters Division. I don't have any words. This is just unbelievable. I can't believe that like all the work finally paid off.
Tell us a little bit about that. Everyone here is wondering what it's like to be standing where you're standing, and we know you put in so much work. There were probably moments where you felt discouraged or like you might give up. What advice do you have for people that want to put in the kind of work that you put in?
Trust yourself. If you want to pursue something, go for it wholeheartedly.
It's great advice. Now, we want to let you get off this stage and take a few deep breaths and celebrate with your friends and family, but not before we give you a chance to say anything you'd like to say to this audience or your family or anyone at home.
Thank you to my family, thank you to my friends, thank you to everyone who's supported me along the way, thank you to all the spectators here that have made this event so wonderful, and I'm very grateful to be crowned as the new world champion.
Crowned you are! Let's hear it for Giovanni! Casters, back to you.
I love that piece of advice. Trust your gut, trust your instinct, and that is exactly what Gio Siski has done the entirety of this format. These 6 Pokemon are Pokemon and a team he has championed since the very beginning, and it is that mastery that has earned him the title of World Champion.
What an absolute pleasure it was to watch his tournament run here. Absolutely unbelievable. And that was a very dramatic finals. It felt so tense. The first game, defensive play, back and forth, both players switching out, both players going for those sleeves. Games 2, honestly, an absolutely phenomenal comeback by James Evans. I was like, I think the game is over. I think Gio's about to win Worlds, but James continues to string defensive play after defensive play, gets it right, and manages to force us to a Game 3. And then in Game 3, it's Fluttermane, this brand new Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. How fitting is it that it now wins the World Championships once again?
And Koraidon, I mean, talk about such a standout Pokemon. It's really been all spotlight on Miraidon since the beginning of Scarlet and Violet, and I love that Koraidon really can hold its own candle to the rest of the legendary Pokemon that we've had coming out of this game.
And it feels fitting that it was Miraidon that won the World Championships last year, and I think people were saying, I don't know if Koraidon's really that good. It had an absolutely phenomenal performance at this World Championships. I think especially in a format where Miraidon was so heavily regarded as one of the favorites. But you know, history repeats itself in the sense that I think with these dual restricted formats, so often what is the #1 threat really gets targeted down. And in the end, it is this unique Koraidon Lunala team that we have not seen many other players pilot that ends up winning it all.
We have crowned 3 incredible champions in the Video Game Championship Series, starting off with our juniors division. How wonderful was it to see Luke Whittier be able to get to the finals and also win the whole thing?
Absolutely incredible run, and I think this made Trick Room look so good in that finals.
Absolutely, and looking at our seniors division that was next to follow, what an amazing storyline that we had. Kevin Hahn winning the World Championships last year in the junior division, comes into the senior division and absolutely dominates the competition there with an undefeated streak to win again, back-to-back years.
If there's one player you gotta look out for to be able to win Worlds in all 3 age divisions, like I think Kevin Hahn's gonna do it. It might obviously take him a few years to get to Masters, but it's going to happen. I feel it, but we still, of course, are so lucky to witness his greatness. And you really, like, I think we should just put him in the Masters division and see how he stacks up, because clearly he's just so phenomenal.
Himself and Christopher Hahn, I think, are definitely big threats to all Pokemon competitive players. But as we finished out our day, we had an amazing 3-game set between James Evans and Giovanni Siski to put a wonderful bow on our Pokemon World Championships for this year. Congratulations to both of our trainers for making it to the finals, but major congratulations to Giovanni Siski for winning the whole thing.
Of course, as we take a recap and look at our top 2 players. Here we go once again. You just saw the finals, nothing new here, but of course, 2 different Koraidon teams that made it to the very end here. One with Lunala and one with Calyrex Shadow Rider.
And our entire top 8 was so stacked for the Masters division. We got a chance to see our trainers battle it out yesterday through the final phases of our single elimination top cut bracket. And now you're the 8 that stood above the rest at the end of the day. 371 Masters division trainers come in. These are your top 8, and Gio Siski is standing above them all as #1.
And if you look at this field, there are so many players that have won championships before. James Evans, of course, a world champion previously. Hirofumi, of course, 2-time Japanese national champion. Montana Mott, regional champion. Kosugide, the senior division world champion from 2019. Michael Kelch, 3-time special event / regional champion, right? Like, this was stacked in terms of players who have won championships, but it's Gio that ends up on top. And once again, what better way to do it than for your first tournament win to be Worlds?
Look at how many Shadow Rider, Calyrex, and Zamazentis were on this screen.
That's where they were, right? This was, of course, considered to be maybe the #1 duo coming into Worlds, and it had a very strong performance, 3 in the top 8. But in the end, it was not enough for this duo, as we see, of course, the Koraidon teams making it. And Koraidon with, #1, #2, and #3. There was one Miraidon in the top 8. This, of course, was the most talked about Miraidon team coming into the World Championships. Ko had a slight adaptation with that Life Orb instead of the Choice Specs and was able to pilot it to tremendous success. But in the end, it's Koraidon that ends up being the top dog here with 4 out of 8 teams carrying one.
Oh, but congratulations once again to your 2025 Pokemon World Championship champions, Luke Whittier, Kevin Hahn, and Giovanni Siski. What an incredible end to their World Championships this season.
I'm looking at this graphic and I'm like, poor Calyrex Shadow Rider is sitting there a little sad because it sees Ice Rider winning 2 different worlds, and then Koraidon and Miraidon at least get to celebrate a little bit. You know, Miraidon's like, hey, Koraidon, you can get Masters, but I'll get Juniors and Seniors. But Shadow Rider, it's won the World Championships before, you know, back in 2022, and I'm sure we'll see it back again.
After an incredible day of competition here for our video game champions, let's go ahead and celebrate all those that competed today on Championship Sunday with our awards.
What a championship Sunday! What a day of action and suspense and upsets. Thank you everyone here in person and online for supporting Pokemon, and we hope you keep pouring energy into these competitions for years to come so that we can keep watching them grow. Now let's bring our finalists to the stage from the 2025 season. Are you ready? First, let's hear it for your video game junior finalist, Sosuke Arinori! And now, your video game junior champion, Luke Whittier! Your video game senior finalist, Xian Lee! Now let's hear it for your video game senior champion, Kevin Hahn! Your video game masters finalist, James Evans! And finally, your 2025 Video Game Masters Champion, Giovanni Siski! These are your finalists and champions of 2025. Raise your trophies high and let's hear it. Raise them up. concludes our 2025 competitive season, but the show is not over yet. One of the most anticipated moments of the weekend is coming right up, and that's closing ceremonies. What will we unveil? I'm not going to tell you. You have to come to find out. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take some time to reset our stage and recap what we've seen so far this weekend. So let's go over to the casters to discuss.
Thank you, Anna. What an incredible way to wrap up our 2025 season. Giovanni versus James. Congratulations again to Giovanni for an incredible win there in our Masters video game championship there. We want to go through a couple recaps here with you guys. I'm Jim, joined by Chip, Gabby, and Chef. We were just chatting about the TCG finals. Chip, kind of walk us through for any viewers that may have missed it earlier today. Give them a recap here.
Well, I think the big story for TCG is Gardevoir getting the win finally. Its third year of legality at the World Championships. It's been one of the most dominant decks for each of those 3 seasons, and now it finally claims its victory in the hands of Riley McKay, a player who about 2-3 months ago, many of the TCG player base was not very familiar with. He didn't have that many high placing accomplishments to his name, but at an AIC, he got 2nd place, and he was able to use that momentum to get himself the title here at Worlds.
It's an incredible story, and congratulations again to all of our TCG winners. Gabby, give us an update here on VGC. For anyone that may have only watched Masters, how did things go in the juniors and seniors division?
Well, I mean, you just saw the winners over there on stage getting their trophies. Congratulations, by the way. But honestly, it was 2 incredible matches. You know, I think Luke had a really fun match against his opponent. And then I think the biggest story, honestly, came out of the seniors division. Kevin Hahn won last year in his last year in the juniors division, won again now in his first year in the seniors division. It was such a fun match to watch too. I was in the audience, and it was just, you know, seeing both trainers locked in, making their moves choices. You know, the stage was lighting up and everything. A really intense environment to be competing in, and to see, you know, the juniors and the seniors being able to hold up with all that was really exciting. So I know we literally just watched VGC, and I'm sure some of y'all are just tuning in for the first time. Go back after we're done here, check it out. My voice is gone because I was in there yelling a little bit too much. It's worth losing your voice over, I promise.
Yeah, absolutely. What an incredible weekend it was, and we're all looking forward to closing ceremonies, absolutely. Well, we're going to start from the top here. We started out the day with Unite. Chef, we had some major storylines. Can you give us the summarization?
Yeah, of course, Unite got to start out the day. By the way, huge shout out to all of you for doing amazing interviews. You included, yes, you included. Of course, come on. No, in the arena today, it's been awesome to watch. Of course, you know, we were finished pretty early on, so we got a chance to watch it all. But for Unite, if you weren't up early enough to watch it, we started off today with 2 teams that guaranteed a brand new world champion, which is not a common thing for us. We have had some repeat world champions, but Peru Unite from Latin America South and Zeta Division representing Japan. Japan trying to repeat the win for their region, but in the end, it came out with Peru Unite on top, and they are the first ever Latin American team to win Worlds for Pokemon Unite, pulling off some gigantic upsets. They eliminated both Zeta, who was considered potentially the best in the world, coming up from Japan, and our 2-time world champions, Luminosity Gaming, who are working on winning every single international championship in an entire season into Worlds. Unfortunately, they fell just a little bit short at 3rd place, but it's because Peru was able to defeat everybody in their path.
Absolutely. We just missed out on the season sweep there for LG, but congratulations again to Peru for what can only be described as incredible grand finals. As we continued on throughout the day, we moved on to our mobile game, Pokémon GO. We had 2 trainers from the EU region as well as the APAC region facing off. That was going to be Beelzeboy versus Patoman. Coming up just short, not making it to Championship Sunday from LATAM was LNDS Harjef. Beelzeboy versus Patoman, what an incredible battle. Beelzeboy actually coming in from the loser's side of the bracket, having previously lost in winners finals to Patoman. He was able to take a 3-1 victory in the first match, resetting the bracket, where he then, in an incredible 5-game series, was able to tough it out, beat Patoman, and take the title of champion. Don't forget, Beelzeboy was our 4th place finalist that ended up coming up just short in 2024. So it was an absolutely incredible story to take that next step in his journey.
You know, I actually was talking to somebody earlier, and they mentioned that Beelzebub was one of 2 competitors who came from India to compete this weekend.
That's correct. Only 2 trainers from the India region, and they both performed very well, both top cut. Again, Beelzebub is a trainer that took 4th place last season, and this was his breakout moment. What's really interesting is that the India region doesn't necessarily get quite as much coverage on the main circuit as EU, LATAM, and NA. So it was great to see that spotlight that he does get. He was able to completely capitalize.
That's so cool. I mean, I know that Pokemon Go has a very fast evolving metagame, and you had some moveset changes announced as well this morning. Do you think trainers were excited to hear that news?
They were losing their minds. Absolutely. I was here in the crowd when they started announcing everything last night, and there may have been more energy for the moveset releases than a lot of the battles in day 1. It was absolutely incredible. And it was very similar to last year as well. It's been a great opportunity for us to really get a preview of what the new meta is going to look like before the Worlds even wraps. Well, we're going to keep moving on here. Chip, I know you talked about a little bit as well, but can you kind of start from the top here and give us a recap for what we saw in TCG?
Yeah, well, starting with the juniors division, this is where we kicked things off. We had Yuya Okita taking things down with his Raging Bolt deck. This has been a popular deck throughout the season. He was able to defeat Jose in that final match. And pictured there, we see Raging Bolt EX and Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX, but the story of that match was really the single prize Raging Bolt, the non-EX Raging Bolt, using its Thunderburst Storm attack to target down Jose's benched Pokemon. Yuya was able to just totally control the pace of the board and really limited Jose's options. Then in the seniors division, Fuguan Liao from China, our first ever Chinese champion here at Worlds in the TCG. He was able to take down Gabriel Fernandez, which I think was one of the biggest stories of Worlds, was watching what Gabriel Fernandez would be able to do. He's someone who has won all 3 ICs this year. He won 2 regionals. He maxed out his locals. He had the maximum number of possible championship points and was just 1 singular game away from completing the perfect season. He was unable to defeat Fuguan, though, who had a really unique deck. Golden Go EX mashed with Joltik Box. It was really like you took 2 decks and shuffled them together and then just pulled out the best 60 cards. And it ended up working out really nicely. We saw a little bit from it in the Masters division, but Fuguan was able to get the win as a senior. And then Riley McKay, as I mentioned to start things off here, really cool story. You know, someone who we weren't super familiar with a few months ago. He gets 2nd place at NAIC and then just propels that forward and becomes the world champion.
It is so incredible when we get to see these trainers make their mark in history, adding their names to the Wall of Fame that we got to see at the Pokemon Museum. Just so many incredible trainers that are capitalizing and making their moment in history. All right, last up, Gabby, we just got to see all of the VG games. I know we had some big upsets in TCG and Unite. Any big upsets in VG?
There's a Buzzwole flying behind you, Gabby, just so you know. Watch out.
Okay, it was first the t-shirts, now the Buzzwoles. No, it's funny you mentioned that. Honestly, all of our upsets were earlier on in the weekend. I think that when it came down to the 3 finals matches that we had earlier today, they were very neck and neck. Now, in the juniors division, we had Luke Whittier versus Sosuke Arinori, and it was a cool matchup because Sosuke was running a team with Koraidon and Whimsicott, Walking Wake. Whimsicott and Walking Wake especially, we hadn't really seen much in the Masters division throughout the weekend, but Luke's team was very traditional. Miraidon, Calyrex, Ice Rider, had a Farigiraf and an Iron Hands, you know, very common Pokemon we've seen in the Masters division, a very comfortable Trick Room team. Just was able to stay 1 step ahead of Sosuke throughout those games. It was a very fun match to watch. I love to see how Luke was prioritizing, setting up the Trick Room, making sure the Miraidon got on the field at the right time. It was really a really fun match, so make sure you go back and watch that if you can. In the seniors division, though, like I said earlier, Kevin Hahn, our first ever competitor in the video game to win Worlds in both the juniors and the seniors division. But also, if you think about Ray Rizzo, there's a weird technicality that could mean he's first, but we're going to ignore that for now. His opponent was Xian Li from the Korea region. His opponent was running Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta. Again, another sort of common core that you see throughout the Masters division. But Kevin was also running a team that I'd seen him run earlier on in the season and that I'd spoken to him about at regionals. Once again, the Calyrex Ice Rider, the Miraidon team, using that Trick Room mode, making sure that you had the right Pokemon on the right field at the right time. There was was a lot of high-level gameplay in this game in particular, with Xian trying to pivot his Pokemon around to give the Zamazenta in particular opportunities to go for some big attacks. But again, Kevin was just one step ahead, and his brother Chris was talking about how Kevin just knew instinctually 70% of the matchup going into the prep they did last night, and he was really only there to provide the extra 30% and maybe a little encouraging words before the battle started. Of course, though, we have to go back and talk about the Masters Division matchup. Giovanni Siski, our world champion, and then James Evans, our finalist. They had dinner together last night, which was kind of cool. I like sneaking in these little stories because, you know, it's not just about the Pokemon, it's about the people. And dinner was actually very cordial, apparently, but then they went their separate ways. They both stayed up late into the night prepping. But in the end, it was Giovanni's team. It was that Terra Stellar play where he was able to take the one-hit knockout on the Brute Bonnet, get that advantage, and then ultimately take this crown to become world champion. So again, you have to go back and watch if you missed it. It was some of the best Pokemon I've ever seen.
Incredible analysis from Gabby. Thank you for walking us through those battles. One thing that I just want to harp on, you just talk about the story, the community element that goes into Pokemon, right? It just, what leads to these moments for all of these individual trainers, their champion moment? So many battles, so much prep, so much community that goes into it, and it's just truly amazing to see.
Yeah, we had a little bit of that in the TCG finals as well. Justin, one of our finalists, and Riley, the eventual champion, they actually told us that they had practiced a little bit together. I think they have a lot of mutual friends, practiced a little bit together on the Tuesday and Wednesday leading up to the tournament. Justin told us he actually made changes to his deck list because of the games that he and Riley played together, and it propelled them both to the finals. That's a really cool story for us.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what, Chef, I was chatting with you about this a little bit earlier, but I've heard about a giant marble. Is there anything that you can tell me about it? We got a video coming up.
Yeah, what is that?
I truly have no words that I can say about the giant marble. If I tried to explain the giant marble, it would only make it more confusing, if that helps. We have been advertising the world's largest marble for many events now. May or may not be accurate, but we've made it to the end of the road with the world's largest marble here in Anaheim, California. Honestly, the only way to really know about it is to see it.
Let's take a look.
The Unite casters descend upon Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. Spirits are high, but they have all forgotten the world's largest marble. Anaheim, California, home of the world's largest marble. Ah! Oh, scared me.
Well, glad to see that you're okay, Chef. That looked very, very dangerous.
It was very scary. Also, let it be known, we actually screamed that long out by the line for the Pokemon Center. So there may have been about 1,000 people looking over and wondering what was going on. It was not edited to be longer than our actual screams were. That was genuinely... It was an experience, but hey, you know, we're terrified. The world's largest marble. You never know what's going to happen.
Someone was doing a great chimpanzee impression. I heard it there. Can you reveal who that was? No shocker there whatsoever. They had a great t-shirt cannon segment earlier. If you guys were watching in between VG matches,
oh my
always
goodness.
a lot of fun with those two.
I think they were born for that. They were not born to be casters. They were born to be t-shirt cannon operators.
As someone who was in the hall in almost the direct line of fire, it was a lot, guys.
Those guys are just getting a little too comfortable in front of the camera.
It really was.
They really were, and like while I respect it, and you all deserve T-shirts. You really do. There has to be a safer way. Like I was trying to give an interview. There were T-shirts flying. There were people screaming. They were doing like poses on the stage. I don't know, man.
A lot of chaotic energy for sure. And, you know, when we talk about the energy here in Anaheim was absolutely electric all weekend long. A huge venue that we have here. So many event activations and different activities that folks can participate in. Let's take a look at a video for everything that you folks at home may have missed out on.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokémon World Championships!
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of.
What an incredible weekend that it's been. I know all of us have had a ton of fun, and like I said, the atmosphere here in the convention center has been absolutely electric. Chip, I wanted to ask you, did you get a chance to tune into the opening ceremonies?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's one of my favorite things every single year, and it just feels like new things are happening time and time and time again. Basically getting a little bit of a concert to kick off the World Championships. Incredible.
Gabby, did you have a favorite song that you got to listen to, and what do you think of the music in general?
Oh my goodness, you asked me about the music. Jim, thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem.
No, it's funny because I feel like I always associate big events with music, and the fact that they've started to release these soundtracks is something very meaningful for me. That being said, I think the song that Nate Wants to Battle and Anna Prosser were singing, that one just was really just hit me right here. Like, plus, you know, Anna's a good friend, and seeing her dancing on stage and just having the time of her life, like, I was tearing up.
Gabby, it was
so
great.
good.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We have another video that we want to play before closing ceremonies.
All right.
Make sure you catch all the action. Capture all the battles.
Gear up for glory.
LAIC to EUIC, NAIC to here. We've traveled the world together. Trainers, fans, and champions in the making. Now it all comes down to this. The stage is set, the battles will be fierce, and the excitement is just beginning. Welcome to Worlds. It's gonna be legendary.
All right, well, we are so close to closing ceremonies. You can see under 3 minutes. And I just want to say thank you to everyone here at the venue, whether it's the competitors, the judges, the staff, all these casters here. It takes a village, absolutely, to get all of this working, and it has been such an incredible time here. I would encourage all the folks watching at home, if you ever get an opportunity to make it out to a Pokemon tournament, whether it's a local, a regional, an international championship, or even next year in San Francisco for Worlds, absolutely give it all of the opportunity that you can to try and make it there, because, like I said, the atmosphere is absolutely electric. I want to get some impressions, I think, from you guys. What was the defining moment that you saw, Chef, here in Anaheim?
The opening of the arena. We've never seen anything like it here at Pokemon Worlds. It was amazing.
Gabby, what about you?
I think for me, honestly, it was when I got to interview both of our finalists yesterday. Just seeing them sort of process the moment when they realized they had made finals was really special, and I'll always remember that.
Chip, was there a moment to you that stuck out as the most memorable?
I love it when the doors open that very first day. Competitors, spectators, parents, the whole community fills these halls. The staff welcomes them in, and they get into their seats. They shuffle up, they power on their systems, whatever it may be, and get ready for that first round. Incredible.
For me, I think it's just all of the trainers in their stories. I think that especially when you take a look at the friends and family, I had an opportunity to interview actually some, it was Patamon's father as well as Beelzeboy, one of his friends, and just these stories of friendship, companionship, and growth especially. A lot of these trainers we get to see year after year, and you get to watch as they grow, as they improve, and as they build on essentially what is one of the probably most important things in their lives. Gabby, I mean, for you, would you say that there's, any trainer that just made their mark here in 2025?
That's a really good question. I mean, I know James Evans came in second, but, I've seen him play. I was here when he got his seniors win back in 2018, and I've just seen so much growth and maturity from him over the years, and just seeing how graceful he was in that finals match, and seeing him and Giovanni support each other at the end of that game, I think is something that was really, special and really showed the spirit of the game and the spirit of Pokemon. And I think both of them together just really show what this game is all about. Yes, we are competitive, but we are friends and we are family at the end of the day.
Yeah, things that you love to see. Of course, just like you said, competition is why we're all here. That's why we all spend so many hours training, spending times in game, and so many cycles of our otherwise very busy lives. In many cases, it's all for this moment. But when we look at some of the friendships that are involved and just the sportsmanship, it's very heartwarming for sure. Chip, anything for you that you feel was just worth highlighting as we get ready to wrap up here?
Yeah, I mean, I love to highlight the community any chance we get. It's really what it's all about. Lifelong friendships made through this franchise that we all love so much. People will know for the rest of our time here on this floating space rock. Really special moments getting to share them with everyone.
Absolutely. You know what? I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to go to the Pokemon Center here, but this was one of the, I gotta say, all the gear from this year was some of my favorite that I've ever seen. Between the jacket, between some of the plushies here. Gabby, did you have a favorite Pokemon Center item?
Oh my goodness, all? No, I bought the jacket, the Leatherman jacket, and I will be wearing it on my Zoom calls for the next couple of weeks like a dork, and my coworkers will call me out on it. It's okay, Brad, I know. It's okay.
My co-caster Butters, he saw the jacket as well. He got one not just for himself, but for his wife as well.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as you guys can see, we only have a couple minutes left until closing ceremony. I absolutely recommend that you stick around. You are not going to want to miss it. Absolutely. In some cases, this is what people look forward to the most at Pokemon. I know last year we had some huge reveals, and I cannot wait to see what we're going to be having soon. Jeff, did you get a chance to go to the Pokemon Center?
I did. Unfortunately, the jackets were sold out. The baseball jerseys, both of them I wanted, didn't get a chance to get them. But I did get the boogie board, which we've been seeing people carry around all weekend, and that is certainly going on my wall. It is a very, very cool piece, and it really is. It fits the theme of Anaheim.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? We've had such cool locations in the past. Of course, Hawaii and Honolulu, incredible environment, very iconic with Pokemon. Japan, of course, in Yokohama. Well, who can forget that? I think that Anaheim, there was maybe some question marks as far as, hey, what's going to be the theme? Yeah. And I absolutely love it, especially the opening ceremonies when we just got to see a blending of all that different types of cultures and music. We saw some pop, we saw some rock, we saw some hip hop as well. Shout out, by the way, to the performers. Just such an incredible moment there for sure. But I just gotta say, it's been such a fun time here, working in the production team, working with these great casters. Again, big thank yous to everyone involved here on production, on staff, the casters. Big thank you to the competitors as well. Big thank you to the city of Anaheim for having us. But as you guys can see, we are ticking down to closing ceremonies here. We are so excited to take you into all the action. This is what we've been waiting for. Let's kick it back to the arena. Let's go.
Closing in, and it seems like hope's all gone. Take my hand and we together will see the hero inside us leads on. Though our fate remains unknown, and these doubts, dark clouds in our minds, deep within something has grown, and that's how I know we'll always find the will to fight. Oh, fight to chase the darkest skies till the morning light. Oh, I know what lives inside. In the heart of a hero, a flame burns ever long. In the heart of a hero lies the will to carry on. Unbreakable, unthinkable, always in the call. Because the heart of a hero beats within us all. As the path we take unfolds, we will never lose our aim. Onto greatness we will rise till the world is crying out our names. So step into the light tonight. Take your place among to show what lives inside in the heart of a hero. A flame burns ever long in the heart of a hero. There's the will to carry on, unbreakable, unbreakable, always hid in the dark, because the heart of a hero beats within us find the will to carry on, unbreakable, unfakeable, always hid in the crowd, because the heart of a hero, yes, the heart of a hero beats within us all. Tell me, if we had to start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retraced every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go. Every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again if we could stand up here and say, it's our time, we've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands high, come stand with me. It's our time. Come on. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. When I got a starter, no, I really started a team. From the first loss to the first badge, our bond articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends, I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
And again and again.
knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, yo, I live for the game.
Trainers, let me hear you say.
Let me hear you say it's our time.
We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run, from humble starts to dreams of glory. High, now our names echo across the sky. It's our It's our time, yeah. It's our time, and we're living it up. You know we came so far, never gave it up, yeah. Now take a look at us. Finally, it's our time. Living it up. You know we came so far, never gave it up, yeah. Now take a look at us. Finally, it's our time.
What incredible performances to close out this incredible World Championships we have had here for the Pokemon 2025. I'm getting choked up because I have no idea what to say after that.
The speed cut at the end of all the most recent champions crowned today. One, good work in the back production, killed it. Second, it's enough to bring a tear to your eye. And how about those performers, the orchestra as well, buzzing out here.
I know, the orchestra, the performers, the dancers, and we cannot thank you enough for tuning in at home, for being here, competing, for supporting all of the incredible players that were able to take our stage today during Championship Sunday, and for your love of the game of Pokemon. Thank you all so, so much.
I would say more, but that pretty much well rounds it up. And I don't know how much more time I'm going to have talking to an arena full of people, so I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of it here. Tomorrow might seem daunting, but every day you've made it past is a challenge overcome. You are loved, you are not alone, and Pokemon, and especially its community, is incredibly special.
I have an important question for you.
Yes.
Would you do it again?
Do all of it, or like just the t-shirts?
Well, all of it, you know, everything that Pokemon is so special for.
I don't think there is anyone in this room right now that if they could wind the clock back wouldn't take that opportunity to do, especially this weekend, all over again, and especially experience this arena for the first time all over again.
It really has been such an amazing experience here in Anaheim, California, and it is, again, in so large part to all of the people that are supporting us, not just our performers and, of course, our spectators, but all of our judges, our staff, our production team, everybody behind the scenes that have worked so hard to be able to put in such an amazing show for all of you. So please give it up for them.
That's the most common through line through the Pokemon community. These events, whether it's your local store or the world stage, passion is key. Alliteration, play Pokemon with passion, gets it done, and 2025 is almost completely in the books, Rosemary.
I can't believe it. Feels like just yesterday we were over there in Hawaii, and now we are back for another World Championships, and we already know that another one is coming around the corner. Who's excited for 2026?
If this is any indication, we have something huge in store for next year. I know this is the first time we've gotten into an arena, and I sure as heck hope it's not the last time we're in an arena, because this thing is packed to the gills. People are gassed to the gills, and this is just for a single day of Pokemon action. Knocked it out of the park. It feels great.
I like what you did there with the alliteration, you know? Gassed with the gills, you know, I can't think of any more on top of that.
They saw me out there, they said, we need one person to step on stage that has shorts just slightly shorter than Necra's dress. I said, I'm your man, get me up there, I know words.
T-shirt cannon guy, everybody.
I love that. If that's the mark that I've left on this whole thing, that's totally fine with me.
love that. It's been such an incredible weekend, though. I mean,
Yes.
just looking back to the start of today, we got a chance to crown the UNITE World Champions, our GO champions, TCG, and of course, just now, the video game. And we are so excited to be able to show you even more of what is to come. So please take a look.
Thank you to the Pokemon World's Philharmonic, to Michelle Ray, to Cam Steady, to Bryce Miller, the Pokemon World's dancers, all of you for delivering such a fantastic performance, honoring our heroes and commemorating the time we've all spent together. We've been evolving this event year after year, and we've come a long way from streaming in the humble ballrooms of the early days. This is my 10th year serving as your host. And it has truly been my honor to learn and play with you as we all grow up together. Stop it, guys, gosh. This World Championship marks the end of this season's competitive road, from the locals and leagues to internationals and everything in between. And each of you is the reason why Pokemon is so special. For me, it's the energy and community that each of you bring to the event. The trainers competing, the families and friends who support them, the viewers on stream, and every single staff member who makes the events come to life. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for such a special world. But it isn't over yet. As you know, make some noise and please welcome to the stage the president and CEO of the Pokémon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara!
まず新しい世界チャンピオンの皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。
First of all, congratulations to all of our newest world champions.
今週末に繰り広げられた素晴らしい対戦のおかげで最高の世界大会となりました。
You have given us an incredible performance this weekend, making it the best World Championships yet.
そしてこの大会を記憶に残る特別なものにしてくださった大会の皆さんにも感謝します。
And of course, a deep thanks to all of our wonderful staff who have made this world such a special memory for us all.
それではこれからポケモンの最新情報をお伝えしたいと思います。
And with that, now I would like to share some of the latest news for our Pokemon games with you all.
まずはこちらをご覧ください。
Please take a look at this.
「アナハイムにいらっしゃる皆さんには特別なプレゼントを準備しました。この閉会式が終わった後、アナハイムには無限ダイナが現れ、世界で初めて無限ダイマックスバトルができるようになります。
So as a special treat for everyone who is here in person, Eternatus will be appearing in the Anaheim area immediately after these ceremonies are concluded. And you will be among the first in the world to be able to try an Eternamax battle.
無限ダイナをポケモン GO で捕まえるチャンスなので、ぜひ他のトレーナーの皆さんと一緒にチャレンジしてみてください。
So please team up with your fellow trainers and try to catch Eternatus in Pokemon GO.
次にポケモントレーディングカードゲームポケットの最新情報をお伝えします。
Next, let's take a look at the latest news for Pokemon trading card game Pocket.
ポケモントレーディングカードゲームポケットにもメガ進化がやってきます。秋のアップデートを楽しみにしていてください。
Mega Evolution is coming to Pokemon TCG Pocket 2. Please look forward to the update this fall.
また、ポケモンユナイトは4周年を迎えました。こちらの映像をご覧ください。
Pokemon UNITE just celebrated its 4th anniversary. Let's see what's coming next.
今後も多くのポケモンや新要素が追加されますので、お楽しみにお待ちください。
We plan to introduce many more Pokemon and more updates to Pokemon UNITE in the future, so please look forward to it.
続いてはポケモンカードゲームの最新情報をお知らせしたいと思います。こちらをご覧ください。
Next up, I'd like to share the latest news about the Pokemon trading card game with you all. Please take a look.
メガ進化 EX の登場でさらなる盛り上がりを見せるポケモンカードゲームを楽しみにしてください。
So with the release of these new Mega Evolution EX cards, the Pokemon TCG is going to be more exciting than ever.
次に2つの映像をお見せしたいと思います。
Next, I would like to show you 2 videos in a row.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos's battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go.
ポケモンレジェンズ ZA はポケットモンスターシリーズの最新作で最大4人のプレイヤーとリアルタイムのオンラインバトルができます。
Pokemon Legends ZA is the latest entry in the main series Pokemon video games, with new real-time online battles of up to 4 players.
Pokémon Champions はポケモンならではの完成バトルに焦点を当てた2026年の世界大会ビデオゲーム部門で使われるタイトルです。
And Pokemon Champions focuses on the traditional turn-based battles that we all know and love of the Pokemon video games, and it will be the game played at the video game category at Pokémon World Championships 2026. メガ進化を存分に楽しむことができる2つのゲームをぜひ楽しみにしてください。 I hope you look forward to fully enjoying Mega Evolution in both of these upcoming titles.
さて、アナハイムで皆さんと一緒に過ごす時間は終わりに近づいてきましたが、来年の サンフランシスコはこれまでの世界大会がさらに大きく進化するイベントとなります。こちらをご覧ください。
Our time here in Anaheim is coming to a close, and now we look towards San Francisco next year, where we will see another big evolution in this event. Please take a look.
「来年ポケモン XP と世界大会が同時に開催されるサンフランシスコでお会いできるのを楽しみにしています。
We will see you all again next year in San Francisco when Pokemon XP joins the Pokemon World Championships.
皆さんありがとうございました。
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We aim to evolve this event every year, and I can tell you that 2026 is going to be another step up in terms of size, wonder, and excitement. Now, though, the 2025 Pokémon World Championships has concluded. Our newest champions are now etched in Pokémon history. Thank you to all our friends here in California for welcoming us and making this weekend truly unforgettable. Don't forget, trainers, support your local community. Invite your friends, and tune in online. Until the road brings us together again, good luck, have fun, and we'll see you next year.
Journey now begins. Got the radio up and the windows down. Me and my squad will never back down. Gonna show
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride, I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare, you can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride, I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare, you can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home, here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
How we doing, Nashville? Hey!
Oh, people come from miles around just to have a
chance to take it. So if you wanna be the best, like this world's never seen, oh, trainers get ready and keep your nerves steady. It's time for Pokemon, so saddle up, cause here we go, making friends along the road. Yeah, we gotta train up, cause we're gonna throw down. People gonna know who's the best in town, so saddle up, we're riding tall. We're all here cause we heard the call. From far and wide, together we ride Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all.
Hey, yeah. Build your team and train 'em up. Let's get ready for action. It's time to match up, and if you do your best, you could be the main attraction. When you're ready, it's your chance to be the champion. Everybody, good luck and train to step up. It's time for Pokemon.
So saddle up, cause here we go, making friends along the road. Yeah, we gotta train up, cause we're gonna throw down. People gonna know who's the best in town. So saddle up, we're riding tall. We're all here cause we heard the call. From far and wide, together we ride Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Gotta catch 'em all. All right, everybody, let's go. Made so many memories in the time we've shared together.
So much fun, I'm wishing we could make it last forever.
So thanks to everybody here in Nashville, Tennessee, and to our new friends till we meet again. It's time for Pokemon, so saddle up, everybody. Here we go. Along the road, yeah, we gotta train up, cause we're gonna throw down. People gonna know who's the best in town. So saddle up, we're riding tall. We're all here cause we heard the call. From far and wide, together we ride Pokemon. So saddle up, cause here we go, making friends along the road.